really came that with the sense of Kashivos. But over here, ultimately says, since in our case it's a prospective Shua, so who's to say that he endows it with a sense of Chashivos? Incredible. All right, so we'll say. So therefore, bottom line, what we're really left with over here is this fundamental machlokes Rabbi Yochanan about how to understand the case of the Mishnah. Now, we're going to go on in just a moment, but what I want to tell you is both. So that machlokes still remains. We're thinking about pivoting a little bit, having to kind of rely on the position of Rabbi, that really the Shlosh Ochal is really going to refer to a case of someone who's saying it's not fit for consumption, but the Beilas and Shreifas generally are considered to be fit for consumption. In other words, the way the Gemara kind of ends up over here is by saying like this: there's a chiluk between foods that are what we'll call materially inedible or halachically inedible. It's two different things. So the hava was, it's really the same thing. The Gemara is suggesting that potentially it's really two different things. There's materially inedible, which again, if you eat that after taking a short you will be potter. Versus things that are halachically inedible, which there could still be liability for. Okay, but what I do want to point out is something very interesting, which is both Rabbi Yochanan and Rish Lakish provide us with very important pieces of information. So, for example, this idea of Rish Lakish, I will say. So, for example, generally, the halacha is if I take a shvua, and I say because we're going to transition to a little bit of a different case in just a moment. But if I take a shvua, actually. Okay, let me say this right now. If I take a shvua, and I say shvua shelo ochal, and I eat the velas shefa shkatzim v'ramasim, generally I'm going to be potter. I'm going to be potter. Why? Because the concept of mushra ba'omed, I'm already under oath not to eat these items. However, again, it's very important to understand the shear of isser by nevelas and treifas. Again, shkatzim and ramasim are a little bit different, right? Because remember, again, you could have pubic insects where you're chayiv for eating much less than these items. What is that called? Burial. Right? So again, even if let's just keep focused on the vela for just a moment. Technically speaking, if I take a shvua not to eat and I eat the vela, technically speaking, I'm not liable for that because I'm already mushra ba'omed. However, if I go and I swear not to eat chatzi shir, right? I swear not to eat even a mashu, even a minute amount of the vela, that shvua works. That shvua works because that's a new isser that does not exist right now. So that's Rish Lakish's idea. And that idea, Bosa, is very important, and that in fact is halacha l'maisa for us. Same thing with Rabbi Yochanan about an Isser Kolel. Now that's what we're going to get into now, so I'm not going to focus on that. We're going to do this aside. But this concept of you can take a shvua, and as long as it devolves upon something permitted, it can also technically devolve upon something prohibited. That's going to be true as well. So let's jump into that now. Says the Gemara. Rabbi. Here we go. We'll say Chapter base 24b, second line down. Rabbi. My time with the man the Isser Kolel. So let's go back to this, right? So Rabbi Yochanan introduced to Isser Kolel. What was Isser Kolel? Shvua she'eni ochal, chocolate cake, and nevelas, treifas, shkatzim, b'ramas. So Rabbi Yochanan introduced us to this. And what was the logic? Since the shvua devolves upon a permitted item, it also devolves upon the prohibited item. You know what? The prohibited item is what? Already prohibited. Okay. So listen, what's the logic? So the Gemara says, "My time of demand the Isla Isser Kolel." So maybe the Havia Isser Mosi, because essentially an Isser Kolel is like an Isser Mosi. So I say this is ridiculously exciting, right? You feel the coffee off. Listen to this, because this is one of these things where we're learning like these concepts that are like the follow shots. You must why do Isser Kolel also? Because it's just one of the Isser Mosi. What's Isser Mosi? You can even actually just more. You got the Isser Mosi. Very exciting. We got Isser Mosi. The rest like Isser Kolel, the Isser Kolel, the Isser Mosi. Mr. Goro, if they do this the most, I'm just going to read it, translate. You got me to be about this part out of office. We're going to be able to see this most. Here we go. Mr. Kola. So I said, what is Mr. Kola? Kali Zos Bagay Mr. Afro, Mosik ala Hafifa Klum, Ahamar Bezri, Mr. Ala Hajam Jisborin Achir. Zone, Neville of the other people. Most easy to this. Mr. Kola, we call Mr. Kola, is essentially a field on his gospel on the individual. Mr. Kola says like this. the object itself, there's no new Isur on the object. There's just a new Isur on me. So you kind of get to be lost to think about this, or the Chayasha is like, Nevela and the Kitla. Right? Let's say, not just for a moment, you have a heating plate of Nevela. Heating plate of Nevela, right? It's as a Yom Kippur, you have a heating plate of Nevela. Okay? So now what happens? When you look at that plate of Nevela, what do you see? What do you see? Before you get, what do you see? Right? Something Nevela, right? And again, which is a disregard. Now, Yom Kippur comes. When you look at that same plate of Nevela, what do you see? What do you see? So again, still Nevela. And now, it's like, now in Yom Kippur, there's an extra Isra on that Nevela. But the truth is, the Isra is not really on Nevela. What is the Isra on? It's on me. It's me, right? Just focuses on, just remember, no shulas right there. No shulas right there. Right? Just Yom Kippur and Nevela. Right? So again, when I look at that Nevela, what I see like this, that Nevela was usher to Nevela on you because of Nevela. Now it's also usher to me because of Yom Kippur. Has the Nevela changed? Has the Nevela changed? It's the same Nevela. What's changed? What's changed? Me. Now I have an additional prohibition on me. So again, there's no new prohibition on the Nevela. But the Nevela, the extra prohibition is on you. So back to Isur Kola, so we'll say Isur Kola is a type of Isur where the prohibited object has not changed, still remains Asur. So what's changed there? What's changed is you. Like I now have additional prohibitions. Keep going. The Indian is employed. The local Asur Elabakilo, Asur Yishun Nevela, Minza Shalom Hosek Allah Isur Akbar Klub. So again, that's Isur Kola. Isur Kola means there's an additional layer of Isur, not upon the factor, not on the object, but upon the Gavra, upon the other, upon the person, right? You're in the middle of Kippur. So Kippur comes, there's no additional layer of Isur on the Nevela, but me beforehand, I would just say, you can't be the Nevela. Now comes Yom Kippur, I'm a Jew, can't be the Nevela, and also can't be on Yom Kippur. So there's an extra layer of prohibition, but it's on the Gavra, not on the factor. That's different than Isur. The most watch this. Because about Riba says, so also about the Isra Akbar, about Riba Sia, and the other also before Open Shabbat, Aminon, Riba, the Kayam, Kippur, Malazam, the Asr Bishar Open, Kippur, hold on, Nami, as Halabima, Imam is highly Kippur. So let's say what we'll say is like this. Now, you see, it's a Kola says like this. It's a Kola will say that the same way that I am not allowed to eat anything, even prohibited food, so again, as well. And therefore, if I eat the Nevela, what Isur Kola will say is like this. Isur Kola will say, even though the Nevela is going to be beforehand, but since Yom Kippur is more expensive, Yom Kippur is Kola, it includes everything, therefore it includes the Nevela. And therefore, when you eat the Nevela on Yom Kippur, there should be this dual liability, both for consumption of Nevela and for consumption of Yom Kippur. Because like, that's what Isur Kola. Isur Kola means there's an additional expanded Isur upon the Gavra, upon me, but the factor really remains the same. What Isur Kola will say is that since the Isur includes other items, it should also include the Nevela. That's Isur Kola. On the other hand, Isur Mosif, Isur Akbar Mosif al Chakika Atzma, דבר שלו היה בא על ידי Isur ראשון, ועושה חקיקה אחר למשהו מפרס קודם שלו Isur אחר. So what's Isur Mosif? Isur Mosif is an Isur. That's the fact that the object itself is endowed with an additional dimension of prohibition which did not exist beforehand. What's a good example of that? You go, Primer Shel Kodesh. Also, not only Shel Kodesh, and what do the Gavarim is there? What's a really great example? I would just say that, I concentrate the Kodesh. Here are the Haddish, okay? So now again, let's say, now look things. You're not allowed to eat Torah in heaven, right? You're not allowed to eat anything, right? Can't eat Torah like this. Now, that Torah was fixed with this day. What happens? Now, say no, sorry. Now, let's say, when you go over the Torah past the prescribed time, now that Torah becomes no side. No side, along this Torah, not Shahaisim, you can go to the Tzalakara. So, we're going to go over Isur Mosif, right? Because now, that same Torah, which originally was fit for the Mizbeach, is now not fit for the Mizbeach and it becomes no sar. שאין זה איסר חלל איסר, חלל nami איסר shein no sar. Eitzel kol adam. Say Rabbi say, watch this. Isser Mosif is a case where there's an added dimension of Isser in the object. Now again, we'll get into Isser Chalal Isser in just a little bit, but it's most of things like this. That same piece of Chilib, right? Piece of Chilib, Chilib of Hektish, sacrificial Chilib. So now it's fixed in his Beach. Once we can overpass the prescribed time, now becomes no sar. So we'll say, now there's an extra dimension. So now if I were to eat that Chilib, what would happen? There's two layers of liability. One of the two layers of liability. Number one, Chilib. Number two, no sar.
Coughing Kabbalah, Kabbalah Coffee, Kabbalah
dimension of Isser is in what? Is in the fact.
And I just say that.
This is tremendous. This is absolutely tremendous.
All right, so
again,
an honest rabbi, as I am, to the best of my knowledge, would say anything. No one really knows for sure. But this is the Mazor we live by. This is the Mazor I fucking live by. You do whatever the fuck you want to do. I really do. Really? As long as you marry Jewishly and you're obviously Jewish, I don't really do that. But if you don't do that, there's the... Really? Really? Then it's not a religion. Then it's just some bullshit and you're fucking a fucking nap. Alright. Are you done? Hey, bullshit on a fucking nap. Are you done? How many days has it been? Well, it's like 293 days. It took me, I think, 34 days. Dude, 34 is my back number. Really? Yeah, I'll never forget it. When I got this number, it was like the saddest sports day, the second saddest sports day of my entire life at that point. I was 10 years old. Something like that. Moving on 11, and the coach, best
nothing's changed in the Nevela. What's changed
comes in with this box, puts it on the ground, opens it, and I usually didn't have names or anything on it, nothing fancy. These were the feeling of these jerseys was like hard. It was like a hard elastic material. This shit almost felt like seatbelt material. It was so hard. Anyway, which is an important thing. Seatbelt material keeps people safe. It's hard to tear. It'd be interesting for people. But anyway, and I got this jersey, and my friend, coach's son gets 20 because that's my coach. Would you want a 23? I'd wear whatever, but I wanted something cool. And
when do we say Isser when everything is happening in one object? For example, the chilab that becomes no sar. All the changes are taking place in one item.
Get this jersey. All my friends, they got all their other ones. I don't remember anybody else's
I
numbers.
swear, I'm not going to keep the Nevela. It's really two different pieces over here.
I go,
Shmuel, which is me, and then there's the Nevela. So the thing says Isser Mosif works
this
when
34.
happening within one object.
And I'm like, oh, tight. Who in the NBA wears 34? My friends are like,
additional layer of Isser does not vest. Incredible. The man is the Isser
thinking about it. And they're like, oh, Magic Johnson. And I'm like, oh, tight. I'm like, Magic Johnson. And they're like, no, he wears 32. And I'm like, oh, okay. And somebody else is like, oh, Larry Bird. And I'm like, oh, tight. I'm like, Larry Bird. And like, no, he wears 32.
I would say that since ultimately the second shvur devolves upon the grapes, it also what? Devolves upon the figs, which then means if what? If
I want to say,
if I eat figs, I'm chayiv what? Violation of two shvuros. First thing when it says pshita, that's obvious.
At the time, Shaq wore 32. And they're like, oh, I think Shaq wears 32. And I was like, oh, tight. I'm like, Shaq. Like, no, I apologize. I think Shaq wears 34. I'm like, oh, tight. I'm like, Shaq. No, he wears 32. I'm like, well, who the fuck wears 34? I guess Charles Barkley wears 34. But I'll tell you what, kids. I am really about statistics. In this league, I didn't have the most points. I didn't have the most rebounds. I didn't have the most blocks. But I fucking had the most steals. And I have this thing. I had to move. I could just tell timing and like body movement on people. I could read them extremely well. And the guy would throw the ball, and I fucking would dart for this ball and steal it a lot of the time. And I would have a clear breakaway, but then I had to make the shot. I had like 50% layup. It was like I kind of get nervous, trying to. But man, I fucking had so many steals. I had the most steals in the league. Really? Yeah. Even better than the best kids. I had more steals than anybody. I remember talking to this other friend of mine who was on a different team. And he was arguably considered the best player in that league. He played Division I for others. Very good. Very good player. And I stole the ball from him one time. I remember he was so fucking fast. I fucking steal this ball, run down court, and he was like, he got back there. But I believe let's say I was I had more fucking steals in that league. And I had fucking glasses. Sometimes somebody would slap my face. My glasses would flying across the fucking court. I had to stop the game. And nobody step on Rabbi's glasses. I had to go fucking look around for glasses. And they weren't like Horace Grant. Like your parents thought you were going to be a serious basketball player if you had the Horace Grant. Not mine. I'm out there with the Bill Gateses. Oh, it was terrible. Anyway. Additional layer of prohibition added upon. What else do you remember about the basketball? Did you learn a lot from team sports? Yeah. I mean, you hear how much I talk about sports. And team sports are really important. Individual sports. Sports are really important. Athleticism is important. Being sexy. All right, so are you in a good mood? So I was up really late, but really late. I don't know, maybe later. And I wake up. What's not the same? What's not the same? Me. I'm not the same. So we're looking for. It's interestingly enough says the Gavra is the same, but rather again, what's changed? The Chetza. Example of that: Nevela that becomes no sar. The Caleb that becomes no sar. Are you going to try to do this? Now, ultimately, again, the Chafetz shows about it just as an aside. Also, these categories are tremendous metaphors for life as well, right? That sometimes in life, I'm an Israel Muslim. It doesn't sound so good, right? Or it's a colon. In other words, sometimes in life, the world is the same, but it's me that has changed. Right? And then sometimes, again, I'm holding in the status of Israel Muslim, where I'm the same, circumstances have changed. So much of life is knowing what category you're in. Right? Is it me who's changed and the world has stayed the same, or it's the world that stayed the same as me? Sometimes a person just has to understand where they're holding in order to be able to process what it is that's going around. Okay, but again, not for today. But I would say, but again, Lamaisa, just keep in mind those two categories. We're going to come back. We're not finished. Massive Rabbi. I was like, just keeps getting better. Listen to it. It's great. No. Dude, if your app sucks, there are very few things in which I can critique anybody, but your app is definitely ultimately again, four Chatas offerings and one Asham. So I'll say, before we go on, what's the Musar skill of this? I will say, one act of consumption, to add this quickly. What's the Musar skill? The Musar skill is sometimes you can do something read it on small 2 times speed, and fundamentally change the trajectory of your life. Very often, major life change doesn't happen as a result of major dynamic life actions. Sometimes even the smallest decisions, the smallest actions. Area code 972. Scam. The Gemara has this. I forgot who. I think it's a Rabbi. Rabbi says, "Yish kana olamo b'shah achas." A person could go ahead and acquire a little bit again. We call it olamo, acquire his world. Whether that's in down meaning to this world, right, or in down meaning, or we call it chelik olam haba.
B'sha'achas, which we usually translate to mean that a person can give meaning to his entire life in one moment. I think Bashan Lakadosh Salvation both say the same idea. If you look at that word Shah, we often translate Shah as a moment. If you go back to Chumash Blessed, you go back to Chumash Bereshis, what does the pasuk say by Kain?
Maybe subtitles. No subtitles?
The Al Kain, the Al Muchaso, Lo Shah. Lo Shah. So there it says that when Kain offered up his carbon, it says that Hashem did not Shah. What does Shah mean? Shah means turn. Turn. Heavenly Baruch would not turn his attention to Kain and his carbon. What does it mean? Sometimes you just make a little turn. You just make a little pivot. You just make a little adjustment in your life. And everything fundamentally changes. Sometimes you don't have to make big pivots or big changes. One little movement, one little pivot, one little change to make a dramatic difference. That's our Gemara. This is the negative. Right? Sometimes you eat one little wrong thing. And what happens? Okay, but so what's the case? What's the case? What's the case? So ultimately, again, it means, right? Someone who is coming, listen to this. Someone who's coming and eats Caleb. That was no sir from Hagnish on Yom Kippur. Okay, you guys got a lot of problems. So but the nice again, so what happens? So here's the breakdown, right? If you look at Rashi, it's 4 lines down, it's the Y lines of Rashi. So first of all, you should eat Caleb, right? For being fast. That's number 1. Umishum no sar. Number 2 is no sar. Umishum Yom Kippur and it's Yom Kippur. Umishum Tamisha husband and Yom Satay. Right? That's 4 right there. That's 4 right there, right? Caleb, no sar, Yom Kippur, and Tameh. Hari Arba Katos, but Asham Afak, what's the Asham? Mila. Mila, because remember again, you eat something consecrated. So let's say, so that's 4 Katos and 1 Asham. Right? From one act of eating. The Meir Omer, Afim Haisa Shabbos, Lotzio Chayim. Okay. So by the way, and if it was Shabbos, and you took the piece of Caleb out from Rosh Hashanah because Sharadim, that's another fear. Here's the Gemara says, Amalo, come on, it's ridiculous. Amalo, Elam and Hashem. They said to me, no, that's not what we're looking for. In other words, what we're looking for is multiple levels of liability that stem from the same act of consumption. Right? Because obviously, if you just want to pile on Isurim, you could do that. He was also wearing, Shaknis Dekish, you can go ahead, he was over there, but while he was doing this also, so it's not a very talented guy, right? So the nice again, so this is every day, you can't do that. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for multiplicity of prohibitions that stems from the same exact act. So this is one act of consumption which generates multiple layers of liability.
Are you really doing this? This is a big point in your life.
If what we
You got this asshole there, you got that asshole there, now you got this asshole here.
Rashi says, if you're the Isra Kolel, then it should be, you should be able to add on another prohibition here. What's the other prohibition? It's cute, it's a scam. If you say Isra Kolel, then there is a way to go ahead and generate another prohibition. How so? That before this guy, right, was Tameh and ate the Caleb of Nosar on Yom Kippur, he made a shvuah. What's the shvuah? I swear I'm not going to eat dates and Caleb. Now I will say we should say Nigud the Chayil Atmaran, Chayinam Yacheleb. And therefore again, Mr. Kolo says, since Yeshua devolves upon the Tmaran, the dates, it also devolves upon the Caleb. Therefore, when this guy eats the Caleb, that's no sir. On Yom Kippur, and he's telling you should also be Chayil for what? Violation of the Shvuah, which would then make him incur what? A 5th layer of liability. So why not add that in? And that's all from the same act of consumption. First thing you're going to know. This stuff on the email. This stuff I'm going to ask what they're No, we're only talking about prohibitions that occur on their own, not prohibitions that are generated by an individual. What's the Gemara saying? What about Hagnish? Like Hagnish has to be generated by someone. To which the Gemara says the Bechar. The Hagnish I was talking about, the Caleb actually belongs to a Bechar animal. Right? Bechar is not created Hagnish, but rather again, it's innate Hagnish. Anybody's another about know what it is. Kikatoni, so it says here the kasha, just on the continuation, right? Gemara said, we ended off by saying there's such a thing as Isser Kolo. What does Isser Kolo say? Isser Kolo essentially says that although you can't make a shavua prohibiting something that is already prohibited, and if you try to do so, it doesn't work. If you make a shavua on something that is permitted, and also include the prohibited item, it works. So again, if I make a shavua, I swear I'm not going to eat nevela. Does that shavua work? Shavua work? No. Why? Because nevela is already awesome. But if I say, I swear I'm not going to eat chocolate cake and nevela, since the shul develops upon the chocolate, he also develops upon the nevela. Okay, but let me ask Kasha. Then Mark brings up this case, right? The guy who goes ahead and eats, he's tamei, who eats, so he's tamei, he eats chila, that's no samin of Russian, on Yom Kippur, ultimately again is chayiv 4 katos plus an asham for mikiva. So you might say, why not add on a fifth prohibition? For example, he made a shvua not to eat dates and chayla. And since the shvua develops upon the dates, also develops upon the chayla, and therefore it should be chayiv. When you eat the chayla, you're supposed to be chayiv by the of the shvua. Chris was saying, no. We're only talking about prohibitions that develop upon their own, created upon their own, not that are man-made, students. Right? So shvua is a man-made. Another possibility is maybe the lesser shayla. We're talking about prohibitions that cannot be undone, that cannot be revoked. Shvua the isli shayla lo katani. A shvua can be annulled, can be revoked. We haven't spoken about that, but we'll get that later in the session. Hari hektish. People say hektish can be annulled. Because remember, the assumption is hektish is an neder. Therefore, you can annul that. We already said we're dealing with the case of Bechar. So Rabbi said Bechar can be shot something like that, and therefore can be annulled. Levi said another possibility is Tikat Tani, Karban Kavua. Furthermore, again, I'm saying we're only talking about liabilities which generate a defined carbonic obligation.
Right.
Carbon over the only look at it. I'm saying again, what do you get for violation of a shua? Carbon over the only. That's about the separate kabbalas. Hari Tani Shakalas HaKodesh. I want about the guy who's telling me it's Kodesh to cover all of the only too. Yes, cover all of the only.
I don't know if we're
Nasi. We're talking about a Nasi. Rabbi Eliezer, the Amar Nasi may be here. So we haven't learned the Sita yet, but apparently a Nasi who goes ahead and eats, who's coming and eats Kaddish, doesn't bring it.
Charles Barkley's going to say, what the fuck is wrong with being number 34? And I'll be like, no, you're one of the best defensive players of all time. And a hilarious trash talker. So, I mean, that's cool. But it's just like, I can remember Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, or Shaquille O'Neal. He'd be like, fuck Shaquille O'Neal. Anyway, he did it. Really?
Devolves upon
no,
even less like his eyes. So it's on Friday. So Hektish can have a sheer his eyes, but it doesn't have a different sheer. What's the sheer for Hektish?
What makes me a bad guy? I'd be like the NBA did. Talk to David Stern, dog. Anyway. But when he was the Phoenix Suns,
or we do about prohibitions whose intentional violation is kares. Zidon olam lo katani. Because something whose intentional violation is law, for example, by a shul. So this will say. So remember again, our question is: if you talk about this guy who's tied to multiple liabilities, why not law? Why not add in a case
not
of
only do we win DOF, but we win NBA
championship? Why we're not including shua? Because again, we're only talking about cases where intentional violation is a by shua, intentional violation of shua is what? Is a law.
Because he had shut up and jammed, which was a tight game.
What about the case of Asham, which is only brought for a case of law? The Katani, and it's included, to which the Gemara says, top of Chafei, so the Gemara is coming up.
Yeah, that game was tight. Really? Yeah, I think that's how I learned about wax. Really?
So Rabina says, we're only talking about prohibitions that involve upon food items. Shavua, the Chayvi Amidi Delav Lo Tatani. But a shvua that can even devolve upon non-food items, we don't include. Bahari Hektish, the Chayv Nani eats about items, but Hektish could devolve upon even wooden stones as well. Ella, Kikatani, Midi the Chayv, Amidi the Ispe Yeshasha. Rather than say the interesting, the prohibitions included in this case, right? The guy who does one act of consumption, and it's high for multiple things. But we're talking about prohibitions that devolve upon something that has substance. Like maybe the Ismail Shasha. Shvua, the Chayla Amidi, the less famous Shasha.
I remember everybody was good. We had Price and Marley. Why? Because those are more points. I don't know why everybody doesn't understand. Steph Curry's like the only guy who understands basketball well enough. It's worth 3. Why wouldn't you go for it? It's worth more. Anyway. Alright, Yiddish time, kids. Why?
Why was this case brought up here? This case was only brought up here to challenge the
What did we
concept
learn
of
yesterday?
Mr. Kolo, right?
Some
In the
bullshit.
previous sugya,
The other
we
day was
established the concept of
mishmash.
a Mr.
Yesterday
Kolo,
was
which
what?
means that although you can't
Some
take a
bullshit.
shvua to prohibit
Alright,
something which is already
Acham
prohibited, but if you take a
after
shvua
Rabbi
which
fucks
prohibits
you,
something
Kalawai,
prohibited,
when
it
you
could
want to get
devolve
fucked,
upon the prohibited
I
item
feel
as well.
me.
So once again,
Yiddish cup,
if I swear I'm not
Jewish
going
head,
to go ahead and
fetish among
eat the vela,
talkative bitch.
such an oath is
Tactless
meaningless.
brass tacks, motherfucker.
If, however, I
Nosh
go
that
ahead
means
and
to
I
eat like
swear
a nosh
that I'm
pussy.
not going to
Actually,
eat
I
chocolate
devour that
and
shit,
the
but
vela,
anyway.
that's
Nosh
what
pussy snack.
the Gemara
That
brings
shirt,
up the
that's the
case of a
soulmate.
guy who through one act
And
to
then
create simultaneous
Bashirta
liability. Who is he? He's
is
the
a
Tameh,
female soulmate.
who went ahead and ate, Tameh, who ate chalev, that's no sar of
Bashirta
Ekdish
is
on Yom
male
Kippur. So
soulmate.
right there, four chatas,
Mishmash,
and one asham for
mishmash,
mitzvah. The Gemara
mishmash.
says,
I'm
why
just
not
making
add
a
on
rap
a
out
fifth?
on
What's the fifth? This same
That
guy
means a bunch
before
of
Yom
shit.
Kippur made a
Buckkiss
shua. What was the
means
shua? I swear I'm not
means
going to
means like
eat.
nothing.
I'm not going to eat tamarim and
Nonsense,
chalev.
nothing.
And say the same way that
Alright,
Allah
good
Lamaisa,
yontif.
the
Oh,
shua
this is
develops
easy.
also
Oh.
develops upon the chalev. Therefore, when he eats
Alright, what's
chalev,
good yontif?
he's
This
also
is
kind
Yiddish
of
English
traditionally
traditionally
bottom
extended
line.
by
Only
Ashkenazi
talking about
Jews of war
prohibitions
during the
that
holiday.
devolve
To understand the
upon
unique
items
development
that
of the
have
phrase, which
substance.
has been
But
influenced by
since
3 languages,
Shavuot
we must
devolves
start
upon an item that
in
doesn't
the
have
beginning.
substance, even
In
like
biblical
sleep,
Hebrew, a holiday
therefore
is
it's
known as
not
a chag.
included
In later
this
years, this
category.
term was joined by Yom Tov, which literally means good day. Among Yiddish-speaking
You should
Jews,
shema
this
tomorrow.
was often
Tomorrow morning will be
contracted
Sunday
into something
schedule as well.
sounding more
So
like
for
Yom
Shabbos
Tov.
and on also in Yerushalayim, Mirza Hashem will be 7:15.
And when one wanted to wish his fellow a good Yom Tov, they would say good Yom Tov, which was contracted into good Shon Tov. As Yiddish speakers poured into the U.S. at the end of the 19th and start of the 20th centuries, good Yom Tov was anglicized into good Yom Tov. Now what? Because, everything sucks. Alright, we've got to go to Kabbalah now. Pimp Kabbalah Chronicles. Kabbalah Cool.
Alright, then we'll say good morning.
You think anybody's going to ever watch these?
All of our sponsors.
Nobody watches this asshole. She's going to watch mine.
Our annual
Well, that's cool, though. He doesn't talk about
all the Shimon drug shows for this year as his chus from Sarah's
looking
sponsors
at
on
it.
Israel. I'm telling sponsors for the month of year Habalim with Tobo Shmuel around the Quran.
Now, Luriana.
Excuse me, of Shmuel's father. Lipa Ben Yecheska Kwanzaa from the Bracha. And a week of learning sponsors, Henry Jacob from Kent, and many of her daughters, Shifra, from the Bracha, Bas Tana Dina. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Raising Eskin, Zecha Nishmas, her husband, Bill Eskin, Yoel Yisrael, Ben Mordechai, from the Bracha. His yard site is on the 23rd of ER, and to very much love attending the Dafyomi this year. Meretz Hashem, we hope there is American American Torah, all of the Neshama Sadna Aliyah, the families in the Kama, all those things in the full seven together with Kol Yisrael. And the Prophet Shem Hashem made home all of our hostages to allow our holy soldiers to be successful with Kol Amasei. So we're back with us being a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem, today's back is Chof Days 22. We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Chafal Days 21b, 12 lines from the top. Rabbi Akiva. So the Gemara says as follows. Rabbi Akiva says, sorry. Remember again in this one, we have the following things. I make a shua, I swear I'm not going to eat this loaf of bread. And then I eat a little bit of it. I can look a little bit because it finds less than its giants. Rabbi Akiva says that I am chayiv. He's am chayiv. I'll call kosher even if it isn't a very many amount. Rabbi Akiva holds that I'm chayiv. Okay, to ask me my Bible, Rabbi Akiva cholaka kulik of shivitz really in the chayiv nashim. So here's the shayla. But Rabbi Akiva, this is of course very unique because in general, whenever we have an Isra Akiva, a prohibition to eat something, generally the shear is of desires. And of course, here Rabbi Akiva is saying that Allah Almighty, if I make a shua not to eat a loaf of bread, and I eat even a small minute amount, I'm tired. The shaila is like this. Is this Rabbi Akiva's shita by shvuas, right? Is this really just something unique by a shvua? Or generally what we call like Gans Torah, just in general, Rabbi Akiva holds like the opinion of Rabbi Shimon, which we'll see in just a moment, and Rabbi Shimon holds that in general, even a regular Isra Achiva, even a general consumption prohibition, you are fighting if you consume even a minute amount. That's the shaila on Rabbi Akiva. Says the Gemara. So the decided Shimon, what's the Shimon says? Shimon says, in general, if you consume any amount of a prohibited item, you'll get malchus. The shear of tizayis is the shear for carbon. This is the position of Rabbi Shimon, which of course in general we reject. But our local Lamaisa, again, this is the position of Rabbi Shimon. So the shaila is, does Rabbi Akiva general agree with Rabbi Shimon, and therefore anytime you get Isra Achiva, the prohibition is the mashu on the amount? Or no, this is just a general halacha, unique halacha by shua, that doesn't apply by the rest of the Torah. You can move, the body is the Alma, so in general, Rabbi Akiva could have argued on the Rabbanon even in a general sense, like in any area of Torah. The hydra commit for Yihacha, the reason why the focus is established here, the Achot called on the Rabbanon. If you see the strength of the Rabbanon, it's because the Rabbanon hold that even in the case of shua, the shear is still going to be a desires. So therefore, I will say this is our fundamental shaila. Rabbi Akiva in the Mishnah is saying, I make a shua not to eat a loaf of bread. If I eat any amount of the loaf, Rabbi Akiva says I'm liable. What does Rabbi Akiva hold in the rest of Torah? Same thing, that should hire for any amount of prohibited consumption. Or no, here, but shua means that in general he holds his desires. Okay, he wants his answer. But how to come from Yacha, or Yacha go from Rabbanon, that I got the equal Mimar, hold it in the Farish, Chai, Stam, Nani Chai. So it's a perhaps over here, that's that we people are doing the entire Torah. And the reason why halacha, when I say it's mentioned over here, is to highlight to us the strength of the Rabbanon's position. Now, according to the Rabbanon, you are not shy unless, of course, you go ahead and consume the desires. Now, what's the need? And what we're going to see over here in the case of Shua, like for example, if you were to go ahead and say, Shua she'ein orcha masu shafika zu. I swear I'm not going to eat any amount from this loaf. You know what's the halacha? If you go ahead and eat any amount, you are in fact liable. So I might have thought that halacha myself, that the reason that even if I'm not nefarish, even if I don't speak about treatment like that, perhaps I shouldn't be liable even for consumption of any amount. Therefore, the Rabbanon say, no, that's not the case. The Rabbanon will say, in general, if you make a shvur not to eat something, the shvur is going to be with you guys. If you go ahead and you say, I swear not to eat any amount, there ain't nothing on the liability rests upon any amount. So perhaps it's coming to highlight the strength of that particular position. Okay, or perhaps the Almas to Rabbanon Svele, maybe in general, that we have people holding to Rabbanon, meaning that throughout the rest of the Torah, whatever there is in Isra Achiva is always a desire. But Ha'cha Hainu Taima, holding in the Farish Chayid, Stam Nani Chayid. And here, Rabbi Akiva is really differently. So, okay, so again, we go to this idea that in general, Rabbi Akiva holds that Isra Achiva is a desire. So why in Shua should you be fighting if you consider even a minute amount? And Rothschild find out as follows. Since in the case of Shua, there is the ability to go ahead and prohibit even a mashal, perhaps what that does is that tells you all pieces of Shua, by definition, are considered mashal. That's the logic. Since there's a construct where mashal could become, or even a minute amount can become prohibited, perhaps that becomes our default setting in any case of Shua which prohibits consumption. Okay, so we'll say, so this is our Shaila. This is our Shaila. So touch marks, let's analyze this. So again, let's think what we know. What do we know? We know that by Shua, Rabbi Akiva holds that if I swear not to eat this loaf of bread, then what's the halacha? If I consume even a mashir, any amount, I am liable. What's our shaila? Is this Rabbi Akiva's unique position by Shua, that by the rest of Torah he agrees that the Shir is a Tizayis? Or perhaps no, Yosef Rabbi Shimon, even by the rest of Torah, who holds that in general, any prohibition of consumption is a mashu. Right? All you need to consume is a minute amount from Malchus. Whereas when Tizayis comes up, it's used for Kabbalah liability. That's our shaila. So let's analyze the Tashma. Domino Rabbi Akiva, they said in the Mishnah, this is now recording the actual conversation of the Mishnah. Domino Rabbi Akiva, they can matzinu ba'oka kolshu, shuchayi, shezechayi. So just Rabbi Akiva, Mishnah Rabbi Akiva, what do you mean that shechayi for a mashu to shua? After all, where in the rest of Torah do you ever find a case where you're trying to consume a minute amount? Which must be Esau. Now, if Rabbi Akiva held like Rabbi Shimon in the entire Torah, Leimalahu, Ana, the Chol HaTorah, the Rabbi Shimon Sirah. So maybe Rabbi Akiva should have said, Rabbi Akiva held like Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Akiva should have said, what are you talking about? I hold this way in the entire Torah. This is my position. I hold like Rabbi Shimon, I hold like Rabbi Shimon, like Rabbi Shimon holds that in general, and there's an Ishmael Master which only is Akiva, to which we must be right. Really, Rabbi Akiva ultimately is addressing his words in a position of the Rabbanan. How so? He said like this. Rabbi Akiva is like this. Really, you're asking me that I hold like Rabbi Shimon in the entire Torah, and therefore every Isser Akiva is an Isser B'Mashin. Any amount. However, the Gemara says, so he keeps his Rabbanan, I know you're going to disagree with me in the rest of the Torah, but at least in Shua, agree with me. Why? Let's agree that in Shua, since there's the possibility to explicitly articulate a mashu, right, that even a minute amount should be usher, let's make that the default setting in Shua, and therefore any time you swear not to eat something, by definition, you prohibit even a minute amount. Problem with the Rabbanan say, no. The Rabbanan say, no, we don't hold that way. We hold that the Shir is a Tizayis in all areas of halacha. Okay, so we have this other Tashma, that we keep our people in very instances here, that we keep all right, Nazir, Sheshara Pita Bayai. Yish boss to be the Sari Tizayis Kai. It was very interesting to do so. You have another. Obviously, Nazir is not going to get to go ahead and drink wine. So look what our Nazir does. Our Nazir goes ahead and he has wine, but he has bread also. He soaks the bread in the wine, and the bread and wine combination combines to form the Tizayis. So there's not enough wine to generate liability, right? But the bread combined with the wine creates the Tizayis. Look at Rashi. Rashi says, each but to be the Sarit, Tizayis, in Pasriyayis. Second Parash shows by Rashi. Kayit. They had to start with the serve. These three Nazir Yahudim in the Mishpah. So again, you have levels, and what's unique about this, and these people over here, remember, it's the wine that's prohibited, the bread is totally fine. But it's the wine, again, so the bread combines with the wine to form the shear. It says, Rabbi Sadai Kaba obligation is similar to Rabbi Yitzari. Now, Rabbi Akiva holds it very shear. Right? Mainly, that's what? That any time you have an Isra Akiva, it's always the national, it's always even in a minute amount, and why we need to combine. Right? In other words, there may be any minute amount of wine should be committed to the Nazir. Why do I have to get up to the threshold of the Tizayis in combining the bread with the wine? Furthermore, both time, let's say a person made a shua, general shua, I swear I'm not going to eat. I swear I'm not going to eat. And what happens?
I think that's a Muslim.
And then he ends up eating. I mean, hopefully not all at once, right? But he ends up eating the Be'elos Shefosh Katzim V'Ramasim, which I must say, by the way, it's interesting. You think to yourself, how could it be that a person takes the shua not to eat, and they end up eating all of this stuff? So it's a tremendous muscle. How in you can see a person taking the shua not to eat, any person overindulges.
Put with that bullshit.
So they say, you know what? To get my life back on the right course, so sometimes in the quest for spiritual growth, a person has to be very conscious of extremism and recognizing that sometimes going to the extreme is not the right approach because you end up failing. And not only do you fail, you crash and burn. And this happens all the time.
No, why does this guy? Everybody's born and dies. This motherfucker gets descended to earth and ascended to heaven.
One day you wake up like, oh my God, what did I do over here? And it's like a panic, and that panic comes sometimes, results like in, spirituality remorse, and then like just your pendulum swings back the other way. Now, what I want to point out, that number is just on local scales. Rabbi says that sometimes, in order to correct a character flaw, in order to correct a lifestyle flaw, sometimes I have to do something extreme. And I have to swing the pendulum all the way to the other way with the hope and expectation that then I come back to the derech hamemutza. I come back to the middle path. So sometimes you need an extreme shift in order to gravitate to the middle. But more often than not, extreme shifts don't work. More than that, extreme shifts have a tendency to backfire. So incredibly enough, like in this case over here, this guy making a shvur shelo ochal, and then what happens? He eats shkatzim, masim, nevelos, and shefach. Just a tremendous mashal skill. And anyway, go back to the halacha of this. So a guy takes a shvur not to eat anything, and then he ends up eating nevelos, shefach, shkatzim, and masim, chayim. Ultimately, again, he's getting tired. Rashi says, "We are covering Shmuel." Rabbi Shimon told that. Rabbi Shimon says that the Potter. And I must say, why is Rabbi Shimon saying the Potter? Take a look at Rashi. First one line in Rashi. Rabbi Shimon told that. Shem Mushra v'Omer Nehar Sinai ala Nevelos ve'im Shvua Chala al Mitzvah. So we're going to see. We've referenced this concept many times, but haven't actually seen it yet, which is as follows: the concept of Mushra v'Omer.
Intermarriage.
If you take the Shua on something that you are already obligated to do or not to do, that Shua essentially is meaningless. So therefore, the Shimon will say, if I take a Shua not to eat, and I end up eating non-kosher items, the items, in case I'm not chayiv, I'm chayiv for consumption of non-kosher items. What am I not chayiv for? Violation of my Shua. Why? Because my Shua never devolved upon those items. Why not? Because I was already adjured. I was already obligated to that. So a Shua cannot devolve upon something you are already obligated to do. So Rabbi Shimon says, you eat the daily share discussion that Muslim, ultimately, again, Muslim knows like a similar concept to this. I forgot what I think there's a legal term for this. Like he thought, imagine for a moment that the Hashem is a missing person. Somebody puts up a reward, $250,000 if you help find a missing person. And the police officer finds the missing person. I believe that the halacha is that the police officer is not entitled to the reward. Right? Why? Because like he's mushra va'omer, like it's his child. That's not the technical term mushra va'omer, but again, it's the same yisod. If you're already obligated to do something, then halacha l'maisa, the external process doesn't devolve upon you. So therefore, I take a shua not to eat. If I eat shkatzim, I'm chayiv. I want to be clear. I'm chayiv for violating a law of eating non-kosher items, but I'm not chayiv for violating my shua because my shua never devolved upon those items. Okay, the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, but we said why? But I mean, I'm not chayiv, Rabbi Shimon. Why is the Shimon say chayiv? Mushra nehar Sinai. You're already obligated not to eat these items from Har Sinai. So Rabbi told Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Tabayu, they call those Tan Hamutarim in Zman HaAsurim. So we're going to see this a number of different times. That halacha l'maisa, you're right. Had a person just said, I swear not to eat, the label's trait was shkatzim v'amosim, such a shua would be essentially, would be meaningless. Because again, I'm always willing not to eat those items. However, there's something called a shua kola, which means, or an isra kola, which means that halacha l'maisa, if I prohibit other permitted items, so then the shua could devolve even upon prohibited items. In other words, since when I say shua shelo ochal, what am I including in that? All foods, including what? Permitted foods. So it's saying what the shua could devolve upon permitted foods. It could also go ahead and devolve upon prohibited items as well. Rashi says over here, the Kol Dvar HaMutar, second one line, Lomar, so however, it's obviously the person just took the shul and not keeping the David's Kiddush Shkatim Ramos, and it's not going to work. Because I'm already adjured, right? I'm already obligated not to do that. About Zesh Amar Lo Olka Stam, Kolo Ban HaMutarim Basurim Yachad, Umido Defend the Shua Ala Mutarim, Chayman Nami Advarim Asurim Be'ez Shua. So ultimately, again, very interesting. So therefore, what you have over here is the explanation of Rabbi Shimon's Shita. So Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Yochanan will all say that since the Shmuel develops complicated items, it develops complicated items as well. Shlakish says, the only way to set up this case is Elohi in the Karesh Katsi Shir Value the Rabbanon. So we'll say, could very well be the way to set up this case to prove liability is as follows. Shmuel Shalom. I swear I will not eat even a partial amount, even a minute amount. And listen, interesting enough, as much as there's a prohibition to eat, if they were to take a shkatzim v'ramosim, what's the exactly wrong? Zayis. If you take a short and less than Zayis, it's supposed to develop on that. You can stand by the Rabbi Akiva, the Amar Adam also Ashma B'Kosher, or again, it could be a point of Akiva, because Rabbi Akiva holds that in general, and Ishtakiva is an international. You saw that, it's the ones that you saw that for the Alma Kadishin Shirley. So if you think that Rabbi Akiva Chani holds a Kadishin, the Gemara says, Kosher who Nami Mushtabah on the Hasinati. But Rabbi Akiva would hold that the Ishtakiva B'Mashu in any area of Torah, if that's the issue, Mushtabah only, you're already observed, you're already obligated not to eat even a small amount. If that's the issue, you have to develop on it. Elash Namina Ba'alma Krab on his Shirley, Shramina, right? So what he sees here, that the Akiva does not hold the Rabbi Shimon in Dan's Torah, that in general he holds like Rabbi. Therefore, most of the conclusion of this again, there's a lot of interesting nuggets of information we picked up along the way. Remember, let's stay focused on past. What was our question? And the Akiva said in the Mishnah, I swear not to eat this loaf of bread. I take a little crumb of the bread that the Akiva says, I am liable. So the Gemara says, the Gemara asks, Rabbi Akiva, is that your position that you're trying to match with just in Shavuos? Or do we hold that in general halachas? No, only Surah Akiva. Now, there is a position that there is a Islam Mashavu in all prohibited consumption. That is the position of Rabbi Shimon. So it's stated otherwise. Our question is, does Rabbi Akiva hold Rabbi Shimon in the entire Torah, or just Shavuot? Conclusion, just Shavuot. What's the logic there? The logic of Rabbi Akiva is since by Shavuot you can stipulate a Mashavu, so therefore we create that as the default that any exception that Shavuot will always be a Mashavu, a minute amount. But in all other cases of the Torah, where there's a prohibition of eating, the shear is desires. Beautiful. That's the end, part one of today's shear. Good, next. I'm going to Rabbi Akiva, I said that Rabbi Akiva, so remember, this change continues in Mishnah. So Mishnah is Rabbi Akiva, how could it be that you're fighting for a Mashavu? Rabbi Akiva goes back and says to them, listen, Hebra, Shavuot is fundamentally different than anything else. Why? He said, where else can we find the Medaber the maybe carbon? Right? Where else do we go ahead and see that there's carbonic liability for speech? Generally, carbonic liability comes as a result of what? Actually, where do you see that there's carbonic liability for speech? So we're going to trying to point out Shavuot is just fundamentally different than other things in the Torah. So the Gemara says as follows below. Although is it not true? I'm sorry. Rabbi Akiva said actually the Russian was. It's like he said before you go to Rabbi Akiva. I'm sorry, basically, the Rabbanan said that Rabbi Akiva, where do you ever find that there is liability for consumption of a minute amount of prohibited substance? Now the Gemara says, no, below, find them out. What about an ant? I wrote select the market stage. Right, what about an ant? If you can see an ant, then halacha l'maisa again. Halacha l'maisa, which is a tiny item, you're tiny. This one is no, that's transparent. Very tiny. It's a very good. But on market stage, it is only is his own self-contained entity. So because of that, because it's a creation, it's fully formed creation.
I've never
Therefore, has a
heard it like
machine,
that.
even though it's very small. Bahari Hadish. What about Hadish? What's the last says of a hike? It's more than about it. Again, if you can catch this and you misuse it, it's how you from misuse, even if it's less than a few dimes. Which Gemara says that's true, but how about even Shalaputa? There's a different shear. Like the shear from the Elah, the shear from Elah is going to be a puta's worth of meat. I have a hard Mefarish. What about Mefarish? Unless we keep Mefarish, the person says, Shua She'en Ochal Kikar Zik, or Mashu Kikar Zik. I explicitly say, I'm not going to eat them, I need to know. So again, you see where there's a prohibition about giving a higher amount. This where the no, Mefarish coming to Beria. Mefarish is different than Mefarish is like Beria. Right? And when you articulate something, so articulation makes it like an ant, makes it like a fully formed entity. Bahari Akar, so it's interesting. What about the case of dirt? So look at that, you got that. However, Shua Shalo Akar. Person swears, I will not eat dirt. I won't eat dirt. But the pavement of Barachilo will try to take shit. You know, the type of culture, let's say the person says, I swear I won't eat dirt. The assumption is the shear is not a kizayis. That's what we're assuming. But the shear ultimately is, even a culture, which the Gemara says, Ella, top of my face, Ella, Kisho, Ella. Rather go ahead and experience it based on what happens. Or I say, the Gemara says, Yeshua Shalo Ochal, the Achal, the Kama. Listen to this. So the Gemara says, Rabbi asked, if a person takes a shvua, I swear I'm not going to eat dirt. I'm sorry, Shvua Shalo Ochal, excuse me. I swear I'm not going to eat. That's the shvua. I swear I'm not going to eat. Ba'achal afar. And I eat dirt. Right? So my shvua didn't contain dirt. My shvua was just, I'm not going to eat. And then I end up eating dirt, the camel. How much dirt do you have to eat in order to be in violation of your shvua? So the Gemara says,
Torah, Masoretic studies, and emanations of the Masoretic text of
which the Gemara says, no. So ultimately, again, Allah the Gemara says, when is there a shir kizayis? Only by something, there is a barachila. But it would appear to be that everybody would agree that by dirt, since dirt is not food,
very valuable
manufacturing
manufactured
should make the violation of Yeshua. The Gemara says, "Bahari konamos." What about the case of konamos in Rashi? Where it goes third line down from the top. Rashi says, "Bahari konamos ha'omer." Omer konen kikar zu alai. Oser asmo b'chol
to the community of
Jerusalem. So what you see now, konem is a vow.
and he obtained
Konem
both
is a vow.
small cities.
So if a person says, "Konen kikar zu alai,"
found in a
right?
passage
Konen
in
kikar
which
zu
he
alai.
said,
This
I have
law
made
should
this
be
correction
konam to mean
on the
what's
strength
the
of 10
halacha?
or more
The chayyim for
manuscripts,
consumption of
not
any
one
amount.
of which
Any
could be
amount.
copied
To which the
now
Gemara says,
for
so you
100
see from here that there can be an Israel
and some of
by
which
Mashu.
are more
To
than
which the
5
Gemara
or
says,
600 women. The Masoret La Torah
so this is
might
very
have been
interesting.
told
Konam is different.
a levy
A konam, so interesting. A konam is
a
the equivalent
manuscript
of
on
making
the
a shvua in
the
Mashu.
Kira Sefer
Now,
of
why is
Mary,
that? Why is
the
that?
Etzer
So Rashi
of
points
David
out something very
King,
interesting.
the Shem and
The way a
Sasol,
konam of vow
and various
works
others.
is that a konam
Accordingly,
never
if anyone
mentions
is in
achila.
doubt as to the
Never
reason of
mentions
any
achila.
passage in the
So
Bible,
like the logic of a
with
konam
God's
is
help, I
konam
will
kikar
resolve
zu
his
alai.
perplexity,
Like
especially
this
if
figure
I
should be
am at
konam.
home.
So because there
Manzano
is
could not
never
endure
a
the thought
motion of
that
achila
the scientific
associated with
material
it,
was lying
therefore
idle,
what? The
or
Israel's
that it
anything
might
else.
perish with him. He therefore determined to publish the
Employs
book,
an
book
Israel,
13, although he
achila.
was well
So
aware
because it employs
that he
lashon
was
achila,
acting
therefore again,
cruelly
it's
towards
possible
his
to say
family
that
in Jerusalem,
that
to
there
which
should be
he
shir
would send
kizayis.
them money.
That the kibalt is a culture
Or
because
Torah
of
was
flourished. But
afterward
everyone
published
here
separately.
will agree that by konam, the shir is a culture
Jedediah
because there
Marcy,
is no
the
mention
contemporary
of
and friend
achila.
of
Fascinating.
Manzano,
Our Lord,
grew upon Manzano's work, while it was still in
so remember
manuscript
again,
form
the Rabbanan
when
challenge Rabbi
composing his
Akiva,
own
this is Rabbi
Masoretic
Akiva.
work.
Where do we ever find the case where you ever find a situation where
Morocco,
Isra Achila is an Isra Kosher. Rabbi says, but Shua is different.
explanations in
Because where do we
alphabetical
ever
order
find
of
the case
foreign
of
words in
just
the Talmud,
speech
the Midrashim,
which
and the
creates
Zohar. His
liability?
knowledge,
Generally,
his
it's
knowledge
action
of
which
Arabic
creates
and Greek
liability, not
came
just speech. So we see
during
where there's
his
an outlier
toilsome
case
journey
versus
full
law.
of great service
Is that not
in
true?
his
That
philosophical
speech doesn't
investigation.
create
In the
liability?
introduction to
V'harei
this part, he
Megadi.
speaks not without
What
humor.
about the
Was a new
blasphemer?
method of
The
treating
cursor
these
Rashi
long
says over
words
here, Megadi,
and of the way he came to adopt it. Thus, Gonzalo actually reintroduced into
So
lexicography,
again, Megadi is a person who curses
the rational science, the rational scientific spirit of the old classic, the Arabic philology. Despite the opposition of his contemporaries and against the authority of old recognized teachers, including even the author of the valuable summary of the Ma'ar by Philip the Akim Paris 1629 has been published in modern times by A. Keller. Leipzig 1853 and printed in the Lemberg edition of the Nation Band. Sheffield have grown under the title Arba Nib.
So those are just an example. A person takes an edge and is zealous, and
Their kind are reprints with additions from
the end
his great
of
work
the
mentioned
duration of his
above,
Nazarite vow, which the Gemara says, maybe Kabbalah says, maybe people are Kabbalah Kamina. Maybe Kabbalah of Yibul Kamina. We're talking about someone who has to bring the carbon as a result of the speech. That's not why we're bringing the carbon. Behind, maybe carbon Mushtari Lechamro with the Kamais. Why does the Nazir bring the carbon? The Nazir's carbon is not related to his utterance. The Nazir's carbon is a matter. That carbon allows him to continue to drink blood. So we keep saying Shua is unique, because where do we ever find the case where your speech generates carbonic liability? So we keep trying to say just like Shua is unique in that way, so too Shua is going to be unique in that it creates Isser B'Mashal. I have a hard fish. What about the case of Hadfish? So again, a person makes something hectish. So what happens the moment that he makes it hectish? Halacha might say, again, is a prohibition. And again, Rashi points out over here, if you were to go ahead and let's say benefit from the hectish, you be tired of the carbon evil. So you see from here again, his speech created a reality, which also generates obligation for carbonate. So it does two things. Number one, my speech prohibits something, because by making something hectish, I assume. And again, if I violate my speech, there is carbonic liability, which the Gemara says, also we have smoke coming on, so it's different, I use different why. We're looking for a case where your speech creates prohibition, but only for you. In the case of hectic, you need something hectic, so it makes it also for everyone. So it's not a similar case. Hari Konamos, what about the case of Konam? Rashi says that Hari Konamos, Shalo Asra Ella Alog, Zoom Akom Minukazaraleka, the Navy Kavan, Shakoni Motion Hektishu. So we're going to see, we'll talk about this more. But Lashon of Konam is Lashon of Hektish. So what about a Konam? Right, I go ahead and say Konam Kikar Zualai. So again, there's a case of speech which creates carbonic, which creates Isser, and it also creates carbonic liability, which the Gemara says, no, Kasavar. So this particular knows that there's no need like Konam. So as much as Konam is like a Lashon of Hektish, if you go ahead and use it, there's not a Isser Mila. Okay, I'm going to start this as follows. Machlokes Bestam. Machlokes Bestam. About the Nefarish, Jibin HaKol B'Chol. So if the Rebbe comes along, now we're looking back a little bit to Machlokes that we seen in the Rabbanon before, right? So let's go through this. I say, right? I swear that I will not eat this loaf of bread. And now I eat a little piece of it. What's the Nekizaris? What's the halacha? Rabbi Akiva says, I'm chayiv for violating the shvua. The Rabbanon say Rabbi comes along and says that the machlokas is only in a case of stam, where it just says shvua shelo ochal. Right? And I did not define how much. I didn't give a shear to my achila. About the fanish. Again, if I explicitly articulate and I say shvua shelo ochal mashahu v'kikar zu, I swear I'm not going to eat any amount. Everyone will agree in that situation that halacha l'maisa chayiv for consumption of any amount. For the Gemara says lifetime, but what's the reason for that? Because again, we just mentioned this before actually, because when you articulate something, that makes the mashal like a barrier. And just like this creates a barrier, even like even though again it's tiny, but the mice because it's a self-contained entity, so to articulate a mashal in a shul, the mashal becomes like a barrier.
Published under the name Menahem Azaria, Yafana, a culture tradition regarding identification of soul, and
let's say I make a choice, I say I swear I will not taste this loaf of bread. So interestingly enough, the Rabbi says everyone agrees in that case that you're kind of a culture. Right? Because tasting by the what this means tima and achila. So tima is a cultural. Tima by definition is any amount. Achila is more substantive. So the Gemara says pshita, okay, that's kind of obvious. Now the same a little nani to the amish. You might have thought that what's happening. I don't know like this. The reason when people say taste, what do they mean? Right? Eat. Right? Many a meal has begun just by tasting something, right? A little taste, a little that, right? Little taste. So again, I might have thought that just like in the vernacular, tasting means eating. Kamash Malando, Kamash of Halacha, so no, in Halacha, Tima means Tima. Don't say that's by the way, you should just know this in those brachas. Right? There's a lot of interesting halachic literature. You have to make a bracha before tasting something. Right? Again, what are you allowed to taste something on a fast day? Is Te'ima called Achila? Again, so the Gemara says at least by Shua, Rabbi says everyone will agree that if I just say Shua,
why did Rabbi
then the prohibition is upon a mashal.
And that Lanzano guy fight? Why did Lanzano denounce his word?
So Rabbi says as follows. So I just want to point out that the Rambam adopts these two statements of Rabbi. So just important to understand that halacha l'maisa.
Why do you think
that we're going to pass in general the way you take a shvua, and we'll see it, we'll get to it in the Hashem. Halacha l'maisa, in the shvua case, you chayiv, well, we'll see. In the shvua case, if it's a kizayis or a mashal, we'll come back to that. But in these two sub-cases, everyone agrees.
Here's what actually did happen with Menachem Lanzano, open-spelled Lanzano. And why people sometimes talk about him criticizing
right. Furthermore, everyone also agrees that if I say
Ben Judah, Ben Menachem for the 16th century Rabbi, Masoretic,
okay, let's go back to
poet, and poet. He lived roughly around the mid-1500s until about 1618 to 1626, when much was like in Jerusalem. What he did, Lanzano wrote and quoted works on the Masoretic text Hebrew language. We're not sure playing with Kabbalah, including his major compilation, Shittah Eagle 200. Why he clashed with that? He wasn't known for physically fighting with other
because a konam
but he quickly argued and critiqued their ideas, and this was likely very efficient. And Zan was very critical, writing several predecessors in the contemporary spheres. Strongly voiced critics, Lanzano challenged the works of a number of scholars, including those involved in public and other things.
So it's a very interesting case. So let's say again, I go ahead and I make
the question remains, Rabbi Vidal, the historical record shows Lanzano's wrote critical notes about Vitals, Kabbalah, specifically about Chaim Vitals, presentation of Lurian Kabbalah, Isaac Lurian's teachings as recorded by Vital. In fact, one of his works, Enright Emet, contains repudiations of Vital's interpretation and states that Luria wrote this before he received divine inspiration, and that Luria would have changed or hidden this work if he could have. While Lanzano protected Lanzano's motivation for these shaped, sharp critiques wouldn't was a person who could have but intellectual rigor and desire for textual criticism. He saw himself defending what he believed was truth in textual tradition and Kabbalist interpretation, even if it meant publicly criticizing others. He was described as an eager combatant in several debates. These disputes make him one of many personal enemies among contemporaries, clarifying denounced his work. So he heard Lanzano denounce some of his likely averse to criticism in his writings, especially in the interpretation
doesn't include the word achila. Therefore,
promoted
by
others like Chaim
if you include the word achila in your konam vow,
his critiques were part of the scholarly and theological debates of
the time. The shear of a kizayis.
Menachem, he runs on with major scholars, and he often argued with other scholars and writings, especially criticizing certain scholars' interpretations. His critiques, not physical like, are likely that what's not like the masters and
why should they combine at all?
Okay.
The Amar,
Are you done?
Achila
No.
Mishtehen Alai Konam. So it's interesting enough because the way he says it in his Lashon is that consumption from both of them should be Konam to me. First of all, so I say, it's what we the parallel case by Shmuel. I swear I will not eat from either of these loaves. If that's the case,
come on, dog.
I might even start from why do they not
Oh, dog, it's coming. It's like, woman wants you to give birth, perhaps.
In yourself, because of like this. So ultimately, again, since by Shmuel, they do not combine for carbonic liability, they will also not combine for shear liability. Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, "Mitoch shchalukos lechatos, mitoch sheshtei kikaros halalu chashuvos shtayim le'inin lechatos mishua zu." I swear I will not.
What's your option on that? These nuts. Oh, no, that's beef. And take a shit, though. Allegedly. Abby from Not Too Shabby. I would rip you a new fucking asshole right now if I didn't love that one so much.
Right? Why not? Why don't they combine? Because
you're the what?
Since there's distinction for carbonic liability, you don't combine. Our konamos are my role, but for konamos, why do they not combine? Switch the Gemara says, rather switch around the sheet.
Where the fuck are you?
Shvuos konamos, but less than that in us. So Rabbi Meir holds Shvuos are like konamos, and ultimately again he does not hold life.
Are you saying the Jewish Children's Museum?
When the Papa's spouse is Shita, but in Malchus. For Malchus purposes, Tanya Hasi, what do you need this last statement? In your carbon,
yeah.
Ultimately, you're going to also say, so it could very well be that for Malchus, you require a culture, but ultimately, again, by carbon, you require some higher shear. Okay, either again, if we're talking about Ila,
decoupage.
And if it's by a Ila, it's going to be a Kizai. It's incredible.
Dude, I fucking love matzah. Sure, matzah. Really?
Sure. Remember again, Konam is in there, but Konam is a Lashon of Hegrish. So when a person says Konam Tikar Zu Alai, essentially what he's doing is he's creating a hektish reality. The shaila is that real hektish or is that not hektish? Right? In other words, maybe it's not real hektish. It means that it's usher but it's not real hektish. What's not for you? Not for you will be, is there an Isra Megillah? If you use something very like Konam, have you violated Megillah? So the Gemara says, are we to say that the Ramban hold ultimately again Yishmila the Konamos, that there is Megillah?
Are you fucking serious? Oh, we were learning about decoupage.
This keeper is hektish, and then I eat it. Right? So if I make a loaf of bread hektish, and then whether I eat it or someone else eats it, so there's Megillah. The fiqh eats the figure. And because there is Megillah, that shows that it's hektish.
We did the way
because it's hektish, it also be redeemed. Kikar zu alai hektish, harehu ma'al chaver lama'al. However, if I say this kika is hektish to me, essentially what I'm doing is I'm creating a personal prohibition, but that's not real hektish. Therefore, what? If I use it, okay, I've committed milah. Then now my prohibition never developed about it for him. But kika is what he didn't do. Therefore, again, because of that, because it's not real hektish, there's the halakha l'maisa. It doesn't have to be.
What the fuck? That's a manila envelope. Who keeps their fucking matzah in a manila envelope? You ever seen Jackass where they are getting themselves fucking paper cuts here and in between their toes?
So also these countries we just said before. People change their
Mod Podge is giant. If your mother didn't have Mod Podge, well, she just wasn't fucking Martha Stewart, now was she? What about Hints from Heloise? All those bitches. Mod Podge.
Like the Schwartz doesn't combine. Like two Konamos don't combine for a shear. Again, there is an Elo.
Dog, when we were kids, we took that hammer glue and we used to like put it on our hand and then peel it off. And then they made the gel kind. It was a game changer. And you were kind of, there was a different, like, how do I want to say it? If you had the gel kind, you were in a different class of people, folks.
As much as Konam kind of employs some of the mechanisms of hektish.
Why?
It's not real hektish. Because it's not real hektish, therefore there's no Merilah. That's according to me. Maybe not, according to Rabbi, all do Nihas, the Konamos to Shvuos. At least agree with me that a Konam is like a Shvuot. But Rabbanan Shvuos, Ika de la Pinchas, Konamos like a de la Pinchas. Ultimately, Rabbanan will hold, ultimately, in a case of Shua, the Holy Pinchas, a case of Konamos, the Holy Pinchas. Okay, so once I saw again, bottom line, what do we glean over here? So first of all, again, interestingly enough, as much as we have not done the study of Konamos yet, we're picking up like a lot of interesting facts about Konamos. The Konam, which is in Neder, creates an Isser the Mashahu. Like, why does it create an Isser the Mashahu?
Is this our version of Miss Rachel?
Does not use the Lashon of
Sort of. I don't know what Miss Rachel is. I don't know.
Now,
she's in
if you use the Lashon of Achila in a Konam, then it's possible that the shear ultimately again becomes a desire. If you make a Konam vow,
do you have an issue with this? Yeah, I kind of do. I don't know if vanilla envelopes are considered food safe. We're going to have to look that up. There's a lot of shit we got to look up.
We still have other focus about Shavuot. When you say Shavuot,
Or everything needs to be off your table.
However, everyone agrees that if halacha l'maisa I say
Dog, I don't know about this. This lady, I would be like, have you ever heard of food safety?
It's still hovering here in the background. We'll have to resolve it. Let's go over the side. Rabbi says as follows.
These kids look bored as fuck.
Consumption of dirt is not called eating. That's not called eating. Therefore, Potter, by Rabbi says the camel. The Rabbi asks the different types. Okay, I understand that first case. What if I say, I swear I won't eat dirt? I won't eat dirt. Right? So let's say now, and I eat, how much, and let's say I eat dirt. How much dirt do I have to eat in order to
eat? Who gives a fuck? It's a 14% chance at this Shabbat that day.
So maybe what Lashon Achila means what? Desires.
Vanilla envelope. Vanilla envelope. Envelope. What do you say? Both.
Therefore, again, halacha l'maisa, it's more like a cultural issue. So let's say, you hear the shayla. So maybe we could say, since again, I use Lashon Achila, therefore the shir should be a desires. On the other hand, since it's not a food item, maybe the shir should be cultural. Which the Gemara says, not sure. Next, another question. My Rabbi, short okal son to Kama. Listen to this. I think the shua not to eat karton is a grape seed.
That's not how it's. That she calls it Maj Podge. That is not it. It's Mod Podge. Sure. Mod Podge. It's not Maj Podge. Obviously, her mother wasn't Martha Stewart.
As part of the larger units of consumption, so perhaps the shear is a desire.
Maj Podge. It's Mod Podge. Why is it called that? We gotta find that out.
Since people, you're right, don't generally eat the grape seed by itself. Yet, I made a sure not to eat a grape seed. Perhaps the shear over here.
Well, is it for 24 hours or overnight? Which is it? This one's like 12 hours. The other's like a day.
Nazir Sha'amar, what's another case? Nazir Sha'amar, Shmor Shelo Ochal Chatzan. What's the interesting piece of it? A Nazir. Nazir says, I swear I will not eat a grape.
What the fuck? Is Elmer's fucking endorsing you?
What is
Private
the sheer ultimate again for prohibition in this case? Is it wants to become a favor because I swear the rice of who he comes to I think it comes to I won't say this is interesting. Remember, a Nazir is already prohibited from eating.
I don't know about this.
So remember again, in general, the shua does not devolve
Really?
on something already prohibited.
It depends how you put your
in
matzah
general,
in.
a Nazir is on tizayis. So when a Nazir makes a shua, perhaps that shua develops upon what? Even a very small amount. I think it comes down to the daitamashu. Ultima, even damashlo ochal daitakezayis. On the other hand, since he used less of achila, so maybe his das is for what? Maybe
A food safe one.
Still be for kezayis. Yeah, both say. Rashi points out over here, if his das is for kezayis, then what? Then the shua is meaningless.
Yeah, here's my picture. It's called food safety, bitch.
So that's the shayla, right? So again, a Nazir says, Shvor she'eni ochel chartzon. So what is he saying? Do we say chartzon means mashu? And
is a manila envelope?
Is
a manila envelope food safe? Because I don't think it is. I don't think you can store food in a manila envelope.
It's void. So Tashma.
Yeah, your instinct is 100% right. Abby's trying to poison us, kids. A manila envelope is not food safe, and you should not store food in it. That's what would you do? I would put it in like a Ziploc bag and then put it in there. Why manila envelopes aren't food safe? Paper grade. Manila envelopes are made from industrial paper, not food grade paper. Chemicals. They often contain bleaching agents, dyes, sizing chemicals, sometimes recycled fibers for food. Glue and adhesives. Pick Elmer's glue and put it all over the shit. Oh, get your rhinestones and put it all over the shit. Glue and additives. Glue and adhesives. The seams and flaps use non-food safe adhesives that can leach into food. This bitch is trying to Susan us from Seinfeld. Anyway, no moisture barrier. Oils and moisture from food will soak and pull chemicals right back out. Contamination risk. Dust, ink, warehouse grime, all fair game. What is food safe paper? It doesn't explicitly say one of these. If it doesn't explicitly say one of these, assume it's not wax paper, parchment paper, butcher paper, food grade, paper labeled food safe or FDA compliant, brown paper bag specifically sold for food, even then dry food only. Halakhic kosher angle. Since this smells like your link, wow, it is. Even if the food itself is kosher, absorbed materials, potential sakana, health risk, non-food materials, contacting food can be an issue of Baal Tashatzu, General Shemira Haduk. For Pesach or matzah, hard no. Pumice dust, glue, and who knows what. It's like they were listening to us. Bottom line, manila envelopes equal paperwork only. Food goes in food-grade containers or paper. If you tell me what you're thinking of storing dry matzah, cookies, herbs, something halakhic sensitive, I can tell you the best kosher safe alternative. No, I want this. I'm calling this bitch to the floor. We're getting the fucking.
Good morning. Let's begin. Today's Dr.
Hashler?
Really great down. Really great down.
Brass tabs?
Fuck. 22b by the Gemara. So remember again.
How do you share this?
Share. Again, 2 cases where I go
Copy.
and I eat and I drink the Mishnah Paskin and I'm only going to be chayav one. So I'm Rabbi Chia bar Avid Amar Shmuel. Shmuel shelo ochal b'shasar chayav. The halacha is that if a person goes ahead, Shmuel shelo ochal b'shasar chayav. So Rabbi Chia bar Avid said in Shmuel that if a person takes a shvua, I'm not going to eat, and what happens? They drink, so they're chayav. In other words, we'll say, if I take a shvua, I'm not going to eat. I don't eat, but I drink. I'm chayav for violating my shvua. Says the Gemara, so why is this? So again, one possibility is I can learn this out from a pasuk, or I can learn this out ultimately again from a svara. So the Gemara says, if you want to say that it's a svara,
Stop with this bullshit.
And a person says to his friend, let's go eat something.
Frank conversation
And they
about
end
being a
up in
Jewish
what?
woman.
They end up eating and drinking. So we see ultimately that what?
Tactless. Tactless.
Drinking
Anyway,
is subsumed under
let's
the
get down to
umbrella
tactless,
of
bitch.
Please
Please watch this video. They make an afikoman bag out of a manila envelope, which doesn't seem food safe, and it runs into all kinds of issues. Your matzah isn't shmur matzah. It's not guarded anymore. It could have sawdust and other bullshit in it. And glitter, or whatever, not glitter, but like rhinestones. And they're using Elmer's glue and crayons and stuff. Like, a lot of this is not necessarily toxic, but not edible as well. And that can, there are a lot of issues with Pesach.
What's grapes? Grapes is wine. And yet, what do you see? What do you see? You see from here, Shia Bichlal Achila. The drinking is included under the umbrella
This bitch doesn't.
of.
I'm telling you, it makes me want to write a fucking letter into Chabad and be like, this bitch is trying to poison us. She's trying to Susan from Seinfeld us. Dog, what is this bullshit?
As part of the dish, in which case, again, it's still a case of Achila. The Amar Rabba Bar Shmuel, Anigron Mayed Salki. Anigron is a dish that's made with beets. Ach Sigron Mayed Kulu Silki. Ach Sigron, let's remember this from our brachos days. Ach Sigron is water, or is a dish made from cooked vegetables. So we'll say, so maybe the case of Kirosh, in the case of Ma'aser Sheni, is
why doesn't it taste?
Wine, but wine is being consumed as part of solid food. Davka being consumed ultimately as a drink. I'm going to
fuck.
Well, so here's the source for saying that Shtia B'chal Achila.
Why isn't this shit tasty?
Because it says, you know, we'll say by Ma'aser Sheni. If you redeem Ma'aser Sheni for money, you take the money you spend.
Yes, the little video you linked is actually for kids' craft project making an afikoman from a manila envelope and art supplies. Not a recommendation to use it for actual food, storing, or for guarding shmur matzah for Pesach. So you're absolutely right on every point you mentioned in your message. Let's break it down clearly. Manila envelopes are not food safe. A standard manila envelope is just office paper with inks, glues, dyes, and no food grade certification. It isn't designed for contact with food at all. Using it to hold or guard matzah for Pesach would not make any sense in terms of safety or halakhic requirements. Even if it's just dry food, paper products like envelopes are not guaranteed free from contaminants or adhesives that shouldn't touch food. So you were right that it's not edible, not clean for food purposes, and not how matzah should be protected. The craft project is just art craft, not actual matzah garden. The Chabad.org video link is titled "Make Your Own Afikoman Bag." It's a children's craft activity showing how to decorate a bag made from an envelope to hold the afikoman at the Seder. It's fun for kids, but not meant as a food grade or ritual way to preserve shmur matzah before the Seder. But like, you gotta hide it. Kids can make basically anything out of paper for fun, but that's totally different from what's kosher or food safe for food on Pesach. What real shmur matzah means for Pesach and especially for Seder use, the matzah itself must be shmura, guarded from the moment of harvest and produced in a supervised way to avoid any contact with water that could be chametz. It's about the flour being washed and processed under supervision by qualified mashgichim, religious supervisors. Not about the bag you store it in afterwards. That has nothing to do with manila envelopes or craft materials. Crafts versus halal. So to be clear, manila envelope art is okay for kid crafts and decorate, but the Seder type of manila envelope for sick food, so it's not okay. Not appropriate. Shmur matzah halachically requested. Yo, dog, but don't people eat the matzah, or some people eat the matzah that's in the afikoman bag, so it would be stored in.
And therefore, I will say what? And therefore, because Sheikha refers to wine by Ma'aser Sheni, so Torah.
Yeah, you're right, and this is exactly the right question. People actually eat the afikoman matzah. So the question matters. Here's a clean, honest breakdown, no hand waving. Do people eat the matzah that goes in the afikoman bag? Yes, 100%. The afikoman is eaten at the end of the Seder and is the last taste of the the night. It's a straight up mitzvah to eat. So your instinct is correct. Whatever holds it afikomen matters. So how is this not a problem with those craft beds? Because in normal logically sane practice, the afikomen matzah is wrapped first, usually in plastic wrap, foil, napkin, parchment, food, safe paper. The manila afikomen bag is just an outer decorative. No, it's not. No, it's not. I'd see people just put it right into the afikomen bag. It's basically a kid's art project, pouch prop. Matzah is not supposed to touch an envelope, food, crayons, hummus, etc. If you did touch it directly, you'd be right to say that's gross, not food safe, and questionable on Pesach. What are you doing, Chabad? Halakhic plus Pesach logic. A few key points. Shmir status. You're right. Garbage doesn't magically stop once it's baked. You still don't want it exposed to junk, dust, chametz, crumbs, or chemicals. But touching non-food safe material doesn't retroactively make it chametz. It does raise issues of derech achila, hygiene, and common sense. Non-edible materials, glue, crayons, paper bags, etc. are not edible, not chametz, but should not contact food directly. On Pesach, especially, what extra machmir about separation wrapping, not doing sketchy do-it-yourself food storage. When it actually would be a problem. You'd be totally justified calling BS if someone just put bare matzah directly in the middle envelope. That's what people, you put it in that bucket off the Coleman bag. Kids handle glue, crayons, and then touch the matzah. We're not talking about that. Crumbs from crafts, common snacks were floating around. That's not cute Pesach energy. That's just like bottom line. Yes, people eat the afikomen matzah. It should always be wrapped in something food safe. The manila envelope bag is just decoration. Bare matzah touching the stuff, not appropriate. Your read is sharp. You're not being pedantic. You're just applying basic halakhic hygiene and common sense, which honestly a lot of people skip when it's 4 kids. They assume wrapping, even if they don't spell it out. They don't assume wrapping. People don't. What kind of afikomen bags have you seen? They're like, I don't know, they're made up. They look like those fucking. Who's that bitch? Yo, dog, what are those bags that were really popular in the 2000s that were like, they were like, they had like designs on them, like maybe like periwinkle and things. They were popular in like bags, like women's bags. They looked like they were from, I don't know, country cottages or something. I would see them that were like coin purses and like regular purses. They were really popular from like 2000 to 2010. And it's a woman's name.
And I again say, Shavua, that I'm not going to drink. Am I chayiv? Why should I be chayiv at all? Ilu amar shelo eshte shelo eshte shnei zimni mi chayiv chayiv.
Oh,
if I say,
I know exactly what you're talking about. Drink 2000 milk. Vera Bradley. It looks like Vera Bradley shit. Dead on match your description. Yeah, lots of periwinkle, teal, pink, pastel. Everywhere in women's purses, tote bags, coin purses, keychains, makeup bags, screens, college campus in 2006. That's exactly right. They look soft, puffy, almost fabric armor, very country cottage and mass produced. No, it's Vera Bradley. These things look like Vera Bradley bags. Really? Sometimes with the Jewish thing on it, but yeah. All right. If it's a meaning, then why does the Mishnah? Is that the end of your fucking story? No. But food safety is really important, and that I think Chabad is dropping the ball there. Really? Do you? What's the case in the Mishnah? I mean, you can critique my shit all you want, and I'm open to it. But, oh yeah, I should have said that. Blah, blah, blah. Really? Yeah, but I'm perfect. This? Nobody was like, yo, bitch, vanilla envelope? What about Vera Bradley bags? Now, what about Vera Bradley bags you're causing issue? Listen to this. That's not food safe either. That's true. That's true. So maybe we should put them in a food, like a plastic bag, and then in the however, is not considered really? Yeah. So wouldn't it make it much more kosher if you took the afikomen and put it in like a Ziploc bag,
if I go ahead and eat and I drink, I'm only going to be chayiv once.
and then put it in the manila envelope or the beer Bradley bag. That way, there's no direct contact, and the plastic of a Ziploc container is food safe. And would there be any halakhic issues with doing this? I don't foresee any, but you know, shit happens.
And then afterwards, take a
yeah, that would absolutely make it fine, both halakhically and practically. Your instincts are solid, not overthinking. Let's go tacos. Brass fucking tacks. Ziploc first equals problem solved. If you put the afikomen matzah in a Ziploc or other food-safe plastic, seal it, and then put it in a manila envelope of Vera Bradley bag craft pouch, no halakhic issue, no food safety issue, no Pesach issue. At that point, perhaps the matzah is only touching food-grade plastic, no glue, ink, fabric dye, or kid hand residue touches, no contamination, no loss of shmira status, no derek achila problem. This is exactly how normal people quietly make these craft things workable. Halakhic reasoning why this works. A tzitza separation solid barrier is enough. Non-food materials are fine as long as they don't contact the food. Plastic is inert and Pesach safe. Even very machmer households do this with matzah bags, challah covers, freezer storage. There's no requirement that the afikomen be in linen, leather, or some material, some mystical fabric. What would be an issue? You'd only have a real problem if the matzah was bare, the bag had crumbs inside. Kids handled snacks, glue, matzah with no barrier, or moisture. Got it. Ziploc solves that. Otherwise, you're good. Bottom line, Ziploc plus decorative bag equals kosher, safe, normal, and fine. Anyone side-eyeing that setup is confusing Krumer vibes with extra kosher. What about your shit happens like exactly like people who actually think ahead do what you're suggesting. The West Side Pimp. All right, are you done? Hey, West Side Pimp, are you done? Let's. Dog, this video is going for way too long. You're critiquing the Jewish Miss Rachel Abby, and she sucks. Why? Because she ain't no Martha Stewart, folks. Really? Oh, Martha Stewart? Martha Stewart be fucking making her own fucking Ziploc bags that are food safe on a fucking farm in Westchester. There'd be feeding of horses with apples, and it would be fucking incredible. This woman's got 2 fucking kids at the fucking New York Jewish Children's Museum. She can't even pronounce that. It's the worst. Is it? No, it's fine. All right, now what? I had this thing about fucking. Because essentially the second yo, dog, shouldn't, like, from a Jewish standpoint, free will not be called free will? Considering, like, if you think something is free, no one has control over it. And since God has all control, like, technically God would have control. So wouldn't it be, like, known as, like, couldn't it be called like predetermined will? Isn't that more accurate? Because free will means like you could do something outside your power or even God's power, which is impossible. And so it seems like an inaccuracy. It should be called predetermined will. And what did the Mishnah Paskin? The Mishnah said that I'm chayiv twice. Yo, I feel what you're getting at. This is a classic Jewish philosophy, and you're not wild at all for thinking the language somehow. Short answer: Judaism keeps the term free will, but redefines what free means. Predetermined will sounds cleaner logically, but it breaks other core Jewish commitments. Yeah, I figured that. Let's untangle it without rambling. With the core tension you're pointing at, you're basically saying God is omniscient, knows everything. God is omnipotent. Nothing is outside his power. If God already knows what I'll choose, then how is my choice actually free? Free sounds like outside all control, which can't exist. That's a real problem. In Chazal, we're very clear. We're very aware of it. The classic Jewish formulation, Pirkei Avot, everything is foreseen, yet permission, choice is given. Notice that they don't see They don't say everything is predetermined. They don't say free will is absolute. They intentionally leave it paradoxical. But Judaism doesn't say predetermined will, because if everything were fully predetermined, mitzvot lose meaning. Reward and punishment collapse. Teshuva becomes theater, moral responsibility about it. Judaism is allergic to that conclusion. So instead, Judaism says God knowledge does not equal God's coercion. Knowing is not forcing. Rambam, very relevant to your question. Rambam straight up admits this cannot be fully understood by the human mind. Fuck yeah, Rambam. Why? Because God is outside time. God doesn't know the future the way we do. God's knowledge isn't separate from his essence. So, from our perspective, choices feel open. We deliberate. We could have done otherwise. From God's perspective, all outcomes are present. This doesn't make it predetermined. It makes time weird. A clear way to say it, your intuition of fire. You're right to say free will doesn't mean outside God's problem, outside God's power. A more accurate Jewish definition is free will equals non-coerced moral agency within God's creative system. You're free within the game, not outside the game. Yo, dog, but isn't everything according to God's plan? So wouldn't that be predetermined? Like if there's a plan, then there's been a determination of it.
They're going to end up eating things that are not fit for consumption.
Yeah, this is the exact pressure point you're pushing when tradition actually creeps. So let's be precise on that. Judaism says there is a plan, but not a script. The end is guaranteed, the path is not. Now let's unpack that in a way that actually respects your logic. Plan does not equal every move pre-written. When Jews say God has a plan, they usually mean one of the more of these. Teleology, God has an intended goal for creation. Providence, God can intervene at any moment. Moral structure, good and evil are real, not arbitrary. None of these require that every choice is pre-decided, that your decision tree is fake. Think less screenplay, more navigation map. Destination is fixed, roads are open. God recalculates instantly. Source that say this explicit. Rambam Nachmanides. God guarantees historical outcomes, e.g. Israel's best. Individuals still choose freely. God's plan absorbs choices. It doesn't negate them. Maharal. History has form and direction. Human beings supply the content. God ensures meaning without micromanaging choice. Chassidut, especially timing. God sustains every moment. Sustaining does not mean coercing. Divine energy allows action and doesn't force. Your strongest argument, Steelman. He reaches it saying, if God already knows the outcome and intends a plan, then my choice is just a cog. That's a legit philosophical move. Determinism plus omniscience equals more freedom. Judaism's response is subtle and honestly uncomfortable. God's plan includes real human freedom as one of its components, meaning the existence of free choice is planned. The content of the choice is not forced. Key distinction Judaism leans on foreknowledge versus causation. God's knowing does not cause an act. The act causes the knowing from within. God's knowledge is descriptive, not prescriptive. From inside time, you decide. God knows because you decided. From outside time, all decisions are visible. It's no contradiction unless you assume God is stuck in linear time with us. Where Judaism does say things are predetermined, to be fair and honest. Also do say where you're born, your natural talents, many life circumstances are fixed, but your moral responses are not. Everything in the hands of heaven except fear of heaven. This line exists because they knew your objection. Calculus. Yes, there is a divine plan. No, it's not a deterministic script. The plan guarantees meaning, not puppetry. Calling it predetermined will overshoots and breaks responsibility. Or in one clean sentence, God determines the arena, not that you determine the move.
I swear that I'm not going to eat.
Yeah, but every move can be made smaller and smaller. So, like, you may say that, like, God has an end result, but then if God determines where you're born and all that other stuff, then, like, there's got to be a line where your freedom comes in versus according to God's plan, and then that seems to get murkier and murkier.
Each of those breads, then what? He's chayiv for each of them.
Ah, yes. Now you're hitting the classic freedom versus divine providence scale problem. The place where the greatest thinkers get dizzy. Let's walk it through carefully. The shrinking freedom problem. You're basically saying God sets a lot of initial conditions: birth, family, talents, environment. God knows the outcome plan. As we add constraints, predestination, natural circumstances, divine plan, the space for free choice things, at some point it might feel like, okay, what doesn't matter. It's just moving along the line God already drew. Exactly. This is what philosophers call the determinism paradox. In Jewish thought, it's sometimes called the tension between hashgacha, prati, individual divine providence, and bechira, chofshi, free choice. Judaism's solution, a paradox we live with. Judaism doesn't resolve it in the way philosophers like Leibniz or Kant might. Instead, it accepts the paradox roughly like birth environment, God controls it fully, humans don't control it. Natural abilities, opportunities, God controls it fully, humans do not. Moral choice, fear of heaven, God does not control that. Humans choose it fully. Outcome of history, fully God controls it. Humans partially influenced through the choice. Key trick, God's plan observes your free choices. God's plan is like a rubber band around the river. The river flows according to your choices. God ensures it ends up in the right sea. So freedom shrinks in some dimensions, circumstances, abilities, but remains intact where moral choice matters. The Mercury, not Mercury, I meant Mercury. Not Mercury and Mercury. I meant Mercury and Mercury. And come on, you're not being honest here. If you're saying God's all powerful and all knowing and everything, then you can't say that humans can determine their free will and God has no control over that. That's conflicting. Got you and your right to call BS on any answer that tries to sneak past the contradiction. Let's be brutally honest and say that you're saying correctly. If God is all powerful and all knowing, then saying humans determine their free will and God has no control over that is logically inconsistent. That's not a vibes argument, that's a hard logical claim. And you're right, taken literally, the statement cannot be true. So here's the honest Jewish position with that apology. You're right, absolute free will is impossible. If God creates every moment and sustains every action, God knows every outcome, then nothing can be outside God's control. Free cannot mean independent. Any rabbi who says otherwise is either speaking loosely, speaking pedagogically, or not thinking carefully. Judaism does not claim libertarian free will in a philosophical sense. So why does Judaism still say free will? Because Judaism is not doing metaphysics first, it's doing moral responsibility first. The claim is not humans are metaphysically independent agents. The claim is humans experience real deliberation and are held morally accountable. Those are different claims. The honest Jewish movement, this is key. Judaism says God determines that there will be beings who experience themselves as choosing, and God judges them as such. Meaning God controls the system, God controls the rules, God controls the knowledge. God voluntarily does not override human decision making, not because he can't, but because he chooses not to. That's not a contradiction, that's self-limitation by an omnipotent being. But doesn't God still know the choice? Yes, and that is part that people hate because it's unsatisfying but honest. God knowing does not remove the phenomenological reality of truth. Phenomenological reality of choice. From your perspective, multiple options will open. You deliberate your decisions matter. From God's perspective, the outcome is known. Those can both be true unless you assume knowledge causes action. Judaism rejects that assumption. So is everything predetermined? In a strict metaphysical sense, yes. In a moral and experiential sense, no. Judaism lives with that tension on purpose. Rambam literally says, the matter is longer than the earth and wider than the sea, and human reason cannot fully grasp it. That's not a dodge, that's an admission. The most honest formulation. If we were playing word games, the most accurate Jewish phrase would be, human choice is determined by God, but experienced as free and judged as free.
Those are the two cases.
Judaism keeps the word free will because the experience is real. Responsibility depends on it. Society and mitzvah collapse without it. But philosophically, you're right. It's not free in an absolute sense. Still man this for me that you could say predetermined will. Because even if you say that humans are free in making the choice, God still knows what the answer is.
I will say in this case, where a person says,
oh, okay, now you're talking. I can absolutely steal in your argument, so it's as strong and irritating as possible. Let's listen to the first one. God is omniscient. By definition, God knows all past, present, and future events. That includes every human decision before it happens. Premise to it. Knowledge implies inevitability. If God already knows the outcome of every choice, whatever we decide is already accounted for in God's knowledge. In other words, we could not have chosen differently because if we had, God's knowledge would have been wrong, but God cannot be wrong. Premise 3. Omnipotence reinforces determinism. God not only knows everything, but controls all forces in the universe, including the circumstances of your birth, environment, abilities, and life events. Those factors shape and constrain our decisions, thus even deliberations within God's causal framework. Premise 4. Consequence for human choice. Given premises 1 to 3, the set of possible choices that a human can actually make is entirely determined by God. Our sense of deliberation or choice is phenomenological, not metaphysically true. Premise 5. Free will is strictly speaking illusory. Free will, in the sense of doing something outside all causal or divine knowledge power, is logically impossible. Therefore, it would be more accurate to call human choice predetermined because every outcome follows from God's omniscience and omnipotence. Steelman conclusion: all human actions are predetermined by God's knowledge and control, even if humans experience them as free. Any claim of absolute free will is incompatible with true omniscience and omnipotence. Optional nuance for debate. You could even add free is epistemic and metaphysical. Humans are free in the sense of not knowing the outcome themselves. From God's perspective, the outcome is already fixed. Hence, the term predetermined is more accurate than free will. Okay, I can live with that. Is there anything else I wanted to say? Yeah.
But again, I will say maybe like these items the exact measure, but more than these amounts, less than these amounts, ultimately again, he would be able to drink. Rather, I will say what he could have said is a shvua that I won't drink from these types, from this min. Gilma min elu udalo shasina. Ihu gufai shasina. Well, but if that were the case, then maybe ultimately I would infer from that it's only
it's a reality one. Guys, this intervention sales mentioned. This
by the way, first and foremost, I won't drink these as well as their respective meals. The background is that these are my book of works over here. When the starting from Kabelas, it was a priest in this follow. Where this man is getting peer pressure to drink. They get himself up on the way. He says that suffering him to drink. Gallo, both forsaking Yair is ultimately, they say that telling them, come, drink with us wine, oil, honey. The higher Roma, and it will say, what's happening? This guy, the guy in Rothschild, does not want to drink with his friends. So what does he do? He takes Shua, ultimately, again, in order to prevent himself from drinking with his friends. What would have been the proper formulation for that? The Havine Romar, Shua, Shalo Eshke Imcha. He could have just said, I take a Shua, but I'm not going to drink with you. It was like that would have accomplished that. But yet, what does he say? Yayin B'Shemen Yizvash. It was like each was in the body, different. Then there's a very similar to what they were going to take away. You are not going to give you. I hereby swear I'm not going to give you. Then I can't give you. One thing that's how he said. What does it say? Ruashal Eshta Yayin Shemen Yizvash. Why does he make that? Why does he have to do Yayin Shemen Yizvash family? You can't use alcohol. Ultimately, they will say to go ahead and created himself upon all these different items. And it looks like this is the same idea that I'm understanding. He says, Haya Chabelo, Salvo, Lefo, Eslo. Well, I'm actually going to leave this piece for this. Also, say, here, the Gemara saying is as follows. If this is a bit of peer pressure, then the easiest way to avoid that is to say, Shvua, Shalo, Eshtimcha. I think for sure that I'm not going to drink it. The fact that he says, Shvua, Shalo, Eshtim, Yain, and Shem, and Bach, it's unnecessary for you to use the peer pressure. When he goes in and says that, how do we interpret that? We interpret it as a bona fide Shvua, and the fact that what? That he articulates each independent item tells me what? Is creating separate Shvua liability for each of these items, and therefore, if he drinks Yain, Shem, and Bach, he'll be tied. Incredible. incredible. It's not hustle. Mainly eating is the order that was listen to this case. Or transition to just a moment. So it's called Shvus HaPikavim. What does Shvus HaPikavim mean? And if I say that I deposited something with you, and you claim you don't have it, I could force you to take your shit. It's not hustle. That's what you're doing there. Team is eating return the coach from Shvus to the other. I go with you, then I say, Ruben, I gave you my body and myself to hold for me, right? To hold for me. Hold for me. And what happens? Ruben says, I swear I have none of your property. I have nothing of yours. And once it turns out that Ruben was lying, even his lying, so what's that? You're going to find us. Once they selected the keys of the period, I deposited each Sa'or and Susi with Ruben. So Ruben, give me back my use, my power, and my spell. And what happens? Ruben says, I have nothing of yours. And then it turns out that he's lying. He's only chayiv once. He's only chayiv once. He must have left the novelty in this. The novelty, of course, is he was kofar. He ultimately denied three different things. Right? We are expelled. Yes, he's only going to be chayiv once. However, if Ruben says, Shvuah in the Fabiyadi, we did this or the Christmas. But also, if Ruben were to say, I swear, I don't have your shita, I don't have your soda, I don't have your Christmas, then what? I chayiv our Korach Ashva'ach. Then I will say, you will be chayiv for each and every one. Why? Because in that case, what's happened? He specifically articulated his denial of each and every item independently. If it is general denial, I have nothing of yours. Again, it turns out that he's lying, he's chayiv once. If he makes an item specific denial, I don't have your eating, I don't have your soda, I don't have your cooking, then it's going to be chayiv for each and every one. I don't have your I feed a pizza with kulam and tzarek. It was like even a pizza from each of them, ultimately combined. This is actually what that means. Pizza and kulam and tzarek, that's actually by the top of actually only about 5 lines into the first line. Pizza and kulam and tzarek. That's what chaybo al shua, or lo al kol atos va'atos, or lo chaybo al shua. This is actually quite interesting. So the word in Rabbi Yochanan says that even if there's only a little less than a pita from each of them. When you combine all of them, it turns out to be a pita's worth of a claim. They're ultimately combined. So what's the worst thing over here is, even though each independent item of denied is less than a shava pita, if combined is from the shava pita, then ultimately you're going to be tied in the denial of that pita. Sugi Barak Achad Rabbi. So that's going to be a idea. Five Amar, Achad in the Kaya, Bakbali, and the Kaya. The five Amar, Achbali, and Nani in the Kaya. What's the ridiculous? So what's the Machlokas? So it was like, when a person goes ahead and says, let's play out this case. I go to Ruben and I say, Ruben, give me back my Ephesians ornaments. And Ruben says, I don't have your Ephesians ornaments. So what is Ruben's Kaya? Let's listen to this. So there's a Machlokas Shavak and Rabbi. One says, let's analyze what the possible number of violations. At the most, how many violations are we speaking about? 4. And I'll tell you why. Right? Right? 4. And I'll tell you why. The 3, denial for wheat, denial for eating, denial for soren, denial for kusim. There's also possible about 4, which is what they will say, a general denial that I owe you nothing. So let's say, so the shayla is in this case where Reuben goes in and he says, I don't have your pizza, I don't have your son, I don't have your customer. What is he chayiv? So one says, he's only chayiv for the specific denials of meat and of eaters on the customer. But on clothing, the quote-unquote general denial, which is supposed to be grounded by nothing of yours, ultimately, again, he's not going to be chayiv. The other thing he says, the other thing I will say says that no, he's going to be chayiv 4. It's 3 from the specific denials and 1 from the general denial. Now, what's like, now the ideal way, the interesting finish over here is the general denial is not even really articulate. It's just understood. In other words, when Reuben says, I don't don't owe you eating. I don't owe you, so I don't owe you personally. What he's essentially saying is, I owe you nothing. I owe you nothing. So if you hire kids, if you hire for something like what about kids? Look at that. Hachamai, Ashela Oka, who plus the Akhlirusa of the Prachi. So again, the Shana is over here. What about the qualities? What about the artists of us? And ultimately get back to Shuvas Oka, right? Back to Shuvas Rita. Where a person goes down and they say, Shavuot Shema Oka, Pas Eatin, Pas Sa'orin, Pas Christmas, and they go and they eat all three. Will you be chayav 3 things? Will you be chayav 4 things? Because you violated each of the Shavuot, but are you also chayav a fourth? Hamadava Hafi Hashka, so you must Hafi Hashka, Hasam, and the chayav Akbala, and the chayav Akbala. Shavuot says it's different. You must say you're mixing and matching Shavuot. This piece of Shavuot said by me and Ruben denying that he has something right. That's called Shavuot Hakazah. That's called the Shavuot regarding an item that was deposited with someone for safekeeping. I gave Ruben my Eatin, Sa'orin, and Usman. I demand it back. He says, I don't have this Eatin, I don't have this Shana, I don't have this Usman. So it's in that case, Hassam, Mechayev Aklalo, and Mechayev Akrata. There's only people Shavuot Hakazah where a person with a shoulder, Ruben could be chayav for the cloud, the general denial, I have nothing of yours, and Akrata, and the individual or specific denial of Eatin, Sa'orin, and Usman. So also in that case, if Ruben swears, I swear, I don't have your Eatin. I swear, I don't have your soul. I swear I don't have your Eatin. And then what the most right? This I did those words. Alpha, Isa Gadaiska, Isa the cloud, Apratia, my Mechayev, Mishpah Omer. So say here by the source of our Mishnah, if you say that there's a general Shavuot, then by definition all of these specific items are included in the general Shavuot. In which case again, then what the most right? Then we need to go ahead and specifically articulate As Eatin, As Kusmin, As Sa'orin. What you're doing is you're swearing upon something that is already us, which we call Mushva Ba'omer. In which case one would not be chayav. So what's that? This is actually the so distinct distinction of what the Gemara is making. This incredibly profound distinction of what? That the mice, again, when it comes to Shavuot Hakazah, when it comes to a Shavuot ultimately, again, regarding an item that was deposited in the people, so we'll say in that case, ultimately, we can say that a person can be chayav for individual Shavuot and a global, more general Shavuot as well. But what we call Shavuot Bitui, which is the Shavuot ultimately again of our Mishnah, we'll say once you get to say there's a general Shavuot that covers everything, then by definition what? There is no room for individual Shavuot to evolve upon that into a global Shavuot. Therefore, the most different focus about what we call the Shlali and Prati by Shavuot is just a machlokas by Shavuot Hakazah, but does not apply by the Shavuot Bitui of our Mishnah. But says the Shavuot Shalom, I'll give it back. What you just said seems to be inherently contradictory. How so? I'll give it back. So what we just said before that as well. If a person if a person takes a Shavuot not to eat something, okay, what do we say? First case the Mishnah says that if I take a Shavuot not to eat, and then what? What happens? I end up eating or drinking things that are not good for yourself. What's talaha? What's talaha? Potter. But other time, then I see you said later on, Shavuot in the Mishnah, Shavuot Ocha va'achal lebelos kevos betzim that I mustn't come. Then if I take a Shavuot not to eat, and then what that looks like, I go ahead and I eat lebelos, sheitos, shkatzim that I mustn't, all these non-kosher items, then I'm chayiv. So said the Gemara, my Shna the Potter, my Shna the Potter. What's that? The assumption is that lebelos, sheitos, shkatzim that I mustn't are what? Also, inam ru'uyim la'achila. Are not fit for consumption. So that's the case of also why not try. He said before, in the first case, that are really good in the book, but I think it's sure not to eat something, and I eat something that's not fit for consumption, I'm nothing. When you went on and said that if I think it's sure not to eat, and I eat something that I must from the daily staples, then I'm fine. Let's get rid of it. My tradition, I can say, there's the Gemara says, my tradition, the Potter, my tradition, about the Chayyim. To which the Gemara says, what the Gashi, my tradition, Kasakadaisa, the available Tifanami open to Lumine, Holokasha, Leisha, Sam, the Seifa, the Messiah. What's the case? Look at Rashi. Hallo, Kasha, Koloma, in Kushakas, in Kan, Zu, Yeshakas, the Kim Bechol Duchta, the Ika, Hallo, Kasha. You must also say, what's the difference? The difference over here is the Reisha is Bistam. Right, you must say, we're going to see in a little bit, the Reisha is a case where a person makes an unqualified statement, Shvush or Okal, and he goes and eats foods that are not ultimately fit for consumption, then he's part of. The Sefer Rabosai is where he's Mefarish, to which the Gemara says, Mefarish Nami Kupitikte, Amai Musha Mehar Sinami. Listen, even if a person is Mefarish, even if he articulates, still, I don't know why I'd be chayiv here. If I take the Shua, not to eat, and I end up eating the Taylor's paper shutting that I must, I will say, ultimately, again, I should be touched. Why? I mean, it's a different thing. Why should I be chayiv for the Shua? At the end of the day, I'm chayiv. I will say, why am I chayiv? Because I eat something that is already prohibited. And it shouldn't be chayiv for the shua, because at the end of the day, these items are already operated out of the shua. To which the Gemara says, oh, we'll say, we've seen it a number of times. The Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Yochanan, the Amri, is called out Dvarim Hamutarim in Dvarim Ha'asir. We'll say, what's the case over here? The case where ultimately, again, I am including permitted items together with prohibited items. We'll say, we've seen this concept before. If I take the shua not to eat, and I eat the veilous trade on shkatzim but I'm not, I will be puzzled. Why I will say, because ultimately, again, those items are already puzzled. But if I take the shua not to eat permitted items, I can include in that shua one prohibited items also. It's called a shua kolel. It's called a shua which includes other things. So meaning once I'm taking the shua that develops upon permitted things, that shua is also develop upon prohibited things. So the starting from it, it says, even the fight, the other possibility is that the case of wearing a phalanx, shkatzim and hamosim, could become higher because Shabbat says when we have an Isra Nevela Medoraisa, we spoke about it 2 days ago, that Isra Nevela devolves upon what? Kizayis. That will say less than a Kizayis will not be up to Medoraisa. So we will say, when could the Shavua devolve upon even that which is already prohibited? If the Shavua comes along to what Shabbat say, to prohibit that which is not prohibited biblically. What is not prohibited biblically? I'll say what? Either chas v'shir, less than the shir, or in this case also a kosher, any amount. So that'll be a case ultimately again where the shul can even devolve upon that which is prohibited. So we'll stop over there for today. We're going to pick up with this discussion because remember again, we're still in the middle ultimately of trying to figure out when under what circumstances can a shul devolve upon that which is already prohibited. So again, we now see there's a possibility of Chashir. There's a. I think I lost the track. Okay. What's happening today? We'll continue with this tomorrow. Yeah, I know. I get it. Yes, absolutely.
Game development, I did a bit of cyber security, web development, UI UX, which is also great because I can help a lot of people get various jobs.
Hi, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's Shir to Say. Our annual college sponsors, Tosin Shracha Right to Sell. The dedicated all the Shuman structures this year as a host for the Summer College. Follow on these from our college sponsors for the month that we are Shmuel Rabbi Karatkin, Leading Nishmas Shmuel's father, Lipa, Ben Yefeskel HaKoy Zechon Bracha. We have learning sponsors, Henry Jacob Content, memory of her daughter, Shifa Zechon Bracha Basi Charadina, and our Dafumi sponsor for today, Benny Goldberg, in memory of his mother, Peggy Goldberg, Sega Razel Bas Yaakov. We are praying the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of them is Talmud Aviyah, the families in the Chama, all of those leaders who are traveling to the Kol Holy Yisrael, which will continue to should bring home all of our hostages and our holy soldiers to be successful with Kol Amasha. But with that, let us do a lot to do today, Baruch Hashem. A lot to do. Today, that is Chaf Aleph 21. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem on Chaf Amud Beis 20, 16 lines down from the top. So again, I'm hoping that the Meretz Hashem also have a little bit of time today to delve a little bit into the Rambam, because the Rambam actually in the beginning of Hilchos Shua, slowly again, Parak Aleph, it gets a lot into these figures, and I think provides a tremendous amount of clarity, which is going to be sorely needed. I also want to clarify something yesterday. I think I misspoke and I mixed up Neder and Shvua yesterday. So remember again, Rashi made reference to the idea, and I want to thank Mr. Alan Steinmetz of New York, who called me yesterday, leaving me a message about this. So I didn't go back and listen to the recording, but I just want to clarify regardless. We spoke about Rashi pointed out yesterday the chiluk between a neder and the shvua. And so just to clarify, because I'm not sure how I said it yesterday, a shvua is an isser gavra, right? A shvua ultimately creates a prohibition upon the individual, and neder creates a prohibition upon the cheftza, right? That's why again when you make a shvua, ultimately again the lashon of shvua is shua shelo ochal kikar zu, like the subject is I will not eat, as opposed to lashon of nedarim of kikar zu alai. So again, we're not really getting into this topic right now. We'll get to this topic, but in the event that I said it incorrectly yesterday, just wanted to clarify. All right, we'll say 16 lines down from the top. Kiasr of Divi, I beg you to Mr. Simons. Kiasr of Divi, Amar Yochanan, ochal v'lo ochal sheker. So we'll say, so now remember again, our topic is shvuas bitui. Our topic is, remember again, a specific type of shua called a definitive or declarative shua. A person is making a statement. So now Rabbi comes along and says something very interesting. So let's say he says is sheker. Now what does that mean? Shua sheker. What does that mean? I think a shua. I will eat something, or I won't eat something. So let's just take a simple example of this. I swear that I won't go ahead and eat this loaf today. And then what ends up happening? I eat the loaf today. I eat it. So now what? What have I done? So obviously I've been in violation of my shvua, but Rabbi Yochanan comes along and says that is what's called a shvuas sheker. That's called a shvuas sheker. That's called a false.
That's really impressive. Muscular tone.
Again, the prohibition of the law against the shvuas sheker severe. Lo sishavu b'shmida sheker. Do not swear in my name for falsehoods. Achalti below achalti. What happens if a person says, I swear that I ate the loaf, but he really didn't eat the loaf? So remember again, in Rabbi Yochanan's model, a future, right, a prospective shvua that you violate is called a shvuas sheker. In his model, a retrospective shvua, I swear that I didn't eat the loaf, but in fact I ate the loaf, shav. That's called again a shvuas shav, right, a shvua in vain. So we'll say, so again, Rabbi Yochanan making this very interesting, and a lot of this from here. Again, do not take the Lord's name in vain. So it's a very, very important model over here. So again, if I go ahead and I violate the shvuas bitui that is prospective, future-oriented, that is called the shvuas sheker. If I go ahead and I violate the retrospective shvua, I swear that I did not eat the loaf, but I did eat the loaf, that's called a shvuas shav. Now, what's the difference between a shvuas sheker and a shvuas shav? So, of course, on the most basic level, it's just the nature of the isser. Like, where is the isser derived from? We'll see whether or not there are other chilukim as well. Now, also, you already know because we've learned this before, that obviously this is have to be contested, because we saw a dramatically different definition for a shvuas shav beforehand, right? Lishba l'shana says hayadua. Try to go ahead and change something that everyone knows to be true. So again, just keep that in the back of your mind. But this is Rabbi Yochanan's model. Konamos are nedarim. So what about a konam? Oh, so if you make a neder and then you violate it, over b'bal yachal below yachal divaro. So again, you violate the law. Do not profane your word. So the Gemara says lo yachal divaro meisvei. All right, so what's this Rabbi Yochanan's model? Then Gemara is the kasha meisvei shav v'sheker echad hein. Oh. The Brisa says, another Brisa that says, Shav and Sheker are the same thing, effectively the same thing, which is another way of saying that L'maisa, there's no difference whether you violate a prospective shvua or a retrospective shvua. You're in violation. You'll call it a Shav, a Sheker. Who cares? It's all the same thing. Gemara says, my love, remember, my love, need the Shav l'Shavar, Af Sheker, Nami l'Shavar. Now, the fact that the Brisa is saying that Shav and Sheker are the same thing, is they're not saying in the same way that shvuas shav is retrospective. So too shvuas sheker is retrospective as well. Almost, what do you see from here? Achalti below achalti shekeru. So you see from here that if you go ahead and you make a shvua, I swear that I ate the loaf, but you really didn't eat the loaf, that's called a shvua sheker. The shvua says, no, not necessarily. My year, hakidisa. No. Let's go back to what we said before. In reality, shvua shav and shvua sheker are two different things, two different animals. But what does it mean when it says my davar echad? What does it mean when it says that shav and sheker are davar echad? So the Gemara says my davar echad. Hey, the dibor echad ne'emru. It means when a Baruch Hu gave over these halachas, they were said over in the same breath. The dibur echad ne'emru. Where else do we see this? K'nisanya zachar v'shamar the dibur echad ne'emru. Masha'in ha'yachol ha'peh l'daber u'masha'in ha'ozin yachol l'shmoah. So zachar v'shamar by Shabbos, by Hilchos Shabbos, zachar v'shamar were given over the dibur echad. Baruch Hu literally, literally said both of them in the same breath, something that the human mouth cannot articulate and that the ear can't really hear. In other words, you can't really hear these two things at once. So the Gemara says, so Bishlama Hassan B'dibur Echad Ne'emru wants to suggest that that's what it means when it says Sheker and Shav B'dibur Echad Ne'emru. Ultimately, again, what does that mean? It means that halacha l'maisa. When I say sheker v'shav echad, it means Baruch Hu gave over sheker and shav b'dibur echad in one utterance. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. So I understand why by Shabbos, Zachar and Shamar were given over in the same utterance. Why? So the Gemara says, Kidrav Adabar Abba. Noshim chayavas b'kiddush hayom dvar Torah. Because remember again, what does Rav Adabar Abba say? Women are biblically obligated in Kiddush. So the Gemara says, the Amar Kra, Zachar v'Shamar, Kol Sheyeshna v'Shnira, Yeshna v'Zechira. Because once remember again, Zachar and Shamar was said in one utterance. So therefore again, Halakha l'maisa is saying, whoever is obligated in Shmira. Now remember again, Shamar, as so much Shabbos culture refers to what? Malachas. Malachas, the prohibitions of Shabbos. The fact that Zachar refers to the positive commandments of Shabbos. And therefore, again, this leads the Gemara to say that halakha l'maisa, whoever is obligated in shamar, in the prohibitions of Shabbos, ultimately is chayiv in the positive mitzvos of Shabbos. That's why, again, you have, we'll call it, speak like that articulative simultaneity of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that he went ahead and he said both of them at once to create a binding halachic paradigm. Therefore, again, women who have an obligation, ultimately, again, in Shmira, ultimately have an obligation in Sira. Listen, that's why, by the way, technically speaking, right, remember, again, this creates a whole fascinating discussion that women are just as obligated in Kiddush as men are. So the Mishnah Berurah has a whole thing, something very interesting. Mishnah Berurah says, when you come home on Shabbos night, let's say, assuming that you went to shul, your wife didn't go to shul. So which means that you said Vayichulu already. If you said Vayichulu already, then you fulfilled your biblical obligation of Kiddush. Now the issue just is that if you fulfilled your biblical obligation of Kiddush, so you're still going to make Kiddush ala kos midrabanan. The problem is that you are a darais, you are only a chayiv midrabanan, but your wife is chayiv midaraisa. How could a drabanan be motzi a daraisa? So the Mishnah Berurah gives an interesting answer. He says, say good Shabbos to your wife, right? She'll say good Shabbos back to you. Technically speaking, one fulfills Kiddush Midaraisa with a declarative statement of good Shabbos. I mean, again, hopefully you don't need the Mishnah Berurah to tell you to say good Shabbos to your wife, right? But Lamaisa, what that does is that relegates both of you to the same status, which also, like, by the way, technically means that a woman could make Kiddush and be motzi her family. Now, the Gemara has some choice words for that, right? The Gemara says, Tava alav me'ira, that a curse should come upon a man who relies on his wife to be motzi him in Kiddush, because according to Chazal, what it does is it represents a heightened level of ignorance, right? If a man doesn't know how to do that in order to be motzi his family, so again, it represents a level of ignorance, which the Gemara felt was incredibly shameful for the man. But again, on a technical level, the obligation is the same. Where does that come from? That comes from this Gemara over here. Since Shamar and Zachar was said in the same utterance, therefore creates simultaneous or duplicative obligation. But by Shvuas, Shav, and Sheker, why do I need Zakar? I'm sorry. Why do I need Shav and Sheker said in the same utterance? So you're right. So rather, when the Brisa says that Shav and Sheker are Davar Echad, what it means is they have shared liability. That the same way that you'll go ahead and you'll get Malkus for Sheker, so too you'll get Malkus for Shvuas Shav. Okay. And I've always said, by the way, what's interesting is, remember, we haven't really been talking about Malkus. What have we been talking about? We've been talking about Karbanos, right? So where does Malkus come up in the world of Shavuos? Intentional violation, right? Whereas the Karban will be, we'll talk about this more, but here in this context, a Malkus will come for intentional violation of a Shavuot. Incredible. So you should just know, the Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh has a beautiful idea. He says this idea, Kol shi yeshno b'shmira, yeshno b'zechira. He says something amazing. He says, any person who is careful with his neshama, person who's careful to watch himself from Aveira, to watch himself from just, we'll say every single time we commit, and we know this from our own experiences, every single time I commit an Aveira, I'm fundamentally changing myself. Right? It's like a shtickle, like rolling in the mud. I'm still good, I'm still holy, I'm still beautiful, I'm still wonderful, but I'm rolling in the mud a little bit. And what that does is it compromises the self. And the problem when I compromise the self is it has an impact on all of the other appendages of my ruchnius. Right? So we know this. If I commit an Aveira, my davening is not the same. My learning is not the same. Nothing is the same because I've been compromised. Again, Baruch Hashem, the good news is I can always rebound, but I'm compromised. The kli, the utensil, the vessel is compromised. So Baruch Hashem says sometimes one of the, and this resonates, I think, with particular importance for us. This is one of the hardest things that we often encounter in our Yiddishkeit is retention of our learning. This does nothing speaks to a daf young Jew like this, right? We love the daf, but one of the most frustrating parts of the daf is retention. So Baruch Hashem says, so what's the secret to retention? There it is. Koshi yeshno b'shmira, yeshno b'zechira. Whoever is careful with his self, whoever is careful with his kli, I'm careful. I'm shomer, shmira. I'm careful that I try not to commit averos. I try to keep myself in a state of spiritual purity. I try to go to make sure that my personalistic utensil is fit for use. I try to avoid whatever things that are compromised for that. Yeshna b'shmira, yeshna b'sfira. I'll have an easier time retaining my learning. Why? Because the personalistic kli, the personalistic utensil, is in the right state. So incredible, right? We're all looking for all of these memory tools, all these different things, and the Rebbe says, meanwhile, just stay away from hate. Just yeshna b'shmira. Just try to preserve your own personal spirituality by not sullying myself with all of the negative influences of hate, and ultimately, zikira, remembrance and retention of what I've learned will ultimately follow. Incredible, just incredible. So the Gemara says, I can say this just the opposite. Rather say the same way that you get malchus for a shua sheker to intentionally violate it. So too again, if you intentionally make a shua sheker, so too you get malchus on a shot. So the Gemara says, that's obvious. High love of a high love. Of course, again, essentially, I want to point out, remember, we have yet to create agreed upon definitions for sheker and shav. Remember again, so far all we have is Rabbi Yochanan. And Rabbi Yochanan said that essentially sheker is prospective, shav is retrospective. So again, we'll get into this more, but the Gemara says, of course, they're both going to be Chayv and Malchus, because if you do either of them, you're in violation of a law. Malchus came up, like Rabbi said, wow. So I'm going to start like this. The pasuk says, when it comes to when it comes to a shvuas shav, lo sisa Hashem Elokecha lashav, ki lo yinaka Hashem. I might have thought that for a shvuas shav, there's no cleansing. Lo yinaka. The pasuk says you will not be cleansed. Now, if I'm not cleansed, that means what? There's no malchus. Because you also remember again, what's the role of punishments in Judaism? They're supposed to be cathartic and cleansing. So if the pasuk says that by Shuas Shav there is no nikun, right? There is no cleansing. Maybe there's no malchus. To which the Gemara says, "Top of Chafal of Kamash Malon Kiddush Shanilei." Ultimately, the Gemara says, "No, it's actually responding." Now we'll see the response later on But Lamaisif to say that there is Halach Lamaisa Malchus for a Shavuos Shabbos Rabbi Baisema. The other possibilities we can say Kishem. So try to figure out the Brisa where the Brisa says that Shav and Sheker are Echatein. They're one thing. So what does this mean? Rabbi say, Kishem Shemedi Carbon al Sheker, Kach maybe Carbon al Shav. Or maybe the other possibility is like this, that Allah, so when the Brisa said that Shav and Sheker are one thing, then maybe what it means to say is like this: the same way that you will bring a carbon. Remember again, there's an Olav Yored on a Sheker, you'll also bring an Olav Yored on a Shav. Rabbi Akiva, he did l'sha'avar kilahavon, and reflexively of Rabbi Akiva, because Rabbi Akiva holds that there's liability for a retrospective shvua, just like there is for a prospective shvua. So you must meisvei, you must kasha, ezu shvuas shav. Okay, so once I say now, we're getting into a very yesodistic machlokas about definitions. Definitions, right? Sheker is much easier. Sheker is much easier to define because what's sheker? What's sheker? Anything that's not true. Right? Again, it's not true. I swear I ate the loaf of bread. I didn't eat the loaf of bread. Or I swear I will eat the loaf of bread today, and I don't eat it today. So it's very easy to measure. I lied. What's shav? Ezu rishua shav. Mishpa l'shano says hayedu ali adam. We'll say it's anything that tries to go ahead and change and establish truth that is known. Sorry, before earlier in the second. We'll get Mishpa l'hachi. Sorry. So now that's shaka. So let's say, for example, remember Rashi's example beforehand? Rashi's example was, I swear that this is a man, when it's really a woman. Everyone knows that a man is a man and a woman is a woman, right? And therefore, again, if we try to go ahead and swear to the contrary, that's called Shmuas Shab. I swear that this sefer is a car. And so again, because so that's Shmuas Shab. You're swearing by something that is an observable truth, and you're trying to change that reality. You cannot change an observable truth. That's called Shad. Now, I just want to point out, now this comes together a little bit better because now Shad and Sheker are really two different dramatic categories. So remember, Sheker therefore can really be prospective or retrospective. And either way, it's a lot. Shad is something much more profound. Mishpah is something that you're trying to achieve something that is objectively and observably known. He says, I don't know, they're not like, they don't like. Shmuel Shaka, what Shaka? So what's that? So talking about 21A, about 5 lines in. So the Gemara says, Shmuel Shaka, Mishpah l'hachi is any shmuel that tries to change the truth. Rashi says, Mishpah l'hachi. The Shana says, Ha'enas, Mishpah so Hayu Sha'avar, Kibon HaChalti, V'lo Achal Lo HaChalti Ba'av. So here's interesting. Means any shmuel that's a truth. Right? So, for example, I said I ate the loaf, but I didn't eat the loaf. Or I swear that I didn't eat the loaf, but I ate the loaf. That's what I'm doing. And what's now interesting is, according to the Brisa here, once again, shmuel Shaka is only retrospective. So, yes, I'm retrospective shmuel. I swear that I ate, but I didn't eat, or I swear that I didn't eat that I ate. That's called the Shmuel Shaka. Last time I say, where's the lab from? You know, Shmuel Shaka. Anyway, it's a lab. Don't lie, you swear. Now, what happens if any halacha and I say, I make a prospective Shmuel? I swear I will eat, but I did not eat. And that's the halacha. The Baal Yachel Dvaro. Ultimately, again, he violates Lo Yachal Dvaro. So that's interesting enough, the Lashon of Lo Yachal Dvaro is actually quoted in the context of Ish Tizidon Neder Hashem, O Yishava Shmuel L'Asor Isan Hashem, Lo Yachal Dvaro. So it's interesting because more often than not, in the Neder, right, a Neder is prospective. So very interesting enough, we have Shmuel mentioned in the context of Neder. So the Gemara suggesting, these Rabbanim of Yochanan are suggesting that refers to a different, that refers to a prospective type of shua. That comes under the umbrella of the Rothschild development. You have violated your word. You have a fair word. Raising shua's shot. What's a shua's shot? Each brother's trying to say sayadua. It's any shua that tries to change and establish observable truth. So as I said, you want to find out what happened over here. In this model, which is also pointing at the opener, it's like, so again, we have over here essentially three different categories. There's shua shaka. What's shua shaka? Shua shaka is a retrospective shua. Right? When I say, then you buy it. I swear that I ate the loaf. I didn't eat the loaf. That's called shua shaka. Category 2 is when he calls lo yaka. Lo yaka is prospective shua. Right? He does not go ahead and dig that like a different categorical name. He just calls that in a violation. It's like, I swear I will eat the loaf today, and I don't eat the loaf today. I'm in violation of lo yaka follow. And in category 3 is shua's sham, and in shua's sham, nishpa the sham says hayadua. I take something that is objectively, observably seen as a truth, and I go ahead and okay, those are categories. Again, we'll see how much of the way, so which category you need that. I'm not Papa. So, how do you have all so Papa says this thing with the Rabbi, which is the same thing this made over here. But the thing with the Rabbi, and these three different categories, was not set exclusively, rather it was inferred. Where is it inferred? From here we go. You must say, I'm not easy for Abba, I'm not Yochanan, then Yehuda, I'm sure, I'm not Yeshua, Kol lo saseh the Torah. Not huge for myself, this is one of these nice places. It's probably a good place. So what do you say? Any voice in the Torah, like any prohibition in the Torah, is a lot huge for myself. That's where we got from Marcus days. Any lot huge for myself. Any lot that has with it an action. What's that law? You get Marcus. Straightforward, right? I eat the cheeseburger, that's not. It's a lot huge for myself. Okay, so you might say, you should eat myself. What if you do a lot of ultimately that doesn't have a myself? You don't get Marcus, and that is the general rule. Any lot should eat by myself, there's no Marcus for the prohibition of the violation of such a lot. There are a number of exceptions. Quotes. Number 1. I mean, this fun swearing, remember that swearing has no license, swearing falsely has no license, but yet nevertheless, again, there's going to be Marcus for intentional violation. Neymar, right, which means substituting one sacrificial animal for another. Again, no technical myself, but again, still Marcus. Mikalo escavero b'shem. Or you curse your friend, but you don't your friends, but you curse your friend with the name of HaKadosh Baruch. Okay, so these are the exceptions to the general principle. Principle is la sheyish for myself, la she'in for myself, with the exception of these cases. And I know this is mishpah. How do you know that if you swear, and I will say so many cases where I swear and I intentionally, falsely, or intentionally violate the shua. How do I know that halacha for myself? There is malchus for such an act. On the milk of Shurashpi, the milk of Shurashpi. Amakel, Lasisa, Shem Shem Lokiach Hashem, Kilo Yinachet. The Pasuk said, do not take Hashem's name in vain, because you will not keep cleansed. The Gemara says, Seikin Shamala in Menachinoso. What it means is, the heavenly court will not absolve you of this serious transgression. About Beizin Shamata, mountain also in Menachinoso. Beizin Shamata, moving tax cleansing. How does Beizin Shamata cleanse you? How do they cleanse you? Malchus. The punishment cleanses you. Only a couple of value. I don't say how do you know that? Maybe what the person needs to say, Lord, you're not get cloud. Everybody needs to say it like this. No, you'll not be cleansed at all. Maybe that's what maybe Lord, you're not means If you take the Shvuas shot, right? If you take an ocean day, there's just ongoing culpability, and never be cleansed. Never be cleansed. Someone says, well, each sick people, you're not going to be covered. If I would have just said, well, you're not, then I would agree. No cleansing process. The tremendous severity of such a prohibition. You must also get sick, you know you're not going to Hashem. That's not what the Pasuk says. The Pasuk says, Lo Sisa, Hashem Hashem Elokecha Lashas. You know you're not going to Hashem will not cleanse you. Hashem will not cleanse you. You must wait to the Hashem will give them an act. Hashem doesn't absolve you. About Beitin Shalmata, Beitin Shalmata, Malkin also, Malkin also. But the human court, the court will go ahead and give you Malchus and will absolve you. Okay, so we'll say, so what do you see here? So this is case number one. That Shua, ultimately, even though it's a lot of shit involved in Maisa, and it's a lot because remember, Debo's not a Maisa, you still get a Malchus for intentional violation of Yeshua. Okay, next. Asking for Shua Shad. That's a Shua Shad. Which of us, you remember, what's our definition of a Shua Shad? Let's assume that was one of the latest definition of Rabbi Avon, which is Mishpah V'Sharon T'Sayim Dura. You're trying to change something that is a clearly observable truth that everyone knows. Shua Shad, you know, right? How do you know about a Shua Shad? Remember, then what's going to be our definition of Shad? What's our definition of Shad, right? We're assuming that a Shad is either again the law. Prospectively or retrospectively, either that you're lying. How do I know that a Shua Shad also gets Malchus if you're intentionally? Why? If you take you a Shua Shad, then we got one. So you're telling me, Omar, Lashad, Shtei Panim. The Pasuk itself says Lashad twice. Right, it's again. Rosisa Hashem Hashem Lashad. Kilo Yinaki Hashem Hashem Yisa Shmo Lashad. So it says Shad twice. What's the main English Shad? So again, I only need one Shad for Shad. What I do here. When today in the Shua Shekel, even the Shua Shekel, and to say that what just like a Shua Shad is high Malchus, so the Shua Shekel is high Malchus as well. Incredible. But how do you get on the other? Now we have one thing about this. He said, high Shua Shekel is the what is the case of Shua Shekel? So remember again, just regular definitionally, we're just trying to figure out ultimately again what all of this is. So high Shua Shekel has been done. If you want to say that it's a case of I swear that I will not eat. I swear that I will not eat. And I eat, can't be because that's a lot to use for myself. So again, it makes sense that that's going to be enough. This is right. Why? Because again, I said that was for a normal rule, and then a lot to use for myself is looking enough. So that makes sense. So you're not the sport. So let's remember again, so it's what I'm trying to do. Like the Bryce is stuff because what's the principle? So much she's for myself looking enough. In the myself looking enough. If you buy me the prohibition has an action attached to it. You get Malchus. No action, no Malchus. With the exception, which case is an exception? Shua. So now we're trying to figure out the case of Shua that doesn't have any myself and you don't get Malchus. So if you're telling me that it's a post-factor Shua, I swear that I won't eat, and I do eat, but of course it makes sense that I get Malchus. So that why? Because I did not cheat. Now let's go on the Shua Sha'okal below. When they use this case, I swear that I will eat, and I didn't eat. So when I was in that case, and you guys are high, and you get Malchus for this. After all, the heart eats now, but get the word Shua Sha'okal, because my young Baba Young go off, I swear that I'm going to eat this local food today. And I don't eat it today. The day goes by, I don't eat it. But the other is don't have it. The other is both of you. In the local, you do not get Malchus in such a scenario. The other are not in the local. The other don't get Malchus. Why? You should have not shown by yourself. As well as if I swear that I'm going to eat, and I don't eat, I can't say Malchus. Right? The other is why? That's a lot shown by myself. Right? There's no myself after. So because there's no myself, therefore, again, I can't take Malchus. If I'm watching a mice, and any lab ultimately I doesn't have a mice. You don't get Malchus. Why? You shouldn't have Hasras. You see before actually. There's also these words about Malchus. Why not? Hasras suffering. Astros Suffolk Roach Master. What's going on stars before Marcus? Why is that called Astros Suffolk? Considering again, Astros has to be definitive and delivered within proximity to the condition of the act. Here the issue is that I have the whole grade in order to comply with my shua. Therefore, that's Astros Suffolk. So we're not supposed to be offering condition of agree, no Marcus. But they agree for different reasons. So okay, so again, so what's going to be the case of shua? Where it's a lot she'ein b'maisa and I'm going now. So again, I'm going to say, if they're telling me that it's a case that I swear I'm going to eat and I don't eat, I'm going to use no b'maisa in that case. Either there's a lot she'ein b'maisa or a safek. So much Rabbi Yavo says, I'll tell you the case. So I can't eat the law. It must be the case of what? Of I can't eat the law. I swear that I ate, but I in fact I lied. I didn't eat. So that would be a case ultimately again of a lot she'ein b'maisa, but you wouldn't be chayiv malchus for a shvuas sheker. It's incredible. So look at that. So Rabbi Yavo says, "Hash shvuas sheker." There you open it's Rabbi Medat Rishas. Healthy. So okay, and by the way, now you begin to also understand this is Rabbi Yavo, right? Remember again, the reason in this whole thing is because Rabbi Yavo is stating before that ultimately again, healthy without healthy shvuas sheker. The Gemara says Rabbi Yavo didn't say this explicitly. You learned it by inference. Here's the inference. So feeding back to the place that says that again, normally, lav she'ein b'maisa malchus, lav she'ein b'maisa and b'malchus. One of the exceptions to that rule is shua. What's the case of shvua? Where it's a lot she'ein b'maisa, but you still get malchus. I swear that I eat the loaf. I swear that I eat the loaf. I swear that I eat the loaf, but in fact I didn't eat the loaf. See, you know that is the lot she'ein b'maisa. Right? It turns out, what did I do? I didn't do anything. Like in other words, I swore falsely. I swear it was shua sheker. I swore that I eat the loaf, but it turns out I actually didn't do anything. Now you know it says, that's because of malchus. Even though it's a lot she'ein b'maisa, that is going to be the case of malchus. The Gemara says in my shua. So ultimately again, so why is this case for us? If this is a lot, what just happened over there? We just said, look, everyone agreed that in the case of I swear I will eat and I don't eat, everyone agrees there's no malchus in that case, right? Either why, either because of lot she'ein b'maisa or I swear something. So it says, I don't understand why in this case of I swear that I ate when I didn't eat. You don't understand the argument in everyone agrees in the case of shua she'okal. I swear I will eat and I don't eat. Everyone agrees that what? No liability. Why not? Machol said no conversation. Either because lot she'ein b'maisa or asra safek. The bottom line is everyone agrees that there's no liability. Now that they're both coming along and saying that in the case of shua she'akalti, I swore that I ate it, but I didn't eat it, that it is liability. But why? Why? That's also not she'ein b'maisa. In other words, so why is there liability in that particular case? So the Gemara says, Amarava, the Torah, shvuas sheker, video l'shat. The Torah explicitly equates shvuas sheker, which again in this case is this retrospective shua. I swear that I ate the loaf, but I didn't eat it. And so explicitly compares this shua to a shvuas shat. Not shat l'sha'avar, of sheker nami l'sha'avar. Just like the Muslim, and by the way, a shvuas shat is entirely a retrospective shua. Why? Because if you go into the idea, let's say, what's shad? Shad is nishpa l'shalos es hayadua. Right? And that's what it is. Shad is nishpa l'shalos es hayadua. Right? I'll explain it. Shad is nishpa l'shalos es hayadua. Right? That's what shad does. Shad is nishpa l'shalos es hayadua. Right? So what am I doing? I swear that the sefer is a car. That was like, so my definition that is always retrospective. Because what I'm swearing about is something reason has been a certain way, and I'm swearing it separately. So therefore, it's very interesting. Gemara says, or Rabbi says, the third trip to Torah, Shua Sheker Junior Shad. That a Shua Sheker is like a Shua Shad. That will say, where does the Torah explicitly go and equate a Shua Sheker to a Shua Shad? So it could have been a reason of this, so you just made the point that it says Shav twice. One Shav is for Shav, one Shav is for Sheker. So again, the same way that a Shua Shav is retrospective and you're kind of this, so to a Shua Sheker will also be retrospective and you'll be tired of this. That's the drasha. Incredible. So the girl says, good. So in touch. The third is the Torah Shua Shabbat being done the Shabbat. Not Shabbat Shabbat. I've checked it on the Shabbat. Just like a Shua Shabbat is retrospective. Like, and you're tired of Malchus. Shua to a Shua Sheker will be retrospective and you're tired of Malchus. Incredible. So Rabbi says, just as it seems to be coming out over here is that Halacha L'Maisa. We're going with these three categories of Shuas. So what we have over here is Shua Sheker Part 1, which is what we call a retrospective Shua. I swear that I ate, but I didn't eat.
So what up, Zoot?
I didn't eat, but I didn't eat.
Zoot, how you live in town?
Case number two.
How long do you perform?
I swear that I will eat or I won't eat. Interestingly enough, Rabbi Abo doesn't handle that. What he just says is that Bayachel, that's the type of Shua that's mentioned in the context of Nedarim. So that's a Shua that's like.
Are you nervous?
Like an Neder's prospective. So to this type of Shua is prospective as well. Now, is that called Shua Sheker? Is that called something else?
Okay, here's my real question for you, and it's really the only important question in the world right now. Are you ready to lose?
What Shua Shad? Where you try to go ahead and swear to change and establish.
Let's get all the losing out of your body right now. And then when you go there tonight, you win. Sound like a plan? What up, baby?
It's one of the exceptions to Rothschild rule that even though normally Rothschild get Malchus. Incredible. That's
I would go to the school administration and make them aware of the situation. I would go to the school administration and make them aware of the situation.
It's actually very interesting. Again, we're going to talk more about these Yisodos and Eretz Hashem as we go on.
Generally, if they were defending themselves.
They were actually just a couple of minutes ago. I swear I will not eat this loaf.
If they were defending themselves, no. Are you going to accept the invitation that I sent you?
What is this?
No, especially if they were defending themselves.
Type model, type model, Neder type model, a prospective Shvua.
And not all fights are like it depends how you define it. Some people might define when two guys who are teenagers wrestling, they consider that to be a fight, and that's not really a fight. And so no, I wouldn't. Okay, well, again, as I previously said, especially if the child was wrestling or defending themselves, I'm not going to. That's generally normal instinctual behavior.
Or obligated, whichever case you want to frame it as.
Why would you go that way? You're right in front of the fucking door.
Let's say, I swear to put on tefillin today. Such a shua is not. Why?
Yes, you can.
Because since I'm only obligated to do so,
I mean, you just helped me, big dog.
Obligated to do is a meaningless shua.
No, I didn't actually. I made it right through. And now,
that loaf,
you're fucked.
Commanded, so to speak, not to eat that loaf. And then for any subsequent
you're done. No, it's over for you, baby. Dude, it's over for you. Yeah, man. You're done. That was fun. How is who?
You'll get Marcus. And if you go and violate the shul unintentionally, you will have
he does
to
a lot of
cover
arenas,
That's it.
and women
So
think
it's
he's good looking. And good looking plus funny is a deadly combination.
Interestingly enough, what is the paradigmatic example? Is a prospective shua. So what do you see from here? Zogi, but it says this is the.
All right, well, I didn't say you had to suck his dick.
The low lucky. First part on the bottom, it must be coming to exclude ultimately again a retrospective shua, where if you were to make this shua eventually get malchus.
Yes, sir.
So what do you see from here? That a retrospective shua is not chayiv malchus.
Dude, I'm just telling you right now, that shot sucks. Dude, do you ever see the hole in the middle of a corner like this?
That a retrospective shua, if unintentionally violated, is not subject to a carbon. So the Gemara says, Zogi, it's only a prospective shua that if you accidentally violate the kind of carbon.
I mean, but only on this hole do I ever see it, like right in the corner.
If you accidentally make a false retrospective shua,
Dude,
you are not fiber carbon. Intentionally,
that was a terrible shot, and I knew it was going to be a terrible shot. That's a terrible shot, too. Well, since mine went in the water, there's an argument to be made, not mine. But with the in combination with that second shot, you're not going to have a shot that good. Oh, you did. That was great. Nice job. Impressive.
To which the Gemara says, here's the problem. Look at the end of that brayso.
Look at this move. Look at this move, Zeus. Look at this move. Look what I just did here.
This is the example of a shua.
I fucked you. I fucked you.
With the shah, we're going ahead and operating with the basic definition that we saw before.
You're going to hit that chicken, dog.
If you violated, if you intentionally make a shua shot, you get malchus. For a shogeg, you're putter. Shouldn't you putter? There's no carbon over the urine by a shua shot. Zogi.
What up, baby? Dog, it's 2-0. 2-1. I'm not worried.
That you don't get malchus.
No one remembers that. That's never happened.
No, it means it's
no, maybe I think I did one time. Maybe. Hit my ball. Hit my ball. Stop.
One is chayiv for retrospective shuas. Rabbi Shmuel says you're not. Rabbi Akiva says you are. Mercy, 1 second. Here's the problem. It's not based on this. You just said before that the Reisha reflects in Rabbi Shmuel. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Akiva.
Your shot was garbage.
We never like attributing the Reisha and Sefer to two different opinions. The Gemara says, no, not a problem. Kulu Rabbi Akiva. In reality, both the Reisha and Sefer Rabbi Akiva.
Dude, why would you have such a bad shot?
The Reisha is not coming to exclude a retrospective shua from carbon.
Dude, are you ready for one of the greatest shots in the history of humankind?
It's coming to exclude ultimately again the case of Ochal, and I didn't read from the case of Malchus, about carbon, Mechayit, but ultimately there was still carbonic liability, or Maishna. So why the difference? Or why the distinction between the two cases? We Stavra, Kaibala Habal, and Maibala Habal, because it makes sense if we're dealing with a prospective shua, then should come to exclude the case of prospective shua from liability. Kaibala Habal, and Maibala Shabar. Does it make sense that if we're talking about to get a prospective shua, that we're coming to go ahead and exclude?
Dude, are you gonna go?
Retrospective, that doesn't make sense. Okay, so we'll say, so what are we left with over here? So what we're left with over here, we'll say, it's a great question.
Dude, make it.
He's still struggling to figure out our shua categories, right? Here's what I do know, right? What I do know
That's
right
a terrible
now is
shot.
that
Everybody knows it. Be good. And it wasn't.
What I don't know is what exactly falls into these categories.
Do you recognize that you
based on the last
lost
model,
this game?
So Rabbi Ava's model. So what I have over here is
it's over for you, baby.
Rabbi Ava's model is
it's over for you.
I'm trying to change something that is visible and
Dude, you're gonna lose
A man is a woman,
And it's going to be
a woman is a
pretty
man,
easy
a boat
win
is
for
a
me.
car. You just can't do that. That's called
I'm not going to really have to
What is
try.
sheker? So interestingly enough, in Rabbi
So you're up.
so Rabbi Rothschild, he has a retrospective shvua.
That was awful.
It's sheker.
One of
I
the
swear
worst
I ate
shots
the loaf, but I didn't eat
that
the
you
loaf.
could even have.
That's a
I couldn't
shvua.
even,
Like prospective shvua. Interestingly enough, he learns out from the
attempt.
category ultimately of midarim. So what is that?
Your shot was
prospective?
awful.
Where does prospective false over? Is that
It was
called
terrible.
sheker? Is that called something else? It's
No one knows, dog.
Retrospective false oath. There's also prohibition to make a
Yes, it was.
false oath. Is that called shvua sheker? Is that called something else? That's still lingering.
Okay.
We're going to get to the today.
Rabbi,
drop.
Riser,
All become
and
clear
Kanye West.
only against those that are not. See, by the way,
No, and
actually, okay, you know what? Let's actually do this right now.
Okay,
Let's do it right now.
that's
Let me show
fun.
you the Rambam, right? Because this is very important to get clarity on this. So this is the Rambam.
you know why?
Parak Aleph Hachos Shvuos. Here it is. Actually, it happens to be. I'll send it out on the show because it happens to be a beautiful, beautiful read, and kind of allows everything to really settle for ourselves. So Rashi says as follows. Sorry,
Oh, look at the shot, Zoot. That was the best shot. That was amazing. Zoot, you got fucked.
It says like this.
Dude, did you see that shot, dog? Hit my ball. Thank you.
So Rambam says, the definition of shua sheker
Dude, what
is
the
you
fuck am I
lie.
saying?
Whether you're
How about
lying
you go?
prospectively or you're lying retrospectively, that is called ishvuas sheker. So I swear that I ate the loaf, but I didn't eat the loaf. Right? Or I swear that I
Dude,
will
with
eat
your
the loaf,
questions like
but I
that.
didn't eat the loaf. Doesn't make this in the Rambam. So retrospectively, prospectively, if you're lying, that is called
Dude,
ishvuas
look how good the
sheker.
shot is. Dude, look how good the shot is. And look at where your ball is. Your ball
if you lie intentionally,
has
you get malchus. If you
no
lie
opportunity.
unintentionally, you make a mistake, maybe you're all that your rate.
Then it'll be the last time I played. Oh, that was a good shot.
Anytime you're lying,
Dude, it's not even over for you. You could still win.
prospectively, that is called shvuas sheker. Intentional violation of it gives you
Dog,
malchus.
your chances aren't very good when you start. I beat you like thousands of games in a row compared to you winning 42 times.
So number one is you swear about something that is known,
Hit
objectively
my
known
ball,
truth,
baby.
and you swear to the contrary.
Oh, did you water about me?
So that's our approach as well, or the Gemara's approach as well. That halacha l'maisa, again, anytime you have something that is an objectively known truth, and you swear to the contrary, that is called ishvuas. Someone says now we have a definition.
Are you proud of that shot, Zoo?
Anytime you lie, whether you're lying retrospectively or it turns out prospectively,
That's short.
Intentional violation of sheker. Malchus, unintentional.
You ready for the greatest shot you've ever seen?
A lot more here.
Oh
But for
man,
now, at
that
least
was
it gives
close.
us our categorical clarity.
Why are you doing that?
Back to the Gemara. All right, you know what I'm saying? Let's stop over here. Back to the Gemara and stop over here. Okay, let's say we're fine. We're absolutely on target. We have to get in that Rambam, end up there with clarity. Shkaya, we want to pick up here tomorrow. More exciting sugyas ahead.
Look how sick this shot is, Zoo. Zoo, are you seeing it? Did you see how good that shot was?
All right, Kilo, say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin.
Do you think Chelsea masturbates to you?
Tell me to respond. Tell me to respond. For tough shin pay hey.
I think she masturbates to me. I know she does. I know that funny bitch she masturbates bringing it right now. Oh no, that's not weird. That's human nature, baby.
And we have learning sponsor Hillary Jacobs in Kent in memory of her daughter Shifra Zichron Livracha.
Give me odds. What are the odds Chelsea wins?
All of those who need a refuah should have
Okay, what are the odds you win?
And our holy soldiers.
What are your odds? What are the odds J. Michael wins? He's not fun. I thought he got into the next round. Oh, not J. Michael. Who's your other friend?
We actually began this yesterday.
What's his name? Okay, what are the odds Kent Michael wins?
Let's contrast the two opinions of Yochanan and Kent. This is how we remember getting ended up.
So you got a better chance than Kent Michael?
Yochanan said that in this context over here,
does Kent Michael know that you think you're funnier than he is?
Knowledge is like definitive knowledge, and the Shlokish ultimately chose to interpret.
Does Kent Michael have any material on Amish orgies? Is it funny?
Here's the case. I consume something chaylev. So, for example, there's a piece of meat in front of me. I am not sure which is prohibited. Is it
Let's hear it.
Which is permitted? I consume it. There's a lapse of awareness. I eat it, right? And then afterwards, I know what I did. I realize what I did. Now, under normal circumstances, what would the halacha for such a situation like that? You bring what is called an asham talui. Asham is a sin offering. Talui means like possibilities. You bring, again, not a possible sin offering, but a sin offering for a possible infraction. So asham talui. And in this case over here, in this case, what's unique is he did this twice. He did this twice, or whatever. It can be 3 times, 4 times, whatever it is. So if you look at Rashi just a moment, Rashi says over here,
okay, baby. All right, Zoo. Okay, that's all right. I want you to focus on your material. You are, baby. I think that Chelsea's going to be too distracted masturbating to me, and you're going to come in and win.
So he says, okay. The same way that if you go ahead
What about the slam poet?
You go ahead and you violate.
Do you think she has a chance?
You can be chayiv multiple asham taluis. That's.
Who the fuck is that?
That is Rabbi's position. Rashi says over there.
Is he cool? All right, that doesn't mean he's cool.
So all of these, Rabbi Shimon Yehuda, Rabbi Elazar, Rabbi Shimon, all said in the name of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai.
All right, so are you going to listen to Lose Yourself by Eminem before you go on stage? All right, baby. Keep me updated. Is Zook gonna win? There is no fucking way.
So the way it's set up is the Torah goes ahead and highlights Shigidos Harbe, many potential shkagos, but yet even for many potential shkagos, there's only one Asham Talui. So let's say I want to point out something very interesting. If you notice, the machlokas is not in the Chatos case, right? Everyone agrees that if halacha l'maaseh you committed multiple averos, right? Multiple averos. Now, again, remember, the chap over here is it's not the ha'elam echad. Because remember, if you commit multiple averos in one lapse of awareness, especially if it's the same avera, how many times will be chayiv? Only once. The idea is everyone will agree that if you go ahead and you commit multiple averos, right? But in multiple ha'elamos, multiple lapses, there of course will be chatas liability for each and every one. The question is, in an Asham Talui case, is there multiple Asham Talui liability or not? Rabbi says yes. Rashbi says no.
So
Rashbi says no. One Asham Taloi per customer. Rish Lakish says, Tan Shalrevi, he deals Seikos and Schalkos the Katos. Here Rabbi is saying, and ultimately going to be a Seikos, which means possible infractions, right? So multiple possible deals can generate multiple carbonic liabilities. Rabbi Yochanan says, Kishim Shivias Vadai Ba'alma Mishalkos Katos. Rabbi Yochanan frames it a little bit differently. He says, in a single way in the world of Katos, definitive knowledge creates multiple, independent carbonic liabilities. Kach Yivios Sapek Mishalkos Vashamos. So too, even the deal of something, the knowledge that it possibly violated something can create multiple asham totally of obligations. Whereas in Bishlam of Rabbi Yochanan Kasha, what they seek to correct the guilt they have previously espoused positions. So Bishlam of Rabbi Yochanan Kasha, so you can say, Rabbi Yochanan is not a Kasha, not kind of which why not. And, in the case of asham totally, Asu Zolo B'chal HaTorah Kulas. So think about what you think this is unique halacha b'asham totally. This doesn't apply to other cases. So do not see the event because it's really case of asham totally that there is no yibura that is mentioned explicitly. Because why move an elam with the class? Remember again, it's learned out from the phrase of the elam. It was concealed from him. For long the Kala Torah Kula Asu. Right? Because the rest of the Torah, all our cases are going to be different. Why? The tzid of the elam, the pasuk explicitly says it became known to or it became known to him. Yediyah ma'al yasa ba'inam. One requires definitive knowledge. But according to Lakish, I the multi-loss Rabbi Shmuel, look Rabbi. Lakish, instead of setting up a Rabbi Shmuel, why not establish a flag Rabbi? How can I show you Rabbi Shmuel will buy you the Kula? To highlight the idea that Rabbi Shmuel does not require definitive knowledge of front end in order to generate liability. Where it says, okay, so cheaper, that's obvious. The low buy, either Rabbi Yassi, Rabbi the Me'elam, the Mechaiba, Halah, so you don't say, the Rabbi Yassi, the Me'elam, the Mechaiba, Halah, so again, obviously the Torah is going to find you. We already established that beforehand. You know, not the more age of thought. So let's say the Christ. Maybe the Torah doesn't really have to need for you to be a B'chira for a person, but about the Gemara mistake, but maybe has a tradition, like the Masorah, that you still apply you be a B'chira, which the Rebbe is Kamash Malan, that knows that the Mishmah does not require you to be a B'chira. Okay, so let's say, so I look for myself. So I look for myself, just in this case, just so you know, the way there's really two ways altogether. First of all, for yesterday's case, they may not really closed it out, which is an important case. The local instruction should have the piece of the snake shadirin, the two different paths, to just understand what the local holds suffix with DXC, it's like a strategy. I'm not asking what the local but suffix with DXC, that's why, again, interestingly enough, in the case where I know I go down both paths. Even if I pretend that I went down the second path, I forgot about the first path. I won't call it so there will be a subtitle. There will be covered over the other. There will be covered over the other liability. Right? Why? Because suffix is key of the so and to couple that, we required in order for Asham covered over the other way by 2 months, right? But you have the view of the Kula. So that you make this idea. So on one hand, you must have the view of the Kula. You must have knowledge about the fact that you became coming, and then a lapse of awareness, and then knowledge again, in order to be a carbon for the yoga. But again, we merge that concept with the yoga. What I'm saying is that the definition of definitive knowledge doesn't have to mean that you possess all the knowledge at all the time. It just means that at some point you realize that now you're actually coming. So for example, in the case of the 2 paths, even if you forgot about the first path, every time you walk on the second path, I love when I said that is still called the definitive knowledge as well. So actually, you need to be able to clean up, but you also have to need to be able to. And I have to feel, let's say, in this case, also that other passages like Rabbi, meaning that we want to be high for multiple Asham colors. So in this case, where I ate suffix Caleb, right? I ate suffix Caleb, and then I forgot about it. Then I ate suffix Caleb again. right? So I have multiple cases of suffering feelings consumption, not the halamet, but not in one rat. But over time, one can be paid for multiple Hashem covers. Okay, go to Hajj a lot. Sorry, first I forgot. One more piece. But I know again it was triggered from the way that we were learning, but I just wanted to explicitly speak it out. We also understand, I think I mentioned this yesterday, like Rabbi Shmuel in the Mishnah, right? That there is covered, remember again, I'm not focusing, my focus in the Mishnah between Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Akiva, and Rabbi Shmuel. Come to Rabbi Eliezer, and Rabbi Akiva is that it means all that you're high for Helam Mishkash, but not for, I'm sorry, they hold that you're high for Helam Tumah, but not for Helam Mishkash. Like the Torah covered over the Yorim if you forget about the Tumah, but not if you forget about the Mikdash or Kodash. If you small hold, that you hide both for Helam Tumah and for Helam Mikdash, you have to write Rabbi Shmuel. Okay, therefore, again, there's covered over the Yorim liability, whether you forget about your Tumah or whether you forget that it's written in the Mikdash or have consumed Kodash. Incredible. All right, then I'll say, Hajj Allah. Mazel tov, second parak of Shavuos under Adar. That was like back to Shavuos. Back to Shavuos. So Shavuos shining between Arba. What's in Arba? Hashem, this community, the Mishnah of Arba, Hashem, we've seen it already so many times. So we're between them. So there are two Shavuos, right? Two kinds of Shavuos, but in reality, yield two more pieces. And what's in here, the most part is because this is the primary topic of the Mishnah. The Mishnah actually spells everything out for us, which is very exciting. So what are the two primary types of Shavuos? Shavuos she'ochel, Mishnah le'ochel. So let's say, so Mishnah's understanding over here is that on a Midoraisa, now again, I mentioned at the beginning of the second let's say again, the Shavuot that we're dealing with over here is what's called a Shavuos B'Toy. A Shavuos B'Toy means a declarative Shavuot. Your mission is speaking about, in this case, about something that will occur. Finish the single saying that will occur. So the Gemara asks, the Mishnah says, there are two primary cases. What are the two primary cases? Shavuot she'ochel, I swear, I will eat, we'll just use the two cases. I swear that I will eat this loaf of bread. I swear that I will eat it. And Shavuot, or I swear that I won't eat it. Okay, now again, what's becoming running over here? Mutual oriented Shavuos. And you should understand that we saw already in the first product, which is the other stuff is subject to some level of dispute. But halacha l'maisa again, halacha l'maisa, the oraisa paradigm of Shavuos people is future oriented Shavuos. So those are the two. I swear I will eat the loaf of bread. I swear I won't eat the loaf of bread. Which then yields two more Shavuos. Shahalti, Yishalachati. Past tense. I swear I eat the loaf of bread. I swear I do not eat the loaf of bread. Okay. Shavuos she'ochel, ma'achol, kosher, high dirty people. What's this now? So this is very important, right? So again, Shavuos speaking, the paradigm, Midoraisa, mutual oriented Shavuos, I will eat, I won't eat. There's two more. Then listen, what exactly was two more? What is that? Rabbanon, Midoraisa, what we will see. I won't eat, I didn't, or I did not. Okay, cool. Now the Gemara says, Shahal says, let's say, I make a good times of medicals. I swear I will not eat this loaf of bread. Rahal kosher, and we'll eat that with a bit of it. So the Gemara says, how dirty is your fight? Then you will keep your fight even for consumption of any small amount of bread. I'm going to keep up. And Rabbi said to me, people, that's what you got. If I say about also called she's tired, she's that tired, how can you say, listen, in general, when everybody can say that people, what's the shit, what's that people, what's the shit, like desires. Like in my head, it's sexist to that shit, like the different shit. Like when I say, well, in general, is food and people are its desires. Then people, how can you say that you're tired for just living, or any, you eat a crumb of the loaf, and the crumb of the loaf, and you're going to be tired, that doesn't make any sense. And what the Kiva says, if you ate from the Radada, who may be covered, she's in the may be covered. But if you will look this by Shua already in different set of circumstances. Why? There are few Shua case where one can generate liabilities simply for speaking. Simply for speaking. That's what we do, by the way. But Shua, there's no myself. So your actions, all it is speech. Yet speech, which is not amazing, generates liability. So speech, what do you see from here? You see from here that the halachos of shvuos are fundamentally different than regular halachos. They're just different. So in the same way that a non-Moshe speech can generate liability, so too does even the smallest amount to generate liability as well. It sounds like if a person says, right? I swear that I'm going to eat. That sha'oka means I'm going to eat. I'm going to eat. That's the Gemara says, is that true? Or no, Gemara is the kasha. Shavua la'oka l'cha. Shavua sha'oka l'cha. Lo shavua sha'oka l'cha. Aser. Okay, the Gemara said, listen to the advice. The Gemara says as follows. If I say, I swear, look at these phrases. Shvua lo ochalacha. I swear, like an oath, lo ochalacha. I will not eat for you, right, or yours. Shvua sha'ochalacha. Shvua, and I literally translated it means, I'll eat of yours. Lo shvua ochalacha. Not a shvua that I won't eat of yours. In all of these cases, it's possible. I will say now, out of all these cases, we're going to only focus on one. What are we focused on? Shvua sha'ochalacha. So what do you see from here? That reading the Shvua sha'ochalacha is, I swear, I will eat of your food. So what do you see from here? That in the context of food, it sounds like Russia ochel doesn't mean to eat. Rather, what does it mean? Not to eat. Not to eat. So that contradicts on this, no? Says, I'm not buying it, the olam, that's from the rest. No, really, sha'ochel means I will eat. I will eat. You know what it says? So how do you reconcile our Mishnah with this place? So, Kasha, kind of the Sarvin Bolachol, kind of the Shane Sarvin Bolachol, which the Gemara says everything depends on context. The Raisa case is talking about a situation where Reuben is being pressured to eat. Like Reuben is being pressured to eat, Reuben doesn't want to eat. So he thinks to Shvua not to eat. Our Mishnah is talking about a case. The Shane Sarvin Bolachol, no one's pressuring anyone to go ahead and eat. Therefore, the Gemara says, Raisa, then the Sarvin Bolachol. So the Raisa case, right? So someone's trying to come and eat. This Amar, lo achona, lo achona. If you come to Shtabah, Amar Shvua, shelo ochel. So now we're going to say very interesting is that halacha l'maisa, it could very well be that the interpretation of Shvua about functioning the body should also be based on the context in which they are uttered. Therefore, the Gemara says like this, and it is that Reuben is being pressured to eat, and he says, Shvua sha'ochel, is from the context of his speaking of Shvua in order not to eat. So therefore, the interpretation is really extraordinary. Even though he says Shvua sha'ochel, it's contextually that he does not want to eat, and therefore, that's how you interpret this phrase. The detail is not often called Shvua sha'ochel. Ultimately, again, but however, the Mishnah, there is no pressure that is being applied. So stand with Shvua sha'ochel means what? I will eat. I swear that I will eat. Okay, very interesting. So Rashi says, Rashi, what's funny? Shvua she'ochel. The Rashi says you're right. The dice actually has to be amended. And the way that the dice is should be written is Shvua she'ochel. I swear, and she means that I will not go ahead and eat of your food. So which the Gemara says that that's the case. You have to remember. Okay, so the guy's making it clear that there's still sha'ochel. Obviously, he's swearing that he's not going to eat from his food. So what's the Kiddush over here? Minor minute. So now the Lord just said, Mishka destroy. So let us look at that again. When the person says Shvua, shelo, so shelo is a fully articulated additional word. Therefore, his intention is completely clear. Shvua, right? Maybe it could be interpreted as a slip of the tongue, and maybe not intended. When he says Shvua, we understand that what he's saying is shelo, to Shalom, and if I'm not going to make that it's considered a Shua not to go ahead and leave. So again, we'll discuss this in greater depth because over here, really, what it's trying to get us fundamentally arguing on is using these contexts to interpret the true meaning of the other's Shavua. So Rabbi clearly says yes, and I've actually made disagree on that. So again, we'll see that later on as we progress. For our purposes, the thinking of the beginning as follows: that it is interesting to see that it is exciting to say that sometimes Sha'ol to me, I will not eat. It could be that in a sound case, Sha'ol means I swear I will eat. But interesting to note that perhaps context have a bearing on the interpretation of the Shua, and that maybe, given the context, Sha'ol could actually mean I will eat. Okay, for our purposes again, for the Mishnah, Sha'ol means I swear I will eat. Good, beautiful, it's the right. Turn up on it. What's the Sinai? The two question was going to get into the mechanics of Shua. Okay, no, turn up on it. Sure, now what's the argument is very interesting. We're going to speak about different expressions that could mean Shua. So, the classic case, how do you think of Shua? Classic case, what's the argument of Shua? Right? I swear. Shua, Sha'ani Ofa. I swear I will eat Shua, Sha'ani Ofa, because I swear, I will eat this loaf of bread. Right? Again, using the Mishnah, the Bible and the future order of Shuas. Ultimately, the thing are different expressions that can also mean Shua. For example, you know, there's Niftar Shua. Let's say a person says, Niftar also Tigazi. You actually make that expression. Niftar also Tigazi. The word Niftar also means Shua. Isser, Shua. So too again, the word Isser also means Shua. For example, now we're trying to do more things. Isser, Kika, Zua. Sounds like what he's saying is, I swear I will not eat this loaf. So Mikvah is interpreted as literally, you use the word Mikvah instead of Shua. You use the word Isser instead of Shua. It sounds like these words themselves create a Shua. The Gemara says, so Mikvah Shua, Isser Shua, Isser Shua. Now the Gemara is asking like this. When you use the word Isser, what type of liability does that actually create? What is that? First of all, take a look at that for just a moment. You know, it's trying to Nifta Shua, all the Nifta Kifa Zuraran, or Shua Shalo Osa, and Harisa the Olad. By the way, I didn't mention this before. Remember, the Shua we're talking about the Shua's decoys, right? And you put an intention for violation of the Shua's decoys, ultimately is the carbon Olad. Right? So now again, we have and that way, just to understand this is also, remember, why did you want to also put together to get a tumor and Shua, same type of cover right there, all the others. You know, so now you're asking, when it comes to Isra, now you've got little bit of things in the roof, that's like saying Shua. When you say Isra, or like you say also Shua, more says, well, explain to me, what exactly is the Isra of Isra? What does Isra work? You want to say this. In Asa Omer Isra Shua Kayid, you're not Kaka. So what does that mean? So it sounds like saying, if you say Isra Shua, so you have to use that notion of Isra Shua. So Isra Shua will create liability, but if you don't use that notion of Isra Shua, then that's not a Shua, therefore you'll be Kaka. In Asa Omer Isra Shua, if you say Isra Shua, Ha'omer Isra Shua. So it's all the question just said. And beforehand he just said, Lifta is Shua. Isser is Shua. It doesn't say Isser Shua. It says Isser by itself. That is creates Shua liability. What's going on? Let's get right here. Don't worry about it. I'll ignore it. Here's what he's going to say. Nifta, Shua. No. So there's different categories over here. Right? The word Nifta, actually using the word Nifta, and we'll see where that comes from. But the actual word Nifta is the equivalent to saying Shua. So halachically, there is no difference in saying Shua, Sha'ani Okal Fikazu. I swear, I will eat this loaf of bread. And say Nifta, Ani Okal Fikazu. I swear, Nifta, I will eat this loaf of bread. Same exact thing. In both of those cases, you are swearing to eat the loaf of bread. And listen, now watch this. Rabbi says, however, Isser, not this Mishua. So this is very interesting. Isser works a little bit differently. Isser works the principle of what's called Atfasa. This is very exciting. Atfasa is the process by which you make something polluted by linking it to something that is already prohibited. Like that means you not fully pollute something. Listen to how she makes the money. Isser makes this Mishua. Isser, I like to do. So the person says, you will use that lesson. Isser alai keepers. Right? What do they say? So Isser this keeper, what do they say? If you wish to mishpa alai keepers, because of the honor alai keeper, after I raise that kizah, she gets this as a shame. So let's say, so the way it works is like this. The person says, essentially what they're doing is, Kibiyako, they're linking, not Kibiyako, but they're linking the loaf to some already previously established prohibited item. It could be another prohibited loaf, it could be prohibited something else. But that's the way this will work. So let's say, you hear what's happening over here? It says, opposed to one woman, we have Shmuel and Mifta. What does Shua and Mifta do? It creates new prohibition. So Shua, Sha'ani Okal Fikazu, or reality. I swear I will eat this loaf of bread. Mifta Okal Fikazu, to dry reality created. Isser Fikazu, or Israelite, Fikazu, ultimately goes ahead and says, I'm linking this loaf to a previously established prohibition. That's what Isser does. Atfasa. Again, we're going to delve into this a little bit more. So the Gemara says, so I'm not going to eat the Shua. Isser mitzvahs Yeshua. Isser. So the Gemara says, what is the nature of this Isser? And also, only mitzvahs Yeshua, to mostly Shua mitzvah, the Michael, you're not part of, let's say, very terms to a fundamental issue, which is, does Atfasa work like Shua? The actually these one of us at once. Does it work to make a Shua? Does it make a Shua? Or can you generate a Shua by linking a present unprohibited item to a previously prohibited item? Is that possible? Does that work to create Shua reality or not? So again, I look for ways to answer that question will determine whether or not there's actual liability. We might, so now we have our categories. Now that we have them, we're going to go ahead and expound on them. So remember, on one hand, I have Shua and Mifta. Shua for themselves are actual expressions of an oath. Actual expressions of an oath. Again, when you say Shua, you say Mifta, you're creating the oath. Creating the reality for this aspect. Isser alai Fikazu is Atfasa. I'm linking this loaf right now prohibited to something that's previously prohibited. And again, by linking it to a prohibited item, I'm now generating Isser upon this new loaf as well. Okay, now that those are our categories, let's go very good. What we might do Mifta Shua, how do you know that the collection of Mifta is the actual collection of Shua? This is another Isi Shabbat Levatei Bisfasai. Okay, so let's say now, by the way, the lashon of Levatei bitui. Bitui means articulate or expressions. Therefore, you see that the word mitzvah is used in the context of Shua. Therefore, it is proper synonym for Shua itself. This thing now means by that because you can say it's in the tradition. It says, Omega the whole Shua's Isra. Yes, it is also used. So why don't you say the same way that mitzvah was in Shua? It's also a Shua. Ella, nine, it's a mitzvah Shua. So I learned most of the time. How do you know? As well as is what Hashfasa. It said, so Asra Isra al Nasha Bishua. Is what the Pasuk says, or Asra Isra al Nasha Bishua. So again, if you look at actually that says much more שעשו לעשות, או עושה לסובב את ישוע, משמע שעשרתו ותפסו בדבר שנשבע עליו כבר. So it's actually interesting, just from the passage itself, או עשרה ישראל על נפשו בשבוע, the Gemara says, that through an Isser, and through the Lashon of Isser, and creating a prohibition with something that was already previously prohibited. It's very interesting. It's the same thing in my Nifta. It says anything that a person will activate through a shua. So the same argument, when he's talking about something, linkage to something that was already previously prohibited. Rabbi says the fact that Nifta is an expression of shua is not compared. So what do you see from here in this passage? In this passage, literally, lifta is used as a synonym for shua. Better synonym. It's used as a replacement for the word shua. Right? It says neder. It says neder. And remember again, we're going to talk about this. The never but for nothing else. Right? There's a little bit of life, right? The sisters, you know that's related, but very different sisters. Right? So we're going to see that Shua. So what's interesting is it's very common in Torah wherever you're mentioning neder, you're also going to mention Shua. What's fascinating about this concept is there's a mention of neder. Clearly, we want to first talking about Shua, but talking about Shua. Instead, what does it say? Mitzvah. Mitzvah. So from there you see that literally again, the word mitzvah is an actual synonym for shua. So the Gemara says, the ma'asah. So what is the prohibition here? You the mitzvah ultimately refers to. See from here you see that the word mitzvah literally works in the same way that the word shua goes ahead and works. Love Allah. So as an order in the law, mitzvah shua back to shua. So Rabbi wants to say this. In reality, Hatsasa is not worked by Shua. In other words, if you want to create a Shua, linking a currently permitted item to a previously prohibited item is not going to be enough to create a Shua. So let's create it in a different way. So the Gemara says, what's going on over here? And if you try to do that, it does not create a reality. Baki Kamar, Nifta Shua. Literally, to say at the end of the day, Halakha L'Maisa, Nifta is Shua. Okay? Isser now means Shua. Isser is also a Shua. So now what love is coming to come on? Love is going on to say, well, Shua is Lashon of Shua, obviously. Nifta is Lashon of Shua, and guess what? This is also. So let's say, what do you see from here? We do not focus about how Isser works. Because Isser works through Hatfasa. The Lashon of Isser essentially says, I'm taking this concrete committed item, linking it to a prohibited item. Is that how Isser works? Or no, Isser is an actual Lashon of Shua as well. So the Gemara says, the Tira concept being neder l'shua. Okay, so let's say now when it comes to the prohibitory nature of Isser, the Torah.
What up, Iceman?
Okay. Now, what does that mean? I will say, hold on.
How you living, Clint?
Right now, which is always very exciting.
What's going on?
Because now you're going to have all the information you need to be successful right in the next 5 minutes, at least when it comes to
Can you repeat that, please?
Right, because we're going to see some fundamentally so. So look at Rashi.
No, it's not like my thing. Yeah, dog, a lot of times.
Not to own that, but how can you come right? Just gonna say making a shvua. What type of isser does that create? This means isser shel isser. Here we go. Shvua. Don't call out the shonos.
Whiz, dog. So you kind of hit the nail on the head.
All expressions of isser.
Why?
The same
Oh, because my fucking bladder is full.
What
What do you want me to do about it, baby?
It's very interesting. The word Isser itself appears in the context between Neder and Shavua. The Gemara says, now what is the difference between a neder and a shvua? So it's easy. Right? A neder is a vow, a shvua is an oath. Right? Now, mechanically, or right mechanistically, what it says, hold on for just a second. In Amisa B'Lashon Shvua, ki go Isser, Shelo Ochal Kikar Zeh, ki Lashon HaNishba in Omen Shelo Ochal, Af HaIsser Shotzi B'Lashon Zeh, Shvua B'Chayiv Karban. Ve'imlav, just going to read one second. Ve'imlav Elo Tzi B'Lashon Neder, She'ino Isser Kikar Zu Alai. Okay, let me tell you, this something very interesting. And this is perhaps one of the most important statements we're going to make during the entire Masechta. The fundamental distinction between a neder and a shvua is ultimately, again, a shvua is ultimately an isser on the chafza. Right? The prohibition of a shvua devolves upon the object. A neder is an isser gafra. The prohibition of the neder devolves upon the individual. You know, say that distinction is core to everything you're going to learn for the next couple of weeks. So again, that's why if you even see the Lashonos, right? So remember again, the Lashon of a Shvua is Shvua, right? Shvua she'eni ofal kikar zu, right? I swear I'm not going to eat this loaf. By neder, you would say kikar zu alai. Kikar zu alai. This loaf is prohibited unto me. Now say to yourself, who cares? Like at the end of the day, the loaf is prohibited. We're going to see why it makes tremendous distinctions. But again, just remember that Shvua Isser Chafza, the prohibition devolves upon the object. Neder Isser Gafra, the Shvua devolves upon the individual. So now watch this. Now the Gemara says, so what's Isser? So let's say here's the beauty of Isser. Sounds strange, the beauty of Isser. Right? But the beauty of the expression of Isser is it all depends on how you use it. So now go back to Rashi just to
It's her bitch.
Rashi says over here, watch this. But it's a shari tila kasavei neder shvua. If I'm reading the Lashon shvua,
This is
in the Lashon of shvua, kigon iser shelo ochal kikar zeh. Right? I say iser, I will not eat this kikar. They'll say that's an expression of shvua. So kein Lashon hanishbar or mushlo ochal. Afa iser shotzi b'Lashon zeh shvuahu the chayiv karban. So if you use, literally again, if you use Israel's notion of Shua, so the same way, Shua Shalo Ochal Kikarzu, instead you say Isser Shalo Ochal Kikarzu, then that's an expression of Shua. On the other hand, the Mav Elot Siyot Neder, Shama Isser Kikarzu Alai, Shuloshan Anotrim, but if you say again, like Isser Kikarzu Alai, Isser this loaf on me, Isser Gavra, so let's say ultimately, and I remember going to see violation of a neder does not create liability for covenant or leviori. Different liability. Violation of a shua creates liability ultimately again for covenant or leviori. So let's now watch this. This is actually quite interesting. Now the Gemara says over here, Rabbi wants to suggest like this: Shua is Russian shua. Mishta is Russian shua. What's Isser? Not hashfasa. Right? So Rabbi is dispensing with hashfasa. Rabbi says that Isser is in bona fide Russian, but Isser is unique. Why? To show it's unique in either context. You use the Russian of shua, you use the shua, or neder, all depends on how you use it. Incredible. The Gemara says, where do you see that the Torah places Isser in between neder and shua? In base Shar Nadara, Asar Isser al Nafsha, the Shvua. Wow, there it is. It's actually talking about the context ultimately again of a woman who makes Nadara or Shvuos. And they're literally right in the middle. You have Nadar, Isser al Nafsha, and then literally right afterwards Shvua. So from here, Rabbi says, you see from here, you can use Isser either as Nadar or Shvua. Incredible. Abai says, Moti Shvua Mikutah. Abai says, ultimately again, Lashon of Isser is not like a Lashon of Shvua. Rabbi Amar, Moti Shvua Mikutah. Rabbi says, no, again, halacha. It's not like that. So basically, where is the kasha? There's a very interesting piece of it. So therefore, both sides, what you see, just understand, everyone seems to be agreeing on Shmuel, and everyone agrees on Mitzvah. The Machlokes case is by Isser. Does Isser work? Is Isser a function of Shmuel that ultimately works through Hatfasa? Or Isser is a unique function that can either Shmuel or never, depending on how it's used in the statement. So there's more to talk about. Mitzvah, very confusing. Isser is on the Torah. What's the case of Isser? What's the case of Isser? Alright. Alay alay shelo ochal basar v'shelo eshte yayin yom sheni spor. This wasn't easy for this case. The person said, who then says, Alay alay, right? I never define myself, that I will not eat meat and I will not drink wine. Ki yom sheni spor, like the day my father died. Yom Shalei spoke for me, like the day so and so died. Yom Shalerak both Gedalia and Ahikam, like the day that I Gedalia and Ahikam, some Gedalia. Like the day that Gedalia and Ahikam was assassinated. Yom Shalai Yishan the Korbanah, or like the day that I saw Yishan in a state of destruction. I was in all of these cases, a person has created a binding called Bishnu Hana. So, not to eat meat and not to drink wine. Now let's look at Rashi. Rashi says, "When for this father, starts alive. Basam yom shemekes for happy over." So let's say now a little bit of context over here. You might assume over here that on the day that his father died, Reuben took upon himself not to eat meat and not to drink wine. Okay, it's yard site. He took upon himself again not to fast per se, but not to eat meat and not to drink wine. So now what he's saying is, his father died on the Chodesh Nisan. Now it's the 25th day of Iyar. Right? So now he's putting on the 25th day of Iyar, and if I could give myself a pot, meat and wine like the day that my father died. Right? Or like Som Gedalia, or like the day that Something Fresh was destroyed, or the day that I was Tabach. What? It's a prohibition to eat and drink wine. Shmuel says, this is presupposing that there already was a pre-existing neder. Now, as I don't like that, we switched a little bit from Shmuel to Rabbi, which is fine. Not a big deal for this context. Shmuel says this presupposes that he already had accepted upon himself the prohibition not to eat meat and not to drink wine on any of these foods. He did. Take a look at Rashi. Shekiba Allah kvar not kvar neder shall yochal basar yom shemei ba'al of yolam if a yom shemei ba'al. We assume that he already put upon himself his father's yard site, or Chloe's yard site, or the day that Gedalia was killed. Not just the neder. So just to be clear, this is a case of Hatfasa. This is Hatfasa. So I'm standing on a random Wednesday, and what I'm saying is, I took a neder that me and one should give over to me like the day that my father died. And again, presupposing that I already made a neder not to eat meat to drink wine on the day my father died, I'm being matchless. I'm connected today to the yard site day of my father. Here's Rashi. Because I'm easy to start on the Torah. Shulchan Yaakov Dvaro. I'm a matchless neder. Already below Yaakov neder Atzmo. But the matchless neder, matchless for sure. So what's the point of here? What do you see from here? What do you see from here? The Hatfasa works. Right? Again, the whole Machlokes does Hatfasa work or not? Clearly from this person, what do you see? That Hatfasa linkage absolutely works. Linkage works. So again, once again, this is by neder. But we assume remember that in general, whatever works by neder also works by shua. So if Hatfasa is going to work by neder, it's going to work by a shua. This supports the idea that Hatfasa works. And it's a question against those who say that there is no Hatfasa by shuas and by neder. So Rishon Vabaye, translated in Vabaye, Damascus beneder, Damascus beneder, Damascus b'shua shua. So according to Vabaye, so perfectly, the similar Hatfasa works by neder, Hatfasa will work out by shua as well. Right? And also we have to know that because Rabbi was the one over there wasn't going back. Rabbi was the one who said that the whole concept of sister is that this is Hatfasa. So it's what's beautiful for Rabbi because you see from here that Hatfasa works. Hello, Amidbase. Hello, the love of passion. But according to Rabbi, this is a problem. Right? Why? The section Rabbi said that there was no Hatfasa. There was no Hatfasa. Here is Hatfasa. On the Rabbi, no. How do you say Rabbi? Here's what I can say. What is the biblical case of neder? However, Harei alai shelo ochal basar v'shelo eshte yayin kiyom shenis po avet kiyom she'erat nofon. So answer like this. So go to Rashi. Rashi says, "Chaitz le'lomar hayt kol alaf b'machas neder ayi ela b'ikir neder ayi." So you have to pray. The Rabbi says, "We're not doing with hatfasa here. The verse does not have fasa. The verse is talking about the primary way in which to make a neder. How does this kind of say one should make a neder? Let's look at Rashi. So Rashi, Shirachai v'neder el imkin v'yeshuvu the Africa Tilo Jabba Hanida Alot Bar to the other thing that's in the car. But we come out and say to easily issue neder about not so much as this. This is really the mind blowing. Rabbi says, remember, Rabbi actually use like this. The primary way to make a neder is to link it. And the first thing I was in order to put a neder, you have to link the neder to something that is already created. In other words, I want to make a neder. I think if I make a neder not to eat and drink wine, like the day my father died. This is not how trust says, Rabbi. This is how you make a neder. This is how you make a neder. By definition, a neder is only to eat if there is linkage to something that is already previously created. Quite dramatic. You might say, I'm not sure. I don't say about it. Ezu Isra Neder, Ola Torah, Homer, Harei Alai Shelo Ochal Basar Shelo Eshter Kiyom Shenis Ba'avi Kiyom Shenerat Ba'Toni. That is the way ultimately again to make a neder. If that's the case, then how do you do Hatfasa? What's Hatfasa according to Rabbi? Look at Rashi. It says, Ve'echi Dami Mat. This will be the last wide line of Rashi. Very much. This keep going. So there is Harei Alai Shelo Ochal Basar Shelo Eshter Yain. And Amar Harei Alai Yom Zeh Yom Shenis Ba'avi. Finish it up. Let's check. So this is get ready for this. Okay. So terrible. So we have a fundamental this in the letter. Rabbi says the way to make an neder is how do you make an neder? Harei Kibbutz Alive. Like Harei Kibbutz Alive, like Harei Kibbutz Alive. Like that's what makes an neder. Then Rabbi says also comes with Hatfasa. What's Hatfasa? Hatfasa says, like today I never created to eat meat and drink wine, or meat and wine should be upon me today, like the day my father died. So I'm connecting today to my father's birthday, and if I say Rabbi says no, it's not what it says. Rabbi says in order to make a neder, and we'll see why this is. In order to create a neder is only created if you presently link the neder to something that is already previously prohibited. That's how the Dvarim works. That's what I want. I want Hatfasa. Hatfasa is simple. Hatfasa says, you can wine today should be like you can wine on the outside. It's a shorthand neder. You don't have to say how lazy you are, right? But you just say meat and wine today is like meat and wine on the outside. That's it. That's Hatfasa. It's a shorthand neder that doesn't need a full articulation because it links something that was permitted today with something that was permitted before. That's Hatfasa. Why? Now both sides. You have a more loss. So interesting, not everyone is agreeing that there is Hatfasa. Everyone is Hatfasa. My point is because it's Hatfasa. What's more dramatic is that Rabbi says that in order to make a neder from the beginning, you have to link it to something that is already prohibited. Tomorrow says, my time, that's Rabbi's logic. Why we're making the neder, you have to link to something that is already previously prohibited. On the cover, the pasuk says, each yigo neder la'Hashem. Because the pasuk says, if a person is a double Hashem. Yigo neder la'Hashem. I should yigo to Gaza and Martha. So that's it's pretty wild. So like I said, the pasuk itself says, it's double Hashem. Yigo neder. When you make a neder, you must link it to something that is already prohibited. Like the only way to make a neder is when you link it to something that is already prohibited beforehand. Incredible. You know what you make for all the Shita? The Gemara says, now if you're reading, it's the day that your father died. That's obvious. And it's definitely prohibited by neder. You know, if you told you died, then it's just like. The Bigger Kaddish is living in the day of that you down with an acute sense. Something like that, when you were from Stephen, the Nami Asa, since the Rosh some of the guys also in the last part of it, right? To never nami lo havya alayis, the high not this beneder, and I thought that the only way to go and accomplish that tasa is if you link that which was previously present prohibited, the thing that was also prohibited through a neder, is something that was previously prohibited not through a neder, maybe it doesn't work without tasa, I'm not sure what as long as the item is previously prohibited, it doesn't have to be prohibited for another. You can still do that possibly. So, but it's not what we're for today. So, what we end up with the Lord says something profound. Everyone is agreeing that Allah both Rabbi and Rabbi are agreeing that Allah says again that when it comes to measure, it comes to Hatfasa. Abayi's understanding over here, but the mechanics are different. And again, someone's agreeing, create a nether, create new nether flesh, plus Olivia is something previously prohibited. The tremendous spiritual is that love is holding that even to make an initial nether, you must link it to something that is previously prohibited. More mechanics, ultimately again, see whose framework is correct, and you have to come tomorrow. Tremendous. Like I said, a lot of information, a lot of fascinating solos, but now that you have it all, we're going to set up on your phone. It will say good morning. When was that? Right. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our commentary sponsor, annual commentary sponsor, the month of October. Obstruction Pay, 5785. Those who talk about yourself. We're dedicating all the true instructions this year as a support for the soul's coverage for the body itself. Our commentary sponsor is the ER. Our avenue of the show that is drafting, the condition of the record of your father, letters, drafting, lift up all the text by 20% of the wrap up. And I'll look at learning sponsor, William Jacobs and Kent, and then you have a door of Shifra, Box, Hana, Zero, as you call the wrap up. That's what I know about when it goes in someone having a the family in the Hana. And that's about learning American sponsors, American business, all our hostages, researchers should be successful before mastering the business. Once we get, let us hear the beautiful background of us today. Today's topic is good text. Very key. We are picking up on good text on the days, pretty much right in the smack in the middle of the dot. Right in the middle. Under your run, you show that you show by your type. Your point says you will be shown by your type. Literally, like right in the middle. Go. You are closer to Polish than you show someone with us. Rabbi does not go and separate from his wife prior to the onset of her nidus. Okay, so it's not really from yesterday's class. What is this mean? So the halakhic definition of this is an owner. So let's say, for example, you're giving a very simple example. A woman becomes legal when you get to 31 to every 30 days. So halacha on that 30 day, that's considered to be her best. And the owner, let's say just gets it by day, that daytime is her owner. So the halacha means that a husband is supposed to be separate from his wife at the time of this, for that entire daytime period. And the Lord says whoever does not go ahead and separate from his wife prior to that prior to the level of a period, after the husband no binding to the Aaron means even if he has children who are so righteous like Aaron, they die. Now, what we're going to do is give you a couple of Gemaras like this. We're going to go through all of these Gemaras, and we're highlighting a little bit of abundance to each of the species, and then looking at all of them in a more general sense. So this is just hold on. So again, any person who does not separate from his wife prior to her best, some of her best, some of that owner, even if the children are kind of righteous, they die. You know, it's only just in the sin. If you sound to the meaning you started to make sense. Ultimately, again, you shall warn from yourself regarding your Torah. So I thought about to do that stuff. So again, let's see how you can the juxtaposition. There's a mention of Tumah. After there's a mention of Tumah, ultimately, again, there's a mention of the English. And then after that, juxtaposition of the Torah Acharei Moshe B'nei Aaron. So that's the juxtaposition. So the sunshine. Okay, so that's halacha number one. And also just the context again, we'll have to see exactly what Chazal how do you understand something like this, but on a very basic level. What's the result? Because this is going to be that learns through. What's the result of a man being pulled from his wife, stomach, through that stuff? Like, what is this? What is this result? This is the result, ultimately, of giving up something that technically should be committed to you, but for the sake of achieving a higher level of kedusha, you're willing to engage in something. We're not going to make this because we're not the halacha b'din shir. But there's a whole discussion about vestos, daraisa, the rabbanon, right? In this whole concept, ultimately again, of how a person has to conduct himself in anticipation of the arrival of a woman's period. He's got to get a deep daraisa. Again, besides all of that, so we got ourselves. So if a woman becomes a nida, her husband can't do that. That's halacha. So it's like if someone with that stuff means that the couple is dedicated to maintaining a level of kedusha within their life, to the point that they're willing to give up on certain aspects of marriage, of certain elements of intimacy, even before the woman becomes a nida. When a couple has that drive and has that motivation in their home life, that creates a heightened level of kedusha. Failure to do that creates a diminished level of kedusha. We've seen this before, that sometimes when Chazal say that children die, Chas v'sholom, it's one of the sons, it doesn't have to literally mean that children die, but rather what it means is that sometimes is used as a metaphor for non-actualization. That one of the greatest ways to stunt the spiritual growth of our children is to be parents who are not devoted to spiritual growth. So if I was a parent and not willing to sacrifice for kedusha, if I'm a parent and not willing to push myself for a higher spiritual level in my marriage, in my home, guess what? I'm going to have children just like that also. Don't expect your kids to be any better than you. So I'm not committed to sacrifices and giving up things for high levels of kedusha. That even if my children have the ability to be as righteous as the sons of Aaron, if they're being raised in a home and an atmosphere, the sacrifice for kedusha is not a thing, then they're not going to sacrifice. They're not going to self-actualize either. They're ultimately sacrificing, so to speak, die. They can say he's never fully actualized into the people that can become. Incredible, listen to this. This is the converse. You don't often see this in my mother Chazal. It's really fascinating. So the converse. So when I separate from his wife, some of the best stuff, how do you love bunnies and parents? Well, okay, where did we get that? But we could say, well, how do you have something that's in a heart, so let's do this. Because it says, that's tradition. Now, I'm doing a time about car. And also, by the way, I want to point out also, these juxtapositions, not that they're super, right one after the other, but rather contextually, they're not far from each other. So, if they're having a time about car, so the things between car and car, okay, so that reference ultimately is separating from one's life prior to that. So, some of my t-shirts, he says, what is that afterwards? A woman will become pregnant, and she will give birth to a boy. So now you see, ultimately, again, the person who goes ahead, separate from his wife prior to it. So that says, we'll go ahead and have sons. What's the sacrament? A lot to say here. What's the sacrament? In Kabbalah, there are two identities that are known. And mikvah. Mikvah is not part of the male and female. Wherein lies the distinction between male and female cultures are, this all understands the ultimate perspective of intimacy. Because the intimacy, the Zohar is the Nosei, he is the giver, and the Mikvah, the woman is the Mekabah. That's how it works in the physical act. intimacy. What's happening over here is as follows. A man who goes ahead and is pointing from his wife prior to becoming a leader, what is he doing? He's engaging in an act of giving. He's giving. He's self-sacrifice. I'm giving up something that, technically speaking, is a right, so to speak. It's a right that a couple has in marriage. They're giving up that right. They're giving that right for the sake of achieving a life of Kedusha. So what do they have? Banim Zecharim. Banim Zecharim mean boys. The Banim Zecharim doesn't mean Zachar. Again, like I said, in Kabbalah, Zachar means that identity of a giver. That's why the Rizal uses it, because Mishpach was sometimes referred to as Shricha and Nukva. That's like sometimes Hashem is referred to in the masculine, sometimes in the feminine. Sometimes Hashem is the giver, and sometimes Hashem receives from us. The same is so just phrased in the positive way. If a couple is poet, and I wish I could point out, one of us is phrasing it like exactly what we know, but of course, these halachas, like these halachas for the Torah, is in the marriage world together. There's some just requirements that you have in your life. So husband and wife live a life. But ultimately, they're willing to give back and forth, they're willing to sacrifice back and forth for the sake of some higher good. What happens? Having a Banim Zecharim, who will have children who will do the same. So if I'm not willing to sacrifice and give for the sake of achieving a higher level of condition in my life, don't expect that from your kids. Don't expect self-sacrifice from your kids if you're not willing to do it. Conversely, if I'm not allowed for my children, in the next session, having a Banim Zecharim, I will have children who are givers for the Rebbe Shalom as well. Yes, they're sure they do that. But having low Banim will and the Shua says, not only will you have children, well, like the sons of Aaron, but also not just Banim Zecharim, but you will have sons who are reading the whole law. The word Torah means, again, literally judges. But again, what it means is cutting all of you. You will have children who themselves commit themselves to quality self. So this is the highest level of giving, not being used, is the sense of self-sacrifice for our people. It's not only when you have, so to speak, Banim Zecharim, male children, good girl, but you also have children who are willing to give for quality self. You see, how do you live with us? Incredible. I'm going to be a woman, one more series. I'm going to be about it. I'm going to be up on Kalamati al-Hayan Denosei Shabbat. Whether it's that or not to make Havdalah on wine on Motzei Shabbos, how do you know Banim Zecharim? Ultimately, Allah will have clearly translated voice. It says, Lahavdil b'Hakodesh B'Chol. It is to make it easy to not hold it to hold. It says, Lahavdil b'Hakodesh B'Chol. The son of Christ. And then a juxtaposition of each Isavia, the Al-Zahar. Because when you see the halacha, if you get Havdalah online, you will have Banim Zecharim, you have sons. What's the fact of this? So it could be along the same lines as well. We'll say, for many of us, by the time you get to the end of Shabbos, what's the last thing you want to really see? Is a glass of water. I don't know, maybe just in my house. And the heart on Shabbos. Right? So, again, by the time you get to Shabbos, that's why, again, the halacha says, you could just come on Medina, that you could use orange juice, you could use beer, you could use all different kinds of things. Now, let's say that at the end of the day, a mitzvah deserves one. A mitzvah deserves one. A mitzvah doesn't deserve a beer. Beer is what you use if you don't have anything else. Juice if you don't have anything else. A mitzvah deserves a glass of wine. Not even a glass of grape juice. It really deserves a glass of wine. That's what it deserves. So again, I don't have to do it. There's other things that I could do to fulfill the obligation. So all the same thing. How do you approach a mitzvah? How different is a mitzvah? Like, approach a mitzvah says, look, it's mutter. It's mutter. It's halal. But what do you mutter? It's not again. You're allowed to use a common Medina. You're not using the glass of glass. You're allowed to use a big glass of beer. You're allowed to use a big glass of orange. You do these things and know the obligation. So if you live life like that, just know that would translate into the type of family that you're raising and the type of children ultimately that emanate from your household. Or the kind of person who's going to fucking be. Maybe I don't want a big glass of wine right now. I don't want it. And Havdalah deserves it. Havdalah deserves a glass of wine. If I'm the kind of person who's going to push myself to do the mitzvah, to do the mitzvah on the highest level, and ultimately what results? I have children who live in that same way as well. Incredible, incredible. Now, let's just point out that the Jean Levy says, ultimately, again, so again, let me just take it a step further. Now, so whenever you see Ru'im Lahorah, so what that means is that's even higher. So Banim Jacharim represents for us again the idea of givers. Ducha, right in Kabbalah, the giver, the giving personality. Horah is even a higher level of giving because Horah in this context represents a commitment to the cloud. The highest level, the highest level of giving that we achieve, yes, is with our money, but it's also with our time, with our resources for the benefit of the community. Everything is a crowd. That's the highest level of giving. Incredible. I'm gonna be known by Yakas. I'm gonna be Rothschild. Once I really find out something like that, there's so much more to say in all of these gemaras, but we've already moved the clock on this. Yes, and we'll save it for a different time. But just to understand how much more there is here. One more piece. I'm gonna be known by Yakas. I'll just point out. I'm gonna be known by Yakas. I'm gonna be Rothschild. Call him the Kaddish. It's absolutely shas hashish. Let him go get and sanctifies himself at the time of intimacy. Ultimately, again, we'll have. So once again, often it refers to children. It refers to children. But when I say again, remember, I think we're globalizing the concept means children who are givers. Shene'emar v'skadashtem v'yisem kedoshim. Pasuk says, sanctify yourself. Some of what he says what? And it juxtaposes it ultimately again to if a woman will have Isa. That actually plays out over here. The Kaddish also the Kashnus, Derech Tznius. Those who need to sanctify oneself ultimately again during intimacy to be modest. And also there are many different halachas that govern how a couple should be intimate. Again, halacha is very permissive in terms of ensuring that the act of relations between husband and wife is pleasurable, enjoyable. But the mention there still is a certain element of sinus, an element of modesty that's attached to it. So let's say, to pay the same idea, you can approach what you see as an animal. As an animal seeking to gratify a innate carnal desire. And doing that, like I don't care about anything, I just want to satisfy that desire. You can do that. Or a person can say, I'm willing to give up certain animalistic aspects of this to make this a double shebekisha, to make it holy. To make it holy. And once I want to be clear. And sometimes when we see the laws like this, we have this little chazal where like, a person has a sacred, the husband has a sacred, the wife has a sacred, and then the next one is a sacred. Sitting in the nuclear, using the term, he's a sacred, they have to he's actually said Kedoshim, and maybe for some people that's what it is, right? But the nice it's not what we do as what human beings. And the truth is the act of relations, the act of intimacy with the act of intimacy with one's life is supposed to be one of the most beautiful and meaningful and incredible and enjoyable things. That's what's supposed to happen. That's what's supposed to happen. And it's usually not perceived by other things. There's the act more enjoyable, not by accidental or feeling. That's what being said. There are things that we don't necessarily do, or ways in which we conduct ourselves. Again, it's not the shit for that. Ways in which we conduct ourselves, okay, even during intimacy. And when we and perhaps there are things that we'd rather not do, things that we'd rather just not hold back on anything. So again, that's what a Jew does. A Jew just doesn't give in to desire fully for anything. There's always a guardrail. That guardrail is called sinus. That guardrail is called modesty. So if you're willing to live within that guardrail, which means a way to give up certain things for the sake of a higher kedusha. And ultimately, again, just understand that translates into the Holy Version, translates into the children language. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. All right, back to Shara. Back to Shara. We're going to open up Shara to the other. Let's remember again, the end of the Mishnah, and we're really the end of the paragraph of Hashem. At the end of the Mishnah, we had a three-day massive guest. Rabbi Eliezer said that halacha l'maisa, you're chayav for ha'elam tumah, you're not chayav for ha'elam mikvah. Rabbi Akiva seemed to say the same thing, although we'll see what the point of the discussion is. And Rabbi Shmuel said, he says, the ha'elam twice, you're chayav for ha'elam mikvah, and for ha'elam tumah. You're chayav for both. Okay, so says the Gemara. Let's remind it out. What exactly is contributing all of these opinions? So the Gemara says, how much is this? This is very interesting. Sheretz in the day that you can imagine. ultimately, again, Sheretz and Avila are the point of discussion. What does this mean? Here we go. But the Eliezer is Sabar, first one on the bottom. Or even at the Yavit, even Sheretz, it means even the neighbor. And the Eliezer is like this. When a person comes to me, we're focused on one thing and one thing only, which is what? The minus liability, specifically what type of carbon, already. Right? So that's when we speak about like liability, that's what we're referring to here. So it says like this. In order to be high the carbon already, you need to know the source of this. And it's not just enough to know that I'm tunnel, but you have to know that I'm tunnel last somewhere. It's not just enough to know that I was tunnel. That's not again, I need to know the very specific type of trauma. You don't have to know what type of trauma. As long as you know the flux, you can come in, maybe I can actually awareness, your age code that you're entering in the group, then you realize what you do, and you come out of my those people all never know. And so how often when I say again, it doesn't matter if I know, was it a share ads, was it a little bit carrots, but they don't know what says follows, you know, we chance and things, it's better that you have to know the actual source of your trauma. From the shiny. We will point out contradictions to the positions of Rabbi Eliezer. If you rectify or reconcile the Amar Rabbi Eliezer, we must be shiny. You have a lot of what you are the other even shares if you need to know the Eliezer really hold that in order to be high of a covenant over the building. You really have to know the source of your trauma. What about the family? Because what we need Amar Rabbi Eliezer, Manavshah. Also like this. Either way, Manavshah. They live off of Chayiv. No, I never say that. Let me point out to you what's happening over here. Take a look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says, Mishmi decreases. They live the notes on the file. Also, Echem the Shogun, the ease in the hands. The Shabbos and the Kippur, also Malach was it right answer like this. Let's say you have a case where you violated. And the truth is, it doesn't really matter how you violated liability would be the same. For example, I have a piece of paper and a piece of notes out in front of me. That looks like both are you not allowed to read it, and if you do it, you hide the practice. Right? So the Rothschild says like this, listen to this. So back to the Gemara Shach. So look, there's two pieces, I'm not sure, I use two pieces. Him in front of me, no front of me. I eat one of them. I'm not sure which one I ate. So the lesson says, who cares? Who cares which one you ate? Why? Because what do you know? You eat something also in the high of the carcass. What is the difference if it was hanging or not? For example, Shabbos kilo, Chayyim, people eat off Chayyim. What is going to be different? You're not trying to violate your people by violating Shabbos. Either way, you Chayyim. You Chayyim, right? Somebody says you Chayyim the carcass. Or Ishto Nido Baal Chayyim Achosho Baal Chayyim. Such a is one name actually a little bit, right? So again, a man had a relationship with his wife who's Nido or his sister. He's not sure which one, right? Either way, it's usher. Either way, it's usher. Now, if you want to what does it matter? You from a liability perspective, what does it matter? It's the same liability. So again, the point of what do you think of right? That is you have a larger hold, but you do not need to know the source of your liability, which contradicts what we just said before. Actually, it's not true. The passage explicitly says, when you have liability, when you know what you did, when you not just that I know that I did something else, but what? I know exactly what specifically what it is that I did. And the Shabbos, first of all, that contradicts now, just be hyper-focused over here. Just quoted before the Eliezer says, in order to be kind of covered under the Eliezer, you have to know the source of your trauma. Now you know person like so, when the Eliezer seemingly says, it doesn't matter about the source of your trauma. In Shani Hashem, and we come reconcile this. In Shani Hashem, Asher Katav, or Maybe Amrachmana. Great cultures, just great culture. So ultimately, in general, all you need to know, you don't need to know specific liability. All you need to know is that you did something else. And that's why the piece of Chilul and no source for that. I don't know. I know that I eat something for every day. Was it Chilul? Was it no source? In general, to treat liability, I don't have to know the specific item. I was different over here. Nifty Ksiv just going to say he became coming through contact with any other coming, or in the very last shut up. Why do you have to bring that up? Why do you have to bring that up? Now you know what you would have the other with the sheriff's technique using a little bit. You have to know by tumor, you have to know the specific stuff of your tumor in order to generate carbon over the urate liability. So what you have over here is as follows. And the agriculture holds two different sequences of different rates. In general world of liability, you do not have to know the source of your liability. And realize if you are absolutely clear that you did something wrong, you're private factors, ultimately you're going to be a private factor. So again, I don't know if I ate Caleb or Rosa, but what do I know? What do I know? What do I know? I ate one of them. I for sure ate one. Like, it's not a case of like two pieces of meat, one is crushed and one is, one is tender. This is a case of both pieces operated and know for sure I did something wrong. But even if I don't know exactly what I did wrong, I know it's one of these two things, I'm liable. In the case of tumor is different. Why? Because the Torah goes out of its way to specify a specific thing. The cause double coming, and then it says in the very last strike. So the fact that it goes back in a single gut strike indicates to me that by tumor, because of the answer, by tumor order to generate liability, I have to know exactly what the source of tumor was. But after that, when again, just keep in mind that the people you don't have to. Now the theory is as long as you know definitively that you're coming, even if you don't know the source of your tumor, ultimately again will be liability. Good. Rabbi Kiva, now we can Rabbi Kiva, top of your test. So much Rabbi Kiva, I use the body of the mythical behemoth of a chayyot. In the Rabbi, listen to Rabbi. Listen, so now Rabbi Kiva actions the pasuk differently. He says, no, don't bring a life in that pasuk by tumor. See, he acts like the name of chayyot, like we saw the Rothschild Rabbi before, like we also forgot about it. So see, behind the shayyot, you have to write shayyot as well. So the Kiva doesn't buy into this idea. He says, again, shayyot first has to be there. Since the pasuk required the writing of Sahim and Chayyot, because we only address our Rabbi. If you kind of get in the snow, compassion should not have been dismissed. Anytime you try to repeat something, you say something and then repeat it. You might be removed from the family, so that is his habit. That's when we're going to turn to the family. And even if there seems to be the family, it's only repeating it why? Because it's already some new idea. Something like that. Because the answer is, again, think of myself, I'm going to bring this out. Remember, the same idea holding soul, but because the pasuk by tumor goes out of his way to mention sheriff specifically, after making a general statement. Why does it mention sheriff specifically? To teach me that you have to know the exact source of your tumor. But your tumor only mentions sheriff because it had to mention the human title. That was a different reference to what we're using right now of Rabbi. That's why I have to mention sheriff, but there's no raya. No raya. Hi, bar, my other way. What does it really do with the word thought? What does it do with the dog? Thought means assay. He goes ahead and uses this to go ahead and exclude the case of misassay. Yeah, those are what's misassay. Misassay is, if you look at actually, misassay to cover hatter, the ball in the yogurt is served. So it's having the conversion is going. It's having lactose as Spanish. The cost of this I'm a people. It's having Ishto by a position. This being the same as the Rebel, it's Shabbos, right? And before Shabbos, I went ahead and I pulled some vegetables out of the ground. And now it's so Shabbos, I wanted to make a salad. Okay, totally matter. So I grabbed the vegetables, thinking that I'm grabbing the vegetables that I already detached. But instead, I end up pulling out the vegetables that were attached. That's called misassay. Because here, again, my kavanah was, I was engaged in a totally committed act. Like, as opposed to a showcase. Well, let's say I didn't know that I forgot that it was Shabbos. Or I didn't know that pulling vegetables out of the ground is also. So the rest of here, I have kavanah for a mutter act. And I ended up doing something else. So that's called misassay. So the Rabbi says that the bar first to go ahead and exclude the case ultimately of misassay. The Yochanan says, Mashma's darshan ikavina. In reality, the folks in Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Eliezer is really about how you darshan the nuances in the pasuk. It's really about Shishas, Mashma's darshan ikavina. Rav Shishas, Machlok Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Akiva, and Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Eliezer. Interestingly enough, Rav Shishas, we change attributions in this Machlokes. So according to Shishas, we see from here that really all we were arguing about was the source. and not to be arguing about the practicalities of the halacha. Okay, no, like the one we love me on that. How do we pass this? So again, just the one thing out of this is that from the Eliezer or the Rabbi Akiva, right? Halacha myself, in order to be kind of covered over the others, right? You know, pieces of Halam Mitzvah or Halam Kodesh. Do we need to know the exact source of the real Tumah? That's the Shaila. Rabbi Eliezer says, yes, you must know that the people say, no, you don't need to know. How do you pass it? He passed it like the Rambam passed it like Rabbi Akiva. That you need to not know the exact source. So that we can try to a sheriff or a Vela, even if I don't know. Now, what I do need to know is, in order to take cover over the Oren, I need to have a period of definitive awareness. Like, there has to be a moment that I know definitively coming. I know that I touched one of two things, either a sheriff or in a Vela, but I love the again, I'm not sure which one. You're still going to travel right there. Probably they rub you on now. How is that the other now? All right, so most of this is let me again. One of the questions is according to Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Akiva. Now remember, when you Rabbi Akiva, you are only hired for Ha'elam Tumah, not for Ha'elam Mikdash. Like Ha'elam Tumah and not Ha'elam Mikdash. So again, just explain what that means. If I became Kamesh, and then I forgot that I was Kamesh, and I went into the base of Mikdash, right? Then I'm here, and then I come out, and then afterwards I remember that I was Kamesh. If I was Kamesh, I forgot that I was Kamesh, and I didn't Shema. So the point that Shema, there's no liability left. According to Rabbi Eliezer, according to Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Akiva. Now obviously, yeah, Rabbi Shmuel is accountable. So he was asking the question according to Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Akiva, who hold that you're only hired for Halam Mikdash, not for Halam Tumah. Listen to this. So I made Rabbi Nachman, Halam Zeh, Yotah Nachman. What happens if I have a lot of awareness of both of these things? So I forgot about my Tumah, and I also forgot about the fact that I was eating Kodesh. Is there liability for this? To be much I'm going to from the Yadol. Yeah, you're liable. Why? Because even like the Akiva and like the Rebbe would agree, there's still Halam Tumah in this case, therefore it should be liability. Halam Mikdash, the other factor, it's just the opposite. Because there's also Halam Mikdash included in this, and therefore it should be factor. I'm going to ask you like this. So as I said again, I just want to point out, this is only a kasha according to Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Eliezer who hold that there's only liability for Halam Mikdash and not for Halam Kodesh. So if a person has a lot of awareness of both these, I became Kamesh, and now I'm eating Truma. So I forgot that I'm Kamesh, and I forgot that I'm eating Truma. A person that doesn't have Yakiva, is there liability in this case? The first thing we need to be, of course, because after all, this Halam Mikdash shall be there. That's what I'm doing inside of the Mikdash as well. Like this Halam Mikdash, so the Gemara says, Hi Halam Mikdash, we are Potter, and Rashi, as we were doing Tumah Kaparish, or Halam Tumah, we are the Machayim. So Rashi says like this, you only have awareness of what causes you to separate. If ultimately again is awareness of his Tumah that causes him ultimately again to separate, then it's clear that this is a case of Halam Tumah and therefore his liability. On the other hand, it's awareness of the Mikdash that causes him to separate. And this is the case of Halam Mikdash, and he will be Potter. I'm going to read Rashi, if that doesn't make any sense. He will punish the Mikdash. At the end of the day, obviously, any Kisha, any separation is going to be caused awareness of the Mikdash. How long? I'm going to hear Rashi. Klum punish the Mikdash, Halam Mishum Tumah. Klum punish the Tumah, Halam Mishum Mikdash. Okay, at the end of the day, again, these types of tools, these types of awarenesses are intertwined. Then the reason is going to separate out because from the Mikdash is because of the Tumah, and then the reason is going to have awareness about Tumah because of the Mikdash. Halam Mishum. Rabbi says it makes no distinction in Pasha. Yeah, I'm sorry, not just in Pasha. Interestingly enough, according to Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Akiva, in any situation where there is Halam Tumah, Halam Mikdash, even if there's also accompanying Halam Tumah, you will be exempt from carbonic liability. Again, you're exempt from carbon liability. Fine. Turn up on. So I just want to point out, I guess this is a good time to mention this now. I'll mention now, although we're going to come back to it later on. We paskin like Rabbi Shmuel, right? There's a little edek on that, and you kind of know that because we've been operating that way throughout the entire sugya. We pass like Rabbi Shmuel, namely that there is liability for both Helam Tumah and Helam Mikdash, right? So whether it's that I'm becoming Tameh, I eat Kodesh, I forgot that I'm Tameh, I eat Kodesh, and then I remember that I was Tameh, or I became Tameh, forgot that I was Tameh, entered into the Mikdash, left, and then realized that I was Tameh. So whether it's Helam Mikdash, I forgot that about this Mikdash, or I forgot about my Tumah. Either way, Halacha L'maisa, I am Tameh. I should say, there's liability. I'm sorry, not that I'm Tameh. There's liability for carbon older viola. So once again, we pass in Halacha L'maisa like Rabbi Shmuel, that whether for Helam Tumah or for Helam Mikdash V'Kadoshav, there is carbon older viola liability. Beautiful. Okay, let's go back there. Well, it's a very interesting case over here. Tanabanan. Shnei Shivim, Echad Tameh Ve'Echad Tar. Wow, what a Gemara. What a Gemara. I come to a crossroads in life, and there are two paths in front of you. One is Tar, one is Tameh. Story of our lives. Shnei Shivim, Echad. Someone said, you know what the great part about the Gemara is, that often it's not necessarily true in our lives, is the case of the Gemara, right? The Gemara says, I know exactly which one is which. Right? The challenge of the human condition is I know that there are two paths, but often I do not know which one is Tameh and which one is Tar. Right? And Shnei Shvilin, I come to a crossroads, there are two pathways in life. One is Tameh, one is Tar. V'halach b'rishon v'lo nichnas, v'sheni v'nichnas. Someone say, what do I do? I go ahead and Rashi says right now, and it's true because in the case of the Gemara also, it's not knowing which path is which, right? But here's what I do know. I know for sure, which is to frame this case in the right way, I know for sure that there is a grave on one of these pathways, right? I know for sure that there's a grave. I don't know which path has the grave. So listen to the case. I walk down path 1, okay? Shkoya. I don't enter into the Beis Hamikdash after walking down path 1. Then I walk down path 2. And after walking down path 2, I then go into the Beis Hamikdash. So what's the halacha? Chai. Now we'll say, now by the way, just to kind of put the meat on the bones over here, I go down path 1, I don't go into the Mikdash. I go down path 2, and then afterwards, I forgot about these paths. I go into the Beis Hamikdash, I come out of the Beis Hamikdash, and I realize, I remember those paths. What's the halacha? I'm chayiv a carbon ola v'yoled. Now, why am I chayiv a carbon? This is actually a pretty intuitive case. Why am I chayiv a carbon ola v'yoled? Why? Because when I say again, I'm for sure tameh. Why am I for sure tameh? Why? I went down both paths, and both of those paths, right? I know that one of those paths is definitively tameh. Okay, beautiful. Rashi says chayiv carbon ola v'yoled sheyish kan betchili yediyah v'daris. Because again, after I went down path number 2, I know for sure at this point, I am Tameh. Right? By the way, I just want to point out something very interesting. This harkens back, just like that word, harkens back to our previous machlokes, right? Where we see that Rabbi Akiva, that one need not know the definitive source of their tumah in order to be Tameh. As long as I know that I'm definitively Tameh, even if I don't know exactly the source, I'm still Tameh. So now at this point, I went down both paths. Afterwards, again, I forgot about the paths. I go into the Beis Hamikdash, I come out, I'm chayiv carbon ola v'yoled. Okay, pretty intuitive case. However, halach b'rishon, listen to this. V'nichnas. So then, listen to the second case. I go down the first path. After I go down the first path, I go into the Beis Hamikdash. Then, hiza v'shana v'tava. Then I do paraduma. Go to the mikvah, right? So again, here's the progression. I go down first path, go into the Beis Hamikdash, then do paraduma, purify myself. Then I go down the second path, right? And then I go into the Beis Hamikdash. Okay. Now what happened? We'll say. So again, after I go down the first path, Rashi points out over here, I know that I'm suffering tameh, right? I go into the Beis Hamikdash anyway. Now again, not anyway, but I forgot that I went down the first path. So I go out, I come out, then I go through the whole purification process, right? Halacha l'maisa again, paraduma. Now I go down the second path. Now let's say I go down the second path. I forget about the second path, and then I go into the Beis Hamikdash. What's the halacha? Chayiv. Tanakama says I'm chayiv. Rashi says over here, O mach must be a rishona, O mach must be a shniya. The manavsha, O be a rishona, be a shniya, become a haisa. So again, Tanakama says, I'm tummy. Why am I tummy? Because either way I'm tummy. Right? In other words, one way or another I'm tummy. Either I'm tummy because I went into the Beis Hamikdash after the first path, or I'm tummy because I went into the Beis Hamikdash after the second path. But either way I'm chayiv. Rav Shimon Potter. Rav Shimon says I'm Potter. Now why is that? Rashi says over here, this is incredible. Rashi says Rav Shimon Potter. The ein kan ba'achas mikulam yediyah v'ada is betchila. Sha'at yediyah tchila shel shvil sheni sekalu. So Rav Shimon says like this. The Rebbe said, order to be chayiv but covered all of the yored. You need yediyah betchila. But you have to have awareness. Awareness means what? Awareness means what? Definitive awareness. In these cases, did you have definitive awareness? Why? I went down path 1, and then I went to the Beis Hamikdash. After path 1, what do I have? What do I have? Possible. Possible. After path 2, what do I have? Possible. Because Rav Shimon's fasting. Because Rav Shimon, you never had a period of definitive awareness. Because of that, no carbon all of the other. Rav Shimon Yehuda says, Potter B'kulan, Yisrael Rav Shimon. Rav Shimon ben Yehuda says that you're Potter in all of these cases. Now, interesting enough, Rav Shimon says you're Potter even in the first case, right? Where you go down path 1, then you go down path 2, and then go into the Mikdash. Rav Shimon says you're Potter in all of these cases. Why? Because of Rashbi, because of Rav Shimon bar Yochai. Okay, so let's say now we're going to analyze this. Here we go. The Kulan, could Rabbi Shimon really say that you're Potter in all the cases? Ba'afilu b'kamaisa. They're both saying, now the first case, on the base, the first case seemed to be like pretty obvious, right? What was the first case? I go down path 1, okay, stop, go down path 2, and then go into the Beis Hamikdash, right? Then again, I'm saying all of these cases, obviously, there's a lapse of awareness, right? Lapse of awareness. I forgot about the past. I go into the Beis Hamikdash. I come out. The Brisa said, I'm chayiv, right? Why am I chayiv? What was like? Why am I chayiv? I'm definitely tummy. So how could Rashbi, how could Rashbi say that I'm Potter in that case? Doesn't make any sense. The Manavshach, tell me, because either way, case number 1 was the easy case. Case number 1, I'm definitely tummy because I went down both cases. Who also Gemara says, our Rabbi, this is incredible. Talk about skin. What's the case? Kigon shahalach b'rishon. I went down the first path. Ubishar shahalach b'sheni shachach shahalach b'rishon. I'm saying, watch this. This is fascinating. See, we presuppose what was the case? The case was I go down path 1, okay, obviously I'm suffering. Then I go down path 2. But at the time that I'm going down path 2, I remember that what? I remember that I went down path 1. That she says, no, that's not the case. The truth is where I go down path 1, and then at the time that I go down path 2, I forgot about path 1. So because like the website, I never had a moment of definitive awareness. So therefore, again, it's only a partial awareness. This is interesting. In other words, if at certain points in time after I go down path 1 and 2, I recognize what I did, we could call that definitive awareness. Right? Why? Because I know now that as a result of my 2 journeys, I am definitively tummy. The problem is that at the time that I went down path 2, I forgot about path 1. I never have a moment of definitive awareness. If there's no moment of definitive awareness, what we call the view of the tchila, then there can't be viability for covering all of you. How incredible is that? How incredible is that? So we must, the Hadilei, we only touched on it, so it's sort of fantastic. We should have a little bit more time, but I sort of think just I can't let this go because this 2 videos is incredible. Maybe what I said, in life, if you do not remember all the pathways that you have taken, that's only called partial awareness. So much of life is not just about planning for the future, but it's about having an acute understanding of the decisions you have made in the past and the pathways you've taken. Like the only way to live a better future is to know which roads you've traveled in the past and which ones work and which ones don't. If I forget about the past, but I'm operating stunted awareness. That stunted awareness prevents me for making informed decisions about my future, right? That's what we said. Those who don't learn from the mistakes of the past are doomed to repeat them. If you don't know which path you've taken in the past, which ones have worked, which ones have not, that's partial awareness. Partial awareness stops you going forward. Incredible, incredible. Like, well, how come it can be? Here's what they're arguing about. Here's what I was like. I was going to be Tanakama Saba. This is the end of the Tanakama said, Tanakama holds that even partial awareness is enough to create definitive awareness. And Shin Saba, Rola Mina makes us get to point yet. Shin disagrees. And Shin says, no. Definitive awareness means you know all the pieces. In other words, Tanakama will say, it's okay. It's okay if you don't remember path 1 as time you take me path 2. That's fine. That's fine. And Shin says, no, it's not true. You need to know about all the pathways at the end of the day. So everyone say, now we see ultimately again, even in case number 1, they have a fundamental mathematics. So again, the case number 1 is understood just in a simple way. I go down path 1, then I go down path 2, and then I go into the mikdash. If we're talking about a case where I remember both pathways, everyone agrees that I'll be kind of covered all over the order. I forget, I go into the mikdash, I come out, now I'm kind of covered all over the order. Everyone agrees with that. What happens, however, when you're on path 2 and I forgot, after path 2, I forgot about path 1. So Tanakama says that's called definitive awareness. You can be kind of covered all over the order. The Shiraya Price says no. That's called partial awareness. Partial awareness is not definitive awareness. Lack of definitive awareness prevents you from being liable to a covenant already. Incredible. What about following this? How about for this show? The Nicknas. This is case 2, right? I go down path 1, then I wait until they Dutch. Then I come out. He's the son of the Kavol, the cousin of Allah, the Shini. Then I come out. You know what I'm saying? After I come out, I remember that first path. So what do? I go through the whole thing, and I sprinkled on, the 3 set and good, the whole Hozah. And now what happens? I go down path 2, the Niknas, and then I go back into the Niknas. What's Kavol? Tanakama says, Chayiv. I'm kind of Rabbi Shimon told them. Rabbi Shimon says that you're pastor. Right? So I understand why would Shimon say that I'm kind? Why would I be kind? After all, something to see what says that I'm kind. Something big deal. Again, and once again, it's non-definitive awareness. Non-definitive awareness. To which the Gemara says, now you might be the single here to the Tanakama. But the Tanakama or not Rashi, but no, it's not Rabbi Shimon. Yo. In these cases, we've made a suffix awareness, like a definitive awareness. Rothschild says, Hamari that Ishmael, who's the basis that Ishmael, the Amar, Loba in your unity, like this was a history, throws the ledge and everything. Whose opinion might this reflect? This could be the opinion ultimately again of Rabbi Ishmael. Rabbi Ishmael is a dramatic position which we reject. Ishmael, you do not need to use the tefillah. You do not need awareness at the beginning in order to take liability for cover all of you, which is constant distinction to everyone else. We do not constantly like Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon, sorry. But also, I will point out for this, in this case, there are 2 parts of the more involved one. But what I will point out is very interesting is that halakha l'maisa, we passing that even mitzvah is to call Yediyah. So we passing halakha l'maisa partial awareness is like complete awareness. Therefore, in this case over here, in fact, the time that Reuben was walking on path number 2, he forgot about path number 1. Halakha l'maisa is so liability. Still would be liability. So the way we passing in both of these cases, as follows. Is number 1, he's the one who was listen to the partially of it. I walk down past 1, walk down past 2. I don't know which one has the tumah, but one of them definitely has the tumah. I forget about it. I walk to the Beis Hamikdash, and then afterwards come out. Remember what I did. This kabbalic liability. Covered all of the already. Even if I forgot about path number 1 at the time that I walked up path number 2, that's case 1. What about case number 2? I go into the Mikdash. I go down path number 1. Forgot about it, going to this. Let me start to come out, realize what happened, do the whole part, do a thing, go down path number 2, go back to the Beis Hamikdash, we constantly the Tanakama, that there's liability for cover already in that case as well. Incredible. Let's go back then. Nothing in it. So the answer is as follows. The Rabbi, you go ahead and literally again, contrast these music one of the Sanya. All suffix, the yoga, suffix, the yoga, Suffolk Kalev, I ate a piece of Suffolk Kalev. Okay, so this is a piece of meat, right? It's a Suffolk. Is it Kalev, or is it Shuman? Is it fat? Kalev is also Shuman is Kalev. So I ate a piece of meat. I'm not sure what I did. So as I say now, I ate one piece of Suffolk Kalev, and then I found out about it. Right? I found out about it, and then ultimately again, and then I eat another piece. And I find out about it. Look at Rashi. Upper Suffolk Kalev. Katichas Suffolk Kalev is Suffolk Shuman. Benodolo, the Akar Kachi Suffolk Kalev. But the Asham Kalev, because of Upper Suffolk Kalev, Benodolo is Suffolk Upper. So again, I do these two acts. So I eat a piece of Suffolk Kalev. I didn't know. I ate it. Then I found out about it. Right? Okay. Then I did it again. Right? First of all, if this keeps happening to you, something may be wrong in the way you're living your life, right? But when I said, then that's the case. Rabbi says, so we'll say, what you're going to see is as follows. Rabbi says like this, in the same way that halakha myself, you should have repeated acts that make you viable to a cover shabbos. And we'll say, when you eat something that is suffered, that makes you viable to what we call an asham covering. Asham covering is a specific type of covering that is brought to the case of doubtful or possible liability. Rabbi says the same that you can be chayiv multiple chatos, you can also be chayiv multiple asham coverings. Rabbi Shimon ben Yehuda, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Shimon, Eino maybe ala asham covering echad. On the other hand, this other school of thought says no, you're only liable to one asham covering. Shene'emar Ashigoso Asher Shagog Hatorah Ritza Gogos Harvey Asham Torah. So we'll stop over there for today. But we're going to see again a fundamental focus. Can we say that Asham Torah is like a regular carbon? And therefore, you can be tied multiple katos. You can be tied multiple Asham Torahs. Or no, Asham Torah is unique. Only one Asham Torah, even for multiple liabilities. To be continued in the resolution tomorrow. All right, so let's have a good day, everyone. All right, someone will let me know how AI.
And students wanted it, and like it was 1914 questions out of 10, and they came back. So let's keep it going.
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Let up. Let's begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning to thank our annual comic service sponsors, Rothschild and Rothschild. We're dedicating all the children's resources this year. And this list of the service totals for all of Amy's comic sponsors for the month of Iyar, Habarim, the Thomas for Rabbi Rothschild, Mission of the Archite of Shmuel's father, Mitzvah, Benny Festel, HaKohen, Zikon the Bracha. A week of learning sponsor, Hillary Jacobson Kent, in memory of her daughter, Shifra Zikon the Bracha, Bas Hannah Dino. And I've got learning sponsors for today. Yachniel and Judy Noodleman, a relation of the yard site of Yachniel's father, Yaakov Ben Moshe Tzvi, and Michael Lansky's mention of the yard site of Michael's father, Shimi Yaakov Ben Baruch Elimelech, all of the Shem Sabin Ali, the families in the Kama, all those who live in Shem and Kol Kol and Yisrael, all of our hostages, the Shalom and the Torah, and all the soldiers to the success of the whole Maaseh Eden. Also, with that, let us hear the great daf, really an incredible daf ahead of us today. Today's daf is discussed. We have to do up a Mitzvah Hashem on Yud Zayin on days 17D, 18 lines up from the bottom. So, where should we start? I read it to two dafs. Zohi Mitzvahs Aseh Shel HaMikdash She'ein Hayot Around. So, most remember again, yesterday's daf, we were hyper-focused on the case, only two different cases. But the case of case one was where someone was Tameh, had lapse of awareness about their Tumah, and then entered into the Beis HaMikdash. And then case number two was where someone became Tameh inside of the Beis HaMikdash itself. So it was just the case we were dealing with. Now, the way the Mishnah phrased those cases was that this is an example of a mitzvah saseh, that if Beis Din were to rule erroneously about this particular case, there would not be what we call har he'elam dalam in atziba. There's a special offering, a special sacrifice that is brought when Beis Din delivers an erroneous ruling and the majority of the crowd acts upon that ruling. So we look at Rashi. Rashi says, Allah say, Rashi says, Kilomar, Al Torah Tumas Mikdash the Kadasha. If these were to deliver an erroneous ruling regarding again either something to do with the Tumah within the base of Mikdash itself or the consumption of consecrated items, then true Shavase, he goes to Mikma Ba'azarov, the Hayu Asay, the Shako Behu Shalosase, he goes Mikma Bokos. Now, listen, interestingly enough, there's two different pieces over here. Right? If somebody goes ahead and becomes Tameh within the base of Mikdash itself, and then let's say Bezdin delivers an erroneous ruling. Let's say Bezdin says they didn't have to leave under those particular circumstances, even though they did. That's a violation of an assay. Because the assay, if you become Tameh in the Mikdash itself, the assay to go ahead and get out is the Shalko Min HaMachana. Then like also goes up. Anyone who is coming is sent out of the Machana. That's the obligation you have to the Mikdash and Tameh to get out. Then Shehu Shalosh Asay, you go Nikma of the course, Yikas Harsh Mikdash Osavo. On the other hand, if you become Tameh outside of the Mikdash, and then enter into the Mikdash, there's a Losas, there's a prohibition. And the prohibition ultimately is Ala Mikdash Losavo. Don't go into the Mikdash. So let's say again, Bezdin delivered an erroneous ruling regarding either of these circumstances, right? And someone acted on that ruling. So the halacha is there is no par helam davar minat tzibur. Why not? Rashi actually rounds this out over here. He says the husband of Aishema din chayavim she'ein medin par b'hara ela al helam davar sheshigidasa chatos kvua miyachis. About too much mikdash cover all of the others. Halacha is the only thing in par helam davar minat tzibur. So you're going to say par helam davar minat tzibur is a covering that is brought in a situation where Bezdin delivered an erroneous ruling and people acted on that ruling. So the people, for a certain
look at this athleticism, and I'm really going to try to summarize this for you.
Parallel Davar is brought, but interestingly enough, Parallel Davar is only brought from infraction where if committed accidentally without the instruction of Bezdin, would have what we call a fixed carbon. But because when it comes to tumor in the Mikdash, we've already seen what carbon do you bring for tumor in the Mikdash. What carbon do you bring? Right? Ultimately, you bring a carbon already your rate. So because you bring this variable carbon, therefore halacha l'maisa there's no power on Davar Minat Tzibur. So it's a technicality. So now go back to the Gemara. So you want to take the carbon. So what exactly are you talking about over here? So you want where are we coming from? You're talking about Zoki. So remember again, the Lashon of the Mishnah was, this is an example. So whenever you say that Lashon of Zoki, it makes it sound like you're coming from a broader discussion. So what is the broader discussion? We're actually coming again to the Gemara Sefer's Haritz. So Gemara says, you're not trying a hard helam davar minat tzibur on an asay and on a lo sasay in the base of Mikdash. Now again, what's the asay? What's the lo sasay? The asay is referring to a case where you become inside of the base of Mikdash. And the low sasay is referring to a case where you became coming outside of the base of Mikdash but entered in under a lapse of awareness. You do not bring an asham talui on an asay or lo sasay in the base of Mikdash. Okay. Aval chayovim al asay va'al sasay shebenida. Now, let's say, so now remember again, the Mishnah brought up the case of Nidach. We kind of, blew through this case in the Mishnah, but actually going to spend some significant amount of time on it today. But you do go ahead and bring a carbon on an asay va'al sasay shebenida. Umavir asham talui al asay va'al sasay shebenida. Okay, fine. Back to Rashi for just a moment. Then Umavir asham talui. Hey, even Shabbat Yadam Safek Kares. It's Yukana Kasav Asham Talui. Umavir also Safek Tumas Mikdash. Shabbat says, so remember, Asham Talui, like its name, is a carbon that is brought when there is the potential. It's doubtful liability, or potential liability. That's what it means. Asham is a sin offering. Talui means suspended. I may or may not have done something wrong, but the stakes are very high. If I do something wrong, it's generally the current-bearing prohibition. So because of that, there's a special carbon that's introduced. So interestingly enough, there's no asham talui that is brought when it comes to tumah in the mikdash, but there is asham talui that is brought There is a Shantaroi that is brought Halacha L'maisa again for the case of Suffolk Nida. Now we're going to go through. The Kamar, so the Gemara says, the Kamar, this is the positive commandment in the Mikdash that one is not chayiv for. There is a mitzvah sasation in English chayav and so they'll say, so by the way, just to understand, why is it that Nida and Tumas Mikdash are both brought in the same breath? So again, what's the case of Nida referring to over here? The case of Nida referring to over here is where a man is having relations with his wife. In the middle of a relationship, she says to him, I've become a Nida. So we're going to see there's a number of complications in that particular case, but interestingly enough, what they both represent are cases of tent with suffix tuma. That's the commonality of these cases over here. Again, they're going to have reverse dynamics, but that's why they're mentioned in the same breath. So what's the example of a mitzvah? And I will say that the other thing you have to figure out is maybe mitzvahs asay. What's the positive plan? We're going to unravel all of this. So what's the mitzvah asay? What's the case of the mitzvahs asay by nida that one would be chayiv? Or what's this case? Here we go. This case in the Shah. A man was having a relationship with his wife. He was tahora. Was tahora, not a nida. And she says in the Revelations, I become a nida who pirish miyad, and he withdraws immediately. Chayiv. He's chayiv for that. Why? Because the withdrawal is pleasurable for him, like the entry, meaning that halacha l'maisa, if he withdraws in an around state, because there is pleasure from that act of withdrawal, therefore that is considered to be relations with the nida. So we'll see exactly what his remedy is. Okay, so that's the case of nida. So and that's why both of these cases are brought together in the Sefer Holiness, because they both represent what we call entry with suffix tuma. Okay, so now we're going to first how the nida is. So beautiful. So, I would like to make up for that. Somebody talked to me about that. Now let's get into this a little bit more. So Abai says in the name of Rab. The Gemara says, Abai says actually in the case of Nida, one is actually chayiv twice. Now, in which case, Rashi says over there, chayiv shtayim, haporish min hanida b'kishrei. If a man goes ahead and, we're going to have to define the parameters of the case, but the Gemara says if a man, in this case of nida, man withdraws while still in a state of arousal, is chayiv twice. Chayiv twice. What are the two levels of liability? Chad aknisa, v'chad akisha. One liability, like one fee is for entry, and one chayiv ultimately again is for withdrawal. So one second. Rabbi so Rabbi was very puzzled by this statement. But nice. What's the case? And what are we talking about over here? So Gemara says, even with someone who was that stuff, if we're talking about a case where the couple is having relations close to her vessels, which means close to the time that she's expecting the period, so Gemara says, even not. Now, again, one second. There's a lot of halachas that are being thrown at us over here, and we're going to unravel them as they come. So remember, again, the concept of a vessels is that, again, a woman expects her period at a particular time. Now, again, in the world of vestos, there are many different types of vessels. We are not delving into the intricacies of course we know right now. The point is we're trying to figure out what are the parameters of this case. So if we're talking about over here that it was close to her vessels, which means, I will say, what does that mean? If it was close to a time that she was expecting a period, and then let's say again they have relations, and in the relations she says, "Oh no, I became a nida," and if he withdraws while still in a state of arousal, I can understand why potentially there would be dual liability. Why the dual liability? Number one, why did he have relations with her in the first place? If he knew that she was expecting a period, then he should have abstained. And then furthermore, again, after she became a nida, he should have waited until he was not in a state of arousal to withdraw. The fact that he reached in an aroused state ultimately creates a second liability. Okay, so the Gemara says, listen to this. So now here's the problem. If we're talking about that it's close to that, and what kind of person are we talking about? Evenly, of the Talmud Chacham. We're talking about a Talmud Chacham. So the Gemara says, "This summer Aknisa L'Chayim." So I understand why there should be liability or what we call entry for the initial act of relations. Why? Kasavar, because let's say in this case, actually interestingly enough, he's a shogeg. Why is he a shogeg? Because he thought to himself like this, Kasavar, Yicholani Libo. I thought I had time. I know that my wife is expecting to become a leader shortly, but I thought I had time to have the actual relations before she would actually become a leader. Look at Rashi. Even Tam Chacham, Sheodea, Shamishim Shema Tahora, Ba'amul Nisi Chakla Hamkin Ashi Amos. So again, we're assuming over here that this is a Tam Chacham. So therefore, we'll say what? I understand on the front end of things, on the entry, he ultimately again would be. He would be chayiv, right? At the entry, he would be chayiv. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, again, that would be a shogeg. That would be a shogeg case, right? Because again, he thought he had enough time. It turns out that he didn't have enough time. That's shogeg. The Gemara says, however, Ella Kisha Amar Chayim Yishivu. But if you feel in a state of arousal, then ultimately you should be chayiv. You should be chayiv to yours better, to become chacham. Right? So you should have waited until he's no longer around in order to go out and withdraw. The fact that he was doing a state of arousal makes him liable, but the mizid, if it's mizid, then there's no carbonic liability. So on top of Yiches, 18a, towards the Iba Amaretz, and if we're talking about an Amaretz, easy, and I will say that the truth is he's a shogeg in both cases. He's a shogeg for the entry, shogeg for the withdrawal. If that's the case of both cases, then what? And it's two Averos in one lapse of awareness. What's halacha? When you do the same avera twice in one lapse of awareness, you're only chayev once. Again, if a person eats two kizimsim of chilif in one lapse of awareness, what's halacha? You're only chayev once. So therefore, if this guy's doing all the oretz, therefore again, he doesn't know about the entry, he doesn't know about the withdrawal. Halacha l'maisa again, it should only be chayev once. The Ella, so what's the case? So what's the second line, 18a? The Ella is showing some of that stuff. It must be a case where it's not close to her vessels, meaning she's not expecting her period. Overnight. And what kind of person are we talking about over here? Even if it comes from, if we're talking about it comes from, so then really we shouldn't be tired for either one. You shouldn't be tired for anything. Why? Because once remember again, if it's not some of the best stuff, if she's not expecting to become a leader, so therefore, totally different tabulations with his life. So therefore, there should be no liability, even shogeg liability for the entry. And ultimately, again, an aprisha means, and if he withdraws while still around, ultimately that's amazing. Because he's come chacham, he knows this, and therefore there's no carbonic liability by amazing. And if it's an Amaretz, you might be Mechayev Akisha. So you might say, also, as Chadru be Mechayev Akisha. If it's an Amaretz, once again, can't be Chayev for Knisa for entry. Why? Just totally permitted. If anything, the only Chayev once for Akisha, for withdrawing in a state of arousal. So we're trying to figure out the case. We're trying to figure out the case where the Chayev Stein, Chayev for entry and withdrawal. So also then Rabbi came back and Rabbi said, we all love the sum of the best stuff. In reality, let's go back. We're talking about a case where halacha l'maisa she is expecting her period. It's close to her vessels. Everyone says he's a tam chacham. If he's a tam chacham, the tam chacham will sue. Then tam chacham will sue. Someone said this is great, right? Someone said he's a tam chacham in certain areas. So let's say most of us are like this. We are chachamim in certain areas and profound tikkun in other areas, right? This is the way that life is. So maybe because he's come from chacham, he knows that he's tam chacham in certain things. So what does he know? He knows that that you have to be careful with having relations with your wife close to her vessels. So in that respect, he was a shogeg. He thought he had enough time before the onset of her period. He was wrong. Again, not intentional violation. He was a shogeg. He's a shogeg in that area, and ultimately, again, that's why he's liable. So he had no idea about the halacha that you can't withdraw in a state of arousal. So therefore, again, he was a shogeg in the kingdom, and he was a shogeg in withdrawal as well. And therefore, again, that would be the case of dual liability. You know the Rashi, the Tam Chacham Mizu, Shalom Yoder, she someone's hard lippers, and she'll say some of that. If you don't want to come on, he's hard to explain something to us. So again, it's halacha ma'aseh to show you because he thought he had enough time to have relations before the onset of the needles. He had no idea about this halacha that he can't withdraw in a state of arousal. Therefore, shogeg on both ends, and therefore dual liability. Beautiful, beautiful. Rama said, "V'tarbainu taninu kinisa." Sorry, v'tarbainu taninu. Both of these concepts, the entry and withdrawal, are both stated in the Mishnah. Kinisa tanina, kisha tanina. Both of it. Kisha tanina. So once I saw again, the withdrawal is stated. This is our Mishnah. Which is actually, by the way, it's actually Mishnah Haaretz. So remember again, like one of the most exciting things in Shas in general is remember, this is not the final place for this discussion, right? Remember, really, this is not our topic. What's our topic? Really, Tumas Mikdash V'Kadasha. But in the Sefer Haaretz, this is brought down as a parallel piece to Tumas Mikdash V'Kadasha. So our Gemara is just mentioning tangentially. But as often happens in Talmudic tangents often become primary discussions. So just understand this. In Haaretz, this is what we're doing anyway. Simar says, it's mentioned in Mishnah Tanida. Mishnah Tanida Bikani. A man was having relations with his wife who was in Sahora. And she said to him, I became Tamea. In the middle of a relationship, because I feel that I'm in Nida. The most say, again, this would be the concept of Haggadah, like women can have an internal sensation that she's becoming a Nida. She has this Haggadah in the midst of relations, who appears Niyad, and he withdraws immediately, i.e., while still in a state of arousal. Chayiv, ultimately, again, he is Chayiv. That's the case of Tisha. We also learn the case of entry. Solo al shalom. We also listen to this after the act of relations. So again, husband and wife are cleaning up, and man is cleaning up with a cloth, and he finds blood on his cloth. So what's halacha? Chayavim Tmein. They are both tamei. The Chayavim the cover, and also look inside the cover. Take a look at Rashi. Nimsa al shalom. Dam al hamat eshekarach ba'akar tashmish. See, he finds blood on the cloth that's using to clean himself up after relations. Tmein. Rashi says Shneim Tumas Shiva. So this is interesting. We will say if you ever, it might be good trivia. I'm not going to shout the but interesting enough, right? If you ever want to find the case, where could you ever have a case of a man who's coming to Masnida? Man is coming to Masnida. So it can happen. If it turns out that after relations he finds blood on his mappa, then it turns out that again, I can stress that. Just keep this to yourself. So the idea over here is that he becomes coming to Masnida. Both of them are made for 7 days. Rashi says over here today, Shneim Tumas Shiva, Kimi Shum Nidah, V'hum Shum Boel Nidah. So she becomes a Nidah, and it happens to be contemporary. These halachos are a bit more involved. In other words, there are halachos that deal with if a couple sees blood in the aftermath of relations. So again, maybe was kind of presenting it in a little bit more of a one-dimensional area. Halacha l'maaseh it's a bit more complex. In any event, my purpose is today, so she's going to be a nida. So again, remember, it looks like nida oraisa, tumas nida stands for how long? 7 days. Remember, we saw this in Smichas Chavah when we saw the Nilchos Nida in our last cycle. So remember, again, just important as an aside, the concept that we have of Nilchos Nida, of being a 12-day period, is a combination of the halachos of Nida and Zava Gedola. We kind of collapse them into one. Biblical Nida is 7 days. That's it. And it doesn't matter clean days, bleeding days, it doesn't make any difference. The woman gets a period, she's a Nida. 7 days later, she goes to the mikvah. That's it. The construct that we have again, is the merging of two biblical precepts into a concept of Taras HaMishpach. And anyway, so therefore, they're both coming. If they see blood after relations, she's coming for 7 days, that's Tumas Nida, and he's coming because both are Nida, because he had relations with the Nida. The Gemara Rashi said, "For that day, Ra Saddam told them the law of the Shaskim was Tashmish." He assumed that the blood that he's finding on his cloth obviously came from her. So either she was bleeding before the act of relations or during the act of relations, but either way, halacha l'maaseh, she's a nida and he is chayit. Therefore, they're both tamei. Stechayav in the carbon. So the Gemara says, what's the case? My love, the summer for that stuff. Are we not talking about a case where she was expecting her period, and therefore the Nisa and the liabilities for the entry, because they should have never had relations to begin with? No, it's not close to Bessas. So what's the case? The Atisha. What's the liability? The liability was for the withdrawal. Because halacha l'maisa, if you withdraw while still in a state of arousal, there's absolute liability. If he came off, Prisha Lamali. So the Gemara says, but why do we need the case of Prisha Hatanale? We already learned it. So the Gemara says, it's the question, I need to mention it again. Why? Nitsa al Shalom Tmeim B'Safek. As much as it's very interesting. All of this is presupposing that they're finding he's finding blood on his cloth. What happens if after the act of relation, she's cleaning up and she finds blood on her cloth? So what's the halacha? Tmeim b'safek. So listen, in this case, interestingly enough, they're tmeim b'safek. Now, why are they tmeim b'safek? Because it looks like when she finds it on her cloth, it's possible that she was bleeding before relations, during relations, or after relations. So because of that, again, remember, she's the one finding the blood. Maybe it happened after relations. If it happened after relations, she may be a nida, but ultimately, again, she may not have any liability at all. The two men are not covered. And ultimately, again, therefore, they are both partner from carbon. But I think the boy missed the Minsa al Shalom, since the Gemara wanted to bring up a case of she finding blood on her cloth, therefore, Tananami Minsa al Shalom. Ultimately, we also brought up a parallel case of him fighting on his cloth. I'm going to do that. We must just look more. Is it really possible to set this up as a case? Or when you're having relations, not supposed to depend on the onset of the vessel, right? So it's not a vessel issue. And the liability that we're talking about is for the withdrawal. That really because he withdrew in a state of arousal, that's why halacha l'maisa again is going to be liable. Vaha nitsa katani, but that's not what it says. It says nitsa. Nitsa is talking about a case where they find it on the cloth. The nitsa, the basa hafi mashma. Nitsa usually means what? After the activations. So the Gemara says, the nitsa, I'm sorry, vaha nitsa katani, the nitsa, the basa hafi mashma. The apisha meikara. That he gives idea, Prisha, Meikara. But let's say something like this, a Prisha that occurred beforehand. He punished by Meikara, Hazi by Yidia. And ultimately, if that's what this means, true, there was an awareness of this situation. Amalei Rabbi, science might become Amaradcha. Truth is, it makes a lot of sense what they already said to you. Amalei, how can you come up with this case? How can you construct this case? The time is the Sanya Allah, Zogi Misvas Asay Shebenida, Shekayavan Allah. This is the case. It gives you a quotation for a Mishnah. This is the mitzvah. I'm sorry. So the mitzvah says Shabbat Shechava. Then Esau. Now, if it's correct as the way you just set it up, mitzvah Mosa Sehi. We'll discuss the assay and the Mosa Sehi in just a moment. But this is not a case of a mitzvah assay, but rather again, this is a case of a mitzvah Mosa Sehi. On the lay, Itanina Chaser. This is the way you're reading the Mishnah. It must be deficient. In other words, this must be like a Fisur Nachsura, the Hafi Katani. So most of the Tani Hafi, this is how you have to read it. Here we go, they'll say, Zoki Misas, Mosase, Shebenida, Shechayav Nala. This is actually a case of a mitzvah Mosase, where if you violated it, you would be chayiv. Remember again, the greater context of all of this, just remember, we're not going to go too much into this, but the greater context of all of this, the Sefes Haryos, all of these are talking about cases where based in vague instruction, and ultimately, again, vague erroneous instruction. We're trying to figure out whether there be liability in those cases. So, this is an example of a mitzvah lo saseh, that if Beis Din were to give erroneous instruction, there would be liability. What's the case? A man was having relations with his wife who was a tahora. She said, I am tmeya, upirish miyad, and he withdrew while still in a state of arousal. Ultimately, again, there is liability. Zoki mitzvahs asay shebenida. That ultimately again is a violation of a mitzvahs asay by a nida. Okay, so therefore again, halacha l'maisa, what we see over here is that the one clear case that we're focusing on over here is a situation where she becomes a leader in the middle of relations. She tells her husband, again, the halacha is he is supposed to wait until there is no longer arousal and then withdraw. If he goes ahead and withdraws while still in a state of arousal, there is going to be liability for that particular case. We saw a lot of ambiguity upon the entry case. How did all of this start? Some of that stuff, not some of that stuff. So it's always if the Gemara kind of puts that to the side a little bit. Because remember again, the reason what threw all of that a little bit into a tizzy was that Bryce that spoke about Chayiv Shtayim, that you can be Chayiv twice. So we're trying to figure out how can you Chayiv Shtayim. But if we kind of put that on the side, the case that we're really focusing on over here is the concept where she becomes a leader in the middle of relations, and if he withdraws while still in a state of arousal, it is liability for an act of relations with a leader. If, however, he waits, then halacha l'maisa again, there won't be liability in that case. So the Gemara says as follows. Or I should say, there won't be par helam davar minat tzibur in that case. Okay, so now let's analyze this a little bit more. Amar, perish miyat chayim. If he withdraws immediately while still in a state of arousal, ultimately again there's chiyuv, there's liability. So the Gemara says, so what should he do? What exactly is he supposed to do? So the Gemara says, Amar Avuna mishnei derava noitz eser tziparna v'karka ad shiyamos yitopia. So, literally translated, he should dig his fingernails into the ground until he's no longer aroused, and then ultimately again it will be pushed. So, what that means is, he should wait. Rashi says over here, no tzipara, yamid atzma below isha, ad shinamos ha'edav. He should wait. He should just literally stay still until he's no longer arousal, and then he should withdraw. So, by the way, what's the lesson of knowing tzipara v'karka? So Rothschild showed the Rothschild points out, this is the Lashon of Yosef, that Imam said Sota. This Imam said Sota, remember what the Imam expresses, and Yosef was so tremendously tempted, right, to sin with the light of Multiply, but he decided not to. What did he do? No, I said, since he heard the possibility, you're going to plug his fingers into the earth, right, and he abstained. He went ahead and he literally held himself back to his name, so you have to follow that scene, what she over here. Talk about this idea that his husband has to exercise his strength, not to go ahead and continue the aspirations, wait until he's no longer around, and then withdraw after that. They'll be good friends. They'll be good friends. Let's also let's say just by the way, this is actually interesting. He's also taught something else. I'm shy means the allowance podcast. So that's very interesting. What if a man has relations with a woman who's an Arab, but she's not aroused during the act of relations? Like somehow penetration occurs without arousal. So you see from there that it's not liable. It's not liable, right? Where do you see that from? Because halacha l'maisa, if he withdraws, as long as he's not aroused, it's not considered to be an act, so to speak, of biyah, right? So you see from the side, yes, the Gemara just extrapolates that a man has relations with a woman who's an Arab and he's not aroused during their acts of relations, that there's not liability for that. When you saw that stuff, right? If the halacha l'maisa would be tight, then halacha might kind of sister. They're not saying this if he would be tired for having relations with an Arab, even in an unaroused state. So in this case, when the husband withdraws and he's not aroused, there's going to be liability. Which was maybe this case is different. Why? You should honestly, maybe this is different because he only depends. It wasn't different compared to pieces. So remember again, a man who decides to have relations with one of the Arayas, so one of the Americans, and he's not aroused, he's easy to engage in this kind of levels. It's very important to understand. Nobody here started out with the intention to do anything wrong. But again, remember, this was a perfectly fine act of intimacy with your husband and wife. Something happened in the middle. So this halacha l'maisa, the only halacha says, okay, you can go around with any trouble and separate from this case to others. But if he's an ones, he punished me on 90. Or if he's an ones, then let him report even when he's aroused. In other words, Zion says he's the ones, why is that the reason he's no longer aroused? Diminished pleasure, but instead he was doing away with their heightened pleasure because withdrawing in a state of arousal will still ultimately give him pleasure from this act. That's where the liability comes from. Amar Rabbi Bar Rabbi. In case was very interesting. In case Matsinu Aruka Ukitsara Binida. So let's say something very interesting, right? And now here comes the parallelism. Remember again, as we spoke when we started the share today, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Because remember again, this is very similar to the Beis HaMikdash case. Both are dealing with cases of entry and then again Tumah. Right, entry and Tumah. Now again, and just like the Mikdash case is I entered into the Beis HaMikdash in a state of Tara, and then when inside became Tameh. Very similar to the case of Yudah. The act of relations began in a state of Tara, and then in the middle, Tumah occurs. So we want to just point that. Now, remember again, what's the halacha by the Beis HaMikdash case? Right? You become Tameh in the Beis HaMikdash. What's the halacha? Find the shortest exit. So it's interesting. By the Beis HaMikdash, you have Aruka and Kitzara, right? The long way out and the short way out. And now, you have the big Kitzara. And you also have Aruka and Kitzara, right? The short way and the long way. And what's the halacha? You have to take the long way. Right? Interesting enough, you have to wait. It's fascinating, right? So by the Beis HaMikdash, withdraw as quickly as possible. By actually, again, you wait for the withdrawal. It's fascinating. So you're thinking, Matsinu Aruka, tell me the last Rashi, which actually I don't know about it. Matsinu Aruka Kitzara, Kilish Ben Kitzara Baruka, Shimhelef B'Shah Potter, Shimpiris B'Kitzara, Kilamar Miyad Habitai. And I want to say again, so I sort of find that obviously, there's like so much information unfolding over here in these cases. So I love comments again. Here's the point to remember all of this, right? So remember the case in Mishnah, that there's liability for trying to be. Remember that Allah ultimately again like some for that start. And again now the parallelism between the case of the Mikdash and the case of Yudah. Amadeus, Va'anan, the Mikdash Tanan, the most interesting enough, we are dealing with the Beis HaMikdash. Rashi says, so it's interesting. So one says, why don't you use the same Rashi? Why don't you try the same by the Beis HaMikdash? There's Aruka and Kitzara. Why not use the same Rashi by Yudah? You're already bringing down the needed case in our Mishnah Maseches Shavuos. Right? You're already bringing it down because of the parallelism. Why not extend the parallelism all the way and just say again, just like you said by the Beis HaMikdash, Aruka and Kitzara, so ultimately you by Yudah, Aruka and Kitzara as well. Ella, Yeshua Gelo Gami, Aruka Tahaha, Aruka Tahaha, Kitzara Tahasam, Aruka Tahasam, Kitzara Tahaha. What's that for the simple reason that ultimately again that they're not similar. Why not? So look at that. She's shining Gelo Gamu, Aruka Tahaha Potter, Kitzara Tahasam, Kitzara Tahaha, Kai Karuka Tahasam. That's interesting. You might have thought it might actually look more confusing. Why? Because as you just said, it's exactly the opposite, right? By the Beis HaMikdash, you are Chayim, you are Potter for Kitzara, Chayim for Aruka. By the Yudah, you're Chayim for Aruka. Sorry, you're Chayim for Kitzara, Potter for Chayim for Kitzara, Potter for Aruka. So because of the exact opposite, you might say, you know what? We're going to get confusing. So therefore, again, do not use the similar Russian Rothschild. But again, for our purposes, this is it, right? This is the consolidation of the entire Sugya into this one phrase. There's two cases of where there's Tumah during entry. One is the Beis HaMikdash, one is so-called Yudah. How do you resolve the Tumah in the Beis HaMikdash? If you think that the short way out, you are potter, long way out, you are chayiv. If you take the short way out, you are chayiv. If you take the long way out, ultimately again you are potter. Incredible. That's it. That's it. So let's get very good. Nasan, Rabbi, honestly, let's go back for just a second over here, right? So I was saying before that the reason why there's not going to be liability for entry for Knisa, right, for the initial act of relations, is because the husband isn't honest. Both of them are honest. Extenuating circumstances. Allah should show some of the best that can be. So once this happens, in order to make it an onus, you have to make this a case where it's not it's not close to her vessels. Meaning she's not expecting a period. So because of that, again, there was absolutely no reason to contemplate that she was going to become a Nida. So Mark says, But Rabbi was one of constructing the case where there could be dual liability, one for entry and one for exit. So the says, the self-modestas. Rabbi saying that the only way to create liability for entry is how? Is if you set up the case as some of Rebecca. Right? It has to be the case where ultimately she's accepting a period. Right? Because then he made a mistake. Now again, not a mistake, but a mistake. He thought he had time to have relations before she became a leader. And he was wrong. He was wrong. That's a sugar. That's not honest. Right? Why is it not honest? Can't be honest. Why not? Because it was some of the rest. Right? She was expecting a period. He just made a mistake. He thought he had time. Gemara says, Bai's statement was made in a general situation, not necessarily referring to the case of our Okay, so what Rabbi was saying was essentially, you can construct a case of Chayiv Shtayim. How would you construct a case of Chayiv Shtayim? A case of when the husband is having a relationship with his wife, some of the rest. Ultimately, constantly running with a very spot. That's not a Bai's coming to your own mission. Our mission is talking about singular liability, protecting liability for the withdrawal. Like you should have waited until he's no longer around, and then the truck is around, so then there's going to be liability. That must be a case of innocent for that stuff. So again, what she wasn't expecting to say, therefore there's zero liability for the extra. Abai was saying, just know if you want to construct a case of twofold liability, you could do so, some of that stuff. Okay, so let's say, so now we're going to use this as an opportunity. Speaking about some general pitfalls, which is really kind of system. So by meaning that Yonah son, that Yossi ben Lekina, that Shimon ben Yossi ben Lekina. Okay, brothers, like so that Yonah son ben Yossi ben Lekina asked him, Shimon ben Yossi ben Lekina, as hard of all these are, you not even that Torah. What's his good? So where do you know that the different people with that relationship with God? And like, what did he do? Shaka Kala Pasake. He took the product and he threw it. There was another way of saying, what a stupid question. Like, what, really? That's what you're asking? What's the biblical prohibition? Now, by the way, this is why I think it's also important to understand that they are related. Sometimes brothers have the ability to interact with each other, right? Because there's a love. Like there's an underlying love that's there. But it's just like the equivalent of like being with your arm. You know, like you don't have to do it with your brother, right? So like so like so that's how I think you like this so that's that obviously you wouldn't do this with someone else, even if it's every question is right? Except for the words of a family speaker. Right, but with your family member, with a brother, you take a little bit more of it, and you could actually someone else who never has to shalom do this. So it's just part of it. I'm talking about Nida. We're talking about what the biblical prohibition. It's a concept. So it's the Aisha, the Nida, and Asa Lo Sikra. Now, Aisha, the Nida, it's a popular pasuk. What's the pasuk in the Torah? To a woman, right? To a woman in the Torah offering does not come close. Ella, as Haram and Shinish in that Tahora, the Amar lo Nisi, the Nifresh Miyadi, I know about the concept about it. I'm asking about the case of where a man is having relations with with his wife. In the middle of a relationship, she said, from where do we know that he is not supposed to withdraw immediately? Look, this is to point out. But if you think about this halacha, it's totally counterintuitive. Like one would have thought just the opposite. Man is having a relationship with his wife. She says, oh no, I'm a divorce. The halacha is to withdraw immediately. Now, again, I understand the logic. The logic of being kind of remain in place. Ultimately, identically, you're over aroused and withdraw in the unaroused state. I understand the logic. It's not a so what's very funny when you didn't ask me, where did the halacha come from? How do we know that? Maybe you might know. This is very interesting. So where do you learn it from? We learn it from Utihini Dasa Allah. Utihini Dasa Allah. So what is it again? Amigos should be on after the Bishas Dasa to Hey Allah. So that's very interesting. So maybe what I'm asking you is like this. Sometimes, even when a woman is in love, her husband is still with her. What's the case of where a woman is in love and her husband is still with her? This case. In this case where again he's having a relationship with her, she believes in the middle of a relationship. She tells him, you might have thought that you're supposed to withdraw immediately. How much more you should wait? That's also by waiting, what's happening over here? By waiting, he's actively together with Anita. Right? He's actively together with this woman. There are times in halacha where even though the wife is Anita, the husband is still going to remain with her. He's going to go to the point and go around, and then he withdraws. Fascinating. So Ashkechana Aseh. So that's the Aseh. Because remember again, this is fascinating. This is the argument. So remember again, all these Rishonos in Gemara say, this is the Aseh. So there is an Aseh that if she becomes an Ida in the middle of relations, she should remain there until ultimately it is no longer aroused. That's the Aseh. Ashkechana Aseh. Lo Saseh Minaman. Where do you know the Lo Saseh? Where's the Lo Saseh from? So the Gemara says, Amar Papa, Amar Kro, Lo Sikrav. So it's like, this is fascinating. The pasuk says, "Ve'al isha betumas nidasa lo sikrav legalos erva." So really again, for a woman who is in das, do not come close to her. So how is that? How is that related to our case? So let's say this is fascinating. Lo sikrav nami lo sifroshu. Sometimes lo sikrav also means do not separate. Now, what does that mean? Look at this. This said, so also quoted it from the pasuk in Yeshaya. So this is saying, "Ha'omen krav elecha al tigash tigash." So it's a little bit of context over here. So again, this is Yeshaya Hanavi was giving the Musar. So they were late son, and actually points out scoffers late son, and who didn't want Yeshaya. What did they say? They said, Yeshaya, you know what? You're very holy. Krav elecha, stay close to yourself. Stay close to yourself. Al tigash don't come close to us, because you're so holy. They were saying, Yeshai, you're so holy. Don't sully, don't defile yourself by coming close to us. You're such a holy guy. We're sinners. You stay by you. So what do you see from here? Sometimes Lashon Karav Elecha means stay close to yourself. Watch this. When the pasuk says, Lo sikrav, legalos ervas, means sometimes do not come close to yourself. What does it mean to come close to yourself? To withdraw. Sometimes the halacha says, do not come close to yourself, rather remain engaged with the nida. What's the case? The Torah would say remain engaged with the nida. It's this case over here. Well, halacha l'maisa again. Halacha l'maisa, she didn't need the middle of relations. And in that case, halacha l'maisa, he says to her, he remained there until he's no longer in a state of arousal. Fascinating. So Rabbi says, we see Yaseh Da'isha, right? I'm sorry. Da'isha b'niyas, sorry. Utihini da'sa alav. That's the Yaseh. And the Lo Saseh, Lo Sikrav legalos erva. So we see an Yaseh and a Lo Saseh regarding this case. Absolutely amazing. So let's just now we get a little bit into some beautiful, not as much Agadata, but it's more Musa. So kind of on the exact explanation to myself. You shall warn Bnei Yisrael regarding the trouble. Under Yoshia, מכאן, אז הרב לבני ישראל, שיהיו בשם ונשלחים סמוך לבסתם. So listen, when the Pasuk says, you shall warn Bnei Yisrael regarding their tumah. But Yoshi says, from here you see that a couple should separate what we call samach levestam. Samach levestam means whenever a woman is expecting her period, samach levestam, a couple should not go ahead and engage in relations. The comma, so how far in advance do you have to separate? Amarava ona. Ona means one time period. So most say, especially so let's assume for a moment that a woman has some degree of regularity. So she knows that she gets a period every certain number of days, and she knows it's by day or by night. That period of day or night when she is expecting her period, the couple should not be together. That's called the ona. So if she normally does argument's sake, she gets a period every 30th day. Every 30th day, at night, that entire night time period, they should not engage in relations. The previous day is permitted, but that night ultimately against the Rebbe. It's interesting enough in Rothschild, there's a concept of the Chumrah of the Or Zarua. The Or Zarua said, famous Chumrah of the Or Zarua. The Or Zarua said that a couple should really abstain the ona before as well. Chumrah of the Or Zarua, again, it's a Chumrah. So the Sefis and don't accept it. I think it's a more popular of the Chumras. So again, if she only gets her period, let's say on the 30th day, 5 days, so the halacha says they can't be together. That's the big time period. But halacha might say the previous night they could. The Arzalua says no, they should even abstain the night before. Logic of the Arzalua, because again, even some some degree of regularity, halacha might say the body shifts, and therefore just out a precautionary measure, better to abstain from the that's called the Chum of the Arzalua. Otherwise, we're going to stop over here for today. Beautiful Gemara for tomorrow. So we're going to start today and we'll start that tomorrow. We're going to start today and there's going to be some beautiful Agadata. Shkayach, everyone. Remember this with this. All right, that was another great day, everyone. Yeah, a lot of layers. A lot of layers over here.
So just a reminder, go to the very first verse. There's a bunch of stuff and if you do any one of those things, click on the link that is the labeled pretty obviously giveaway. You do that, and you can set it yourself.
Father Jamal said, good morning, or good Sabah. An incredible Sabah to be able to begin a new week of learning together. Starting the second Shavuot, begin by thanking all of our sponsors today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Filzim Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael, who's dedicating all the Shem and Drushos this year as a Zikus for the Torah Tovos for all of Yisrael. From Torah sponsors for the month of Iyar Habali Tova, Shmuel Rabbi Rakti, mentioned the architect of Shmuel's father, Lipa Ben Yeteska Hakoin, Zichono Mizracha. A week of learning sponsors, Henry Jacobson Kent, and many of her daughter, Shifra. We hope that in America.com, all of the shows have the families in the summer, all of those leaders who are Shabbat and the Konfol Israel, the Prophet Shemet Hashem bring home all of our hands to the Shalom and the Kolov, and our holy soldiers should be successful before Maaseh Day. So I think that let us begin exciting stuff ahead of us this week. It just keeps getting better and better every day. So today's dot is. This is that 17. We are picking up our test Zion on the days. We left off in the middle of on the days at the 2 dots. The city that begins so probably about 15 lines up from the bottom. So let's remember again, just to orient ourselves a little bit. So remember again, the Mishnah had, we got the 2 cases of Tumah. Up until a few days ago, the case of Tumah we were dealing with was someone becomes coming outside of the Beis Hamikdash, and then all of a sudden forgets about their Tumah, and then enters into the Mikdash in a state of Tumah. What we then transitioned to was a new case, and in this new case, someone became coming inside of the Beis Hamikdash. So then what's the status of what's carbonic liability? So to that, the Mishnah explains it depends. What does it depend on? Do you tally? Are you lingering? So if you become coming in the dark, you get out your room, takes the shortest way out, then halacha l'maisa, you have no carbonic liability. If, however, then you carry. Now, it's interesting because there are two expressions that we use with this carry kite, right, with this carrying. One was today shtachava, the amount of time it takes to prostrate yourself, and the other is talking about the idea that you take the long way out. So I'm going to clarify this a little bit. The first time we speak about bowing, the only kind is, again, now we'll call it Reuben. Reuben is inside of the Beis HaMikdash, he becomes coming in the Beis HaMikdash. If he now begins to prostrate himself, he is liable for that. He's liable. Rabbi qualifies this. What type of prostration you're liable for is if you prostrate yourself kind of facing towards the Kodesh HaKadoshim, facing race, facing straight forward. But if you bow down the opposite way, like the opposite way, with your back towards the Kodesh HaKadoshim, right, so facing the exit, then halacha l'maisa, you are not liable for prostration, unless, of course, you stay in the Beis HaMikdash for too long. So we'll say, I'm going to tell you this now, and then we're going to, we'll see inside this moment. We're going to see that essentially there are two different shiurim. There's the shachava, which is prostration, and then there's shivia, which is lingering. So if you bow down, even if you're a quick bower, and you bow down in the right way, there's liability. If you bow down the wrong way, that's not called bowing, and therefore there's no liability if you linger. So now what the Gemara is telling us, what is the definition of the shtachava? The shtachava means prostration in the direction of the Kodesh HaKadosh. Anything not in the direction of the Kodesh is not called the shtachava. Not called the shtachava. It could be called lingering if you're there for long enough, but it's not called the shtachava. The Gemara says, therefore, if you bow down, facing away from the Kodesh HaKadoshim, if you linger, you're liable, but if you don't linger, you're not liable. So others explain this on the Seifa. If you linger there long enough for the amount that it takes to prostrate yourself in Miklau, now that makes it sound like even in prostration itself, you still require some type of lingering. So it's going to be no. Moshe elish tachava klapekos. About klapekim, afagav de moshe. Okay, so here it is. This is the line. So it says like this. If you're bowing down in the right way, what's the definition of the right way? The definition of the right way? Towards Kodesh HaKadoshim. Towards Kodesh HaKadoshim, that's called the shtachava, and you are liable. You are liable now. It covered already for having remained in the Beis HaMikdash in a state of tumah. If you bow down not facing the Kodesh HaKadoshim, that is not called bowing. That's very interesting. The halachic definition of hishtachava is prostration in the direction of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. If you're not in the right direction, it's not called hishtachava. So then if you bow down in the wrong direction, you're liable. If what? If you linger. Now, we haven't defined what lingering means yet, but if you linger, incredible box color means to say, if you go ahead and you bow down in the right direction, or you linger for the amount of time that it takes to prostrate yourself, so it says now we begin to see it as follows. Essentially, prostration can either be an act or it can be a duration. So meaning what? If I become coming inside of the Beis HaMikdash and I bow down in the direction of the Kodesh HaKadoshim, I'm liable. If I bow down in a different direction, so then again, I'm not chayiv for bowing, I can be chayiv for lingering if I linger in the mikdash for the amount of time that it would normally take to bow. Okay, incredible. Someone says as follows. So it's a given example. So now, explain to me bowing that has lingering, bowing that doesn't have lingering. The last place shivia is ukriya ba'almas. We're going to see in the world of bowing. So ultimately, again, there's bowing with lingering and there's bowing without lingering. So the Gemara says the last place shivia. Zukriya ba'alma. So literally again, so bowing without lingering, that's kriya. What's kriya? Both sides. So kriya is kind of like ba'anas mikori, right? In other words, just a bow, a quick bow. So literally again, like a bowing at the waist, that also at the knees, that ultimately again can be a hishtachava without shivia. This shivia. What's an example of bowing that has lingering? Pishut yadayim v'raglayim. That's prostration. Prostration. That's like, I'm spread out flat on the ground. The kama shir shihya. So we'll say, but again, this is all interesting. But remember, in halacha is all about quantifying shiurim. So halacha l'maisa again. So what is the actual time frame? Right? In other words, if we're going to create liability, I need to know time-wise how long do I need to be in the Beis Hamikdash in order to be liable after having contracted tumah. So Rabbi Yitzchak bar Nachmani, b'chad di'inei. So Rabbi Yitzchak bar Nachmani and one of his korabbanim had a debate. Who was umanu? Rabbi Shimon ben Pazi. V'amilei Rabbi Shimon ben Pazi b'chad di'inei. Uman Rabbi Yitzchak bar Nachmani. V'amilei Rabbi Shimon bar Nachmani. Okay, machlokes. Chad amar kimemei dehai pesuka. So one said the amount of time that you are liable for remaining in the mikdash ultimately is the amount of time that it takes to say this pasuk. We'll see what this pasuk is in just a moment. The Chad Amar Yichru l'Seifa, and one said the amount of time that it's Yichru to the Seifa. What's the pasuk that we're referring to over here? So the Gemara says as follows: the pasuk is V'chol b'nei Yisrael roim beredes ha'esh ukvod Hashem al habayis v'yichru ha'yit arza al haritzvah v'yishtakavu v'hodos la'Hashem kitov kiliolam chasdo divrei hayom. So again, the machlokes says, is it the amount of time that it takes to say the whole pasuk, the amount of time that it takes to say part of the pasuk? But that's the shir, which I will say you begin to see is a very short shir, which means that literally in order to avoid liability, the moment that I find out that I'm tummy, I need to get out as quickly as possible. Incredible. So the Gemara goes later. The Gemara says, good. Turn up on Kidas. Now that the Gemara introduced us, so as you sort of point out, first nugget of information for today, Rabbi. What does Rabbi teach us? That if I can track tumah inside of the Beis Hamikdash, so obviously my obligation is to get out as quickly as possible. How much time do I have? So I'm not allowed to remain there for the amount of time either of lingering or prostration. Now, what's the difference? So the definition of prostration is bowing down in the direction of the Kodesh HaKadoshim. Bowing down in any other direction is not called bowing. It's not called bowing. So in any other direction, I'm liable if I linger. What's the definition of lingering? The definition machlokes is the amount of time to say that entire pasuk or just part of the pasuk. Beautiful. Now that we spoke about prostration, the Gemara just talks about different forms of prostration. Kida ala payi. So we'll say what's called kida, that's called falling on your face. Kind of like what we do by tachnun. Like tachnun. V'cheinu omer v'tikod b'shava apayim aretz. Kriya al berkayim. Kriya is bowing down on your knees. V'cheinu omer nichra al birkav. Yishtach al. That's what's called zupisha d'rayim raglayim. That's called prostration. Right? Where literally, again, I want to say like a person is just flat out on the ground. V'cheinu omer havonovo ani ve'imcha v'achecha l'shtach avos l'cha arza. Okay. Abai Rava. So here we go. Another interesting case. So the last two lines, the test is I know days. Abai Rava. Sarach she'el malchus, oin sarach she'el malchus. So Rava asked the following shayla. Do you require tefillah? So let's remember again. Up until this entire point, what have we been talking about? We've been talking about carbonic liability. All right. So now, in other words, here's what I know. I know that if I'm in the Beis Hamikdash and I contract tumah, I got to get out as quickly as possible. And if I delay, however we're defining delay, I am liable to a carbon or leviolate. Fine. But we'll say, what about the following? Let's say, look at Rashi. Actually, that's Rashi not from Malchus. In Hisrubo, Shalolamo, V'amad Papos Mifadei Shehiyah. So let's say, now watch this. Let's say I'm in the Beis Hamikdash and I become tummy. And after I become tummy, I'm warned. Ultimately, again, get out as quickly as you can. And I delay. Not long enough to incur carbonic liability, but the question is long enough to potentially incur malchus. Right? Because remember again, if you remain in the Beis Hamikdash in a state of tumah, one is in violation of a law. So now I got hasra. But interestingly enough, I remained in the mikdash even after the hasra, after the violation, but not kidei shehiyah. So let's say, for example, let's just give an example. Let's say kidei shehiyah is 20 seconds, for argument's sake. 20 seconds, right? So the Maisa, so let's say, by the way, it's interesting. Now you think about this for just a moment, that it seems like such a short amount of time to get out. It's fascinating how different events in life sensitize you to different realities. So you think about this, like how could somebody get out in such a short amount of time? The most you think about what our brothers and sisters in Eretz Yisrael have been going through, right? When the sirens go off, like how long? First of all, a special welcome to our shir member of Dring of Hava from Modina Kashmonaim. Kashmonaim is joining us, one of our online shir members. Cover, make sure you be friendly, right? Excellent, good. You don't do it right now, all right, right. So, how long do you have for the sirens? So how long do you have for the sirens once the sirens start to get to on the clock? 2 minutes. 2 minutes. So you think about this. Like we're living in times where people have a very short amount of time to traverse a distance. You're close, you're short. That's it's just interesting how like different events sensitize us to realities. And when I was talking about a situation that we haven't had for 2,000 years. Something happens. I got to get somewhere quickly. And amazing how like we have the same yesod, obviously in a very different context. But the Gemara is asking like this. So let's say now, halacha l'maisa. So I became tummy inside of the Beis Hamikdash. So I'm not staying there Kedei Shihiyah. So therefore, there's no carbonic liability. But now the shaila is there malchus liability? It's fascinating, right? Because I'm in violation of a law, because I'm remaining in the Mikdash, ultimately in the state of Tumah. So the Maisa, is there malchus or not? So the Gemara says, "By Rabbi, Tzad Shia Malchus, and Tzad Shia Malchus." Do we say that the same way that a carbon requires Shia lingering, so too malchus requires lingering? Or no, maybe not. Maybe lingering is a din ultimately again in carbon, but not a din in malchus. The carbon Gemara Shia the Gemara the carbon Gemara Shia. The malchus lo Gemara Shia. Maybe lingering is only a din by carbon, but not by malchus. Top of the zayin. Al dilma b'fnim Gemara Shia. Lo shna the carbon, but lo shna the malchus. Or maybe it doesn't make a difference. In other words, if you're becoming tamei, there's a din of Shia for all halachos regarding tumah in the Beis Hamikdash, whether it's for carbon or whether it's for malchus. So we'll say, what's the halacha? The Gemara says, teku. We don't know tishbi taris kushos yibayos. Good kasha, no answer. And as we always say, what do we do right after a teku? What do we do after a teku? Move on, because Yiddishkeit conditions us. If in life there are many questions, some of them really good questions, and some of them overwhelming questions for which you are not going to find an answer. So you have two options, two choices: perseverate, right, and just like focus on it, and just hyper focus on it, and lose yourself in the inability to find the answers to your questions, or move on. Understand it's a good kasha. The day will come and we will get all of our answers. And what does he have to do? Take next. By Rabbi, this is a great case. Tala atzmo ba'avir azara mahu. Okay, watch this. What happens if you suspend yourself in the air of the azara? You suspend yourself, right? You're flying in the azara. So both say, so now this is an interesting case because what's happening over here? So I become tummy inside of the Beis Hamikdash, but now I'm suspended. Now, by the way, but remember, and we've been learning long enough to know that the Gemara will always come up with cases that you're like, come on, that's never going to happen. You might be right, but that doesn't make a difference. Remember, again, sometimes Chazal purposely bring exaggerated cases in order to bring out a point. What are we trying to figure out over here? Trying to figure out if I become tummy in the Beis Hamikdash, or let's say my feet are not on the ground. I'm hovering in the air of the Mikdash. Is there liability for that? So the Gemara says, Ki gemiru shehiyah debasishtachava. The la basishtachava lo gemiru. So on one hand, we say that maybe the only time you're chayav for lingering is when that is a lingering which could result in prostration. Which means what? You got to be on the ground. But if it's a lingering that can't result in prostration, why not? Because I'm suspended in the air of the Azara, maybe there's no liability. Or maybe not. In other words, maybe lingering is just a din of lingering. So whether you're lingering on the ground, you're lingering in the airspace, there's going to be liability. We'll say, what's the question? What's the answer? Teku. Well, leaves this unanswered. So we'll say that I just really, I was looking at this Gemara last night. I thought it was like such a beautiful metaphor that a person could be tummy but still soaring in the air. Right, so here this guy, right here, this guy is tummy, but yet Lamais at the same time, he's levitating. It's not a stira. It's not a stira, right? In any given moment in life, I'm tummy and I'm soaring. I'm tummy and I'm climbing. I'm tummy and I'm growing. Most of us live in these two states simultaneously all of the time. So it's almost like the Gemara is saying, so what's your status? Are you a growing person? Like, are you literally a ben aliyah? Like, are you going up? Are you going up? Or are you tummy? And the Gemara says, take them. Sometimes it's hard to tell. Sometimes in life, I'm not exactly sure. Like, am I going up or am I going down? But when I say, you know what the ikar is? That even if you're tummy, make sure you're consistently and constantly a ben aliyah. Even if you're tummy, because we all have it. There are certain things in my life right now that are tummy. And the truth is, they're going to remain tummy. We all have those pockets of our life that I know I need to change. But the reality is, they're not changing right now. And all too often we assume that because they're not changing right now, therefore that precludes me from being a growing individual. And it's not true. You could be tummy in the Beis HaMikdash, but still find a way to lift yourself up. That is the essence of what it means to be a yid. I'm tummy, but still growing. Incredible. Let's go back there. By Rashi, Nazir B'Kever. So it's another interesting case. Nazir B'Kever. What's the case of Nazir B'Kever? Look at Rashi. Nazir B'Kever. This is very interesting. Nazir Shnitma Ba'onis B'Soch Beis HaKvaris. Tumye D'Nitma Ba'azara. Shol Neschaye D'Chnisaso Kido Shenichnas Beis HaKvaris B'Shiva Teva Umigdal. U'Kocha Be'ru Para Alaris Mazivas Gad HaOhel. So it says, listen to this case. Similar case we were seeing before. So a Nazir enters into a cemetery. Now, interesting, the way that Rashi is saying the case is, if he enters into a cemetery, let's say in a carriage, right, in a closed box, in a closed carriage, then his friend meets him, and now he's going through a cemetery. Now, because it's a closed carriage, he wouldn't contract tumah. His friend hears that he's going to a cemetery. He decides to surprise his Nazir friend, right? Pops open in the door of the carriage, surprise, right? So now suddenly again, the Nazir is in a cemetery. So this is similar to the case of the guy who becomes Tameh inside of the Beis HaMikdash. What's the commonality? In both cases, they entered in a state of Tara and only subsequently became Tameh. So therefore, again, that's what's called Nazir B'Kever. So, this is very interesting. So once they say, now watch this case. So the Nazir entered into the cemetery in a closed carriage, so he was fine. Somebody propped open the door. Now he became Tameh. So here's the Shaila. Do we say that the Nazir also only becomes Tameh if he lingers? But if he gets out quickly, perhaps there is no liability. Oh, what's up? Do we say the din of lingering is only the din inside of a Beis HaMikdash. But outside no din of Shia, you become Tumah instantaneously. Or Tumah Ba'onis Kimir Shia, both within the Rosh Hashanah. Or maybe not. Maybe lingering ultimately again, maybe lingering is a din in Ones, in extenuating circumstances. It doesn't matter in the Beis outside of the Beis HaMikdash. This Gemara says, take once again unanswered question. Next, Bala Baruka Chai B'Stafak. So now the next part of the Mishnah. So remember again, what did the Mishnah say? Same case. I'm in the Beis HaMikdash. I walk in Tahar. I become Tameh inside of the Beis HaMikdash. So now what did the Mishnah say? If I get out as quickly as I can, meaning find the nearest exit, then I do not incur liability. If I take the long way out, then ultimately I incur liability. I'm a Rabbi. So we'll say Rabbi, the same with Rabbi. I'm a Rabbi. Tzara Sha'amru, Afilu Akir K'eit Mitzad Godo. Ma'afilu B'chol Hayom Kulo. So this is fascinating. Rabbi says, as long as you take the nearest exit, even if you walk very slowly, you're not liable. Now let's say this expression of Eiket Mitzad Godo means literally like you're walking away where you put one foot right in front of the other. So like your big toe is touching your heel. Actually, you're walking one small step after the other, and even if it takes you the entire day to get out of the Beis HaMikdash, that's how slow you're walking. That's how slow you're walking. Ultimately, again, there's still no liability. It's also this is wild. So the other sense we're saying is, as long as you take the closest exit, the shortest way out, Even if the shortest way out takes you the longest amount of time, you are not liable. You're not liable. Listen, you know, this is reminiscent of what Chazal called the derech kitzara shehi aruka. Derech kitzara, we learned this in Tanya a few weeks ago. Derech kitzara shehi aruka. There's a short path, but sometimes the short path can be very long. Conversely, sometimes there's a derech aruka shehi kitzara. And you still get the same side. So, Rabbi says as follows. Yeah, but I just, it's fine, I said it already. As I remember again, in Chazal, the derech kitzara shehi aruka represents again that in life, you try to take shortcuts. You see shortcuts. Oh, look, there's a life path for this, or shortcut for this. And what happens? Looks like you have to tell us, we know more often in life, when you take shortcuts for meaningful things, those shortcuts often become incredibly circuitous, difficult, and actually don't get me where I need to go. That's called the derech kitzara shehi aruka. Shortcut, it should be a very long way. Conversely, very often in life, the derech aruka shehi kitzara. Very often in life, the path to choose is the long way, because the long way may take a little bit more time, but it's going to get you where you need to go. So Rabbi says a bit fascinating that if you take the shortcut, like the shortest way out, even if it takes you a very long time, you're not liable. So by Rabbi brings down shios mashi statu. It's interesting. So say, let's assume for a moment again that the amount of time for lingering, which you're liable is 30 seconds. So let's say, so I linger 5 seconds, I walk. I linger 5 seconds, I walk. Can those increments of lingering combine to form shear or not? So you want to say, this was in the day, heart said, she says, apparently not. Based on what Rabbi just said, because Rabbi said, as long as you're headed out, the right exit, even if it takes you the whole day, you are not liable. Which means, so obviously lingering does not go ahead and combine. Just where it says, no, how something goes stop. Rabbi's talking about an idea where I'm taking a shortest exit, and even though it takes me the whole day, I never stop. I'm constantly moving, I'm constantly walking, I'm just walking very slowly. So why did I made up? So if I ask the following question, so again, this is the other thing with the Rabbi says, as long as you take the shortest exit, short code actually is close exit, even if you delay, right? Even if you walk very slowly, it takes you the entire day, you are not liable. Which I will say also a tremendous Rothschild. In life, as long as you're on the right track, so as far as he's not looking at how long it is. As long as I put myself on the right path to self-actualization and growth, even if the results don't materialize so quickly, and I'm headed in the right direction, that's all very bonus from all at once. Incredible. The Gemara goes like that. So by me, I made a boss. So I started trying to turn that boss. Follow by look at shit. Oh, watch this. So let's say now I become coming. I'm in the basement. I become coming. What happens? I gotta get out. So what do? I scan the exits, right? Exits to the right, to the front, and the back, right? Illuminated line, right? So what happens? I know exactly where to go. Here's the issue. I know, so it'll take me 10 seconds to go ahead and get out the closest exit. But the truth is, there's another exit that's further. But if I run, I can also get there in 10 seconds. So what if I could take the longer path, but I'll run, so I'll make it there in the same amount of time that it would have taken me to get out the closer exit. It's their liability, and I do that. So I end up exiting the base on a dash through the further exit, but within the same window of time that it would have taken me to get out of the closer exit. So is there liability in a case like that? It's fascinating. No, you must know. Sheer community, if you follow Baruch Hashem Sarapata, essentially what the Gemara is asking is like this. Is this a sheer? Like, is this a sheer in time? And therefore, as long as I get out of the base HaMikdash within the sheer, who cares how you got out? Or no, this is a thing in the closest exit. So again, I'm going to say this is our case. So let's say, in my case, I know that to get out the closest exit would have taken me 10 seconds. It turns out I made a mad dash for the longer exit. I got 9 seconds. So again, if it's a shear in time, then I'm not liable. If it's a day, then the halacha says no. You gotta take the closest exit. Doesn't make a difference how fast I get out the window or you put me right on. To which the Gemara says, Amalei, Lognisna Aruka V'Yikachos Etzlo. Says what the Gemara says is it's a din. It's not a shear. It's just doing that. It's a din. What's the din? The din is closest exit. Closest exit. And I said, by the way, you can see this. I thought you could see this. You know what it's doing? I'm seeing that because that's right. That was just setting you up because everybody's in the community, like I said. Like, imagine the innovation is just imagine the innovation is just you become coming. I mean, you're not excited, but again, when you become coming, and so now what happens? You can see this, by the way. The closest exit, there's a lot of people there. The farther exit, no one's there. So I know that I think it's easy for me. By the way, even like without running, right? Without running, I know I can get out from the farther exit faster than the closer exit. So I said this. So the Gemara says it's a din, which makes sense. It's a halacha. What does the halacha say? Closest exit. That's the halacha. Even if technically speaking, now we can get to the further exit, and so that if we get to the further exit in less time, it's a halacha, which doesn't make sense because the moment we give this to a shear is the moment that this whole halacha falls apart. So it's halacha. Therefore, again, no matter what, take the closest exit, and if you don't, there is carbonic liability. Incredible. Listen to this. The claim alone, Tamei Shishim Kanisa, was another interesting halacha. If you have a Kohen who is Tamei, so the halacha is, and he does avoda in the Beis Hamikdash, he's carried Nisa B'din Shammai. That's at the hands of heaven. So the Gemara says, I don't understand. How can you ever have a case with yourself again? So the exact Kohen is coming, does he have all these things? The Gemara says, how are you ever going to find this case? Now, what is this? If you look at Rashi, Rashi is the second one by Nathan Mishkachos law. The only Bakaris, they want to say generally, if you remain or you linger in the Beis Hamikdash in a state of Sama, the highest colors. Remember again, colors and Yisrael Shemayim are different punishments. Both bad. Right? Both bad are different punishments. So the punishment for a Tomei Kohen doing the avodah in the Beis Hamikdash is Yisrael Shemayim. The punishment for lingering in the Beis Hamikdash in the state of Tumah is colors. It's colors. So you might say, let me take this straight. So if a Kohen does avodah while coming to the same side, he's highly Shemayim. But won't he automatically be highest colors? Why? Because if he's doing the avodah, then what is he doing? He's lingering. So how do you ever have a case where he's not highest colors? So you might say, let's do the same thing with Mishkachos law. He's a Rothschild, they do avodah. If he didn't linger, then how do you do the avodah? Avodah takes time. And he's a Rabbi.
Go ahead, baby.
Rabbi, you there?
Yes, sir. Not like a secret.
Is a shear in time, then this makes sense. When it becomes time, you realize this is
okay.
So he realizes time to the closest exit, 30 seconds.
Okay. Did you happen to go to the club yet? Are you at the club? Okay. And are you ready to lose?
10 seconds to do the avodah, and he does, I know, he's chef.
Everything except comedy?
But within 10 seconds. Then that makes sense. However, I can play
Dog, you're gonna fucking jerk yourself off raw. You know it. You're gonna be down 3 holes, and you're gonna fucking quit. I'm like a battered woman with you. Like I keep thinking, like, oh, he's gonna improve. And it's the same shit every fucking time. Ass kicking. So you have an invitation, and we're all waiting on you. Zoot, are you going to go? Zoot, you have an invitation.
Again, if he's doing that, if you
Zoo.
understand that lingering is a shear in time. So in other words, and I will say, interestingly enough, what's the shear of lingering? What's the shear of lingering?
Look how amazing this shot. Zoo, look how amazing this shot is. Zoo.
It's the amount of time that you get to close exit, right? Which means it's subjective. Right? So all depends on where I am.
Thanks,
so
baby.
Again, if you understand that it's a shear, it's a defined amount of time or a subjective amount of time, then great. Cohen can understand 30 seconds to get to the closest exit. If I wanted to make it in 20,
hit my ball.
It gives me 10 seconds. I can use that many 10 seconds for a boulder. Then I can
Okay.
a boulder while he's coming.
I agree.
Ends up and therefore, again, it's not the curries.
What are you going to do here, big dog?
That the din of lingering. It's objective. You just got to get out the closest exit. So then how can you ultimately get
Zoo, you fucked me.
So which words? I'm Rabbi my kasha. What's the question? Is very
I don't either, but I tried.
What's the case? You see what I'm saying? We're looking at our avoda. We're looking at avoda.
Zoo, what's it feel like to have a one-stroke lead?
There is a type of avoda which is very fast.
Dude, I hate this hole. I hate this hole. We are terrible.
And what does he do on the way out? He takes a fork, like the sacrificial fork, and he flips the piece of meat on the mizbeach. Right? Remember again, the meat's burning on the mizbeach. So what does he do? He flips it. And that's flipping the meat on the mizbeach and causing it to burn. Ultimately, is part of the avodah zarah. So you can imagine that's something you could do really quickly on your way out. We're imagining avodah as an involved process. As he's walking out,
that's what I like to hear, Zoo.
On his way out. So
that's what I like to hear.
He didn't remain in the mikdash for shia, for lingering. Therefore, he's not going to be chayiv kares, but he will be chayiv nismi yeshamayim because he's a kohen. Incredible. So,
what are we getting next, Zoo?
Again, a non-kohen with the sacrificial fork.
I don't know what you mean.
Again, it's chayiv. So, what do you see from that? What do you see from that? That it's an avodah. Okay, so let's analyze. Everything that's kind of
you have to show me. Dude, I'm down 2. I'm down 2-0. This would be the greatest comeback in the history of the game. This would be the greatest comeback in the history of the game. Dude, do you reckon?
And had he not flipped it,
So did I.
I'm using the word flip it, but it doesn't have to be flipped.
I don't know.
One over here is, I'm just going to use flip as the expression because that's hapa. If we're talking about that, had he not flipped it, the meat would not have burned. Then pshita, obviously that's avoda. Right? Because the mice again, ultimately again to expedite this process. Now, if on the other hand, we're talking about a case where what? Well, even had he not flipped it, right? Even had he not flipped it, ultimately, I
know. I want you to keep that mentality.
The meat would have been burned, then my coffin. Then what is he doing? So just trying to figure out. So remember again, just understand what are we trying to accomplish here? You're like, that's an excellent question. I have no idea. All right. What are you trying to accomplish? Besides coming closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and you're getting tremendous learning his
Why not?
I'm trying to find a very specific case. The Gemara said that a Kohen who is tamei, who does avodah in the Beis Hamikdash, is chayiv nisa bidei shamayim. Okay, that's a fact. The Gemara just kind of threw out at us.
Zoo, you might have a perfect game. You might get a perfect game against me.
You're coming and you linger in the Beis Hamikdash. You're what? You're chayiv kares. So now the Gemara is trying to figure out, I don't understand. How do you ever have a case of a Kohen who's doing that Avodah Beis Hamikdash Tamei and not lingering? By definition, he needs to be lingering. He's doing Avodah. If he's lingering, what's the problem? He's Chayiv Kares, not Mizbin Shemayim. Kares was Mizbin Shemayim. He's Chayiv Kares and not Mizbin Shemayim. So that's what we're trying to figure out. How can you find a case where a Kohen is coming doing the Avodah, but he's not lingering? He's not lingering.
Yeah, baby.
I got it. Here's the case. The case is on his way out. He flipped a piece of sacrificial meat with his fork. Right? So that's fast, right? And you can see a Kohen doing that kind of like not even stopping, right? Not even stopping. He's got his fork out. He's I guess kind of have forks, right? He's got his own.
Not good. Not good. I have to prevent a
so you want to say, okay, so therefore again,
complete
but not
loss.
And therefore, he's high, he's and that. Let's talk about it just a moment. Right? When he flips that piece of meat, what is he doing? Set the piece of meat would not have
I hate this one.
This flippage,
Is this the one you were thinking?
Okay. I said that's a hold-up. Would have been consumed without
you might have a chance at it.
It's good. No, I think that's I think it works. Right? Good. Without right, if it would have burned anyway without his intervention, then Lamaisa, what is he doing? Then why should he be liable? His act is inconsequential. The Gemara said, "What's that?" About it is such a pratan yesod. Sometimes, like, how do you know what you're supposed to be focused on in life? How do you know? So, I think I don't know. I would think that's something interesting to look at.
Oh no!
Look for the things that no one else is doing. And if it's not going to get done unless you do it, that's a good indication that who wants you involved in that. If your efforts are duplicative, right? If your efforts, whatever. And it could very well be that
you have a 1% chance at a perfect game.
If the meat's going to burn anyway, so the cold act, the flippage is inconsequential. It doesn't mean anything. And on the other hand,
baby.
Flippage causes it.
Zoot, we're gonna leave it at that. I want you to be in a positive mood.
Sometimes we're expressing that we're so drawn to replicate and duplicate things that other people do. And what's positive peer pressure?
None of them.
Also, the Rothschild put us each in this world to accomplish something special and unique. Sometimes that's what you need to have your eyes open for. What are the things that
Zoot, are you excited?
That others are not doing, that others are not paying attention to. That's what perhaps wants to focus about. You want to know once again, it's very interesting.
Are you excited?
Interesting compromise answer. Mark says, no. The meat would have burned.
Yeah, dog.
So the actions of the Kohen were consequential.
So you're doing it for both of us, baby.
And the Gemara says, what do you see from the earth? That any expediting is considered
as soon as you tweet, baby.
So it's fascinating. So the meat would have burned regardless, but it would have taken 2 hours. Now post flippage, it's only 1 hour. It's only 1 hour.
Yeah, big dog.
Come on, what is expediting the burning of sacrificial meat? What does it mean? No, it does mean something. It's such incredible.
Zoot, get out of here. You're not even a stand-up comedian like it's a profession. You've made exactly $0. You've made exactly $0 in being a stand-up comedian. So, you're not. That's not a career right now.
That shows alacrity in this act. Shows the chashiva. So the Gemara says, "What do you see from the earth? That expediting."
What's up, baby?
Doing something with Peter's resources. Incredible.
Actually, more than you have. I do make some.
What comes out from this?
The rumble.
From the brother, namely that the halacha is you need to exit if you become inside of the Beis Hamikdash.
Like a few cents per stream.
We don't care. It's fascinating. We don't care how long it takes you to get to the closest exit. As long as what? As long as you're moving. As long as you're
$69.
We don't care, right? You're literally taking baby steps. As long as you're moving, right? Even if it's a long day, we don't care as long as you're moving. So let's say it's tremendous close to hospital. How much you think, right? Steps. As long as you in the right direction, then bonus of all of these
$0. $0 more. You start a channel and then they start paying you for every hour you stream, depending on the viewers. And then if you put stuff in your profile, their advertisers pay you. I am.
To burn faster post-footage than it would have burned
Rabbi Rothschild.
Of the burning of sacrificial meat is considered to be avodah as well. Let's go back.
No one knows who that is.
This is a great statement.
No, they don't. Do you want me to tell you what I think your top stand-up routines are?
Right? What does this mean? I'm afraid I'm going to say something that everyone is going to jump down on my throat. Right? But I really want to share it, but I'm afraid that everyone's going to jump on me. So what does he want to say? This is great. Listen to this. Someone say a house with saras. I'm remembering what's the halacha? I have to have a home like a home that is declared saras. The saras home. So halacha. Anything inside of it, including people who enter into it, will become tamei. Listen to Rothschild's idea. He says he wants like this. What happens if a person walks into the house backwards? Derech hacholov. A person walks into the house backwards. And even if his entire body is in the house except his nose, right? So his nose is extending out. Well, obviously, what this means is the overwhelming majority of his body. How long majority of his body is inside the home, but a part of his body, even if part of his nose.
Do you want me to tell you what I think your favorite subjects are?
Why? This is great.
Kanye West, children, Jeffrey Epstein, Lily Phillips, Bonnie Blue, autism, ADHD, Hitler, and Dave Chappelle. And Dave Chappelle. What were you going to say? Yeah, I mean, you can kind of include all that shit.
I don't know what you call it, like face first, right? Face first, right? So therefore, I wanted to say, if you're walking backwards, so the mice again, you're not going to contract tumor. Okay, so this sounds pretty logical. What was Rav Oshi afraid of? I'm afraid that my friends are going to say, well, Rav Oshi
is that not accurate, Zoo?
And why does a piece of your body have to store a menasa? It's when Rav Oshi framed the halacha was you walk into the house backwards, and your entire house is inside the body with the exception of your nose. There's a little piece of your body still extending out. So he was afraid that the Hashem was going to say, well, Rav Oshi, if you're right, then even if your entire body is inside the home, as long as you're walking backwards, so the mice again, you should be tar. Rabbi said, no, that's not true. That's not true. If your entire body is in the home, everyone will agree that what? Everyone will agree that you become tamei. Why? They say, Kol Asher Batayis. Because ultimately, they said, because halacha, sorry,
so, go get him, dog. You're going to win.
Inside the home, what's the halacha?
You're gonna do really well. You're gonna kill it, baby.
So what do you see from here? Anything that is fully in the home, of course, becomes tamei. So everyone will agree that if a person is fully inside the home, even if they entered backwards, they're going to remain tamei. The English of Rav Oshi, which seems to be correct, which is if you walk in backwards, as long as there's a part of your body that's not in the home, you will remain tar. Incredible. Along these same lines, the Gemara says, what do you see from here? What you see from here is that halacha l'maisa, sometimes when there's liability, what we'll call geographic tumah, you're only going to be tamei if you enter into that space in the normal way. If you enter in an abnormal way, that could save you from becoming tamei. So we just saw this example by home of saras. So again, and I want to say, by the way, the Rambam accepts Rav Oshi's idea. So if you walk backwards into a home stricken, condemned with saras, as long as there's a part of your body that's not in the home, you will remain tar. Once your whole body enters, you're no different than kilos. So let's listen to this. It says, this Gadin halalu. So we'll say, this is actually very interesting. Look at Rashi. Gadin halalu, Rashi says, Sheba Azara. And we'll say, in the courtyard of the Beis Hamikdash, there were a series of chambers. Those chambers had rooftops. those roofs do not have the same sanctity as the Beis Hamikdash itself. So the Gemara says, Gagin halolu, ein open sham kachim kadashim. Therefore, again, you can't eat kachim kadashim on the tops. Ein shochtin sham kachim kalim. You can't chef kachim kalim there either. The tamei shenichnas derech gagin lahechal pater. And interestingly enough, if you were tamei and came from the rooftop into the heichal, you are pater. You are pater. Shnei amar ve'alam mikdash
Not if the people have
as the pasuk says, you shall not come into the mikdash.
I mean, I guess.
The Torah asks what we call normative entry. And what's normative entry, Moshe? What's normative entry? You come through the entry to the Beis Hamikdash. But if you come
his
from
Torah
one of the
spaces
rooftops
usually
down
come
to the
down
heichal, there is
or
not
up in the last
liability for that. So Moshe, so another display ultimately of this idea that halacha l'maaseh, in order to be liable for entry, and again, so we saw by
dude, this is so
So
stupid.
again, I want to point out that
Has
is different than
Twitter spaces
someone who's tar is entering
usage
into a
gone
place
up
that
or
is
down
not
in the last
under
3 years?
case, someone who's tamei.
When was the highest month ever?
Same principle, essentially, what Moshe is espousing. Whenever you see the lashon of bar of entry means a normative face first and normal entry entrance. Right? But halacha, that's in the case of Saras, if you walk in back first, you're not going to be liable. You won't become tamei. Beis Hamikdash, if you come from the rooftops instead of through the front door through one of the normative gates, ultimately there will not be liability. There will not be liability as well. Right, we'll stop over for today. Next week is its own piece. What a way to start the week! Incredible aschala. Next week is Zochar Torah Kosh Baruch Hu started this week. Bezrizos va'ava, the Amkos Beislavos and Mirza Hashem together this week and for many weeks to come. Shkaya everyone. Have a great day, everyone. Good morning.
Well, it doesn't say why it's being directed towards the very specific thing. But it was such a
Today's daf is test 9. We are picking up on test Vav Amud Beis 15b, and we are picking up most of a lot to do today. We're picking up by Va'omer Mizmor Revachol Avshalom Beno. So we're picking up that is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 19 lines up from the bottom. Pretty much yesterday's daf. So 19 lines up from the bottom, test Vav Amud Beis. Let's remember again, we're speaking about the truly dramatic and beautiful and meaningful process for expanding and dedicating the Azoros, courtyards of the Beis Hamikdash, as well as the city of Yerushalayim. So the Gemara is discussing all of the different pieces, the tefillos, the kapitlos, the karbanos that they were saying. So we spoke about Yosheb Yisrael Elyon, chapter 91 until yesterday. Now he discusses Mizmor David, the Baruch Avshalom Beno. That we say the kapitel, a son of David, when he was running away from Avshalom, his son, of Kapitel Nun, chapter 50. And what does he say in that Kapitel? Marabut Sarai, Ad La Hashem HaYishalam Chaver Fasef Fasel. He says from the pasuk of Marabut Sarai, how great is my suffering. Upward to the pasuk of La Hashem HaYishalam Chaver Fasef Fasel. So why do we say this particular pasuk? Why does it particular Kapitel? If you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, Va'omer Hashem Marabut Sarai. לפי שנאמר בהוראת אומרים לנפשי, אין ישוע son לו ואלוקים סלו. שמסלוט יצא מצרים בבנימין, כשהיו בני ישראל בני הגול הבונן as החומר. So amazingly enough, David HaMelech in this particular chapter discusses the idea that no one supports me. No one supports me. Everyone derides me, everyone makes fun of me, no one supports me. When Ezra and Nehemiah, when they were coming back to rebuild the walls of Yerushalayim, people disparaged their efforts, saying, come on, what are you doing? Jerusalem is a destroyed city. The Jewish people are downtrodden people. Why are you trying? Maybe Amar Lahani cried the gun. Was actually amazing. It's in why he was doing this. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, the gun apparently again, because this particular kapitel speaks about being saved from destructive or difficult forces. So before we go to sleep, ultimately again, I'm sorry. No, so first of all, we say Yosheb Yisrael. Yosheb Yisrael is part of Shema Lavita. We say this kapitel every single day. Chapter 91 is Parpei Shalamita. So where does it come from? It comes from Yeshua Levi. So Yeshua Levi did this because before going to sleep, he would ask for divine protection from all the different destructive forces that exist at night. So much how can you do this? Also, there was supposed to give a Torah. One is not permitted to heal oneself with words of Torah. So what this means that at the end of the day, one is not supposed to use Torah or psukim as a balm, as some type of medical treatment. So the Gemara says, "Lahagin shayim," to protect against negative things. That's different. Ve'elakema also ikamako. So the Gemara says, and furthermore, again, when did we say that you can't use Divrei Torah as a form of refuah? That's when a person is suffering from a maka. A person has an ailment. Ikamaka also. So the Gemara says, is that and ikamaka also? If there's some type of injury, that's when ultimately again one can't use the words of Torah as some type of medicinal form of healing. It's much of the Surah of Hatznan. Halochesh alamaka ilochilik yolamapa. Yet again, the Gemara says that if somebody lochesh alamaka also means if somebody literally whispers on a wound, which means somebody whispers words of Torah in order to heal a particular ailment. It's a very dramatic statement. What does that mean? We've seen this before. So the Gemara felt that, or actually say medicine at the time of the Gemara felt that saliva had certain curative powers. So there are many things that they would try to heal with saliva. So if you're healing something with saliva, one can't recite psukim to accompany that, because that's a lack of derech, that's lack of covet to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. To go ahead and recite psukim of Torah with saliva, right, with saliva while spitting on the wound, that by definition is considered to be disparaging, and that's the type of healing that one cannot do with words of Torah. But Rabbi said to go ahead and recite words of Torah, to go ahead and recite psukim, ultimately is what? As a form of protection against negative things, that's absolutely permitted. And Rabbi said that's why halacha l'maisa just you should know, we have Kriyas Shema Lamita. And when you look at Kriyas Shema Lamita, it's always interesting to see. It's an incredible arrangement of a variety of different things. There's of course Shema in there. There's the Ribono Shel Olam. There's the Bracha of Hamapio. There's Yoshef Yiseiser. So you ever wonder who put all of these things together? So the simple answer is that these things are put together as a compilation of various things that are found in the Gemara. So the placement of Yoshef Yiseiser, chapter 91, Kriyas Shema Lamita, comes from here, from Rabbi Shalom. Amazing. So the Gemara goes like that. So again, Bezdin walks, and the Bezdin walks surround the area they want to consecrate. And the two Toda loaves are after them. Remember, the Bezdin coming Toda Asli is that said the Bezdin walks in front of the Toda. So the Gemara says, 1 second, it sounds like that ultimately Hoshaya and the Sari, this is again by Ezra, followed after the Toda, not in front of the Toda. This is what it means to say, based in Mahalkim, based in what? You state Todos Mahalkos, you based in Acharei. So the proper order is the Toda loaves come first, and then afterwards, ultimately again, based in follows. Case and Mahalkos. So I'll say, how do we transport the Lachmi Toda? Or how are they carried? So the Gemara says, here, Rabbi Shem Rabbi, Chadam Arzu Kinegitzu, the Chadam Arzu Acharzu. One says you have two loaves right next to each other. Other says you have the two loaves, one after the other. So the Gemara says, so the one who says that the two loaves are carried one next to the other, happening is half makabel. So when the Mishnah speaks about the inner loaf is a reference to the loaf that is carried closer to the wall. Mandam is the one who says that they're carried one after the other, happening is half makabel basically. Ultimately, in the inner loaf referenced by the Mishnah is the loaf that
Has Twitter Spaces gone up or down in usage over the course of the last 3 years?
It's on the surface. So what did the Mishnah say? The inner loaf is consumed. The outer loaf is burnt. So once the Mishnah, so I understand. According to the it says that the loaves are carried one after the other. So Amat Lahavi, Nimis Nechalas. So I understand that if the loaves are carried one after the other, as soon as the inner loaf is consumed, why? Because the outer loaf comes in first, it's consecrating, or I should say, and it consecrates the second loaf. But what is this? The loaves are carried one next to the other. They enter in at the same time. They are consecrated at the same time. So ultimately, again, why would one be treated differently than the other? Well, the Gemara says, and according to this reasoning, furthermore, again, the one who holds that the loaves are carried one after the other, is there such a concept of one of the total loaves being consecrated and not the other? So the Gemara says, "Ha koshelo nasis b'chol ebutina." The Gemara says, again, it says that ultimately these total loaves are treated the same way. The two loaves are reckoned as one unit, so why would there be different treatment for each of the loaves? Hello. Rabbi Yochanan was a cap of Tezayim Dalit. Therefore, Rabbi Yochanan says, "Al Pi Nabi Ha'acheles," and the Al Pi Nabi it says, "Rather, this was the sequence of the Nabi." The Nabi gives us ultimately again the proper protocol. You have to take a look at the Tab Rashi. Al Pi Nabi, Chagai, Zechariah, Umalachi, Hayu Sham, La'Piyah Berach HaKodesh Asu, Ve'im Tam B'Dama. So you must understand this entire process of using the Lachim Torah to consecrate the newly expanded Azaros or City of Yerushalayim was a process that was based on the Nevi'im. The Nevi'im ultimately gave the proper protocol, and the Nevi'im are the ones who said one loaf was burned, one loaf was consumed. Rashi says in Talmud means there's no reason for this, but where is that reason for this? There's no scriptural reason for this. Rather, the Nevi'im ultimately handed down this process through the Ruach HaKodesh. But says the Gemara, "Kosher last chosen." So it says, listen to this. Remember, the Mishnah discusses. The Mishnah now is talking on a whole list of the proper protocol for expanding the azans, the courtyards of the Beis Hamikdash, or going ahead and expanding the perimeter or the size of the city of Yerushalayim. So there are a number of things that are included in this process. There are the Lachim Toda, there's the king, there's the Melech, there's the Kohen Gadol, there's Urim V'Tumim, there's Shir, there's all of these things. So now the Mishnah seemed to say, Kol Shelo Nasis B'Chol Edu. If you do not expand or consecrate the areas with this process, then the area is not consecrated / expanded. Says the Gemara, Itmar Rav Huna Amar B'Chol Edu. Rav Huna says, Inach means that in order also to consecrate, to expand and consecrate areas, you need all of these things. You need all of these things. If you're missing any one of these things, so the area ultimately is not consecrated. But Rav Nachman says you don't need all of these things. Rather, what do you need? One of these things. One of these things. Any one of these things has the ability to expand and consecrate either the city of Yerushalayim or the Azaros, the courtyards of the Beis Hamikdash. So it's not Rav Huna Amar B'Chol Edu. So we'll say now let's analyze this. This is actually quite interesting. So Rav Huna says, what does it mean all of these things? So B'Chol Edu tonight, Kasava, Kedusha Rishona, Kidsha L'Shaita, V'Kidsha L'Asid Lavo. So we'll say, here's the problem we have. The problem we have is, we know with absolute certainty that there was a consecration expansion, or at least we'll call it a consecration, that was done without all of these things. When was there a consecration that was done without all these things? Let's say Ezra. When Ezra comes back with the wave of exiles from Babel to rebuild the second Beis Hamikdash, to go ahead and reconsecrate the Azaros and to reconsecrate the city of Yerushalayim, there was stuff that was missing. What was missing? There was no Melech, there was no king, there was no Urim V'Tumim, right? There was no Kohen Gadol at that point in time, right? Or I should say there was no Urim V'Tumim. There wasn't the best way to send me to letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So these things were missing. Yet Ezra does go ahead and what? Ezra does go ahead and reconsecrate the area. So watch this. It says the Gemara, Rav Huna says that you acquire all of these things. But once again, if you acquire all of these things, right? Kasava Kedusha Rishona Kidsha Shayda Kidsha Lasabavo, Ve'ezra Zecher Ba'al Mahuda'ah. So let's say, so Rav Huna is of the opinion that the original Kedusha of Yerushalayim, once it was Mekudash, remains intact, and Ezra didn't really need to re-sanctify Yerushalayim. Why did he need to re-sanctify Yerushalayim? Because the sanctification stands. So why did he do this whole process? The truth is, it was supposed to be symbolic. It was symbolic. He didn't need to reconsecrate Yerushalayim because Yerushalayim, the Harabayit, the Hamikdash was already consecrated. Rather, again, he just did something symbolic. He did a symbolic rededication, but it was not necessary. Rav Nachman holds all you need is one of the items mentioned in the Mishnah to expand and to consecrate Yerushalayim Harabais. So the Gemara says, "Chesama kedusha l'shona, kedusha l'shaita, below kedusha l'asik lavam." So we'll say he holds that the kedusha of Yerushalayim was sanctified, but that once the Beis Hamikdash is destroyed, or once Klal Yisrael is exiled, that kedusha is lost, and therefore you need at least one of the items mentioned in the Mishnah to reconsecrate. So he wants to say, the Ezra kedusha kaddish, afa gavdelo hayu uru. And Ezra actually came along and what the Most High did a real kedusha. He actually literally reconsecrated Yerushalayim. There's no uru b'tulin. It's okay. You don't need all of the items listed in the Mishnah, no matter what you need, just at least one of them. So the Gemara goes like the Israel and Rav Nachman. So the other is the question to Rav Nachman. Kol shelo nasis v'chol elu. So the Gemara says the Mishnah seems to say explicitly that anything ultimately again, any consecration that was not done with all of the items listed in the Mishnah is not a proper consecration. So the Gemara says you have to change the gears of the Mishnah Tani. All right, that's a good answer. So the answer is change the text. And the text should actually say, any consecration that was not done with at least one of these items is not a proper consecration. Okay, Tashma. So let's say we have another piece, we have another brayso. This is actually very interesting. Shnei Bitzim Hayubahara Mishcha. Let's say there were two like swamps or marshes on Hara Mishcha. Hara Mishcha says Hara Zizi, Mount of Olives. Right? So there were two swamps, two marshes near Hara Mishcha. Watch this. Tachtona Ve'Alyona, an upper marsh and a lower marsh. Tachtona Miskadsha B'Choleinu. So the lower marsh, I will say, was sanctified. In other words, we tried to expand the area of Yerushalayim to include this marsh. So the lower marsh was in fact sanctified with all of the items listed in the Mishnah. Alyona alone is Kadsha B'Choleinu. The upper marsh was not sanctified with all of these items. So he was Ella Ba'ole Gola. But rather, again, the upper marsh was sanctified by those who came back with Ezra and reclaimed this marsh as part of Yerushalayim. Shalom b'melech, but there was no king who was present. The shalom b'ur b'tumin, and ultimately, again, we have to learn b'tumin. Tachtona shaisek yidishasa gimura. Amia aretz. So the lower marsh, which ultimately again had complete kedusha. So apparently, the lower marsh was sanctified earlier on with all of the items listed in the Mishnah. The upper marsh was not. The upper marsh was simply reclaimed by the Jews who came back with Ezra during the second to rebuild the second Beis Hamikdash. So therefore, the Gemara says the following. So, Tachtona, Shaisek Kedusha Sekimura. So we'll say the lower marsh, which had a complete kedusha because it was sanctified with all of the items listed in the Mishnah. Ami haaretz nichnasim l'sham. See the Ami haaretz coming in. Both l'sham kachim kalin. And they can eat kachim kalin there. Avalo ma'aser sheni, but they can't eat ma'aser sheni there. The chaverim ochlim sham kachim kalin ma'aser sheni. All the Gemara is going through over here is what everyone's permitted to eat in each of the different marsh areas. The chaverim ochlim sham kachim kalin or ma'aser sheni. Chaverim rosa, which means tamid chachamim, could eat their kachim kalin ma'aser sheni. Al yona shelo haisek kedusha segimura. The upper marsh, which did not have complete kedusha, wasn't sanctified with all of the items listed in the Mishnah, was only sanctified with the only gola, those who came back with Ezra. So Ami Haaretz Hayu Nichnasim Sham. So the Ami Haaretz would come there, the Ochlin Sham Kachim Kalim, Aval Lo Ma'aser Sheni. The Chaverim in Ochlin Sham, Lo Kachim Kalim, Lo Ma'aser Sheni. Omipnei Ma Lo Kisha. So we'll say, why is it that the lower swamp? Excuse me. Why wasn't the items mixed up? Why wasn't the tachtona, the lower swamp, was sanctified with all of the various items? The upper swamp was not. So he goes to Neimalu Kishua. Why was the upper swamp not fully Mekudash? Shemosifin ala ir va'al ha'azaros ela b'melech b'navi v'urin v'tumim v'sanhedrin shal ayin aleph u'b'shtei todos u'b'shir. So once ultimately again, so the Mishnah says, so why was it that the upper swamp was not fully Mekudash? The one simple reason will say, because ultimately again, to sanctify a particular area requires all of these things. You can only expand the boundaries of Yerushalayim. So we'll say, in this case over here, this is not Azar, this is expanding the boundaries of Yerushalayim. So apparently, again, they expanded the boundaries ultimately to include the lower swamp, but not the upper swamp. Why not? Because says the Gemara, apparently they had all of the tools available to include the lower swamp at that time. But by the time they came to include the upper swamp, they lacked a king, Urim, the Tumim, so on and so forth. So the Gemara said, "Lama Kidshah, Lama Kidshua, Lo Kidshua." Why did he sanctify? We just said before, it wasn't sanctified. Ela Lama Hechivsua. So what the Gemara is asking is the following. So what we have over here is the following. What we have over here is the lower swamp was formally recognized as part of Yerushalayim through the entire process of what we'll call territorial inclusion. So the king, the Navi, or the Tumim, the Todos, the Shir, that was the so that was the lower swamp. The upper swamp was not included. Because we'll say, why was the upper swamp not included? Because they didn't have at their disposal all of these items. There was no king, there was no Tumim. So why did they even try to include the upper swamp as part of Yerushalayim at all? If the mechanisms were missing, so we'll say the idea here is this is more of a strategic issue. They wanted to incorporate the upper swamp into Yerushalayim. Why? Because if not, it would pose a vulnerability to the city. Meaning the idea is leaving the upper swamp outside of the walls would pose a strategic vulnerability to the city. So from a strategic perspective, they had to include it in the wall, even though what? It was not part of the consecrated municipality of Yerushalayim. Why? So this is actually an interesting idea. You had parts of Yerushalayim apparently that were part of what we'll call the general municipality, without being part of the spiritual municipality. To be part of the spiritual municipality, you need what? You need this entire process. The king, the Navi, the Kohen Gadol, the Tumim, the state Todos, the Shir, all these things. To be part of the general municipality, what do you need? A governmental decision to include it in the wall. So the lower swamp was included. The lower swamp was sanctified with all the different processes spelled out in the Mishnah. The upper swamp was not. Yet the upper swamp was still included ultimately in the actual municipality of Yerushalayim. Why? Out of a strategic decision, because if not, it would leave the city of Yerushalayim exposed. Okay, beautiful. So you want to say first white line, in reality, this is a machlokes tanoi. What does that mean? This Sanya, Amar Rothschild, Shamati will say, now the machlokes tanoi understands as follows. It's really a two-part machlokes. Part one is when the Mishnah discusses this list of items necessary to consecrate Yerushalayim. Are all of the items listed necessary, or just some of the items? As we're going to see, that ultimately kind of leads into another machlokes about the sanctity of Yerushalayim in general. Is the sanctity of Yerushalayim intact, no matter what? Or is the sanctity of Yerushalayim dependent on, again, the Beis HaMikdash, as well as the residency of Klal Yisrael in Yerushalayim as well? So the Gemara says the following: this is actually amazing. What's This is speaking about ultimately again the rebuilding of the Beis HaMikdash under Ezra. So also what they did is they put up curtains. So as they're rebuilding the actual Beis HaMikdash itself, they put up curtains. Now the Pashtus, what it means is they put up curtains where the walls would be. So watch this. So they put up walls for the actual. So they put up curtains for the walls of the actual Beis HaMikdash proper itself, as well as for the walls of the courtyards. So what's it? This is amazing. The curtains for the Eichel were what they did is they positioned the curtains in a way that the artisans will be building the walls outside of the curtains.
This shit sucks.
And you'll be building the wall on the external part of the curtain, not on the internal part of the curtain. The idea being, out of respect to the Beis HaMikdash, we didn't want the artisans working on the inside of what would become the Beis HaMikdash. Rather, they built the wall outside of the curtain. The curtain was here. The wall was, I know this doesn't help much, but the wall was on the outside of the curtain, so they would be building the wall essentially from the outside of the Beis HaMikdash. However, again, But for the curtains of the courtyard, that wasn't the case. In the courtyard, again, there was the curtain, and then they would put the wall on the inside of the curtain. So the artisans ultimately, again, were rebuilding those walls from inside the courtyard itself. This is amazing. And Rishon says, I heard that today we are permitted to offer up karbanos, even though what? There is no Beis Hamikdash. We can go ahead and eat kachei kadosh, even though there are no curtains, there are no walls for Beis Hamikdash. We can eat kachei kadosh, even though there is no wall for Yerushalayim. Why? This is dramatically amazing. And Yudah essentially says, I heard that today we can offer up kabbalos. We can offer kabbalos, and we can offer kabbalos even in the absence of a Beis Hamikdash. Why? Why? Because the Harabayis Yerushalayim has eternal sanctity. And that sanctity is independent even of the existence of the actual Beis Hamikdash himself. So if you want to go up to the Harabayis today and offer up a karban, one has the ability to do so. So again, remember, he's actually bringing things over here. He's bringing kachei kadoshim, which has to be consumed on the Harabayis, and kachei kalim ma'aseh, which have to be consumed in Yerushalayim. So he's saying, because he said kedusha Yerushalayim, kedusha asid lavo, the kedusha Yerushalayim and the kedusha Harabayis is ongoing. The kedusha is there even in the absence of the Beis Hamikdash, and the kedusha is there even in the absence of the wall of Yerushalayim. That we would infer from this that Rabbi Eliezer must hold that the kedusha of Harabayis, kedusha of Yerushalayim, was not permanently sanctified. It is only sanctified when what? The Beis Hamikdash stands and all of Yerushalayim stands. How do you know that? Maybe everyone agrees that the sanctity of the Harabayis and the sanctity of Yerushalayim is eternal. I want to be clear. This is not everybody agrees that the sanctity of Yerushalayim is eternal. What we're talking about over here is a specific type of sacrificial sanctity. What we're trying to figure out is, can I go up to Harabayis today and offer up karbanos? That's the shayla. Political considerations aside. Can I go and offer up karbanos? Can I eat my sashimi in Yerushalayim? So that's talking about like the spiritual sanctity, a sacrificial sanctity over here. So maybe everyone holds that the kedusha is eternal, and you can even offer up karbanos today. Umar, my Yishmaeli Kamar, and each particular time of Osai is just relaying that which he has heard. So if that's the case, that kedusha Rishon Kitchen Shayt and Kitchen Lasalavo, that the sanctity of the Harabayis is eternal, and therefore even today you can offer up karbanos on the Harabayis. Why did Rabbi Eliezer say that you should put up curtains, like that you require kilayim? To which the Gemara answers, even those who say, if you're going to offer up karbanos, one should try to erect partition, some type of curtains in the area of the Beis Hamikdash for tznius purpose. So what does tznius purpose mean? The karbanos should be offered in some type of modest way, not just out in the open. Ela hanikan. Rather than what it says, you want the machlokas this time we're referencing is the following time. This Sunday, I'm going to be showing you. Why did the Chachamim say? Ultimately, again, go ahead and recount these particular cities. We'll see which cities he's referring to. Because ultimately, again, when the Jews came back with Ezra, they found these particular cities and they sanctified them. But the original cities that were sanctified under Yoshua lost their sanctification when the Jews were exiled. When the Jews were exiled, what do you see from here? The low kidsha la'asivah. What do you see from here? It sounds like from here that at the end of the day, halacha l'maisa, once we go ahead and once the Jews were exiled, that the kedusha of the cities of Eretz Yisrael were lost, which sounds like kedusha rishona kidsha l'shaita, but low kidsha la'asivah. To which the Gemara says, "Ramini," or is it kasha? I'm going to show you. See. Were these the only cities? So it's like there are many other cities in Israel. Why would these particular cities enumerated? Because when the Jews came back from Ezra, the cities listed are also the cities that they came along and they consecrated. So Gemara says, we just said before that you don't have to sanctify them because the Kedusha of Eretz Yisrael remains. Rather, again, they came back to these cities, and these cities were enumerated. But not only these cities, was it not only these cities, so say now it turns out is let's think about something else. But cities that are designated as walled cities. The cities that was the Pasuk is referring to cities that were walled at the time of Yoshua ben Nun, and ultimately again when the Jews came back, he once again designated these cities as walled cities. Ultimately again, these cities are still considered to be walled cities, even if what? Even if they lost their walls. Why? Because Kedusha Rishon Kedusha Rishon and Kedusha Lasalada. I passed the Rishon that Rishon and Yossi. The Lord says now the problem is you have two contradictory statements of Rishon and Yossi. One possibility is there are two different opinions of what Rishon and Yossi said. The other possibility will say is that one of the attributions is wrong, and in fact one of them should be the Belazar of Yossi. The Belazar of Yossi, Omer Asher Lo Choma. When the pasuk says that he has a wall, even if it doesn't have a wall now, but it had a wall before, it is considered to be a walled city. So we'll say. So now let's unravel this a little bit. So remember again. So what the Gemara seems to be saying is the following. Let's work backwards. The cities that are mentioned over here, these 60 cities that were mentioned. And ultimately, again, were mentioned again, or are mentioned again, by the Olei Babel, those who came back with Ezra. So we'll say that's referring ultimately to which cities were designated as walled cities. So obviously, again, being a walled city has a number of different halachic ramifications. The halachic ramification that the Gemara is focused on here, we'll say, are the laws of Bate Arichova. Bate Arichova means homes that are sold in walled cities have a different kind of halacha. Under normal circumstances, again, if you sell a piece of property in Eretz Yisrael, so what happens? You have your first, depending on a certain amount of time in which you have a buyback option. And the truth is, then you have a buyback option the entire time of Yovel. And then if you don't exercise your buyback option, what happens in Yovel? That property comes back to you. The exception to that rule is in a walled city. If you sell property in a walled city, the halacha is you have 1 year to buy it back. If you do not buy it back, it is sold for eternity and does not revert back by Yovel. Why is that? The Sefer Chinuch comments on this and he says, walled cities were very often border cities. They were strategic cities. You don't want a lot of, changeover, right? You don't want a lot of changeover in walled cities. Why? Because the residents of the walled cities, have to know each other, have to know how to work together, and have to know the ins and outs of the cities. If you have a lot of changeover, right, then ultimately, again, that compromises not just the security integrity of the city, but the rest of Eretz Yisrael as well. So what Gemara is saying over here is they identified the walled cities as they come back. Of course, when you think about walled cities, you think about it more like in terms of Mikra and Megillah, but things like that, which is true as well. So principle number one that Gemara is saying is the status of a walled city was any city that was walled at the time of Yoshua ben Nun, even if subsequently it lost its wall. It's not a designation of a walled city. But really what this sugya highlights, and again, we're not going to reach resolution on it, is what's the concept? Do we say, Kedusha Rishon and Kedusha L'Shayfer and Kedusha L'Salavo? Do we say that the sanctity of Yerushalayim was sanctified at the time of the Beis Hamikdash and going forward for all eternity, or not? This seems to be the subject of the machlok, yes? And also, the Rambam passages that we say, Kedusha Rishon and Kedusha L'Shayfer and Kedusha L'Salavo. That the sanctity of Harabayis, the sanctity of Yerushalayim is still even in the absence of the Beis Hamikdash and the absence of the wall around the city, which means on a technical level, if one wanted to offer up karbanos today, one could do so. Once again, this is why we know historically there are some of the greatest rabbinic personalities, it's going to sound strange, that Dafka left Yerushalayim for Pesach, would not spend Pesach in Yerushalayim. Why not? Because they felt that since karbanos could technically be offered up today, that there would still be a key of Karban Pesach, and therefore, again, to remain in Yerushalayim without offering Karban Pesach will put them in violation of the halacha. This is not the accepted mainstream view, but I'm just pointing out that halacha l'maisi, if you hold like the Rambam, Someone means you can offer up Karbanos today, even in the absence of a Beis HaMikdash. And again, there are many different manifestations of that halacha. For our purposes also, I'll say, how do we pass in the original Shaila? The original Shaila was, if you want to expand and consecrate Yerushalayim or Har HaBayis. So the Mishnah gave us the whole list of all the different things that you need. There are Machlokes, Rav Huna, and Rav Nachman. Do you need one of these things or all of these things? The Rambam passing is like Rav Huna, that one requires all of these things in order to expand and consecrate any area of Yerushalayim or of the Har HaBayis. Good. Let's say Amud Beis. So I have to just Nitma b'Hazar v'Nel Ranitas. Let's say back to Tumah a little bit. So remember again, say it in a good way. So remember again, Mishnah introduced us to a new concept of Tumah, which was a person becomes coming inside the Beis HaMikdash. See, up until now, we were always focusing on cases where a person became coming outside and then entering. This is the case ultimately right now when a person is becoming coming inside. So what happens? Tumah b'Hazar v'Nel. Let's say, how do we know that one is chayiv if they become coming in the Beis HaMikdash itself? So I remember there was a concept echad on this Mishkan Hashem Timei, because one pasuk says he has defiled the Mishkan of Hashem. The concept echad omer he has k'dash Hashem. So once I see, one says that he has defiled the Mishkan of Hashem, one says he has defiled the Mikdash of Hashem. And you know, today in it's almost like one pasuk teaches me that what? That if I'm coming, I can't enter into the Beis HaMikdash. So why are two psukim teaching me that? So let's see, one pasuk is teaching me what? One pasuk is teaching me that if I'm coming, I can't enter, and one pasuk teaches me that what? That if I became coming inside, I have to leave as quick as possible, and if I tarry, we will discuss the halachic definition of tarrying. I am chayiv for that. Well, crying Yasu, Tzimar says, but you tell me that one of these psukim is extra. That's not true. Mitzvah svichi. We need this psukim. Also, learning these psukim. This sign because we learn. Rabbi Elazar Omer. So as Rabbi says, in Ne'emar Mishkan, Ne'emar Mikdash. In Ne'emar Mikdash, Ne'emar Mishkan. So we'll say, why does the Torah employ two different words to refer to the Beis HaMikdash? Why does it say Mishkan? Either call it Mishkan or call it Mikdash. Why do you use two different words? So I'll tell you why. Even Ne'emar Mishkan, Ne'emar Mikdash. Because had the Torah just said Mishkan and not Mikdash, hey, you see, Omer Mishkan Yeh Chayiv, I would have thought one is only Chayiv for entering into the Mishkan in a state of Tumah. Why? Because ultimately the Mishkan was anointed and inaugurated with oil. And maybe its kedusha is more intense. The Mikdash which was not anointed and inaugurated with Shemar Mishkan, maybe it has lesser kedusha, and maybe again one is not higher for entering into an state of Tumah. And if the pasuk would have just said Mikdash, not Mishkan, you see, over on Mikdash Chayiv, I would have thought them Chayiv for entering into the Mikdash in a state of Tumah. Why? Starting Kedusha, so Kedushas Olam. For a while, what's right? For the Beis HaMikdash, its Kedusha is eternal. It's like what we just said before. Right? The Kedushas Hamakam of the Har HaBayis is Kedusha, is Kadosh forever. Mishkan Lo Yeh Chayiv. It was like, but for the Mishkan, which was a temporary structure, maybe I wouldn't be Chayiv ultimately again for entering into a state of Tumah. And therefore, the Kach Ne'emar Mishkan, the Kach Ne'emar Mikdash. So we'll say, what do you see from here? Remember, what do we just want to say? We just wanted to say that there's an extra pasuk. The pasuk says, Ki es Mishkan Hashem Timei, Ki es Mikdash Hashem Timei. Two pasukim saying the same thing. You can't go into the Beis HaMikdash Tamei. So we'll say, so what we wanted to say is there's an extra pasuk. What is the extra pasuk I'm teaching? Because it teaches me that there's a prohibition to enter into the Beis HaMikdash Tamei, and what? And what? And what? There is a prohibition that if I become coming inside, I must leave. You must say, what's that? Is that an extra pasuk? I need both these psukim. Why? Because the Torah chapter phrases the prohibition for the Mikdash and the Mishkan to tell me that what? That the laws of Tumah apply to both. Because had it not said both Mishkan and Mikdash, I would not have necessarily assumed that the halachos apply to both of them. First the Gemara says, look at now, Mikdash, so Gemara says, these are the halachos. We said first one line, the Tezayin of the days. This is Rabbi says Kasha. Nichti, Mishkan, Ikri Mikdash, or Mikdash, Ikri Mishkan. Nichtav, or Idi Mikdash, or Idi Mishkan, Mishkan, Mikdash, Lamali. So Rabbi says Kasha was as follows. Why does the Torah use two different words for the same space? Either just always use the word Mikdash, or always use the word Mishkan. And I could have learned the same thing. Brother says, therefore, Rabbi said, in fact, learn out that we're actually learning two halachos in Rabbi said. What are the two halachos? Number one, that the laws of Tumah apply equally where? both in the Mishkan as well as the Mikdash, plus the fact that what? That there's a prohibition ultimately to enter into the Beis Hamikdash, and there's also a prohibition to what? To remain in the Beis Hamikdash once one is already coming. So therefore, we learn out both of these halachos ultimately again from these psukim. Says the Gemara. So also again, want to be clear. Two halachos learned out from these seemingly repetitive psukim. Number one, that the prohibitions of Tumah apply equally to the Mishkan, temporary tabernacle, as well as the Beis Hamikdash, the permanent structure. That's number one. And halacha number two is that not only is one prohibited to enter into the Beis Hamikdash in a state of Tumah, but if one contracted Tumah inside the Beis Hamikdash, one is prohibited to tarry, rather one must exit as quickly as possible. Good. Those are the two halachos ultimately again learned out. So Bishlama, Mikdash, and Mishkan. So we'll say, now let's go back. It says the Gemara, I understand the Mikdash is called the Mishkan. The Pasuk says, I will put my Mishkan in your midst. Ela Mishkan Mikdash Minalan. So we'll say, but where do we know that the Mishkan is also called the Mikdash? So Ilema Mikdash, the Yasla Kahasim, they'll say, had Mikdash. So maybe he'll say, because the Kahasim carried the Mikdash. No. That Mikdash Hahu. But say that Mikdash doesn't refer to his names. What does Mikdash refer to in that context? That refers to the Arod. Elamei Hacha. Rather, it's from here. Va'asumi Mikdash, Yishachanti Yisocham. Make for me a Mikdash, and I will dwell in your midst. Ksiv, Kichol Asher Ani Mara Oscha, East Havnis Anishka. So I said, this is actually interesting. It's funny that the Gemara asked this question because it seems so obvious. The Gemara says, where do we see that the Mishkan is called the Mikdash? Part of the Gemara says, is that maybe that's not a reference to the Mishkan at all. Maybe that's actually a reference to the Beis HaMikdash. Kamashmu will know, here Mikdash is the Mishkan is called the Mikdash. How do we know? Because right afterwards the Pasuk says, everything I will show you when it comes to the construction of the Mishkan. So from here you see that the Mishkan is called the Mikdash as well. Beautiful. So once remember again, the Mishnah said, if a person becomes tummy, so now here's what we know. If I become tummy inside the Mishnah, inside the Mikdash, what's the halacha? We'll say, what's the halacha? I have to get out as quickly as possible. And if I tarry, I'm chayiv a carbon. And we'll say, so the shaila obviously is what? How long is tarrying? So the Mishnah said, I bowed down, or I tarry the amount of time, the duration it takes to bow down. So that seems to be the definition of tarrying. So it says, when we say bowing down, that's when you bow down towards the inside, you bow down on one side, facing east, facing Mizrach. You bow down facing east. I'm sorry, west, I'm sorry, thank you. But if you bow down facing outwards, Rashi says, Mizrach, east, Rashi points out over here, that's not called real Ishtachavira. Excuse me. So Rabbi says the following. If I bow down, facing inside, with side towards the west, then the Rashi will be chayiv. But if I go ahead and bow down facing outward, facing east, then that's not called Ishtachavira. That's not called bowing down. Again, we're going to define what this means in just a moment. And therefore, Shah, you don't know Shah lo. If I tarry, I will be chayiv. But if I didn't tarry, I won't be chayiv. We'll see others go ahead and quote this on the Seifa. If a person went ahead and tarried the amount of time it takes to bow down. So it sounds like that even Ishtachava itself, that even bowing down, only chayiv what? If I bow down and tarried as a result. So Rabbi said that's only true if you bow down facing right facing outward. But ultimately, again, if I bow down facing inward, even if I didn't carry, I'll still be chayiv. This is what it means to say. If I bow down facing inside, or I waited the amount of time that it takes to bow down, so ultimately, again, if I go ahead and wait the amount of time that it takes to bow down, with this type of bowing down, even facing outward, I will be chayiv. So we'll say, what it sounds like over here is the following. if I bow down facing him, which is a form of avoda, as we'll see, a form of service, then I'm chayiv. That's what a man be called carrying. If I go ahead and I wait the amount of time that it takes to bow, either without bowing or bowing outside, then the mice again I'll be chayiv. So it sounds like these three things. Bowing down, clapping. So if I do that, I will say, even if I'm a fast bower, fast bower. Right? So even though I'm a fast bower, so the mice again, I'm still going to be chayiv if I bow in an orderly fashion. On clapping chutz on the outside, there's some, we'll discuss what this is, there's some amount of objective time that it takes to bow. If I either carry that amount or I bow that amount, clapping chutz, I will be chayiv as well. So let's stop over here for today. Again, obviously, we have to try to figure out, we have to quantify these amounts. But the idea is, let me just end with this piece. The idea is that Chazal recognized a person contracts tumah on the inside of the Beis Hamikdash. Obviously, I didn't plan for that. I didn't intend for that. I can't be chayiv instantaneously. Why can't I be chayiv instantaneously? This one is very important. Why can't I be chayiv instantaneously? Why? Because I didn't do this. You got to give me a window. You have to give me a window to extricate myself from this circumstance. We're trying to figure out what's your window, what's your exit window, what's your exit window. So if you take advantage of your exit window, you'll be potter. If you don't take advantage of the exit window, then ultimately you'll be chayiv. So we're trying to figure out, we're trying to define, quantify what is the exit window. Here's what yes.
All right, Kim will say good morning, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tulsa Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Shur and Drashos this year as a Zechus. From Sel tell us all about Israel. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Iyar. Avadim Latova Shmuel Rabbi Karatkin, creation of the Yahrzeit of Shmuel's father, Lipa Ben Yecheskel HaKohen Zichron of the Rabbi, the merit of our Talmud Torah, the Hashem Slav Aliyah, the family Anachama. Hashem, return all of our hostages with shalom and the car that our holy soldiers would be successful. B'chol Maaseh Yedeihem. Closing with that, let us begin. We have a lot to do today. Baruch Hashem, an incredible daf ahead of us. Today's daf is Tezvav 15. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem on Yuddalit Amud Beis. It's okay, I changed that. Yeah. We are picking up on Yuddalit Amud Beis 14b. We actually left off kind of like point in the middle of the Mishnah. The Ezu in Mitzvahs I say, Shebenida Shechayeven Allah. So 2, 4, 6, 8, about 10 lines down from the top. So remember again, Mishnah was talking about the idea. This is actually a case that we're going to read. It's absolutely nothing to do with the topic we are learning, but it's really just brought in. You'll see why in just a moment. We ended up in yesterday's daf with a discussion about halacha l'maisa on mitzvahs asay shemamikta shein chayav Allah, meaning which means I didn't really get a chance to explain this very well at the end of the shir, that there's a concept that in Beis Din, erroneously or delivered an erroneous ruling, right? Accidentally or mistakenly instructed someone to do something that was usher, so there's certain carbonic liability involved in it. So the Gemara gave an example of that vis-a-vis Tumah, and now the Gemara said, what would be an example of a sin offering that Beis Din would be chayiv, or if they gave someone the wrong advice, so the Gemara gives an interesting example over here. A man was having relations with his wife, and in the middle of relations, she says to him, I am a nida. So what's the halacha? And he withdrew immediately. Chayiv. Ultimately, again, there's liability for relations with a nida. Why? Because ultimately, again, since he's still aroused, there's pleasure in the act of withdrawal, in the same way that there is in the act of bia itself. And therefore, halacha l'maisa again,
footwork, son.
Actually points out what has to happen in a situation like that is
athleticism.
becomes in the midst of relations. He essentially has to remain still until he's no longer aroused, and at that point is able to withdraw. So if Beis Din made an erroneous ruling in this area, there would be carbonic liability. What does this have to do with our topic? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. It was just trying to bring a K in the previous region. Again, the only commonality over here is they're both tumah. They're both tumah. So because we spoke about a case where a guy was becoming Tomei in the Beis Hamikdash. And again, if he didn't get out immediately, there'd be liability. So the Gemara brings up just a similar like case in Hilchos Nida. Okay, that's the end of that. The Gemara says as follows. Rabbi Eliezer says, "Shasheretz v'nei alam imenu al ha'olam sheretz chayiv ve'ilchai v'halam mikdash." So we'll see now. We're actually going back to my focus that we referenced also in the beginning of the Masechta, which is what type of lapses of awareness create carbonic liability. So Rabbi Eliezer says that halacha l'maisa, one is only chayiv if there's a lapse of awareness about the tumah. But if halacha l'maisa, there's a lapse of awareness, let's say that you're in the Beis Hamikdash, or that you're consuming something kodesh, that does not generate carbonic liability. Rabbi Akiva says, by the way, what is supposed to have Rabbi Akiva and Lag BaOmer? Absolutely incredible. Rabbi Akiva Omer. Okay, it's not such a cliche. Rabbi Akiva very often. But Simmer says, so Rabbi Akiva Omer, still, you got to take the wins. Rabbi Akiva Omer,
nobody gives a shit, you stupid bitch. Canada sucks. Yo, living like a pimp. How you, baby? Dude, just chilling. What's good in your neck of the woods? Dude, is that lazy piece of shit? No, that's lag. How you living, lag? Two times. Excellent. Tell me about your project. I want to learn everything about it.
There is liability whether your lapse of awareness was about tumah or whether your lapse of awareness was about evidence of interest. So let's remember again that Yishmael's opinion has been the one that we've really been operating with throughout this Masechta, meaning that halacha, so whether I remember that I was Tameh, or specifically, I forgot that I was Tameh, that I remember that I'm in the Mikdash or I'm eating Kachin, or I forgot that I was Tameh. Sorry, I remember that I was Tameh, but I forgot that I'm in the Mikdash or eating Kodesh. All of those cases ultimately will generate carbonic liability. That's Rabbi Shmuel. Okay. Now, 1 second. So the way the Gemara introduced the cases of Tumah is that there are two cases that are 4. So the Gemara says, no, there's really 6 cases in total. Where do you get that from? So you deal with Tumah Tchila V'Sof.
Excellent. Okay, where do we get it?
2 cases of ultimately again where there's tumah awareness in the beginning and the end, and a lapse in the middle. You deal with Kodesh Tchila V'Sof. 2 cases where there's a recognition of that I'm in the Beis Hamikdash, beginning and end, and a lapse in the middle. And you deal with Mikdash Tchila V'Sof. And 2 cases of recognition that I'm in the Beis Hamikdash, the beginning and end, and lapse in the middle. That's all 6 cases.
I gotcha. And for the people out there who are watching on my other streams, why should they purchase the lag? What makes it better than all the other coins?
Ultimately, again, because it is the case of Tumas Kodesh and Tumas Mikdash to the Sof. So it's Halakashia, Shin Tuma Akashi. That's not a question because that's just considered to be one general case of Tuma. Mikomako, Shis Hadyan, but still there are 6 cases, and that's what we said before. The truth is, in reality, when you extrapolate all the cases, you will say there are really 8 cases, 3 different cases. But here's the difference. Our boy Kamaiso, the Lomaisi Levi Carbon, Loka Hoshi. So we'll say, whereas there might be 8 variations of the case.
Absolutely, we want to see it succinct as well, and you're doing the right thing, going into people's show space at open mics and telling them about your project. And I wish you the best with it, and I'm sure I'll see you around in other spaces. And you keep up that type of energy, and it's going to be successful.
They are counted. I will say, now what are the 4 cases? What are the 4 latter cases? You actually point out over here, that's the deals.
Yeah, okay, so go to the website spacesdashboard.com, and there's a search function there. It has every single space that's currently going on.
Cognition about what it is that occurred. Those are the cases that go ahead and generate carbonic liability.
You're welcome. Cheng, go ahead.
Where there is no Yediyah B'Sof. If there's no Yediyah B'Sof, there's no
Cheng.
subsequent recognition about what happened.
What's up, Cheng?
No carbonic liability. Alternate version.
Cheng! Cheng, how you living?
Cases in total, 8 variations.
Cheng, can you hear me?
So ultimately, again, the first 4 which really don't.
I'm rugging. You're sure I'm rugging and you're not rugging?
Now, one of the first four that don't apply to the rest of the Torah. So
Okay,
Rashi
well,
points
go
out
ahead.
over
Say
here,
whatever you want.
Rashi says, "Yedios shebetchiba." These are cases where there is initial awareness. Now, what does it mean that cases of initial awareness don't apply to the rest of the Torah? What does that mean? If you look at Rashi, Rashi says, "Let's read the Torah." Sha'ochel chelev b'shogeg, afilu lo nodolo al chaticha zu me'olav shi chelev, ula'achar afilu nodolo chayim. Now, once you read this in
And then no, I want to fucking
awareness on the back. Right? In other words, if you use an example, let's say there's a piece of paper, right? Caleb is putting it back. The piece of paper is sitting on my table, okay? I have no idea it's paper. I thought it was just a hamburger. That's such a hamburger. So I go, I will pick it up, I eat it, and then afterwards I find out, oh my gosh, that's a paper. What's halacha? What's halacha? And how do you say that? You only turn in halacha when you require initial cognition. Or initial awareness is in these pieces of Torah. Like when you give the Torah and you give the self initial awareness, and then again, we'll call it end awareness and lapse of awareness in the middle. And every other halakhic area of liability, all you need is what we'll call it ladder awareness that you did something wrong and you're liable. That's about it. Just an interesting distinction. So therefore, the Gemara says, the most like this, and I avoid comments. So the less than because of two the Mishnah goes out of this way to highlight the cases of tumor that are unique, separate, and distinct from general cases throughout the Torah. Those are the cases of Yeviyah B'Tfilah. Abba says that this is the Torah. Not the Chashiv, but the subsequent four cases, the latter four cases, the latter four cases, those are cases of Yeviyah of the soul. They both say Yeviyah of the soul, like subsequent awareness. That's true for what? All cases of
there she is. I want everybody to know right now, stop whatever you're doing because Miss Aquarius is here. How you looking, girl?
So that's not a kiddush. So therefore, again,
I'm lovely. Any updates?
So by that, I'll raise the cash on. Now, I'm going to help us to our mouths. What's this very interesting? So up until now,
He said, he's getting better because he said, okay, so he done took out his tablet, took out his underwear, took out his ID.
but a lapse of awareness that he was in the base.
Okay.
So a lapse of awareness that he was consuming something that was sin.
So he wants to go
What
home.
about the following halacha? What about the following issue? What happens if a person just forgot the halacha?
Any idea how long he's going to be in rehab?
I forgot the halacha of Torah.
I don't know. We don't know yet. She said she went on a caseworker. So it's fine with some girl for him to go. But right now he's at the hospital. So she said, I think we're going to get a couple of days. So hopefully they'll find something to
What do you mean if you got the halacha of Torah? Even if
I will be.
So if we're saying that like he forgot the halacha of Torah, in other words that let's say
We'll go tomorrow and see him. If not, I'll see him at the rehab.
Sherets. And so what are you telling me that he forgot? If he
How was work this
frog,
week?
which is not a Sherets, or another
It was
animal,
good.
which is a Sherets, is that what we're talking about here? Zeal, curry, if that's the case, you should have paid attention in yeshiva. And let's say we had this before. If you look at Rashi says right across. Zeal,
Oh,
curry,
Mr. Claire, those boys kept me up all 5 in the morning. And I saw you this morning, and I got my sleep. My hours are off, so I'm going to try to make it tonight and get back to
Common
normal.
knowledge, right? Common knowledge, or at least what is supposed to be common
We had a
knowledge.
good time, though. We were together 12 hours just having fun.
And therefore, forgetting that is
Oh,
not
Mr.
Good. So you must say, the old back to the old
This
the other
week,
too much shadows. No, we're talking about the case where
What's his name right there?
about too much shadows. So what did he forget?
Yeah, I spoke with him earlier in the week.
He
talks, but not a lot. He's doing his own thing.
What doesn't
He likes it.
Sure.
He says he likes it here
And what doesn't
because
know?
it's quiet and
What
cozy.
happens in halacha
That's what we do.
is levels worth of sherets. Does that make you
All right,
tummy?
Miss Aquarius, get one.
That's
And
the
she
shot.
gets
So
two,
you're-
folks.
you're
She didn't
suffix-
get one.
He wasn't sure.
She got two. Give me this.
Suffix is in the shear.
Miss Aquarius, what's up with these crazy splits? These splits are wild. I'm gonna get this one. Oh, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Spoke too soon.
This is not considered to be a lapse of awareness.
Get it.
Doesn't know if
That's
this
correct,
amount
but
of
you can
stress
get it.
is metame.
There's a chance.
Again, that is considered to be a lapse of awareness. In which the Gemara says, Teku.
That's not.
Teku, we're not sure.
That's not what you do. Give me this.
So by Rabbi Yirmiyah, so Rabbi Yirmiyah
It's
is an incredible case.
No, three splits in a row. Three splits in a row, and I got it. I knew I had it. I knew I had it. That's what I'm talking about. I knew it. Get it. Miss Aquarius, that was phenomenal strike. Folks, if you're watching at home, Miss Aquarius is coming off her career high yesterday. She had 107. This woman put up 107, folks. That's her all-time high. And that was just incredible. And she did it in a big game when the pressure was on, and she dominated. And even I broke 100, but I couldn't touch her. Ooh. 107, folks. That was incredible. Give me this.
So what's the look in this case?
Not what we want.
So according to
Not what we want. Give me this.
We're asking according to Rabbi Akiva.
Oh,
I'll
I'll take it. I win, you win. You win, I win.
You require initial awareness.
Do you think I get 500 or you get 200?
You're not high for a lapse of awareness about the Beis Hamikdash. Okay, so this case,
I think you're going to get 200. You only need 7.
Shmuel holds that you are high on Helen
Get
Mikdash.
it, Miss. Oh, great.
All
All but one.
So this is all according to Rabbi.
That's 2, baby. Nice job. That's what's good. Give me this. Are you serious? You're going to give me another split? I'm going to get this. Maybe. And I did. I knew it. I tried it, and I got it. And the crowd goes, wow. They should give you more points for that. Get it. You got a bunch. You got 3. Oh,
so on one hand, you can say, look, since he knows that this is
no doubt.
awareness.
Give me this. Are you serious?
Or maybe since he doesn't know the exact location of it, this is considered to be that he does not have complete
Give me
awareness.
this.
So what's the fellow say? Teku.
That's what
Really
I'm
profound
talking
case. Incredible. So you see what the Gemara is struggling over here is that what constitutes a lack of awareness. That's interesting enough. In case number one, perhaps does a lapse of awareness or a lack of understanding about the sheer of Tumah, does that create a lapse of awareness or not? I know there's a Beis Hamikdash, but I don't know exactly where it is. Does that create a lapse of awareness? Teku. Okay, Shabbos says, so now we come to a now this is a really beautiful sugya ahead of us right now. So remember, the topic that we're going to be dealing with is the following. So the Mishnah taught us the idea that if you enter, all of this is about Tumah. And one of the cases of Tumah is Mikdash, which means I know that I'm Tameh, but or we actually should just be one of 2 cases, right? I know that I'm Tameh, but I forgot that I'm entering into the Beis Hamikdash. Well, let's go with a more classic case. I know that this is the Beis Hamikdash, but I forgot that I was Tameh. So let's just take a classic case. I knew that I was Tameh. I forgot that I was Tameh. During that lapse of awareness, I enter into the Beis Hamikdash. I subsequently come out of the Beis Hamikdash, and I remember that I was coming. Okay, that's what we call Yidiyah B'tchila, Yidiyah B'sof, V'Helam B'Yisayim. I knew in the beginning, I knew in the end, and there was a lapse of awareness in the middle. What's the halacha in that case? What's the halacha?
Get it.
Carbon
Miss Aquarius. She can't be stopped now.
The Mishnah said there's only liability in that case if I entered into an actual part of the Beis Hamikdash. Now there are two ways to become
Miss
part of the
Aquarius,
Beis
all you need
Hamikdash.
is one to take the lead.
You're part of the initially built structure and area, or
No.
you could add on. You could add on.
Miss by one.
So the Mishnah went ahead and described the detail. Now remember, the Mishnah described the process. Now the Mishnah's process was not part of the script, right? The Mishnah just told us kind of
No
what's
doubt.
right? Using this. So you can add on, you can add on to the area of the Beis Hamikdash.
That's what I'm talking about.
To the area of Yerushalayim.
Give me this.
Right? Who needs to be about two of the players,
You
so
win.
to speak? The Melech,
I
the
win.
king, the Navi,
I win. You win.
the prophet, or
Undefeated in
which
both.
essentially means the Kohen Gadol.
Undefeated in friendship.
7
Miss Aquarius.
Todos,
There
Todos,
we go.
Sheer,
Nice
song,
job.
and basting. So now both of you get into this a little bit. It says the Gemara.
Thank you,
So
man.
academic massage, and by the way, that's why if you enter into an area
Alrighty. Any big plans for this weekend?
without using this process, then what? There's no liability. Why is there no liability for entering into that area in the state of Tumah? Because it doesn't have the process. You don't process with Kedusha. So says the Gemara, here we go. Where do we know this from? I'm going to see I will say that. What does it mean? Gemara's asking is like this. You need this whole process. You need this whole process. It's just a declaration. This is one of the ways that you know that you need this whole process. That's not by the Mishnah. The most beautiful. ככל אשר אני מראה עושך, איס תבניס המשכן ואיס תבניס כל כליו. As the pasuk says, this is by the Mishkan. Everything I am showing you, is tabnis hamishkan, literally again the plan of the structure of the Mishkan, and the plan and the structure for all of the utensils. The Chain, top of Tesva, 15a, the Chain Sasul Doros, and this is what you shall do for generations.
How are you, people?
So what does that mean? So the process that was used for the consecration of the Mishkan
I'm amazing.
is
What's
the
good?
same
How can I help
process
you?
that must be used in order to consecrate and to expand the Beis Hamikdash. Who was involved in the consecration of the Mishkan? Take a look at the top Rashi and Tesla around the 50. The Chaim Sasu,
What did you do?
Moshe, to whom Melech, the Navi. Remember who was involved in the consecration of the Mishkan? He had Moshe Rabbeinu. What was Moshe? Moshe was both the king and the Navi.
Okay.
Right, the Kohen Gadol. Aaron was the Kohen Gadol.
What is your username on text?
So again, for the consecration and dedication of the Mishkan, you have the king, the prophet, the high
Send me
priest,
another message.
and the
Let's see.
Sanhedrin. So and the pasuk says, "V'chein sasul doros." This is what you shall do for generations.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, I see it.
Expansion of the Beis Hamikdash as well. Incredible. So
Okay, but you didn't create all the different social media. I thought you were still doing that. No, you didn't. I sent you a list of like 30 different social media platforms you gotta create. And I see that you've made like 5. So put your Gmail in there, your X, your YouTube, your Telegram, your Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, TikTok, etc.
For Mishkan service. So Rabbi says like
all right, when you got them all, then you send it to me, and then we'll go over it, okay?
That ultimately went ahead and designated them for service.
Excellent, my
But
friend.
that was only by the Mishkan. In the Beis Hamikdash, later on, Avodasa Mechanchasa. It wasn't anointing that went ahead and that designated them for service. Rather, what was it? It was service. It was the actual use of it, which went ahead and consecrated it and designated it for a holy purpose. So which is really, really quite fascinating if you think about this. Fascinating distinction. In the Mishkan, when Moshe Rabbeinu wanted to designate the utensils for sacred Mishkan service, anointment worked. Right? Anointing worked. For in the future, anointing didn't work. What worked? Usage. usage. But why is that? The name of B'chein Sasu Udoros. Why don't we make the same drasha? Right? The pasuk said, why don't you say B'chein Sasu Udoros? That whatever was done in the Mishkan is the process which will be utilized ultimately again for future generations. That's what we just said. Right? The same way that the consecration of the Beis Hamikdash, or expansion of the Beis Hamikdash, is learned from the consecration of the Mishkan. Say whatever was done in the Mishkan, follow the same process in the future. And therefore, the same way that the utensils of the Mishkan were designated or were consecrated through anointing, so too the utensils of the Beis Hamikdash should also be consecrated through anointing. Shani Hasan Amrakra, Vayim Shechem, Vayikadesh also. It's different because by the Mishkan it says that they anointed them and they sanctified them. Also the Mashiach, Balolo Doros the Mashiach. It was only those utensils ultimately again that were consecrated through anointing, but for future generations it was not done that way. I Ema Osam Mashiach, Ladoros, Over Mashiach, Obavo. That's why I'm saying following. For the Mishkan, those utensils ultimately were put into service through anointing, but for future generations, it's either through anointing or through service. Because the pasuk says for the future, that you will use them, which means that for the future, utensils are consecrated through service and not through Moshicha. If that's the case, if the pasuk is already saying that they need to be used in order to be consecrated, why do you use the word osam, them? I'll tell you why. Ilo kasav rachmana osam. Had the pasuk not said osam, haba amina hani hutu l'shicha. I would have thought like this. It was in the Mishkan where the way you put the utensils into service is through anointing. The dolos for future generations, the Mashiach u'ba'avoda. Perhaps you need both anointing and usage. The hakasav b'chein sasu, because the pasuk does say this is also this is what you shall do. Therefore, miyet rachmana osam. Therefore, the Torah uses an exclusionary phrase as hosam. Osama Mashiach, Balolo Doros Mashiach. It's only the utensils of the Mishkan, which are commissioned for use through anointing. But for future generations, it's not anointing. Rather, what is it? It's usage. So also, before we go on, we just learned a tremendous concept. And this is how that I'm asking is according to Rabbi, that there was a fundamentally different designation process for utensils for the Mishkan than for utensils of the Beis Hamikdash. Now, what's fascinating about this is, even though there are so many things about the Beis Hamikdash that we learn out from the Mishkan, apparently in this, so again, remember how we got here. How we got here was, how do we know the process for expanding and consecrating, or I should say, for consecrating the expanded area of the Beis Hamikdash? How do we know it? We learn it from the Mishkan. The same way that the Mishkan was consecrated with the king and the prophet, which again, in the Midbar, that was the same person that was Moshe Rabbeinu, and the Kohen Gadol Aaron, who wore the order of the Tumim, and the Sanhedrin, the same way that was used for the Mishkan, that's also used to expand, if you want to expand the area of the Beis Hamikdash. But in this particular area of the utensils, there was a fundamental difference. In the Mishkan, utensils were put into service through anointing. In the Beis Hamikdash, they were put into service through usage, through service. And let's say, just if you think about it, by the way, there's something really beautiful in this. Why the distinction? Why the distinction? So let's say the distinction really comes in one simple fashion, which is the role of that, the power that a tzaddik has on those around him. And this is a profound yisod also to learn, unlike Ba'omer, where again, the whole day is focused really on the power of tzaddikim, of Rashbi. Like Rabbi Shalom Bar Yochai says, Yochol ani liftoras kala olam kulo. I can exempt the entire world from liability. Like Rabbi Akiva, what does it mean? In the Midbar, where there was Moshe Rabbeinu, when you have a tzaddik in your midst, and you have a shaykhus, and you have a relationship with the tzaddik, that relationship endows the recipient of the relationship, so to speak, with incredible kedusha. Just being connected to holy people, by definition, elevates you. So if you're with Moshe Rabbeinu, all the utensils need is what? A little bit of Mashiach, and they're good to go. They just need a little bit of anointment. I don't know if anointment is a word, but okay, anointment, right? All they need is a little bit of anointment, and they're ready to go, because that's the power of the tzaddik. When you have a shaykhus, you have a connection with the tzaddik, his kedusha ultimately spreads to you. In the Beis HaMikdash, as great as it was, there was no Moshe. There was no Moshe. So what do you do when there is no Moshe? What do you need in order to create Kedusha? What do you need? Dynamic activity. Dynamic activity. With the tzaddik, sometimes just chibur, just sometimes connection. That's why in Chassidus, there's such an emphasis. Rabbi Nachman says this all the time about being together with the tzaddik, just attaching yourself to someone who is great, even if I'm not doing anything, but being in proximity to that person. His kedusha rubs off on me. So where there's a Moshe Rabbeinu, there's an entire atmosphere of kedusha, and all that's needed is a little bit of anointing oil, and those utensils are ready to go. In the Beis HaMikdash, as holy as the Mikdash is, I don't have a Moshe. If I don't have a Moshe, I can still create the kedusha, but it requires a lot more effort. Suddenly, again, it's avodasan l'shachasim. You need dynamic activity in order to create the kedusha. What's the good news? The good news is, as Jews, no matter what we need to do, we can always create the kedusha. That's the takeaway. No matter what. Like Rabbi Akiva, Ashreichem Yisrael. Rabbi Akiva, Klal Yisrael, never worry. Why should Klal Yisrael never worry? Because we can always find kedusha. Because we can always find Tara. Klal Yisrael never despair. Everything is going to be good. How you get that kedusha depends on where you are. If you're with Moshe, then Ashreichem, because sometimes all you need to do is just attach yourself to a Moshe Rabbeinu and you are good to go. Just a little bit of extra effort will then bring about that kedusha. If there's no Moshe, okay, don't worry, you're still good. But just know it's going to take a little bit more dynamic activity to create that kedusha. Incredible. All right, let's go back there. Tomorrow says, Someone says, now we're going through this process, right? Of going ahead and expanding the precincts of the Beis HaMikdash. So now we bring 2 carbon todas. The Gemara says, Tana, a carbon toda is a Thanksgiving offering. One of the most unique carbonos. I don't know if one. It's a very unique carbon. Number one, because it's very big. It's comprised of 40 loaves. Now, by definition, it's very big. Why? Because again, Baruch Hu wanted you to have to share it with others. No one person could finish up a carbon toda by themselves. Right? No, you can't. There's not enough time to eat all of that. So what do you have to do by definition? If you're making carbon toda, you gotta make a sudas hoda. You have to invite your chevra. Because again, that's the whole point. Because remember, again, when you bring your carbon toda, usually when you've been saved from some type of a dramatic life event, that's when you bring your carbon toda. So you got to share this. Like it says, part of this consecration process with the newly expanded precincts of the Beis HaMikdash is you bring 2 todos. So Tana, shtei todos shomer b'lachman v'lo b'saran. So by the way, when we speak about this idea, it's supposed to say, so like it seems like almost like the process phase. The Mishnah doesn't say it explicitly. What it sounds like is you're taking the loaves, so you're taking the carbon toda, and you're walking like the perimeter of this area that you want to expand to the Beis HaMikdash. So now the Gemara says, by the way, what are you walking around with? You're walking around with the loaves, but not the meat. Right? You're not taking the meat of the carbon toda, you're taking the loaves of the carbon toda. So the Pasuk says, "Va'amida shtei todos kidolos, v'taluchos yom al lochoma." The Pasuk says over here, quoting from the Chanya. So this is actually taken out of how they reconsecrated the area for the second Beis HaMikdash. Right? They wanted to reconsecrate and expand. So the Pasuk in the Chanya explicitly says what they did. Va'amida shtei todos kidolos. I took the 2 large todos.
This bitch is up.
So my gedolos, what does it mean? 2 large todos. What does that mean? Even if you want to say that they brought the toda from a large type of animal, so the Gemara says, name a pardon, then just say pardon. Right? Then just say we brought cows. Ela gedolos b'minyan. But rather, again, it must mean that we took a large number. Gedolos b'minyan. So the Gemara says, but what does that matter? Mika chashivuse kamishmaya. So it says, I don't understand. You think number is important to our Kadosh Baruch Hu. It's such a beautiful Gemara. Batanya. Ne'emar ba'olas behema isha reach nichoach. Like by olas behema, it's right if you bring an animal offering. It says a pleasing aroma. Ba'olas ha'ol isha reach nichoach. So the pleasing aroma by and olas ha'ol. Burnt offering is much more. And even by a mincha, which is not even meat, right? It's just flour. Meat offering. If you notice, by the way, it uses the same portion of Reach Mitzvah.
Look at this.
What does it teach us? One of the most beautiful lessons in Yiddishkeit. Melamed. Here it is. Shechat Hamad ve'Echad Hamad. Whether you do a lot or you do a little, U'Bilbad she'echadin libo lo'aven Shabbat. It's like the end of the Baruch is not looking at the size and volume of the carbon. What is he looking at? He's looking at your heart. So again, I'm saying that just understand. Right? What it doesn't mean is, you know what? The Baruch is not really great. If I'm really showing up for Shabbos, like all that matters is it was a really good Shabbos. No, that's not what it is. Like obviously, I have sometimes get great seriousness. Right? And I'm obligated to go out and do all of them to the best of my ability. But what it doesn't mean is that in life, sometimes we are precluded because of our circumstances from doing certain things. Specifically in the realm of kavanos, if I don't have money, I am precluded from doing certain types of kavanos. You might have thought that because you have less needs, the material means that you're disposable, that you are less bound to the eyes of our Baruch. It's not the way it works. Devotion does not look at signs of the cover. It rather looks at the expansiveness of the heart of the tree. Chazal also says this in a different way. They say, Lachmana liba boy. Moshe wants my heart. More than anything, more than he wants a big carbon, he wants a big heart. That is one of the most beautiful things in Yiddishkeit. Yes, we have to be meticulous with the details. And yes, we are obligated to go ahead and be as careful with the details as we can be. But in those circumstances, when we are precluded from doing things the way we want to do them, just know that Hashem looks for more than anything is your heart is your love. Ella. So what does it mean to go? So right, your friend was saying, they brought 2 large soldiers. So what does it mean? Ella is ownership of soldier. Rather, what it means is they brought the largest part of the carbon soldier. Now, what does that refer to? My root covet. Now, let's say carbon soldier has a very interesting feature. There's 40 rows. 40 rows, as you're going to see just a little bit. It is the only carbon that has lobes that are comets. Generally, there's no comets in carbons. It is the only carbon that has comets. So what did they bring for the concentration process? They used the comets lobes of the carbon soldier. So again, the total between from 5 Jerusalem sins. Change the dollars, which are the equivalent of 6 desert sins. Change Avos, which is 2 Avos, which measurements. Va'ifa Shalosh sin, the Va'ifa 3 sin, is Esther Isara. So the Gemara says Asara Muhammad, so there were 10 Isronos that were used for common folks, Nasara Benachunasa. And ultimately, again, 10 Isronos, interestingly enough, so exactly half of the flour was used for common loaves, and half of the flour was used for matzah loaves. So here's what's interesting. For the matzah, but out of the matzah loaves, you need 3 different batches of matzah loaves. What were they? Talos, Rikikin, and Rifa. So once again, now why is this very important? It turns out, how many loaves did Rabbi told her? This is good told information. How many loaves? 40. Interestingly enough, 30 of them were matzah. 10 of them were chametz. But volume-wise, it was the same amount. It was the same 10 asroros of flour for chametz as it was ultimately again for matzah. Just the difference is that matzah was baked into 3 types of loaves. Chametz were keeping and rifa, whereas chametz was just made into 10 loaves. So now, I'll tell you just before you go on, so what does it mean when they say they brought the large part of the Torah? So obviously, the chametz loaves were bigger than the matzah loaves. Now again, the total amount of flour used is the same for both. They both get 10 asroros. But the actual loaves of chametz were larger than the actual loaves of matzah, and those were the loaves that they used to go ahead. Those were the loaves that they used to consecrate in the such incredible. Now, that's so important. What we're doing slowly but surely, we're kind of putting meat on the bone in terms of what the process was. So now, I know going to me when I'm using my 2 todos, it means I'm using the larger loaves of the todah, meaning the chametz loaves. I don't know about So that's interesting. So now, Rabbi Hama says that when we talk about using total loads, that's for expanding the territorial area of Yerushalayim, the municipality of Yerushalayim. But if you want to expand the area of the Beis Hamikdash, you use leftover mincha. Now listen, remember, what's leftover mincha? So when you open your own mincha, how much of the mincha goes in the mizbeach? How much? How much? Just the knitza, right? The rest of it goes to the kohanim. That's called shiur mincha. So Rabbi Hama says, when you want to expand the area of the Beis Hamikdash, you have to shiur mincha. My time, no one uses that. Yerushalayim, it's interesting, because the expansion of the Beis Hamikdash is similar to the expansion of Yerushalayim. How so? My Yerushalayim, so just like if one is saying Yerushalayim, use something that's eaten within the confines of Yerushalayim. Here's an example of something eaten within the walls of Yerushalayim. What? The carbon soda. So just like we use that for expansion of the city, so to expand the Beis Hamikdash, the courtyard, you use something eaten in the courtyard, i.e. the leftover part of the mincha. In the courtyard of the Beis as well. So why not use the loaves of the Torah? Elokim Shalayim. My Yushan Davanech helps Bob Yotzim in a nutshell, but it means like this. You're going to expand the area of Yerushalayim. You're going to use something that must be eaten in Yerushalayim. And if you eat it outside of Yerushalayim, you invalidate it. No need. Lachmei Todah, like we call the loaves. So to expand the Azara, ultimately you're going to use something that can only be eaten in the Azara itself, but if even outside will become invalid. And what is that? That's ultimately again the leftover mincha. Imala alon chametz, afkan chametz. Okay. So it's not. This part is fascinating, right? This is fascinating because now essentially I know like this. I'm going to use a carbon Torah. Ultimately, again, or the loaves of Torah as part of the process to expand the municipality of Yerushalayim. Why Torah? Because they have to use something that's only eaten in Yerushalayim, can't be eaten outside of Yerushalayim. So too, to expand the Beis Hamikdash, I'm going to use something that can only be eaten in the Mikdash itself, but not outside. What are we going to use? Shiur mincha. The leftover mincha. What's about 24? I just want to point out, we've done a blog of Gemara today. I just want to respect everyone. I just want to point out one blog, but again, but small ones. So that's the case. Imala Allah comments, after comments, we'll say that's the case. So okay, if you're going to compare, then the process for expanding the Beis Hamikdash to Yerushalayim. So Yerushalayim just said before, what are you using? Not just using any total loaves. Which total loaves are you using? What are you using? The chametz loaves. So too, to expand the Beis Hamikdash, you should have to use something that is chametz as well. So I'm going to try to Hizbarah. Minchas chametz midah. There is no mincha that is chametz. As we said before, karbanos are not chametz. The only exception to the chametz rule is the chametz oida. So where are you ever going to find the mincha that's chametz? Only this. The heat came up, the machmetz rule is shirayim the kaddish rule. Or maybe you say this, maybe take the leftover mincha, allow it to become chametz, and then use that to go ahead and consequently expand the area of the Beis Hamikdash. That's it. You can't do that. The question is 15 weeks, something like that. That's it. So say, okay, chametz, don't come. You have to make the mincha chametz. So that's not going to work. Amr Shlakish, people can come, we'll say after chametz. Shlakish says, once remember again, you might have thought that after the knitza is offered up and the Kohen gets the leftovers of the mincha, maybe the Kohen should be allowed to do with the mincha whatever he wants. Kamash Malon, no, you couldn't. Halacha l'maisa, you can only go ahead and eat the sham mincha, but you can't allow it to become chametz. So the Gemara says, "Alama, why not?" Efshar. So it's you just understand what we're trying to do here. We're trying to figure out is there some way to utilize chametz to expand the area of the Beis Hamikdash, to use the consecration process for Beis Hamikdash expansion. So it's Alama, listen to this. Efshar from the Kaddish Kishkei Alechem Ba'aseres. Listen to this. There is another carbon that is chametz, which is what? Kishkei Alechem on Shavuos. This is more also. And the sun being down. that the avoda ultimately is for true preparation for Yom Kippur. As much as all of Sfira is a preparation for Shavuos, but the preparation for this begins on Lag BaOmer. So incredible again. We just had a Shavuos reference on Lag BaOmer. Incredible. So what actually was, and what about Shelechem? That is chametz. Actually, the type of Shelechem. But there is the Shiva. Actually, I tell you, you can't do it. Why not? Let's see now. Watch this. So let's say, again, here's what we're doing, right? You might be explaining. We're going to use the chametz loaves of Torah. We go ahead and expand the area of Yerushalayim. So now we're saying also we're going to use a couple of minutes off to go ahead and expand the area of this. But it doesn't have to be the car. It just has to be anything that needs to be equal within the confines of the Beis Hamikdash. But I was trying to find something chametz. This way, again, the processes could align. So the Gemara says, I'll tell you what the Gemara, let's use the Shelechem, which is the unique Kabbanic offering for Shavuos, which was chametz. Use that. The Gemara says it's not going to work. I'll tell you why. What should we do? Using the Esmo, the Mekashin Esmo, sit and say, let's build the base, right? Let's say video, which means let's expand the base of the Mikdash on Erev Shavuos, on Erev Yom Tov, and therefore consecrate the loaves of the Shelechem and Erev Shavuos as well. That's not going to work. Why? Shelechem and the Shelechem, that's possibly the country. So remember again, when the two loaves become consecrated, only when what? Only when you shepherd the carbon. When is the carbon shafted? When is it shafted? On Yom Tov itself. And if you shepherd it earlier than Yom Tov, ultimately again the carbon is invalid. So you might say, you may ask more than a catch it, so maybe go right where you say go, we need to expand the Beis Hamikdash way on Erev Yom Tov and consecrate it now, consecrate the loaves now on Yom Tov. Right? You want Kiddush B'Shas HaBein. That's not going to work. Why? Because you need whatever you know. I need the consecration of the expanded area to take place at the time that the new area is actively being expanded. In other words, you can't build now and consecrate later. You have to consecrate what you have for the building. Usually the Yom Tov and the Yom Tov, okay. So let's expand the area of the Beis Hamikdash on Yom Tov itself. Expand it on Yom Tov, and then you'll have the actual loaves of the Shelechem, and use it to consecrate the area. So let's say like this, anything in the Mikdash built for Yom Tov. As important as expanding and building the Beis Hamikdash is, it's not built for Yom Tov. It doesn't set aside Allah for Yom Tov. Yishakti lebasar achi benivniye minikadshe. So let's go ahead. So I'll say fine. Leave over. So offer up the Shelechem on Shavuos, and then leave over the loaves until after Shavuos, and then after Shavuos, go ahead and build out the Beis Hamikdash, and use the loaves for that. To which the Gemara says, personally believe it. It's not going to work. Why? Because once remember again, then the loaves themselves will become disqualified for being left over. Okay? Then Yeshaya they put up the Ark of Kodesh Yom the Alpha and you may catch it. So you know the Gemara says, go ahead, go expand the Beis Hamikdash area, but don't finish it. Don't finish it. Leave over a little bit, ultimately again until Matzah Yom Tov, right? And then on Matzah Yom Tov, before the loaves become hustled through Lina, go ahead and use the loaves to consecrate the new expanded area, which the Lord says doesn't work. Ain't being Beis Hamikdash B'Alayla. You can't go to Beis Hamikdash right now. That's like fascinating. I'm not buying an ice cream going in Beis Hamikdash B'Alayla. So we're going to know that you don't go to Beis Hamikdash at night. Shneimar would be Yom Hakinas HaMishkan. As it says on the day that they erected the Mishkan, the Yom Makimo B'Alayla Imakimo. By day, you can put up the Mishkan. At night, you cannot put up the Mishkan. Therefore, there is no way ultimately again to use anything ultimately for the dedication of, or for the dedication of the expansion of the Beis Hamikdash. Therefore, what do we wrap this over there? So remember that we now understand that there's two distinct processes. One for going ahead and expanding the area of Yerushalayim and Kodesh, and one for expanding the area of the Beis Hamikdash. What do you use for the expansion? So there's many pieces. But both of them require the use of karbanos, right? Sacrificial items. What type of sacrificial items? Type of sacrificial items that can only be in that particular area and not outside. So in Yerushalayim, you'll use total loaves. Total loaves, why? It's those walls could only be used in Yerushalayim itself, not outside the walls. If you move outside the walls, it's possible. Which total robes do you use for the consecrated expansion of the city? Chametz. How many chametz robes out of the 40? 10. What are they referred to as the large loaves? Even though it's the same volume of flour for the chametz and the non-chametz, ultimately again, the non-chametz, the matzah ones are made into 30 loaves. 10 of 3 types. Chametz is only one type of 10 loaves. What are you going to use for the expansion of the Beis Hamikdash itself? So we're going to use Shiyari Mincha. Shiyari Mincha. Leftover Mincha of the Kohanim is the carbonic item that is used for the ritualistic expansion of the Beis Hamikdash. Why not use chametz as well? Simple as it is. You can't find something that is chametz to be used in that fish. So it's like, Shkoya, so we'll stop over the rest of the coming instructions. Tomorrow's doc. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Some Angarata, some beautiful Ashkafa, everything in there. We'll say, tremendous week. School with all of you. A good night of Shabbos. All right, Kevin, a good night of Shabbos, everyone.
I'm sorry, I'm just such a huge fan. Did you do one of your farts now?
I think it's just all right. I started to talk about good night of Shabbos. But it's also a good night of Shabbos as well. See everyone next week.
Why? You were living in Calabasas. Life was hard there, right? You know, you did do a couple of fart videos there. Then when you guys tossed, you touched watching you fart while jumping from the wall.
All right, so I'll say good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning church today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Mishpach We're dedicated all of the Shiurim and Rothschilds this year as a zechus for the Solos Tavos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Iyar Abba Benu and Tzavos Shmuel Rabbi Rabbi, and creation of the Yahrzeit of Shmuel's father, Leonard Krafen, Litwa Ben Yechesba, Kohen Zechon, Rabbi Yechesba, and Merit. All of our Talmud Torah, all of the shows that we have done using the Talmud, all of those who will showing to the culture and so construction of Hashem and Roma hostages, the Shalom and the call of the Roman soldiers should be successful, the call of Maaseh Yisrael. So with that, let us begin. Relax, you today, Baruch Hashem. Great God, today's dot is Luke 14. We are picking up a Yetz Hashem on the Gimel on the days. Okay, we'll pick up the Euro days. So we left off actually one Rabbi Yehuda, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14.
And we're never going to leave. There's no going back. I don't really have any interest in it, at least not now. I like it too much. I like the idea of if we could ever get wild success, just like out of control success, I think it would be so funny to continue. Like there's no reason, and people constantly go, why are you still doing this? You have millions of dollars. And I go, I like it. No, I want to be like the I've said this before, I'm the there will be blood guy in my house killing people, and I'm still going to do part of the Nothing will change that. Imagine we have a mansion and like 2 bigger chairs and we I drink your rainbow. Drink it up. I'm addicted to magic. Let's see. Miss a shop. Worst impression you'll like. Okay, Dave Oz 66. Hot entry to the sub. Never seen entry to the before. Oh, great screen grab. This is excellent. Gold chain. That's a nice touch. You know? It does look like it weirdly looks like a cholo in Denver laughing on the street corner without a jacket on. Yeah. A different culture trying to do something. Yeah. Like to me, it reminds me of those Japanese videos you show me of them doing that. Oh yeah, like walking around cars and dancing and stuff. It's like cholo Yeah, you're right. It does look like Chip a little bit. And not being racist, just honestly racist. Yeah, God just reminds me. I mean, just what is happening with his lips, dude? It's unbelievable that somebody's into that stiff. You know what I mean? He makes really weird faces. And in the pictures
that come out are like, it's almost impressive. Because I don't really make a whole lot of different faces. But Sean is a man of many faces. All of them are decked. Unreal. Alright, so this one I started to read earlier, but I just stopped. This is why you shouldn't believe comedians that espouse the belief that Rogan is super supportive. Constantly hear from Shane Gillis and Andrew Schultz how generous Joe is. But the reality is, he's a condescending bully who can't stand seeing his producer/supposed friend be excited for getting positive feedback about his stand-up career. As if being a prick to this degree wasn't enough, he had to find a sore spot on Red Band's recent shows to make sure he knows what the pecking order is. And the constant use of the insult bitch so casually is pathetic on another level, as well as the condescending whisper, I just said I heard something was a little rough. Okay, so obviously this guy's sad. He's watching a lot of Joe Rogan. I don't like that. Honestly, fuck Joe Rogan and all the people who think he's selfless and is wanting others to succeed and thrive. A jealous, vindictive, self-righteous prick and a spiteful asshole. Now he's just gone. He just goes, man. Let's see what he's talking about. Sexual assassination. So he's using this as a reference point. Let's see.
Fascinating 25 minutes. And then sometimes extend. I'm sure you got way better. I'm just saying you don't know something. I'm like, call you 2 weeks ago, bitch. Yeah, you still haven't even seen myself. You saw audience members yelling out subjects to it. I got the report back from the American Comedy Company. Oh, report. Oh, cool. I did awesome. I did really good. I did awesome. I did awesome. I believe you. No, I did. Yeah, if you don't believe me, that's just I said I believe assassin.
That's one there. This is so old. I mean, Red Band is not good. So I believe Joe here. Neither is Joe, but Red Band is probably worse. This is before Joe got the tap on the shoulder. Let's see this one.
I said I believe you. So anyway, Sunday night was a little rough. I guess that's...
So again, at this point, the machine is not disagreeing, right? The machine is saying like this. The machine is highlighting the following idea. He's saying in the same way that when it comes to Thomas Mikdash and Hikdash, ultimately there's two different mechanisms of kapara, right? Let's go back to this today. So let's go to the Hikdash. I enter into the Mikdash state of Torah without realizing it, right? Or I go ahead and I consume Kodesh in the state of Torah without realizing it. How do you achieve kapara for that? How do you achieve kapara for that? It depends. What does it depend on? Who you are. If you're a Kohen, you're going to be atoned for that through the power of Yom Kippur. If you are Yisrael, you're going to be atoned for that through the blood application of the inner seer, the inner goat. So the Shimon says, just like when it comes to Tumah, there's a different kapara mechanism for a Yisrael and for a Kohen. So too, I'm sorry. The Shimon says, it's not down the seer, but I'm not saying between the kapara and Yisrael, so it's going to וכשם שבדיוק שעשייה משתייך לחברה על יסוד ושאר הדרוס, and the same way that the confession of the Siyah Mishtayach, which is the goal, that is sent out to the wilderness, in the same way that that confession points the Klal Yisrael for all general adros, so too, so too, the confession over the power will take care of all other averos for the Kohanim. So look what's happening over here. This is really quite fascinating. So the fundamental focus between Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon about the framework of kapara for Yom Kippur. So Rabbi Shimon is saying like this. In the same way that kapara for Tumah is fundamentally different for Kohanim and Yisraelim, Rabbi Shimon says, therefore, the framework for kapara for all averos is going to be different for Kohanim and Yisraelim. So what is that? So let's go through this. So Rabbi Shimon's model, so for Tumah, Yisraelim are atoned through the inner seer and Kohanim through the power. So too for Shar Averos, Yisraelim are atoned for through the vision, through the confession of the Siyah Mishtayach, and ultimately Kohanim are atoned for through the confession on the power. That's Rabbi Shimon's model. So therefore, Rabbi Shimon and Kohanim Yisraelim have two different avenues of kapara on your kippur for everything. Now again, let's go back. Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. Rabbi Yehuda says the only difference between Kohanim and Yisraelim is in the realm of tumah. Right? Again, everybody's agreeing on the tumah piece. Right? So the Kohanim will be atoned for through the Kai, and Yisraelim through the inner seer. But for all other averos, according to Rabbi Yehuda, everyone, Kohanim and Yisraelim are atoned for through the there's a fundamental mathematics in the framework of kapara. In general, already been so Rabbi Shimon, here's the issue. The passage that we just quoted clearly creates a commonality in kapara. It creates a certain common theme, a common thread for kapara. Seems to unite all of the problems of the kapara process. But according to Rabbi Shimon, there's two distinct avenues of kapara that are unfolding like their parallel things for Kohanim and for Yisrael. What's going on over here? Let's see what it says. Michael, so how is there commonality? Did they kapara into the but the pasuk is in it as follows. There's kapara for everyone. It's actually a beautiful thing, right? There's kapara for everyone. So whether you're going, a Levi, a Yisrael, whatever you are, there's kapara for you. That's the commonality in the kapara experience. But that's where the commonality ends. What happens after that? Everyone has their own avenue of kapara. You might say, so let's say, that's not how it's in my time in Rabbi Shimon. So what's Rabbi Shimon's logic? Let's show here, let's say, essentially what it really comes down to is let's start with what everybody agrees. What does everybody agree with? Everybody agree with? Tumah. Everyone agrees that the mechanism for tumah kapara is the same, right? I should say the same. Everyone agrees on the mechanism. Yisraelim are atoned for through the inner seer and Kohanim through the power. These are both offerings of Yom Kippur. Okay, so wherein lies the machlokas? The machlokas is really about the seer La'azazel. In Rabbi Yehuda's model, everyone is atoned for. Everyone is atoned for seer La'azazel for all averos. In Rabbi Shimon's model, Yisraelim are atoned through the seer and Kohanim are atoned for through the power. This is really the Hebrew in the power. Okay, so you might have Rabbi Shimon. So specifically, why is Rabbi Shimon holds that the soul is not mechaper for Kohanim? The Rothschild explanation is in the Rothschild explanation. The pasuk says you should take the two goats. Remember again, this is the number. What are the two goats? One is the Siyar Na'aseh B'Tmim, right? What we call the Siyar LaHashem. That's been offered up as a carbon. And the other is the Siyar La'azazel, or the Epistle for Torah. So one says, Siyar Mishtareach. And the goat that is on the inside, so just like the inner seer is not mechaper for Kohanim. Remember, everyone's agreeing. What is the inner seer doing? What is it doing? It's for Tumas Mikdash V'Kadasha, for clouds, for Yisraelim. So just like the inner seer doesn't help Kohanim, so the Gemara says, right, it doesn't sound like Hakadosh Baruch Hu is but this is a Asher La'am, because the passage says specifically that inner seer is for the Am. Who is the Am in this context? The Am in this context is Yisraelim. So to us here, so again, so the Shimon will say, so too, the outer seer, meaning the Shem Shaleach, is not mechaper for Kohanim as well. So essentially, what it is fascinating. So what the Shimon's model is really predicated on is like this. The Torah itself creates equality between the seer. What does that equality mean? Essentially, the same way that the Siyar Na'aseh B'Tmim, the answer, the Siyar Hashem, is not mechaper on Kohanim, because it's only mechaper for the Tumah, for Yisraelim. So to the Siyar Mishtareach is not mechaper for Kohanim as well. It's only mechaper for the averos of Yisraelim. That's Rabbi Shimon's logic. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda. So what does Rabbi Yehuda? Now again, I will say, so what does Rabbi Yehuda do with this comparison between the two seers? What does he do with that? Rabbi Yehuda, I'll tell you why the two seers are compared. Sheyu, Shavim, Demaya, Tivakoma, what we've done in the Gods. See, the passage is going to create an equality between the seers, saying that they have to be the same in their appearance, in their height, and in their value. That's what it means. But it does not mean that they are the same in terms of their ability to affect kapara. So it's really fascinating fundamental focus. And again, what's incredible about this is, what's the beauty of this focus? The good news, everyone is getting kapara. Don't worry, don't lose any sleep. Everyone is getting kapara. The machlokas is on the delivery mechanism of that kapara. So once again, I want to get this clear. So that Yehuda himself is holding essentially every single atones for everyone for all averos. Everyone for all averos. So where is the distinction? First of all, the distinction is only in one unlimited area, namely Tuma. For Yisraelim, they're going to be atoned for through the inner seer. For Kohanim, they're going to be atoned for through the power. Rabbi Shimon essentially says no. The same way that Kohanim are distinct from Yisrael for Tuma, so too Rabbi Shimon just says, and they're distinct for everything. Distinct for everything. And therefore, halacha l'maisa, they're not included in the Sinner Shaleh, right, where they get to the kapara for Shal Aviros from the deviant on the part. Incredible. See what we might have to do, because Rabbanon choose the author of the following idea, the Shakat Asiyah Chatas Asher La'am. So the Prophet says, Kol, the Shak Asiyah Chatas, that is ordination. This is the inner seer. The inner seer. She'ena Kohanim is kapara. Kohanim did not achieve kapara through this seer. So the Gemara says, "Ubamam is kapara." So how do they achieve kapara? And I will say specifically what kind of kapara we're talking about. And in practice, it's kapara for So you must say the paro shel Aaron. They get atonement through the car of Aaron. Okay. So you must say Yachol lo yiskatu the paro shel Aaron. You might have heard that Kohanim, other Kohanim, cannot get kapara through the car of Aaron. After all, because the pasuk already says Asher lo. So interestingly enough, when it comes to the power of Aaron, what does the pasuk say? Asher lo. What does Asher lo mean? What does Asher lo mean? It's his. So I might have thought that literally again the power of Aaron only works for Aaron. Only works for Aaron. To which the Gemara says, Miata, Asher lo, Miata is like kapara. But if that's the case, so Kohanim don't get kapara through the seer and Asadifnim, you're going to see it. And you don't get kapara through the power of Aaron, so then you have a problem. What's the problem? Where do you Kohanim get kapara from? So the Gemara says, Kishu Omer, Yichata ala Kohanim, and the pasuk ultimately says, speaking about the power. Speaking about the power of Aaron, Kapara Kohanim, Masina Lahan Kapara. I'm sorry. I should get that. I can't mess up. When the pasuk says the kapara, the pasuk says that there is kapara for the Kohen. So Masina and kapara. You see that Kohen do get kapara. What do they get kapara from? The money is kapara. Mutar she is kapara. The power of Aaron. Shall we send it for Allah? It's all they sell. It makes more sense that Kohanim will get kapara to the power of Aaron. Interestingly enough, as much as the Torah calls the power of Aaron,
what would you do to identify?
That's his. The Torah also makes an exception to that. That's his. What's the exception? It's family. Aaron's family is included. So it makes sense to say that once Aaron's family
would it be the most tempted anywhere I want to go ever?
Maybe.
So look at this athleticism.
Other Kohanim should be included in the power as well. But Kohanim will not be included in the inner seer, where no exception was made for any member of the Kohanic family. First white line, and if you would like to say, Haregu Omer, base Aaron Baruch Hu es Hashem, base Alevi Baruch Hu es Hashem, Yirei Hashem Baruch Hu es Hashem. And if you want another proof to this, look at this passage. I will say it's not immediately clear what that proof is. You might as well explain the rice and now everything will become clear. So you must say, Montana. Who's the author of this price that we just quoted? Rabbi Yirmiyah, you look at Rabbi Yehuda. It's not Rabbi Yehuda. Why not? Because they're both saying, what did the Bryce say? The Bryce said that Kohanim are not atoned for through the Siyar Mishtaleach. Now, if it was Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda, Ha'amar Kohanim, Yeshlan Kapara B'Siyar Mishtaleach. Ultimately, again, Rabbi Yehuda holds, Rabbi Yehuda holds that even Kohanim are atoned for through the Siyar HaMishtaleach. The Gemara says, Ummani, so whose opinion is it? Rava Amar, Rabbi Shimoni, it must be Rabbi Shimon. Because again, Rabbi Shimon is of the opinion that Kohanim do not achieve atonement through the Sir Mishaleh. Rather, again, according to Rabbi Shimon, Kohanim achieve atonement ultimately through what? Through the vidui on the power. Rabbi says not necessarily. I feel it came Rabbi Yehuda. The Rabbi could even be Rabbi Yehuda. How so? I think it needs to say, Me'ata, Eilahen kapara b'tumas mikdash v'kardashav. You might have thought that when you look at Kohanim have no mechanism for tara, right? I should say no mechanism for kapara, for tumas mikdash v'kardashav. Kishu omer yechaper ala Kohanim. When the pasuk says Kohanim will achieve atonement, matzinu sheyish lahen kapara b'shar averos. We do find that Kohanim will have kapara for other averos. So it said last line in Gimel Amud Beis, ukimod matzinu sheyish lahen kapara b'shar averos, and the same way that Kohanim have kapara for other averos. Kach yesh lahen kapara kapara b'dalit b'tumas mikdash v'kardashav. So therefore, again, in the same way that the Torah tells us, like you will say, Torah doesn't tell us how, but explicitly how, but the Torah does tell us that Kohanim achieve kapara for shar averos. So the same way that Kohanim are going to get kapara for shar averos, they also should what? Get kapara for tumas mikdash v'kardashav. Top of Yudan 14a, first end of the first line. B'mehem iskapen. But how do Kohanim achieve kapara? Mutav sheyiskatu b'paro shel Aaron. It makes sense that at least for Tumah, it should be covered under. They should be covered under the power of Aaron. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, there's already an exception. Even though again the Torah calls the power of Aaron asher lo, which makes it like it's only for him, but it also includes his family. Once it includes his family, it makes sense to what? Also include other Kohanim. Incredible. So it makes more sense to include them in the power of Aaron, where there's already an allowance for his family, as opposed to the inner seer, where there is no allowance for other Kohanim. Rather, again, it's clearly made to function for Yisrael. If you'd like to say, Haregu Omar, in addition to that, you can also say, Beis Aaron Bachues Hashem, what exactly did the Gemara do by bringing that passage? I'll tell you what. So how can you
let's
do
get
that?
into this. Let's get into the athleticism. Let's get into this is Sports Center.
For Aaron Ubeso, and which sounds like what? His immediate family. So how can you include the rest? Gans Kohanim. How can you include the rest of Kohanim in the family of Aaron? What's the answer? The Gemara says, Kulan Kruyim Beso. All Kohanim are called the family of Aaron. Where do we know that from? Shneimar Beis Aaron Bachues Hashem. Who's Beis Aaron? Gans Kohanim, right? All Kohanim. And therefore, what do you see from here? When the Torah makes an allowance, ultimately, again, for the family of Aaron to achieve atonement through the power, who is included in the family of Aaron? The entire Kumuna. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Shema Beis Aaron Bachues Hashem, Yerei Hashem Bachues Hashem. Incredible. So the Gemara says, V'hai, Asher La'am La'achid Asa. But 1 second, is that phrase, Asher La'am? And I will say, now the Gemara wanted to suggest beforehand that the pasuk by the Sir Nasa B'fnim, the pasuk by the inner seer says Asher La'am. Asher La'am, the Gemara interprets to mean it only works for atonement for Yisraelim, but not for Kohanim. Interesting, it's coming to exclude Kohanim. I will say it's a very interesting drasha about it, because generally, with these types of drasha smart, generally Yisraelim are excluded from Kohanim. Here it's fascinating to see a drasha where Kohanim are excluded from Yisraelim, and Kohanim are excluded from that phrase called Am, which is fascinating in and of itself. That is, I just want to point out something incredible. That as much as there is Kedushas Kahuna, there's something better than Kedushas Kahuna. I'm sorry, Kohanim. That you know what's better than Kedushas Kahuna? Kedushas Am. Kedushas Am is the most powerful. Now again, it doesn't mean Kohanim aren't part of Kedushas Am, but there is something ultimately again to the Kedusha of the masses that the Kohanim don't have, and there's something powerful about the Kedusha of the Kahuna that the masses don't have. Everyone has their own unique Kedusha. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like Asher La'am. So the Gemara says, V'hai Asher La'am La'achid Asa. Is that what that phrase comes from? Is that phrase used to teach us that Kohanim are excluded from the Sir Nasa B'fnim? So when Hani Be'elei become Rachmana Mid'am. That pasuk is answered for something else. that the money for the Sir Naseh B'fnim has to come from the communal coffers. In other words, I will say, if I come along and I say, you know what, truth is, I would take this opportunity. Imagine somebody said to you, there's a dedication opportunity open, right? Dedication opportunity to dedicate and to sponsor the Sir HaNaseh B'fnim of Yom Kippur. I would say, who would not take that opportunity? Right? So again, the Gemara says, sorry, not open, taken. It's got to come from communal funds, which I would say is fascinating in and of itself. Now, why does it have to come from communal funds? Because it's a communal offering. Communal offerings cannot be privately sponsored. Communal offerings must come from here, which I will say is also fascinating. So there's a place, I say there's a lot of places for private donations, right? But then there are certain things that have to come from the tzibur, certain things that all of us need to get involved in and cannot be carried by any one individual. So the Gemara says, the am, when it says that the carbon comes from the am, that means that the carbon has to come from communal funds. That's what it's teaching us, not to exclude Kohanim. Hani Baile, the Kamrat Wanami, the am, lehavi. Hani Gemara says, Hahu. The Gemara says, no, that's from a different source. So the Gemara says, no, we learn out the fact that has to come from communal funds from that phrase of Me'es Adas B'nei Yisrael, that the carbon has to come from Adas B'nei Yisrael. I v'hai asher lo ha'chivuda also. I will say, but does that phrase asher lo come to teach me that halacha l'maisa? Only the Kohen, right? Only the Kohen achieves kapara through his power. Someone says, "Hi, we need to add shalom for something that's chedasanya. Mishalohu maybe, leino maybe mishal sigor." I will say this is interesting. In the same way that the Sir Naseh B'fnim, the inner seer of Yom Kippur, has to come from communal funds, cannot be privately sponsored. The power of the Kohen Gadol must come from his own money and cannot come from communal funds. So the Gemara says, "Yachol lo yavi mishal tzibur." Now you might have thought, okay, so the Kohen Gadol, he can't bring his power from communal funds. You know why? Because the power of the Kohen Gadol is communal power. It does not affect communal kapara. But I might have thought that perhaps he could make a collection amongst his fellow Kohanim and go ahead and bring the power from that money. Since Kohanim can't get kapara from it, therefore the Pasuk says no. Even as we've established that the power will atone for other Kohanim, it must be paid for by the Kohen Gadol himself. So you might have thought, okay, ideally the Kohen Gadol should not bring a power that is not paid for by his own money. But if he brought that kind of power, it should still be kosher. So therefore the Pasuk says a second time that the power has to belong to the Kohen Gadol, saying, Shana alav akosav la'akli. Okay, somebody in the Torah says something twice. Is to teach you what? That it's mikuba, that you have to have, that this is an indispensable piece of information. And therefore, again, it's not just that the power should be bought with the Kohen Gadol's money, but if it's not, it's okay. No, it's got to be bought with his money, and if it's not, the part itself is going to be possible. This is what Talmud Rabbi like. My shnar, the law is what is it that ultimately again? Why is it that ultimately the am is not what Maishka with the am the Mechaber? Why is it that halacha l'maisa that the am is not included in the kapara? You must say the word kafkos being in the moment the ksiv asher la'am. The ultimate today would say is incredible. You cannot achieve kapara on something you did not spend money on. Isn't that incredible? You cannot achieve kapara for something you did not spend money on. Kapara requires sacrifice. If you're not willing to give up something, kapara is not achievable. Let's say, we see this concept in many different ways. Sometimes what stands in our way of becoming true Bali children, let's be honest, right? It's too early not to be honest, right? What stands in our way of not becoming true Bali children? is we're really not willing to give up certain things, and we're not willing to stop doing certain things that stand in our way. In other words, I have a sincere desire to be a better person, and I have a sincere desire to change my life. I'm just unwilling to let go of certain things that are holding me back. Because I'll have a term for this. What is it called? It's called total Visharetz Biyada. I have it. All of us have our shruts in the life that we hold on to. Right? It's the things that I know are not good, they're not healthy, they're not helpful, they're toxic, maybe they're sinful, or maybe they're just detrimental. Right? And I know it. So here I am, right? I'm strutting off to the mikvah, right? Doing my thing, ready to achieve Tara, and I'm dunking. And again, the mitzvah represents all the beautiful things that I'm doing in life, and it's all incredible. And then I'm wondering, I'm doing all this great stuff, but why am I not getting traction? And it's very simple. Look what you're holding on to. Look what I'm holding on to. I'm holding on to all of those shruts. As long as you hold on to the shruts, you can go to the most beautiful mikvah. You can bring all the most positive and beautiful that I ever put in your life. It'll help, but you're not going to get anywhere. I don't get anywhere in life until I let go of my shruts. True kapara requires sacrifice. True kapara requires excising certain things from my being. I can move myself forward. You know what I say? Do you know how I know that Israelis are not included in the kapara of the power? Do you know how I know that? Because it didn't cost them anything. And if it doesn't cost you anything, you're not getting kapara. Kapara requires sacrifice. Purity requires sacrifice. Growth requires sacrifice. Whether it's sacrifice of my money, sacrifice of my time, or sacrifice of the shreds and the stuff that I've been holding on to for a very long time, that is actually holding me back. Which again, the reality is, most of us go through life and we never let go of our shreds. Now, the good news is, even if you never let go of your shreds, could you accomplish great stuff in life? Can you accomplish? Yes, you absolutely can. But you never fully self-actualize. You never fully become the best version of you because I'm refusing to let go of the stuff that at the end of it feels, notice like, it's like you're never get a stain on your shirt, right underneath the area where you wear ties. I guess I'm not the only person left who wears ties. Right? Okay, got it. So right, you know what's interesting about it is, you have to walk around fully self-conscious all the time, right? Because as long as my tie lies straight, I'm good to go. But if I turn a little too there's something else like it's right there. It's right there. To me, it's actually become a tremendous metaphor for life. Instead, what could I do? I could change my shirt, right? I can't do that. But you know what? I was waiting for 4 days. You know, I'm kind of like, you know, we're good. Like, we're kind of grown accustomed to it. You know, everything is nice. Everything is fine. So it's okay. As long as the tie remains perfectly centered, we're good to go. We're good to go. And I say it's a tremendous metaphor, like we said, but I'm pretty sure that life is so much that you don't have to worry about the position of the tie. But I like it. I kind of got used to it. Even kind of like staying and I become one. You know, so unless we go through life like that so much, so we hold onto those shots and we just never let go. Instead of realizing, and again, I can accomplish on its face and I look nice and I look fine. Instead of finding the courage to let go of the stuff and make the sacrifice. Let go of the stuff and move yourself forward. So much as that's why I don't come up with you. So much as I don't know me, broke up us in the moment. So I've always liked it, but that doesn't make any sense. Because you just said before that the Kohanim, do achieve kapara, through the power, and yet they do not spend any money on it. So what's going on? Because one's living in it. So this one should be vegan. The Dallas Revolution makes sense. That's why it says again 2 vegans, right? There's 2 vegans next to also the blood application of the pie. That's to make it serious everything. So one person corresponds to the inner seer, the Kashmir gets Sar Nasa, the foot, and one corresponds to the outer. See, don't let the malleable one achieve it. Don't let the malleable one achieve it. Don't move for the one who is liable. In other words, it will say, the Kohen Gadol is the architect for Kapara for everyone, for himself, for his fellow Kohanim, and for God's cloud Yisrael. Therefore, it only makes sense that the architect of Kapara, the quarterback, not the architect, as well as the architect, the quarterback of Kapara should first what? Achieve his own level of Kapara, and then be the quarterback for everyone else. Because if the Kohen Gadol himself is not Kapara, how is he going ahead? And if he does not Kapara, how is he achieving it on behalf of others? Which also, in and of itself, is a beautiful mission. That if you want to accomplish things on behalf of other people, first make sure your own house is in order. You want to raise inspired children, make sure that you are an inspired individual. You want to go ahead and encourage others to become the best version of themselves, make sure you're living your best life. So let's say ultimately I get that to them. So now we have a ton of information over here. So first of all, like, how do we talk, man? And there's a number of different things going on over here. Number one, in the smile that you do, and that we shimmy how are we possible? Specifically, about some of these comes down to as follows. So what's the point of contention that we do shimmy? See your right? You see that sent over the cliff. Does that only comes to this Solomon? That's Rabbi, that is Rabbi Shimon's model. Only assuming that Kohanim, Kohanim get their kapara through the pot. Or is it Machapah for everyone? That's Rabbi Judah. Because remember again, when it comes to Tumah, everyone is agreed on the Kapara framework. For Tumah, the Israelim are atoned for through the inner seer, and Kohanim are atoned for through the power. The Shem is what from the seer. So let's say here it is, the much awaited, long anticipated, Rambam. Shimish Taleh. So let's say here, first of the Rambam says when it comes to Shimish Taleh, the Rambam writes, Shimish Taleh. The Bishop Kapara, the Kol Yisrael, Kohen Gadol, Mitzvah, Allah, Aloshem, Kohen Shema, the Tzagor, the Kovah, the Yisrael. I'll call Averos Sheba Torah. The seer goes ahead and atones for everything, all Averos. The Gemara says, Akalos V'chamuros, Utansaderos, Vasidenveros, Zodon, Shogeg, knew about it, didn't know about it, everything is atoned for through Shuvah. Now, what's another guy that Rambam says? It atones for everyone. So we ask him at the end of the day, like Rabbi Yehuda. The Siyah Mishtaleh atones for everyone, for all Averos. However, the Rambam adds in a very important caveat. What's the important caveat? Sha'asa Shuvah. Sha'asa Shuvah. So sorry, we can't speak for the right? So this goes back to yesterday's daf. Machlokas, Rabbi, and Rabban. Right? How does Yom Kippur work? Remember again, Rabbi said, Itzumo Shel Yom Echad. The essence of the day of Torah. According to Rabbi, even if you don't daven, even if the bread was even better, right? Even if what? Even if you eat on Yom Kippur, right? Even if you do a lot on Yom Kippur, the day itself atones for you. The Rabbanan say, yes, the day atones for you, but you need to unlock the atonement power of the day through what? Through Shuvah. So I'm asking by the Rabbanan. Right? The halacha is Yom Kippur is the most powerful day in the world, but the power of the day must be unlocked through Shuvah. Rabbi said, you say to yourself, something like you say, oh, I'm kind of hoping like the other way around. So just understand, this actually works in our favor. This works in our favor. Why does it work in our favor? Because the Rambam says the next halacha is mentioned these any such times. Minimum is death kapara. Remember again now that unfortunately there was never said it done. And now that there is no altar upon which to achieve kapara, in Sham Ela Shuvah, Shuvah Michaperes Hakol Haveros. So remember again, as beautiful as it was to Rebbe's position, that ultimately again it's Sumo Shalom Mekapet, that the day itself atones. Even according to Rebbe, that atonement was unlocked through the Siyah, through Simch Kaleh, which means as beautiful as Rebbe's model is, it's fantastic when the Beis HaMikdash stood. But if the Beis Hamikdash is not standing, then what do we do? The beauty that we have of us is even in the absence of the Beis Hamikdash, the Rambam says we have something more powerful than the Beis Hamikdash. Can you imagine saying that? We have each of us possesses something more powerful than the Beis Hamikdash. We possess something more powerful than the Mizbeach. We possess something more powerful than the Siyar HaZazel. What is that called? The most powerful force in the entire universe is the power of Tshuva. And just like the Gemara said yesterday, and where can you access that most powerful force in the world? Any time you want. The Siyar HaZazel can only be Mechapar once a year on Yom Kippur. The Kohen Gadol family going to the Kodesh HaKadoshim once a year. If you and I can access the most powerful force in the universe, we need Tshuva when? We should never know. Incredible. I can also that's all. I like to have What a ride. What a ride. Incredible. Okay, it's going to get better. Let's go. Yes, I'll come up. So what's this? Now, actually, this is a repeat of yesterday's, of the first Mishnah. So back to Tumah. I know you thought we were going to Tumah. We are not. More Tumah to come. Tumah everywhere. Tumah says as follows. You deal something with time chain hours. Remember again, we saw this before. There are two biblical cases that are really four. Now, again, whatever. We are experts in this already. What are the two biblical cases? Two biblical cases are, I forgot that I was coming, but I remembered it. So again, two cases, right? I became coming, I forgot, I entered into the Beis Hamikdash, I remembered afterwards that I was coming. When it became coming, I knew that I forgot, I ate Kodesh, and then I remembered afterwards that I was coming. Okay, so those are the two biblical cases. So what we call parallel Tumah. I forgot that I was coming. You know, two more cases. What are the two more cases? I remembered that I was coming, but what? I forgot that I entered into the Beis Hamikdash. Or I remembered that I was coming, but I forgot that what I'm eating is Kodesh. Right? So those are the two additional cases. So those are the two that ultimately again become four. So now kind of the Mishnah just elaborates on it. Nitma said that I became coming. I knew that I was coming. Then I forgot. Now I'm not Tumah. But Kodesh, but I remembered that I was in the Beis Hamikdash. Like I remembered that I like four. Now I know how to order. Ultimately, again, another case could be that I forgot about that. This is I remember the Tumah. Now I'm learning Zamizah, or I forgot about both of them. Vachlech, Kodesh, and I consumed Kodesh for the Yoga, and I didn't know when we shut up on Yoga, and then after I ate the Kodesh, I remembered Harezi, but only the Yoga. I'm not saying, so again, he was not really, the Mishnah of Holy Week is the particular cases, is giving elements of the cases. But again, remember, essentially, any case where there is the idea of the Tefillah, the idea of the soul. So awareness in the beginning, awareness in the end, lapse of awareness in the middle. Now again, there's four different cases of lapses, right? There's two lapses of Tumah awareness. I knew I was coming, I forgot, I entered the Beis Hamikdash, I remembered afterwards. I remembered that I was coming, I forgot, I ate Kodesh, remembered afterwards. That's cases 1 and 2, which then give 3 and 4 derivative cases. I know that I'm coming, but I forgot. I was in the session that I remembered. I knew that I was coming, and I know that I was reading Kodesh. Pieces, so there's a word beginning and end, lapse in the middle. The liability is what we call a carbon overlap, which is the carbon is a single thing that is based on your financial status. Right? If you have money, you'll bring one type of heaven on top of all this. And if you're poor, all the way down to a rice level, the highest level is going to be a behemoth, and the lowest level is a mincha. That's the range. So Nitma, the person came from it, and he knew right now, and then I forgot. Now I'm going to look. There's not just a mikdash, but I remember that he was going to be some mikdash. Now I know mikdash, or he forgot that he was in the mikdash. The Zachas have Tumah, he remembers the Tumah. Now I know exactly that, or he forgot about both of these things. The mikdash, and he went to the mikdash and he wasn't aware. When he came out of the mikdash, he became aware again. Already said over the yard. Again, so it's a same common denominator. We give the Tefillah awareness in the beginning, awareness in the end, and forgetfulness. So that awareness in the middle results in carbon over the yard. Yes, so now, interestingly enough, this is actually quite fascinating. We speak about entering into the mikdash in the state of Torah. So now we might discuss what constitutes entering into the mikdash. So whether you enter into the court of the Beis Hamikdash, Or let's say you entered into an addition onto those. So we're going to discuss the idea now that technically speaking, there are ways to extend the temple clubhouse. Right? But there's a process. So let's say Klal Yisrael decides, the Sanhedrin decides, we want to expand the Beis Hamikdash, so expand the footprint of the Beis Hamikdash. Okay, how do you add on to the Beis Hamikdash? So it's not just enough to start crazy stuff. Remember, you have to add, you add on, you want the additional elements of the sanctity of the Beis Hamikdash. How does that happen? It's incredible. So let's say, by the way, you can expand Yerushalayim. It's very incredible. If you want to expand the borders of Yerushalayim, you can do that. Now, again, if I extend Yerushalayim, I don't just want to expand municipality. I want to expand ultimately again the Kedusha, like the Kedusha of the city, to develop upon these same areas as well. So in order to do this, the only people who can do this are the Melech, Navi, Ulim, the Sanhedrin, Shoshin, the Echad. So again, we're getting into this process, which is quite incredible. If you want to expand the Kedusha borders of Yerushalayim, you want to expand the Kedusha footprint of the Beis Hamikdash, you can do it. But in order to do it, you need the king, the prophet, the Lord, the Tzimim, which number again is the 72 letter name of the prophet that goes into the fold, right, of the breastplate of the prayer level, and the Sanhedrin of 71. Now again, all of these people, some of these people we're going to discuss. Furthermore, to the state.
By the way, it's not a drug product, it's a gold. Oh, okay, like even more evidence here for Joe. Yeah, it's kind of good issue. But attempting to discuss the agenda and failing to identify what that means until a timely assist from Rothschild seemed like a big swing in a potentially alienating direction. So is he a man that listens to Golden Hour? Hold on. Then they had a guy intentionally false start, and then Jason Clyde that were also. I don't know. Assuming this to be a pretty obvious projection, I consider Baba's own sexuality as a potential catalyst. This specific weirdness has been discussed and dissected at length. But this brought to mind the resentment he likely feels towards himself, knowing that not only could he be living a more fulfilling life, putting stuff in his ass, digits in the bubble, like he says, he's already done that. But what his career could have been like if he were able to confront the aspect of his life early on. The potential entertainment career from an out-and-away guy who possesses physical attributes typically associated with heteromasculinity, sexual identity, which he usually acted out as comedy in the populace. Wow. Better myself. He could likely have positioned himself to be much more financially and artistically fulfilled than where he finds himself today. Instead, you have someone who is all-consuming with performative identity characteristics designed to influence how he is perceived by others, despite how obvious this appears. His obsession with defining himself as a type of guy, drugs, sports, racing, fish, hunting, etc., is a practice more typical of someone in their teens or 20s, or like us, who like drugs. More than a 40-year-old plus with such varied lived experiences. Even his latest claim of a baseball dad portrays a superficial title that most fathers would take as serious as a t-shirt slogan. Positions his role as a father as secondary at least. For all the clowning on him that is done, I do feel some sense of empathy towards him. If this is in fact his life, hopefully his public persona is just an anti-confident performance piece of his living his true life behind closed doors. So, yeah, we've talked about that. But what I was thinking about is there's a point here that I kind of agree with, and that Baba is doing something wrong. And one of the, because obviously, right? But could he have done what Tiger King did? Should he be doing that? Openly gay porn. There's not a lot of gay porn, right? There's really not a lot of famous gay porn. Tiger King is the only one I can think of off the top of my head to be in there. Joe Rogan, but he's not openly, right? Yet. Yes. So, what I'm saying is, like, Baba is totally Tiger King. He's selling crap, and he's irresponsible. I could totally see Baba being like, I'm never going to financially recover from this after he's accidentally killed a staff person who was drowned. So very much as Tiger King, just without other men. Well, Tiger King functions too. He had kids, right? I could be wrong. I know he was in the dudes. Well, everyone does. He's with the guy with the crazy teeth. To piggyback off your pause. You're the wrong type of piggyback off. But with Bob, like I said before, I think that everything this guy's like, his life was way easier. He says it he literally says it in the opposite. He does say, I like the switch. Chelsea is shit. Yeah, his wife's got a house. So, yeah, there's something that we can think about Bob. But maybe like, I mean, he takes supplements probably to get hard because he doesn't do it without there. Oh, that's right. He does take a lot of dick juice. Yeah. Why is that? That's a good question. Why do you do that, Bob? He's taking Viagra or dick juice just to have sex with women like that aren't his wife on the road. That's crazy. Just let know your true life. It's probably very frowned down upon. Football on MMA gym. Someone who start places. That's not. Well, I could have touched on it. So he can just go to the mechanic shop and all the jumpsuit. Like maybe he gets off to be claused. We don't know about that. And that's fine too. Or he's straight as hell. Yeah. Anyway, that's nice. Comments. Anytime I see a video on consent, it's painfully obvious how comfortable he is in his own skin. I wanted to see if it was good. Actually, okay, that's healthy. That 37 for life. Oh, God. That's frightening. Yeah. It's a weird face. And they're a family of. That's how they make a lot of faces. Talented. I mean, it's just like this could be normal, but you guys are nuts. It looks like one of those reality TV screen grabs. This week.
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show today. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, we're dedicated all of the shiurim and workshops this year, every course, for the Solos troubles for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Iyar Abba, with Shmuel Rabbi Rothschild, the creation of the yahrzeit of Shmuel's father, Leonard Travers, Lita Ben Yecheskel, Holy Zikon, Rabbi Yochanan Merit. All of our Talmud Torah, all of the shows, the families in the Talmud, all of those who were full Shavim to the cold holding son from South Sinner, Hashem with Homer hostages. The Shalom the call of our holy soldiers should be successful, the call of Naaseh Yudayim. Listen, with that, let us begin. The left of today, Baruch Hashem. Great daf, today's daf is Yud Dalit 14. We are picking up in Yas Hashem on the Gimel Amid days.
John loves you.
Okay, we're picking up the days, and we left off actually the money that we needed, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, about 15 lines down from the top. So just a very quick review. Remember again, we're not focusing on the end of our Mishnah. And essentially, we will point out as follows: that Rabbi Yehuda, our review reflection in the Mishnah, says as follows: that when it comes to Spanish Taliyah, it comes right out as the goat that is thrown off the tree. So halacha l'maisa again, that's goat is the topic for everyone, all of us, and ultimately again the topic for everyone. So that's Kohanim, Yisraelim, even Kohen Gadol. So where lies the distinction between the hashara of, let's say, for example, the Kohanim and Yisraelim? So that lies in one very specific area, namely Tumas Mikdash Zechadasha. And if there's any type of infraction, let's say regarding entering into the base of Mikdash, or consuming Kodesh in the state of Tumah, so Kohanim find kapara through the Tahar, and Yisraelim find kapara through the inner city. So that's the distinction between the kapara of Kohanim Yom Kippur, but for everything else, everyone is covered by the Seir La'asas. These two reasons were referred to. The Seir La'asas, the goat that traveled to the wilderness, or the Seir Mitzaleh, the Seir that is sent. It's the same animal, same color. Okay, beautiful. So the Gemara says, the money Rabbi would be, who's the thing? The suffice to study would this side, which is here we go. The Hebrew HaKodesh. Sorry, the Hebrew is Mikdash HaKodesh. Yes, it's very listening. So what the Gemara is going to do is as follows. The Gemara is speaking the pasuk. By Yom Kippur, again, it's hard to talk in this. And going to go through it as follows. Go to the pasuk as we do. The Hebrew is Mikdash HaKodesh. That's all Moed. So we will atone from Mikdash HaKodesh to the pasuk entirely. That's all Moed. And also the oil Moed, which is in the Shkam, maybe this in the Dutch. That's Hamizbeah and the altar. The Chaper ultimately would be reviewed. Ba'al Kohanim, Ba'al Kol Am, Hakal, Ba'al Kohanim, Ba'al Kol Am, Hakal Yisrael. Now the Kohanim and the Gila will be a Muslim stuff. Here we go. So the Gemara says, the Hebrew is Mikdash HaKodesh. Yeah, this refers to similar infractions that occurred inside of the religion. As ordinary, as ordinary, that refers to the Heichal. So all of these refer to different similar interactions that may have occurred between different parts of the religion.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
This is supposed to be Azaros Kohanim, Mashma'on, Am HaKahal, Who's Amakal, Elu Yisrael. Yechaper will be atoned. Elu Halavim, Mashushu, Kula Lekapara Achos, Shemischatim B'Siyah Mishtalech B'Shar Adonis Tigrat. So what's happening here? The pasuk is establishing a certain what we'll call kapara commonality, meaning that all members of Klal Yisrael reach kapara in the same way. Which kapara is that referring to? That is referring to the kapara for all general averos. All general averos. Remember again, all general averos is essentially going to include everything except tumah from maybe So for all general averos, all of Klal Yisrael is atoned for in the same way. Which way is that? The Seir HaMishtalech. The goat that's sent over the cliff. That's what he does. But the Shimon says no. He says the Shimon said guys, Sayer and Asa the king. Mechaper al Yisrael Akumas Mikdash Mechadash. So the Shimon says the Lord was so good. Essentially what we're finding over here, and this is really quite vivid, are just two different horrors. That's really what they're saying. So the Shimon says like this. The Shimon disagrees. He says the same way the Shimon said down Seir and Asa the king. In the same way. That halakha l'meisa, the seir of the dam of the Seir Nazareth. Remember again, that's the inner goat. In the same way that halakha l'meisa, again, the dam of the inner goat is mechaper on Klal Yisrael, on the Jews, meaning specifically Israel. Al Tumas Mikdash V'Kadosh, for suit-related infractions, Hakdam Har Mechaper Ala Kohanim Al Tumas Mikdash V'Kadosh. So again, at this point, the Shimon is not disagreeing, right? The Shimon is saying like this. The Shimon is highlighting the following idea. He's saying in the same way that when it comes to Tumas Mikdash V'Kadosh, ultimately, there's two different mechanisms of kapara, right? Let's go back to the second one. So let's finish Mikdash V'Kadosh. I enter into the base of Mikdash in a state of Torah without realizing it, right? Or I go ahead and I consume Kodesh in a state of Torah without realizing it. How do you achieve kapara for that? It depends. What does it depend on? Who you are. If you're a Kohen, you're going to be atoned for that through the power of Yom Kippur. If you're a Yisrael, you're going to be atoned for that through the blood application of the inner seer, the inner goat. So the Shimon says, just like when it comes to Tumah, there's a different kapara mechanism for a Yisrael and for a Kohen. So too, I'm sorry. The Shimon said down the Sierra, but I announced it in the Kappa Yisrael, so it's in the But the Shimon, Shemidiyah Shasir Mishtalech Mechaper Al Yisrael B'Shar Averos, in the same way that the confession, the Seir Mishtalech, which is the goat that is sent out to the wilderness, in the same way that confession atones for Klal Yisrael for all general Averos, so too. So too, the confession over the car will take care of all other averos for the Kohanim. So look what's happening over here. This is really quite fascinating. So the fundamental focus between Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon about the framework of kapara for Yom Kippur. So Rabbi Shimon is saying like this: in the same way that kapara for Tumah is fundamentally different for Kohanim and Yisraelim, Rabbi Shimon says therefore the framework for kapara for all averos is going to be different for Kohanim and Yisraelim. So what is that? So let's go through this. So Rabbi Shimon's model. So for Tumah, Yisraelim are atoned through the inner sphere and Kohanim through the power. So too for Shar averos, Yisraelim are atoned for through the video, through the confession of the Sir HaMishtaleh, and ultimately Kohanim are atoned for through the confession on the path. That's what Shimon's model. So therefore, the Shimon issue of Kohanim Yisraelim has two different avenues of kapara on Yom Kippur for everything. Now again, let's go back. Rabbi Yehuda disagrees. Rabbi Yehuda says the only distinction between Kohanim and Yisraelim is the realm of Tumah. Right? Again, everybody's agreeing on the Tumah piece. Right? The Kohanim will be atoned for through the power, and Yisraelim through the inner sphere. But for all other averos, according to Yehuda, everyone, Kohanim Yisraelim are atoned for through the Sir HaMishtaleh. Okay, so fundamental focus in the framework of kapara. Incredible. Already Shimon, this is my issue. So Rabbi Shimon, here's the issue. The concept that we just quoted creates this commonality in kapara. Right? Creates a certain common theme, common thread for kapara. So this to unite all the problems of the kapara process. But according to Rabbi Shimon, there's two distinct avenues of kapara that are unfolding like an parallel sense for Kohanim and for Yisrael. So what's going on over here? Which the Gemara says, my question is, so how is there a commonality? Does it make kapara in the Gemara says, but the concept is saying as follows: there's kapara for everyone. That's the beautiful thing, right? There's kapara for everyone. So whether you are going a Levi, a Yisrael, whatever you are, there's kapara for you. That's the commonality in the kapara experience. But that's where the commonality ends. What happens after that? Everyone has their own avenue of kapara. Incredible. So you might say, so that's what I mentioned. You want to nighttime and Rabbi Shimon. So let's Rabbi Shimon's logic. Right? Let's Rabbi Shimon. Let's tell what everybody agrees on. What does everybody agree with? Everybody agree with Tumah. Everyone agrees that the mechanism for Tumah kapara is the same. Right? I should say the same. Everyone agrees on the mechanism. Yisraelim are atoned for through the inner sphere and Kohanim through the power. These are both offerings of Yom Kippur. And so we're large in the focus. And the focus is really about the Sir HaMishtaleh. In Rabbi Yehuda's model, everyone is atoned for. Everyone is atoned for in the Sir HaMishtaleh for all averos. In Rabbi Shimon's model, Yisraelim are atoned through the Sir and Kohanim are atoned for through the power. Specifically, the Hebrew of the power. Okay, so in my time, Rabbi Shimon. So specifically, why is the Rabbi Shimon holds that the Sir is not mechaper for Kohanim? The Rothschild question is saying this was in the Rothschild question is here. The first question is to take two goats. Remember again, this is the goat. Remember, what are the two goats? One is the Sir Nasabim. That's what we call the Sir LaHashem. That's been offered up as a carbon. And the other is the Sir HaZazal, which is the straw first. So you want to this ish, Sir HaMishtaleh, the Sir Nasabim. So the Torah equates the two series. Torah equates the two goats. The goat that is pushed off the cliff. And the goat that is down inside the Sir HaShem. Masir Hanasa Lifnim, Eno Lechaber Al Kohanim, Altumas Mikdash Vekadashov. So just like the inner sphere is not Mechaber for Kohanim. Remember, in the words that everyone is agreeing. What is the inner sphere doing? What is it doing? It's for Tumas Mikdash Vekadashov, for 12 for Yisrael. So just like the inner sphere doesn't help Kohanim. So the word says, well, it doesn't sound like Mechaber for Kohanim, it's Asher La'am, because the concept says specifically. that interceder is for the Am. Who is the Am in this context? The Am in this context is Israel. So to us here, so again, so the Shimon says, so too the outer seer, meaning the Shimon is not in the topic for Kohanim as well. So essentially, what's fascinating. So what the Shimmon's mind was really practically like this: the Torah itself creates equality between the seer. What is that equality? Essentially, the same way that the seer not said the Tim, the seer said, it's not the proper on Kohanim. Because it's only the topic for the Shimon for Yisrael. So to the seer Mishtaleach is not the topic for Kohanim as well. It's only the topic for the Averos of Yisrael. That's really Shimon's logic. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda. So what does Rabbi Yehuda do? Again, what does Rabbi Yehuda do with this comparison between the two seals? What does he do with that? Rabbi Yehuda, I'll tell you why the two seals are compared. Shehu Shavim Benara, Uvekoma, Uvedanim Budasa. The pasuk is going to create an equality between the seals, saying that they have to be the same in their appearance, in their height, and in their value. That's what it means. But it does not mean that they are the same in terms of their ability to affect kapara. So it's really fascinating fundamental my focus. And I can always say, what's incredible about this is, here's the beauty. What's the beauty of this my focus? The good news, everyone is getting kapara. Don't worry, don't lose sleep. Everyone is getting kapara. The machlokas is on the delivery mechanism of that kapara. So once again, I want to get this cloud. So that the Yudah himself is holding essentially every consumer accounts for everyone, for all others. Everyone for all others. So where is the distinction? But the distinction is only in one limited area, namely for Israelis, they're going to be atoned for through the interceder. For Kohanim, they're going to be atoned for through the power. Rabbi Shimon essentially says, the same way that Kohanim Leviim, the Kohanim are distinct from the Yisrael for Tumah, so too Rabbi Shimon just says they're distinct for everything. Distinct for everything. And therefore, halacha l'maaseh, halacha l'maaseh, they're not included in the Mishtaleach, rather they get their kapara for shalavios from the vidui on the power. It's incredible. See what the man comes with, who's the author of the following idea. So the Prophet says, Kohen will check the seer chatos, that is ordination. This is the inner seer. She'ena Kohanim is kapara. Kohanim do not achieve kapara through this seer. So the Gemara says, Ubamam is kapara. So how do they achieve kapara? Now, also specifically, what kind of kapara we talked about? Every Pashto says kapara kapara. So the Gemara says, the power of Shel Aaron. They get atonement through the power of Aaron. Okay? The Gemara says, Lo use kapara the power of Shel Aaron. You might have thought that Kohanim, other Kohanim, cannot get kapara through the power of Aaron. After all, because the pasuk already says Asher Lo. So interestingly enough, when it comes to the power of Aaron, what does the pasuk say? Asher Lo. What does Asher Lo mean? What does Asher Lo mean? It's his. So I might have thought that literally again the power of Aaron only works for Aaron. Only works for Aaron. To which the Gemara says. But if that's the case, so Kohanim don't get kapara through the seer hana'asadif, and everyone gets kapara through the power of Aaron. So we have a problem. What's the problem? Where do Kohanim get kapara from? So the issue over Yichaper ala Kohanim, and the pasuk ultimately says, speaking about the power. Speaking about the power of Aaron, kapara Kohanim, Masina lahem kapara. Like I'm sorry, I should get it out. I can't myself. But the pasuk says kapara Kohanim. The pasuk says that there is kapara for the Kohanim. So Masina lahem kapara. You see that Kohanim do get kapara. What do they get kapara from? The name is kapara. Mutov she's katu the power of Aaron. So this one with Allah it makes more sense that Kohanim will get kapara through the power of Aaron. Why? Because about to interestingly enough, as much as the Torah calls the power of Aaron Asher Lo, that's his. The Torah also makes an exception to that. That's his. What's the exception? His family. So Aaron's family is included. So it makes sense to say that once Aaron's family is included in the power, Excuse me. So to what? So to other Kohanim should be included.
No.
as well.
I need more. Bitch, nobody gives a fuck.
In the inner seer, where no exception was made for any member of the Kohanic family. First white lie. If you would like to say, and if you want another proof to this, look at this
dude,
passage.
I gotta laugh at this fucking song.
You might want to explain the rights and now everything will become clear. So you must say, Montana, who's the author of this price that we just quoted? Rabbi, you look at Yehuda. It's not Rabbi Yehuda. Why not? Because the boss said he wanted to say the price is now, you see Rabbi ultimately, again, Rabbi Yehuda holds you must use money, so his opinion is
we can do a fight companion. Love your joke, that was English, my girl, and just control herself. Instagram isn't real. That's how they pay the bills.
When the pasuk says Kohanim will achieve atonement, we do find that Kohanim will have kapara for other averos. So I said last line, you give on the days. And the same way that Kohanim have kapara for other averos.
Could you do that?
So therefore, again,
Jim Croce? Really? Doc, Jim Croce?
But the Torah does tell us that Kohanim
I have videos of myself with Cars for Kids talking about Jim Croce. Dog? Really? Yeah, it's one of my early stuff. Is it?
Top of the 14a.
Maybe.
Into the first line.
Would you give Olivia Herman accounting or the other chick?
At least for Torah, it should be covered under
New York or Philly? That's all you have to say.
covered under the power of Aaron. Why? Because halacha l'maisa,
Really?
there's only an exception.
Or
again,
LA.
calls the power of Aaron Asher Lo.
Russian manicure bitch.
It's only for him, but it also includes his family.
Kind of like them all. They're all funny.
It makes sense to us.
I like funny bitches. Why? Why not? Funny bitches are my thing. Really? Oh, yeah, for sure. Along with
as opposed to the inner seer, where there is no allowance for other Kohanim. Rather, again, it's clearly made to function for Yisrael. In Nafshechalomar, if you'd like to say, Haregu Omar, in addition to that, you can also say, this Aaron Bachuas Hashem. What exactly did the Gemara do by bringing that pasuk? I'll tell you why. You'll say, but how can you do that? The pasuk explicitly says that the power is only works for who? For Aaron, who based so. And which sounds like what? His immediate family. So how can you include the rest? Gans Kohanim. How can you include the rest of Kohanim in the family of Aaron? What's the answer? The Gemara says,
bitch.
So all Kohanim are called the family of Aaron. When you know that from Shneimar, Beis Aaron, Bachuas Hashem. Who's Beis Aaron? Who's Beis Aaron? God's Kohanim, right? All Kohanim. And therefore, what do you see from here? When the Torah makes an allowance, ultimately, again, for the family of Aaron to achieve atonement through the power, who is included in the family of Aaron? The entire community. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Shema Beis Aaron Bachuas Hashem, Yirei Hashem Bachuas Hashem. Incredible.
Just do it. Just do it.
Asher la'am ra'achid also. But 1 second, is that phrase Asher la'am? And I will say that Rabbi wanted to suggest beforehand that the pasuk by the Siyar Nasavafnim, Right? The passage about the inner seer says Asher La'am. Asher La'am interprets
Operator, would you help me place this call? That's not what it could though.
Interesting.
Get that shit right.
Kohanim. Everyone says it's a very interesting drush about it. Because generally, when these types of drushes work, generally Israeli are excluded from Kohanim. Here it's fascinating to see a drasha where Kohanim are excluded from the Israeli. And Kohanim are excluded
Operator,
from
or could you help me place this call? The number on the matchbook is old and faded.
Something better than Kedusha Skuna. I'm sorry.
She's living in LA with my ass-filled ex-friend Ray. Guys, because you knew well and sometimes hated. Isn't that the way they say it goes? Let's forget all that and give me the number if you can find it, so I can call just to tell her I'm fine and to show I've overcome the glow and learned to take it well and when it reached my words and convince myself that it just wasn't real. But that's not the way it feels.
That the money for the Serena 17 has to come from the communal
Operator, would you help me place this call?
Right? That gives an opportunity to dedicate and to sponsor the
Oh, that was sick.
of Yom Kippur.
Did it fuck up?
I would say, who would not take that?
For sure.
Right? So again, where it says,
Really?
sorry,
Oh yeah, that's the worst.
it's gotta come
Why?
from communal funds. Which I would say is fascinating in and of itself. Now, why does it have to come from communal funds? Because it's a communal offering. Communal offerings cannot be privately sponsored. Communal offerings must come from communal, which I will say is also fascinating. So there's a place, actually, there's a lot of places for private donations, right? But then there are certain things that have to come from the sequel. Certain things that all of us need to get involved in and cannot be carried by any one individual. So the Gemara says, you need the Am. When it says the covenant comes from Am, that means that the covenant has to come from communal funds. That's what it's teaching us. Not to exclude Kohanim. And the covenant of Kohanim is the Am, no Havi. And the Gemara says, that's from a different source. So the Gemara says, no, we learn out the fact that that's come from communal funds from that phrase of Me'is Adas B'nei Yisrael, that the covenant has to come from Adas B'nei Yisrael. I, V'hai, Asher Lo, L'Hach Yehuda also. The Lord say, but does that phrase Asher Lo come to teach me that Halakha L'Maisa? Only the Kohen, right? Only the Kohen achieves kapara through his power. So when it says, "Hi, mi boyle," we need Asher Lo for something that's chedesanya. Mishalo, who maybe shall see what. I must say this is interesting.
I gave the number that you just gave me.
Has to come from communal funds, cannot be privately sponsored.
Something in my eye, you know it happens every time.
And cannot come from communal
And
funds.
all the love that I thought would save me. Isn't that the way they say it goes? But let's forget all that and give me the number if you can find it, so I can call just to tell them I'm fine and to show I've overcome the woe. I'm ready to take it well. I only wish my words could just convince myself that it just wasn't real. But that's not the way it feels. No. That's not the way it feels. Operator, let's forget about this call. No more than nobody they wanted to talk to. Thank you for your time. You've been so much more than kind. You keep dying.
says something twice. Is to teach you what? That it's ikuba, that you have to have.
Isn't that the way it is? So it goes. But let's forget all that and give me the number if you can't find it. I can call just to show I'm fine.
This is what Donnie Bobby got. My snark is the ham, the low machaka. The low must not be the ultimate again.
No, excuse me. I have a lot to talk about. I have a lot to say. And these voices to hear to watch you talk about them. They want to hear my opinions on
The ham is not included in the kappa. He makes him the low kappa.
Excuse me.
It's
It's hard for them to
the
understand.
Top 3 reasons you'll love solo.
You cannot achieve kappa in something you do not spend money on. Incredible. You cannot achieve kapara in something you do not spend money on. Kapara requires sacrifice. If you're not willing to give up something, kapara is not achievable. So we see this concept in many different ways. Sometimes what stands in our way of becoming true volunteer? Let's be honest, right? It's too early not to be honest, right? So what stands in our way of not becoming true volunteer? We're not willing to give up certain things, and we're not willing to stop doing certain things that stand in our way. Look, I have a sincere desire to be a better person, and I have a sincere desire to change my life. I'm just unwilling to let go of certain things that are holding me back. As I have a term for this, what is it called? It's called Toda Sheretz Biyado. Right, so I have it, all of us have our shruts in our life that we hold on to. Right? It's the things that I know are not good, they're not healthy, they're not helpful, they're toxic, maybe they're sinful, or maybe they're just detrimental, right? And I know, but here I am, right? I'm strutting up to the mikvah, right? Doing my thing, ready to achieve Tara, and I'm dunking, and again, the mikvah represents all the beautiful things that I'm doing right, and it's all incredible. And then I'm wondering, I'm doing all this good stuff, but why am I not getting traction? And it's very simple. Look what I'm holding on to. Look what I'm holding on to. I'm holding on to all of those shruts. As long as you hold on to the sheretz, you can go to the most beautiful mikvah. You can engage in all the most positive and beautiful dynamic activity in life. It'll help, but it's not going to get anywhere. I don't get anywhere in life until I let go of my shruts. True kapara requires sacrifice. True kapara requires excising certain things from my being so I can use myself both. You know how I know that Israelis are not included in the kapara of the par? Do you know how I know that? Because it didn't cost them anything. And if it doesn't cost you anything, you're not getting kapara. Kapara requires sacrifice. Purity requires sacrifice. Growth requires sacrifice. Whether it's sacrifice of my money, sacrifice of my time, or sacrifice of the shrubs and the stuff that I've been holding on to for a very long time, but it's actively holding on.
You gotta do that other part.
The reality is, most of us go through life.
Nosh, eating puss, bastard, soulmate, mishmash. I was taking a bath.
Yeah, you absolutely can. But you never fully self-actualize. You never fully become the best version of you because I'm refusing to let go of the stuff. And there was notice like, it's like you ever get a stain on your shirt, right underneath, right I guess I'm not the only person left to wear a tie. Right here. Okay, got it, right? So you know what the thing about it is? You have to walk around
8 a.m. PST.
Right? Because as long as my tie lies straight, I'm good to go. But like I turn a little too late, there's something else like it's right there. It's right there. To me, it's often become a tremendous metaphor for life. Instead, what could I do? I could change my shirt, right? I could actually, but you know what? I've been wearing it for 4 days already. I'm kind of like, we're good. Like, we've kind of grown accustomed to one another, everything is nice, everything is fine. It's okay. As long as the tie remains perfectly centered, we're good to go. We're good to go. I will say it's a tremendous metaphor. Like instead of put a clean shirt, life is so much, you don't have to worry about the positioning of the tie. But I like it. I kind of got used to it. Even kind of like Sting and I, we become one. So nice we go through life like that so much that we hold onto those shrutzim and we just never let go. Instead of realizing, and again, I can accomplish and it's great and I look nice and I look fine. Instead of finding the courage to let go of the shrutzim, make the sacrifice. Let go of the stuff and move yourself forward. So that's how you know to look up the So you must be the Aronami, look up the Mamona. The Ka'amar, Kuvan, clean base. So I go 1 second, but that doesn't make any sense. Because we just said before that the Kohanim do achieve kapara through the power, and yet they do not spend any money on it. So what's going on? So we must say because they're included in this. So this one, this makes sense. That's why it says again 2 vidus, right? There's 2 vidus mentioned also the blood application of the power. So one corresponds to the inner seer, the foot, and one corresponding to the outer.
Dog, you want to get into this athleticism? Girl, you want to get into this athleticism, girl? Girl, you ain't never seen motherfuckers so. He puts the way this motherfucker does. I eat that shit. I eat that pussy. Thanks for him. Baby, how you feel?
Ultimately, again, one is for the Kohen Gadol, and one is for his family. The term of Rabbi Shmuel, here is how Midas Hadin works. Mutat Yavo Zakai, Yechaper ala Chayiv, Va'al Yavo Chayiv, Yechaper ala Chayiv. It is better ultimately again that the Zakai, the innocent one, will achieve atonement for the one who is liable. And the liable one,
ooh, child.
achieve atonement for the one who is liable. I don't know what it looks like. The Kohen Gadol is the architect for kapara for everyone, for himself, for his fellow Kohanim, and for God's Klal Yisrael. Therefore, it only makes sense that the architect of kapara, or the quarterback, not the architect, the quarterback of kapara should first what? Achieve his own level of kapara, and then be the quarterback for everyone else. Because if the Kohen Gadol himself is not tahor, how is he going ahead? And if he doesn't have kapara, how is he achieving it on behalf of others? It's also in and of itself a beautiful skill. That if you want to accomplish things on behalf of other people, first make sure your own house is in order. You want to raise inspired children, make sure that you are an inspired individual. You want to go ahead and encourage others to become the best version of themselves, make sure you're living your best life. So we'll say ultimately, again, that's our answer. Okay, so now we have a ton of information over here. So first of all, like, how do we possibly? And there's a number of different things going on over here. Number one, in the small Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Shimon, how are we passing? Specifically, about so this comes down to as follows. So what's the point of contention? Rabbi Shimon, right? The seed that's sent over the cliff. Does that only atone for Yisraelim? That is Rabbi Shimon's model. Only Yisraelim, not Kohanim. Kohanim get their kapara through the par, or is it makaper for everyone? Everyone, that's Rabbi Yehuda. Because remember again, when it comes to Tumah, everyone is agreeing on the kapara framework. For Tumah, Yisraelim are atoned for through the inner seer, and Kohanim are atoned for through the par. The shaila is what does the seer do? So I will say here it is, the much awaited, long anticipated, or long awaited, Rambam.
Out of the bullshit.
The Rambam says when it comes to Sir Mishtaleach, the Rambam writes, Sir Mishtaleach, the Pishu Kapar, the Kol Yisrael, Kohen Gadol Misvad Allah Baloshon Kol Yisrael Shnema Misvad Allah is Kol Mamas B'Yisrael Yisrael. Sir Mishtaleach Mechaper Al Kol Averos Sheba Torah. The seer goes ahead and atones for everything, all averos. The Gemara says, Hakaros v'chamuros, intense averos, less intense averos, Zodon, shogeg, we knew about it, didn't know about it. Everything is atoned for through Tuvah. And listen, that's what Rambam says. It atones for everyone. So we asking at the end of the day, like Rabbi Yehuda, the Siyam Yisrael atones for everyone, for all Avidas. However, the Rambam adds in a very important caveat. What's the important caveat? V'hu sha'asa tshuva. V'hu sha'asa tshuva. So I'm sorry, you can't sleep through Yom Kippur. Right? So this goes back to yesterday's daf. Machlokes Rabbi and the Rabbanon. Right? How does Yom Kippur work? Remember again, Rabbi said, Itzumo shel Yom Mechaper. The essence of the day of atonement. According to Rabbi, even if you don't daven, even if right, the Quran was even better, frankly, right? Even if what? Even if you eat on Yom Kippur, right? Even if you do malach on Yom Kippur, the day itself atones for you. The Rabbanon say, yes, the day atones for you, but you need to unlock the atonement power
I've
of
got to
the
take
day
a shit.
through
Allegedly.
that I'm asking by the Rabbanon. Yom Kippur is the most powerful day in the world, but the power of the day must be unlocked through tshuva. Now, both say, you say to yourself, something like you say, oh, I was kind of hoping like for the other way about it. No, so just understand, this actually works in our favor. This works in our favor. Why does it work in our favor? Because the Rambam says in the next halacha is mentioned in some
Word of proof. I'm about to drop.
So remember again now that unfortunately there is no Beis Hamikdash, and now that there is no altar upon which to achieve kapara, ein sham ela tshuva, tshuva michaperes al kol averos. So remember again, as beautiful as it was in Rebbe's tradition, that ultimately again Tzumo shel Yom Kippur, that the day itself atones. Even according to Rebbe,
It
that
sucks.
atonement was
It's the worst thing ever.
Which means, as beautiful as Rebbe's model is, it's fantastic when the Beis Hamikdash stood. But if the Beis Hamikdash is not standing, then what do we do? It's really that we have a say, even in the absence of the Beis Hamikdash. The Rambam says, it's something more powerful than the Beis Hamikdash. Can you imagine saying that? We have such, each of us possesses something more powerful than the Beis Hamikdash. We possess something more powerful than the Mizbeach. We possess something more powerful than the Se'ir HaZazel. What is that called? Tshuva. The most powerful force in the entire universe is the power of tshuva.
And I've got
And
to
it was
take
like
a
you said
dizzy.
yesterday. And when can you access that most powerful force in the world? Any time you want. The Se'ir HaZazel can only be mechaper once a year. On Yom Kippur. The Kohen Gadol going to the Kodesh HaKadoshim once a year. If you and I could access the most powerful force in the universe, they need tshuva when? Each and every moment. Incredible. All right, that's the halach. Mazel tov, mazel tov. On our first time, that's the second Shavuos. What a ride. What a ride. Incredible. Okay, it's going to get better. Let's go. Yes, actually, this is a repeat. This is a repeat of the first show. So back to Tumah. I know we totally done with Tumah. We are not. More Tumah to come. Tumah everywhere. The Gemara says as follows. You deal with too much time Shein Harvest. Remember again, we saw it before. There are two difficult cases that are really for. Now, again, we don't have experts in this already. One of the two difficult cases. Two difficult cases are, I forgot that I was Tameh, but I remember, so again, two cases, right? I became Tameh, I forgot, and I didn't make touch. I remember that was that I was Tameh. When I became Tameh, I forgot. I ate Kodesh, and then I remembered afterwards that I was Tameh. Okay, so those are the two difficult cases. So what we call Haram Tumah. I forgot that I was Tameh. You have two more cases, one of the two more cases. I remembered that I was Tameh, but what? I forgot that I entered into the Beis Hamikdash. Or I remembered that I was Tameh, but I forgot that what I'm eating is Kodesh. Right? So those are the two additional cases. So those are the two that ultimately are going to become four. So we're kind of just elaborates on it. Nigma, that's again, I became Tameh. I knew that I was Tameh. Then I remember, I forgot, and now I'm going to ask them up. I told that, but I remember that I was eating Kodesh. I remember that right? Or never had to. Or ultimately, again, another case could be that I forgot about that. I remember the Tumah. Or I forgot about both of them. Roughly, I told you actually like the scenes Kodesh for Yoda, and I didn't know when we saw on Yoda, and then after I hit the Kodesh, I remember Haaretz, they have all the Violet. I won't say, so again, he was not really, in this sense, that's only 60 and figure in cases, it's giving elements of the cases. But again, remember, essentially, any case where there is the idea of the tefillah, the idea of the soul. So awareness in the beginning, awareness in the end, lots of awareness in the middle. Now again, there's four different cases of lapses, right? There's two lapses of tumor awareness. I forgot. I entered the next of the Dutch. I remembered afterwards. I remembered that I was coming. I forgot. I didn't totally remembered afterwards. That's cases 1 and 2, which can be 3 and 4 are the middle cases. I remember. I know that I'm coming, but I forgot I was in the Dutch, and then I remembered that I was in the Dutch. I knew that I was coming. I forgot that I was in Kodesh, and then I remembered that I was in Kodesh. In all of those cases, there is awareness in beginning and end, like lapse in the middle. The liability is what we call a common Ola knowledge, which is the offering that is based on your financial status. Like if you have money, you offering one type of covenant cover all this, and if you're poor, all the way down to the right, so the highest level is going to be a minimum, and the lowest level is a minimum. That's the range. So Nitmah, the person came coming, and he knew right, then he forgot, but he remembered that he was in the base of Mikdash. Now he remembered Mikdash, or he forgot that he was in the Mikdash. The Zachar Satuma, he remembered the Tumah. Now he remembered Zeb is that, or he forgot about both of these things. The Mikdash, the Mikdash, the Lord Yada, he went to Mikdash and wasn't aware. Mishiratze Yada, when he came out of the Mikdash, he became aware again. Already said already, okay, so let's say sometimes in our meter, you keep the Tila awareness in the beginning, awareness in the end, and forgetfulness. So that's awareness in the middle, results in carbon over the other. Next, so once I say now, interestingly enough, this is actually quite fascinating. We speak about entering into the mikdash in the state of Torah. So now we're going to discuss what constitutes entering into the mikdash. Echad hanichnas la'azara. So whether you enter into the courtyard of the mikdash, echad hanichnas l'tosefes ha'azara, or let's say you entered into an addition article. So we're going to discuss the idea now that technically speaking, there are ways to extend the tenfold compound, right? But there's a process. So let's say Klal Yisrael decides, the Sanhedrin decides, we want to expand the Beis Hamikdash. So expand the footprint of the Beis Hamikdash. Okay, how do you add on to the Beis Hamikdash? Okay, so it's not just enough to start building stuff. Remember, you have to add. If you're going to add on, you want the additional elements of the sanctity of the Beis Hamikdash. How does that happen? It's incredible. So the same way, by the way, you could expand Yerushalayim. It's been incredible. If you want to expand the borders of Yerushalayim, you can do that. Now, again, if I extend Yerushalayim, I don't just want to expand the municipality. I want to expand, ultimately, again, the Kedusha. I want the Kedusha of the city to develop upon the extended areas as well. So in order to do this, the only people who can do this are the Melech, Rabbi, the Tumim, the Sanhedrin, Shoshin, the Echad. So again, we're getting into this process, but this is quite incredible. If you want to expand the Kedusha borders of Yerushalayim, you want to expand the Kedusha footprint of the Beis Hamikdash, you can do it. But in order to do it, you need the king, the prophet, the Urim and Tumim, which remember again is the 72-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu that goes into the fold, right? That's the breastplate of the Kohen Gadol, and a Sanhedrin of 71. Now again, whether you need all of these people, some of these people we're going to discuss. Furthermore, Ubishvei Todos, you bring 2 carbon Todos, Ubishir, and there's Levitic song. What happens? Based in Mahalchin, based in walks. Now again, I will say we're going to have to see like where all of this takes place. Where is Based in going? How are they going? Based in Mahalchin, Ubishvei Todos Acharein, the 2 Todos are following after them. The Chol Yisrael Acharein, whatever this is awesome. This is awesome. Like we are expanding the footprint of the Beis Hamikdash, expanding the footprint of Yerushalayim. I told you. So how does it happen? You've got to get the whole cover together, right? The singing and the Sanhedrin and the Todos and all of Klal Yisrael is there. Because on the base, Hapinimis Nechalas, the inner Toda. Now again, we'll have to see what all of this means. The inner Toda is consumed. And the outer Toda ultimately is burned in the death. And if you don't follow this process, then the expanded area does not have Kedusha. The way the Gemara frames that is, therefore, if someone goes ahead and enters into a state of Tumah, ultimately, again, they are not Chai. So you know, say it's not clear from the Mishnah what exactly the process. One thing is clear. We're very excited for this. There's a process. There's a process, and there's a clearly delineated process that requires again the king, the navi, the urim v'tumim, all of Klal Yisrael, shir and toda, in order to go ahead and expand the footprint of the Beis Hamikdash, or in order to expand ultimately the footprint of the Beis Hamikdash. Incredible. Of Yerushalayim, sorry. Nitma ba'azara. So let's say again, back to Tumah. So let's say again, we'll call him Reuven. Reuven becomes Tamei in the Azara, but now I'm at Tumah. So we'll say, so now in this case over here, something very interesting. This is a different kind of case. What's happening over here? Up until now, we were focusing on a case where Reuven becomes Tamei outside of the Beis Hamikdash and then enters into the Mikdash in a state of Tumah. Let's say it's a little bit different. Let's say Allah saw Reuven becomes Tamei in the Azara. He's in the Beis Hamikdash. He becomes Tamei in the Beis Hamikdash. So we'll say, how does that happen? I don't know. Sheretz is there. But somebody dies right there, and Reuven is right there. So he's coming now in the Beis Hamikdash itself. But now Mamimeno Tumah, and again, either he doesn't know about it, he has lots of awareness. The Zachar Hamikdash, but he knows that he's in the Mikdash. He knows that he's in the Mikdash. Ne'elam Hemenu Mikdash, the Zachar Tumah, or he forgot that he was in the Mikdash, but he knows about the Tumah. Or Ne'elam Hemenu Zevazeh, or he goes ahead and he forgets about both of these things. The and he remains in the Mikdash. So we'll say, so again, even though at some point he knew he was coming, right? But what? He remained in the Mikdash for a certain amount of time. How much time? Enough time to prostrate. Enough time to prostrate. Prostrate. Or he realizes that he has to leave. But what does he do? He takes the long way out instead of the shorter way out. Chayit. He's chayit. That was very interesting. What this thing is like this. If Reuven becomes Tamei in the Beis Hamikdash itself. So watch this. Now read the next line. The Ksara Potter. Interestingly enough, if somebody comes Tamei in the Beis Hamikdash and he realizes, oh my gosh, this became Tamei, and he gets out of there as quickly as possible, he does not have liability for being in the Mikdash in a state of Tumah. Right? Since he didn't cause it, this happened to him. As long as he got out of there as quickly as possible, there's no liability for being coming in the Mikdash. If, however, he became coming in the Beis Hamikdash, and what? Just either took his time by taking the long way out, or remained there for the amount of time it would take to prostrate, then there is liability. The Gemara says, this ultimately, again, this represents a mitzvah asay in the mikdash for which there is no liability. Now, what that means is like this: if you become coming in the Beis Hamikdash, and you realize it, and you get out of there as quickly as possible, you are not liable. You're not liable, even though there's a mitzvah. Remember, what's the mitzvah asay? Rashi points out the mitzvah asay over here is the mitzvah asay is that if you are coming, get out of the Beis Hamikdash as quickly as possible. Right? So I should say, or if you are coming, you can't be in the Mikdash. That's the mitzvah asay. So if you became coming in the Mikdash and you got out of there as quickly as possible, there's no liability. We'll stop over here for today. I know we're stopping in Mishnah. We'll talk about another mitzvah asay for which there is liability. We can see tomorrow. Mazel tov on finishing the first parak. And again, I will say, tremendous hatzlacha on this new second parak of Shuas. Shkoyach.
And they're gonna follow you, and they're gonna make you. I don't want to be big, guys. Be smart, guys. Be smart about it. Don't be good. You didn't have to think about it. You had cell phones. And obviously, we are great. It takes 15 impacts on different.
All right, I will say, good morning. It is a great Shlosh Hashem to be able to begin Wednesday morning together learning our beautiful Zap. We want to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. Our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilson Mishpach Arach, dedicating all the children's drachos this year as a host from Soros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Iyar, Habar, the Tovos Shmuel, Rabbi Karaki, integration of the Yard Taker Shmuel's father, Lipo, Ben Yecheskel, according from the Rothschild, and the merit of our Talmud Torah. The families, Eden of Chama, all those who need to report traveling here, Kol Choli, so from Rosh Hashanah, bring home all of our hostages, and our holy soldiers should be successful for Kol Amasei. So with that, let us begin. I am not exaggerating when I say that we have a ridiculously amazing God ahead of us today. It has anything and everything you could want out of a block of Gemara. There's numbers, there's inspiration, there's halacha, there's hashkafa. there's Yom Kippur, there's everything you want. Everything you want. So just take a deep breath, take a big swig of coffee, because the next Hashem, the ride is going to be absolutely riveting, amazing, inspirational, and uplifting. So I'll say with that, page that is Gimel 13. We are picking up on the days 12b at the two dots. Pretty much like the middle of the page. Alright? Yeah, the Azadon to Mikdash. Good, excellent. The Azadon to Mikdash Vekadasha. So remember again, we're now making our way actually towards the end of the Mishnah, right? Because remember, so far we've only had one Mishnah Masechah Shavuos. It was a big Mishnah. It was a one glass Mishnah. But we're making our way towards the end of that particular Mishnah. And over here, the Mishnah said as follows. The Mishnah said, Al Zodon. We're not Al Zodon to us Mikdash V'Kadasha. So remember again, up until now, when we've been speaking about the Seirim, all of the Seirim, remember again, which Seirim have? We have a lot of goats everywhere. We have the Seir of Rosh Chodesh, we have the Seir of Regalim, and also the Seir of Yom Kippur, right? But again, specifically Rosh Chodesh and the Regalim, those goat offerings atone for what we call Tumas Mikdash V'Kadasha, which means either you're entering into the Beis Hamikdash in a state of Tumah, you're consuming consecrated items in a state of Tumah. What is the commonality, however, amongst all of those experiences? There is some element of shogeg. Whether there's shogeg on the food that I was telling you, but I forgot. Now we come to a more severe case. What about intentionality, what we call Zodon Midrash Kadasha? I knew I was telling, but even though I knew I was telling the whole time, I still entered into the Beis Hamikdash. I still issue. See, even for such an infraction, there is still kapara. Where does that kapara come? That's what we're talking about. Zodon Tumas Mikdash Kadasha, where there is intentionality to enter into the Beis Hamikdash in a state of tumah or to consume kachim in a state of tumah. Sir Nasan of him. That is the goat, the inner goat of Yom Kippur that atones. So the Gemara says, where do we go? This is the Tan Rabbanon, because the pasuk says, "V'chiper ala kodesh tumos b'nei Yisrael." The pasuk says that literally again, v'chiper ala kodesh, that it'll atone on the kodesh for all of the tumos of Klal Yisrael. I will say now, the Gemara doesn't quote the rest of the pasuk, which is exactly what we need. Then it says, it will take care of their psha'im. We're going to discuss it in just a moment. Psha'im, for all of their sins, for all of their chatas. So the Gemara says, what does this mean? Here we go. Psha'im, elu hamiradim. So remember again, what is psha'im? Now in the world of sin, this is good to know, not for yourselves, maybe you have a friend. Right? In the world of sin, there are different types of averos. So there's what's called a pasha. A pasha means a sin, intentional sin. Intentional sin. I have every intention to sin. So psha'im elav. Now, interestingly enough, a pasha is a type of sin that's there actually with the intention to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Pasha is considered to be the most severe form of sin, intentionality, with the intent ultimately to rebel against the authority of Hashem. Okay, so that's me. So that's just what I said. So what's the Chibar al Kodesh to Moshe Yisrael will be Pishehem. So what does Pasha refer to? Pasha refers to amazing. The Chibar Omer Melach Moab Pasha Viva Omer Az Tifasha Libna Beisahi. Chatos. What are chatos? Ilu Hashkagas. This refers to accidental averos. So shogeg. The Chibar Omer Nefesh Kitachata Bishkaga. So what do you see from here? You see from here that the seir, the inner goat of Yom Kippur, atones even for psha'im, even ultimately again for intentional averos. I will say this is incredibly important because right when you say vidui, so remember again, depending on what nusach you happen determines how often you say vidui. Right, so certain Yisraels, they're going to say vidui every single day. Everyone else said Kippur, right? Certainly I said Tshuva. What do we say? Hatasi, Avisi, Hashati, Chait, Shogeg, Avon, intentional avero, but with the intentionality for benefit. I'm just doing it for my pleasure purposes. Pasha is an intentional avero with the intention to rebel against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Good, let's go back there. Says the Imam. So now, we come and say very interesting, and this is going to open up the door for a beautiful and incredible sugya. So this is the end of the Mishnah. So the end of the Mishnah then says, Al Shara Averos Shabbatorah, for all other averos in the Torah. Now, what does it mean? This is all other averos in the Torah. Halos chamuros, zidonos shkagos. So lighter averos, more intense averos, intentional, unintentional, hoda, below hoda. I knew about it, I didn't know about it. Asay velo sasay, positive commandments, prohibitions. Krisos, unisos, bezdin, kares. I'll just read the Mishnah now. Seir hamishtareach mechater. So I'll say, so essentially, you're fascinating enough in halacha. There is a catch-all kapara. What's the catch-all kapara? The seir mishtareach la'azazel, the goat that is sent off the cliff on Yom Kippur. That goat atones for everything. It's a catch-all kapara. He says the Gemara. Now the Mishnah seems a bit redundant. Why? Because the Mishnah says, Hainu kalos, Hainu kalos, Hainu aseh velo saseh. So what are kalos? Kalos refers to regular mitzvahs, aseh velo saseh. Positive chamuros. What are chamuros refer to? Hainu krisos and misos bezdin. That refers again to Kari's belly infections and misos bezdin. Hold up, you knew about it. Hainu mezit. Lo hold, I didn't know about it. Hainu did. So let's say, so the point was, the question I was asking over here is just the phraseology of the Mishnah appears to be fundamentally redundant. To which the Gemara says, I'm not even going to hold it, so what does it mean to say? I will say, this is a very important Gemara. Listen to this. In general, so up until now, our Mishnah is talking about Averos. But what kind of Averos? What kind of Averos? What we call Tumas Mikdash V'Kadasha. That's the specific type of Averos that we have been discussing. That is my transition for all other Averos. Right? So remember, Tumas Mikdash V'Kadasha, we've got that covered. What is that covered by? Seir Kodesh, Seir V'Regalim, Seir of the Film of Yom Kippur. Each of those atones for different types of Sabbath. Now, for all other Averos, the word all other Averos include literally all other Averos. What takes care of that? Rather again, it's called Kalos, lighter Averos. Kamuros, more dense Averos. Dinsha Asan, Where do you think those Kalos and Kamuros? The Shogun is amazing. Also, Shasam Shogun. And when you wrote a realm of Shogun, clean logos, make up the logo signals. Sometimes I commit an accident on the dog, and I know exactly what I did. And sometimes I don't know what I did. Whether you are says, mainly kalos. And what are the kalos? Aseh velo saseh. So, order examples of kalos. So, a kalos, what we call an avera kala, is your typical aseh velo saseh. I will say that obviously there's still averos. But I use something not kosher. I go ahead and I wear shackles. I fail to put tzitzis on. Right? Tzitzis on my garment. So, again, those are examples of just everyday asehs and lo sasehs. Furthermore, the alien kamuros, furthermore, intense right? That's Pisos and Misos Bezdin. That's infractions that carry the penalty of Karis and Misos Bezdin. So let's say, so now essentially what the Mishnah just informed us, and this is incredible, we'll have to obviously drill down into this, is that the Seir and the Shariach Lazal, the Seir that is sent out, right, sent over the cliff, that Seir is so powerful that it is holds for everything. Now what's interesting to see is, despite the fact that it holds for everything, what you see, Tumas Mikdash V'Kadasha is still in its own category, enough that it requires its own atonement. Right? To me, it's interesting. Every other idea that you can think of is taken care of by the Seir Mishtaleach, with the exception of Tumas Mikdash V'Kadasha. Right? So again, if I enter into the Mikdash in the state of Tulah, I can see Kach in the state of Tulah. Those type of infractions require their own kapara mechanism, but literally everything else in Yiddishkeit is taken care of by the Seir Mishtaleach. Incredible. So the Gemara goes down a little bit into this. Hi, I say. So I said, when we say this is incredible. When we say that the sire, right, that is the sire, and I remember again, Yom Kippur, 2 goats, right? 2 goats. Seir HaMishtaleach, that's the goat that's thrown over the cliff. And what's the other one? Seir HaNa'aseh B'Fnim. What is the Seir HaNa'aseh B'Fnim? What does the thing of goat take care of? What does it take care of? Right, so you just did it 20 seconds ago. Excellent. Right, so again, remember that is the fear that atones for intentional violation of Tumas Mikdash V'Kadasha. Right? The Seir HaNa'aseh B'Fnim, that's what that takes care of. The Seir Mishtaleach takes care of everything else. Okay, so now the word says, by the way, so let's talk just a second. You say the Simon Shariach is mitzvot aseh. Mitzvot aseh. So the Gemara says, I aseh. What's the case of the aseh? So remember again, just a simple idea. I failed to put on tefillin. That's a case of an example of I failed to perform an assay. I didn't put on tzitzis. That is the example. I failed to perform an assay. So the seer takes care of that. The Gemara says, what does that mean? I assay. What's the case of the assay? So the Gemara says, listen to this. If I didn't do tshuva, let's say again, I didn't put on tefillin, I didn't put on tzitzis, and I didn't do tshuva. So that's the case. Who cares about the sim mishtaleach? Zerach l'shayim to'iva. So we'll say, so the Gemara says, what good is a carbon without tshuva? Carbon is not focus focus. Right? Carbon doesn't take away all of the problems. Carbon still requires tshuva. So in other words, if I fail to perform an assay, or for that matter, violated a los assay, if I'm just reading a carbon, that's called Zebach Hashem To'iva. That is called the offering of the wicked is an abomination. So that's a pretty strong statement. The Gemara says, okay, so what's the other possibility? The other tshuva, so what the Gemara is suggesting is, how could this sin how could it be a factor for assays if I haven't done tshuva? Listen to this. The other tshuva, and if I did tshuva, this is how beautiful this is. Kol yoma nami. If I did tshuva, well, guess what? I don't need to wait. I don't need Yom Kippur. I don't need the seer. Right? If I did tshuva, tshuva works every single day. Look at Rashi. You need the other tshuva. That's Rashi and Adaf. Lama Yom Kippur. Wow. Listen. Look at that phrase. If I did tshuva, who needs Yom Kippur? Who needs Yom Kippur? Kol yoma nami tshuva mechaper alei. Every day tshuva is mechaper for me. Kisanya lozazin sham Hashem okamelo. The power of tshuva, specifically on a lower level infraction, like violation of an assay, is just the truth. Just test it for just a second. This is, by the way, one of the most incredible things about doing the daf first thing in the morning. Because often what it does is gives us the messages we need for that day. So what if Baruch just whispered in our ear? Shefala, you did something wrong? Just the tshuva. Just the tshuva. Who needs Yom Kippur if you have tshuva? Who needs Yom Kippur if you have tshuva? So I did something wrong. Why was it so often in life? We go ahead and do things wrong. But it becomes like we do things wrong. The change in life is not going to do things wrong. Right? So error is human. As we said, we all make mistakes. So what's the challenge? You can get this wrong. The challenge is not the same. The challenge is not the same. The challenge is that I don't fix my mistakes in the immediate aftermath of the performance of those mistakes. That's where my colossal failures in life come from. That I sin, I'm going to sin every day. I'm going to continue to sin. I'm going to sin. I'm probably going to become the best sinner. That's going to be the way life is. My opposing in life is after I sin. Clean up your mess. Clean up your mess. Why do we wait to rectify the mistakes? Why do we wait to clean up the mess? Why do we wait until some later date to fix all the stuff that's broken? The Gemara says, Shabbat is every single day. And Shabbat is so powerful. I don't need Yom Kippur. I can just do Shabbat today. So incredible. So the Gemara says, so we're just trying to figure out the mechanics. And we're talking about Nasai. So then, again, if I didn't do Shabbat, then why shouldn't Shabbat help? If I did Shabbat, then I don't need Yom Kippur.
Ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there. They're telling me I've got to beware.
I don't move from there until Hashem forgives you. So let's say, this is interesting. This is part of a much bigger discussion. But the discussion I was having already, in the second Summa, what I was having over here is that there are certain averos for which you can attain instantaneous kapara, instantaneous forgiveness. So lower grade averos, again, I didn't put on something today. Violation of mitzvahs, let's say positive commandments, which obviously the violation of a positive commandment is less severe than the violation of a prohibition. How do you violate a positive commandment? How do you do that? It's inaction. So obviously a sin of inaction is going to be less severe than a sin of dynamic activity. So halacha l'maaseh, Gemara says in the tshuva model, so you could essentially attain instantaneous kapara for the violation of a positive commandment. So the Gemara says if that's the case, that's the tshuva. I don't even need Yom Kippur. So Gemara says, so what's the case? It's incredible. Amar Rabbi Zera, top of your Gimel Mosai, but only the Merdo, no, what's the case? The Mosai, get ready for this. This is going to be more. To me, this actually what we're about to do is one of my favorite singers in all of Shas. And in Yetz Hashem, we're going to have time because actually the Gemara moves quickly. I don't move quickly, but Gemara does move quickly. We're going to see that out on the Hilchos Shuvah, which is going to be absolutely amazing. So listen to this. What's the case? The case that we're going to call Reuven, right? Reuven goes ahead and he comes to Yom Kippur. And he's Omeid B'Marga. We'll say, what does Omeid B'Marga mean? What B'Marga means is, he's not about Shuvah. I really committed an Aveira, and he has not done Shuvah. And he's holding fast, right? He's holding strong in his Aveira kite. Rashi says, Omeid B'Marga, the law of a Shuvah. Okay, so what's the say? Watch this. What's the case? The case that I Mishnah. Remember again, keep our eye on the ball there. What does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says that comes Yom Kippur, the Seir La'azazah, which is the seer thrown off the cliff, atones for all Averos. So where it says, whose opinion is this? So first of all, where it's saying the context is someone who has committed Averos has not done Shuvah. And yet the Mishnah still says, even though again, Reuven didn't do Shuvah, Yom Kippur is still Mechaper for him. Whose opinion is that? That's Rabbi. What does Rabbi say? I'll say, get ready for it. Get ready for it. Desanya. Rabbi Omer, Achal Avera Shabbatorah. On any Avera that you find in the Torah, then Asak Shuvah, then Asak Shuvah. Whether you did Shuvah, whether you didn't do Shuvah, Yom HaKippurim Mechaper. Yom Kippur atones. The power of Yom Kippur is so overwhelming and so sweeping that even if you did not do Shuvah at all, even if you are the worst Avarian in the world, even if you committed Averos, and Achiv Nisas Jason, Achiv Karetz, Yom Kippur is Mechaper for everything. Now, even according to Rabbi's model, there are three exceptions to this rule. What are the three exceptions? Chutz, Porek Ol, Rashi says Kofar Be'eker, if you deny the existence of God. Okay, makes sense. Right? If you're a kofar, the kofar be'eker, Yom Kippur doesn't atone for you without Shuvah. Megala panim b'Torah. This is very interesting. Actually, Megala panim b'Torah. Ba'al b'Torah b'chutzpah u'b'gilui azus panav. The Lord said this is incredibly important. A person is disparaging about Torah. A person is disparaging about Torah. The most unfortunately, there is a Sahara like this, where a person sees something, that they don't understand, sees something that seems that they don't necessarily agree with, sees something that seems to fly in the face of whatever our contemporary held isms are, and the person is disparaging about Torah. That is a terrible, terrible infraction, and ultimately that is unforgivable even on Yom Kippur. And that's the maker bris babasar, or a person negates bris. The way this is understood generally is one of two ways. Either a person doesn't perform the mitzvah of bris milah, or a person tries to hide his bris. Tries to make himself look uncircumcised. So by the way, it's interesting. So just understand what Rabbi just said. Rabbi said the power of Yom Kippur is so profound that Yom Kippur is mechaper for everything. Right? Even if you did it again, even if you did not do tshuva, you fill in the Avira, the power of Yom Kippur is so intense that Yom Kippur atones for everything. The Gemara Masechah frames this as Itzumo Shal Yom Mechaper. That's how Rabbi is quoted in the Second Shema. The essence of the day provides atonement. Doesn't matter what your Avira is. And the Rabbi says, three exceptions. What are the three exceptions? Again, you're a kofar, you don't believe in God, you're disparaging the Torah, and you deny bris milah. I won't say it makes sense because remember again, the denial of all of those things, what's the commonality over there? They're part of the fundamental underpinning of the covenantal relationship between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. If you don't believe in God, there's nothing to talk about. If I don't believe in the sanctity of Torah, even if I don't understand it, there's nothing to talk about. This milah represents the idea. What is this milah in its essence? My desires comes second, ultimately against what HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants. If I don't have that, then at the end of the day, there's no relationship. If there's no relationship, then you cannot tap into the power of the interface. Rabbi said that this is Rabbi. To me, this is one of the most astounding shittos in all of Shas. In all of Shas. It's so just understand what this means. Right? You eat your sweet tzedakah. You say that was delicious. That was delicious. You go to sleep. You go to sleep. You say, you know what? I'm really like the fasting. So what do? You wake up. I'm not saying paper. Right? I'm not like a buffer, right? You gotta sleep 24 hours, right? Fantastic. You wake up refreshed, ready to go to sukkah, ready to take on the world, right? You're doing davening very fast. Rabbi says, oh yeah. How do you feel? Hope you feel like 1,000,000 pounds better because you have been cleansed. And you didn't daven, you didn't open up a mass, and you didn't do anything. It says it doesn't matter. It matters, but it doesn't matter. You say, what you do? It's sumo shalom l'chata. The day itself cleanses. All you need to do essentially is be alive throughout the day, and you have sheep atonement for every single avera. You do tshuva, you didn't do tshuva, it doesn't make a difference. You do tshuva again with 3 exceptions. Now watch this. So the Gemara says as follows. So my time Rabbi, so therefore, what Gemara wants to suggest, same thing, just like Rabbi's back, the Gemara is suggesting Rabbi is the author of our Mishnah. Because what did our Mishnah say? Our Mishnah said that the Seir HaMishalech, right, the goat of Yom Kippur, which essentially is the Avot of Yom Kippur, atones for everything. Whose opinion is that? That's Rabbi. My time to Rabbi. What's Rabbi's thought? Where did he get that from? Like that the day atones even if a person doesn't do anything. The pasuk says ultimately again that he has. He's talking about he wasn't asking over here. As if you notice, there are 3 exceptions to the atoning power of Yom Kippur. The first one, the pasuk says, "He disparages the word of God." This refers to someone ultimately who's a gopher be'ikar, and also he's disparaging the Torah. That's mitzvah sohifar, and he has ultimately negated the mitzvah. Ultimately, again, this is a person who negates the bris milah. Again, either by not performing the mitzvah or by trying to hide his bris milah. Tikares, you will be cut off. Tikares with Yom Kippur. Ultimately, again, you can suffer kares before Yom Kippur. Tikares la'achar Yom Kippur, and if you even get kares at Yom Kippur, which shows that Yom Kippur does not atone for such an individual. In other words, Tikares before Yom Kippur, kares after Yom Kippur, because Yom Kippur does not atone for such an individual. Now remember, all of this is talking about Rebbe's model of Yom Kippur atoning without any tshuva. So now Rebbe will tell us Yom Kippur atones for every single mitzvah, every single avera, even without tshuva, with these 3 exceptions. You might have thought that even if a person does tshuva, you still can't atone for these 3 averos. Therefore, the pasuk says this sin is within him. No. The only time that a person chas v'shalom suffers kares is when he hasn't done tshuva. Obviously, about the power of tshuva is that tshuva could wipe out everything. Right? Tshuva could atone for everything. Sometimes you need things in addition to tshuva, but tshuva by itself is everything. So even for these 3 major averos, tshuva of course helps. But again, whereas Yom Kippur itself, the day atones for everything. By all other averos, these 3 averos, Yom Kippur is not enough. You need tshuva. But what did Rabbanan do with this? The kares for all of us, the kares the olam haba. The Rabbanan darshan is that these 3 averos are so severe that they have repercussions both in this world and the next. His sin is within him. What does this mean? Shimon Asa Tshuva Umeis Nisa Memarake. So we'll say Rabbanan understands being part of a different type of construct, which is that there are certain averos that are so severe that Tshuva by itself does not work, but rather you need Tshuva and Nisa and death. And those 2 things together ultimately atone. So that's what they suggest by these 2 averos, Kofa Be'eker, Magala, Banamatora, Mefer, Bris, that again, if you do tshuva and death, fully atone for us. And we might say, in just a moment, tremendous accomplishments. Whose opinion does the Mishnah reflect? It reflects the view of Rabbi. it's Rabbi. And if Allah Almighty, again, that's why the Mishnah says that the Sir HaMishtalech, which represents the essence of Yom Kippur, ultimately is Mechaper for all Averos. Good. Now the word challenges that. Umi Matzis Mukhas Shlosa, I just want to point out, by the way, that so this is a fundamental focus. The Gemara doesn't say it explicitly, but the Rabbanon disagree with Rabbi. Right? The Rabbanon disagree, and the Rabbanon say that that the Kippur only atones is what? If accompanied by Shuvah. So ultimately, I guess the way this Machlokas is often phrased is Rabbi holds Sumo Shal Yom Mechaper, the day itself affects it only without Shuvah. And the Rabbanon say, no, its notion is not Mechaper, only Shuvah, only Shuvah, ultimately again, with Yom Kippur allows for atonement. But Rabbi Shlomo and the Kudei Sifos has a very interesting idea over here. He says, he brings down, he says, no. He says, everyone agrees it's Sumo Shal Yom Mechaper. Everyone agrees with that. Because that's the essence of Yom Kippur. But Yom Kippur, the day itself provides kapara. The Rebbe has it, but the Machlokas here is what you need to do to unlock the power of Yitzumo Shal Yom. How do you access the power of Yom Kippur? So that our brother will say, Shuvah is the key. Right? Of course, Yom Kippur, what it says makes so much sense, because that's the whole, of course everybody agrees with Yitzumo Shal Mechaper. That's the whole idea, that there's the essence of Yom Kippur, of the day itself, that goes in the tones. How do you unlock like that cathartic power? So the Rabbanon will say Shuvah unlocks it. But Shuvah works for you. But remember again on one side, we know this is the Rabbanon calls Shuvah, that Shuvah has a different power during a certain Shuvah, and specifically on Yom Kippur. That's why the Rambam quotes the pasuk. The Shu Hashem B'Chimatzos. The Rambam says this explicitly. Whereas you could go ahead and do Shuvah throughout the entire year. There's a special power of Shuvah during Aseret Shuvah, with that even being highlighted on Yom Kippur itself. So the Rabbanan say that's the key. Rabbi says the key to unlocking Yitzumo Shal Yom is simply breathing, being alive. As long as you are alive, you access Yitzumo Shal Yom. So just a different way to frame the Machlokas. Okay, so now the Gemara says, I will say, okay, one last paragraph. So I understand, how can you set up the Mishnah like Rabbi? How does that work? The Sefer Rabbi Huda, the Sefer at the end of the Mishnah is Rabbi Huda. So let's say, so in general, remember again, the way you like to frame things is to create authorship that runs consistently throughout a Mishnah. So if we know that the Sefer is Rabbi Huda, wouldn't it make more sense to make the Reish like Rabbi Huda as well? The kind of Sefer, because what do we learn at the end of the Mishnah? Echad Yisrael, Echad Kohanim, Echad Kohanim Mashiach, because we'll see this along the days. Right? So remember again, the end of the Mishnah says both Yisraelim, Kohanim, even Kohen Gadol, are all able to achieve Kapara on Yom Kippur. Who holds this? Right now, we'll say now. Remember, so this is the opinion that says all Jews achieve atonement through the Siyar Mishtalech. Now we're going to see this Machlokas and the right Machlokas about maybe Kohanim get atonement through different mechanisms. What is the opinion that says Siyar Mishtalech works for everyone? So the Gemara says, "What is the Haisar Rabbi Yehuda?" Now, if it's Rabbi Yehuda at the end of the Mishnah, Mechlal Gurei Rabbi Yehuda, it makes sense that the beginning part, which is really the part that we're focusing on, that Siyar Mishtalech takes care of all Averos. It would make more sense to say that that's Rabbi Yehuda also. Rabbi Yosef says, no, you're right. Rabbi he, the Savalach Rabbi Yehuda. Really, the author of the Mishnah is Rabbi, but Rabbi holds like Rabbi Yehuda. Okay, beautiful. That is a good answer. That is a good answer. The Gemara says as follows. So Abaye says, okay, so can you explain that to me? So how does this work? You see, Rabbi Savalach Rabbi Yehuda. About Rabbi Yehuda about Savalach Rabbi. Or with Rabbi Savalach Rabbi Yehuda. After Rabbi Yehuda Savalach Nani Rabbi. So now Abaye just asks, what does that mean? So you just set up that Rabbi holds like Rabbi Yehuda, which again, also all that means is that Rabbi holds that Siyar Mishtalech, like Rabbi Yehuda, that Siyar Mishtalech accounts for everyone, Yisraelim, Kohanim, even the Kohen Gadol. So when we say that Rabbi holds like Rabbi Yehuda, does that also mean that Rabbi Yehuda holds like Rabbi? Now, what does that mean? What is Rabbi Yehuda's model of Yom Kippur? Is Rabbi Yehuda subscribed to the Rebbe model of Yom Kippur, namely Simon Shoyom Mechaber, that the essence of the big Vedas by itself is Mechaber? Does he agree with that or not? So the Gemara says, "Oh, the Rebbe Sabbalah Yehuda, Ave the Sabbalah Nami Rebbe Niu, or Kadis Niu." Sorry. Oh, the I'm sorry. Got to come up. Not Rebbe Sabbalah. So are we saying that Rabbi holds like Rabbi Yehuda, but maybe Rabbi Yehuda doesn't hold like Rabbi? Oh, Dilma, Rabbi Sabbalah Rabbi Yehuda, after Rabbi Yehuda Sabbalah Nami for Rabbi. Or maybe the same way Rabbi holds like Rabbi Yehuda also holds like Rabbi. You are fucking this like I can't even name my becomes Sabbalah Rabbi. Remember again, Rabbi Yehuda is Rabbi's Rabbi. So therefore, again, just the way it's appropriate to say it is that the student holds like the Rebbe, not that the Rebbe holds like the student. But in reality, Rabbi agrees with Rebbe's understanding of Yom Kippur as well. In Dafka Kamira. No, I meant it the way I said it. Rabbi Savalak Rabbi Yehuda, about Rabbi Yehuda lo Savalak Rabbi. No, in fact, it doesn't go both ways. Rabbi holds like Rabbi Yehuda, namely, that the Sim Shtalech atones for or even like Karnan, Stalin, Levine, Lamdirim, whoever they can go, like every Jew has kapara ultimately do sin. But Rabbi Yehuda does not hold like Rebbe, which means that Rabbi Yehuda does not hold Yitzimo Shalom Mechaber, but rather Rabbi Yehuda is going to hold like the Rabbanan, namely that Halacha L'Maisa, you need Tshuva in order to access the power of Yom Kippur. The same Yochol, here we go. Yochol, you know, before Mechaber, Asham, Ansheim, Shavim, you might have thought that Yom Kippur should be Mechaber on a person, whether they did Tshuva or not. So I can make a Kalchom Rabbeinu. Now let's make a comparison. For example, Chatas and Asham. Chatas and Asham create kapara, and Yom Kippur creates kapara. Ma Chatas v'Asham mechaper ela ala shatim. Just like Chatas never said, the person brings a Chatas and Asham. It's a person performs an Avera, brings a carbon, but doesn't do Tshuva. What's the impact of that carbon? What's the impact of the carbon? Zero. That's what we call the Lord. Zevach Rishayim Ta'iva. The offering of Rishayim is an abomination. So the Gemara says, so not Chatas Hashem in Mechapen Ela Hashavim, just like Chatas and Hashem only were, if accompanied by Tshuva, after Yom Kippurim in Mechapen Ela Hashavim. So to Yom Kippur only provides atonement for those who do Tshuva. So we'll say, this is this Rabbi Yehuda, and this is like Tirabanan. The power of Yom Kippur is only accessed with Tshuva. So ultimately, we can just say back, but here's the problem. Remember again, there's no carbon for an intentional Avera. Now, the truth is, it's not totally true. There is a carbon for intentional Avera. What carbon is that? That's the Siyah Na'aseh B'fnim on Yom Kippur. But that's not something I'm bringing. That's something that is brought on behalf of Rabbi. So, like if you just like Chatas and Asham, only Mechaper on Shogeg, right? You must just tell me that Mechaper ala Nezik Shogeg. Ultimately, again, you can see that Yom Kippur, however, is different because Yom Kippur has the ability to Mechaper both for Nezik and Shogeg. Only Mechaper ala Nezik Shogeg. Mechaper al Shavim ba'al Shem Shavim. So that's the case that Yom Kippur can be Mechaper for Shogeg and Nezik. That's Yom Kippur can be Mechaper even whether you did Shuvah or not. Talmud Lomar Ach. Therefore, the pasuk says Ach. Ach ba'asar lachodesh. Ach Rabosha usually is refuted, but it means to distinguish, which means some things are included, some things are excluded. To teach me that what that Yom Kippur has the ability to atone for those who do tshuva, but not for those who do not do tshuva. So we'll say good. Now, interestingly enough, this brisa is being quoted in a way to highlight the opinion of Rabbi Yehuda. To show that Rabbi Yehuda doesn't hold like Rabbi, and Rabbi Yehuda holds that Halacha L'Maisa Yom Kippur only works together with Tshuva. The problem is, if you look at this brisa is without attribution. Right? There's no need here. To which the Gemara says, not a problem. Stam sifra money. So we'll say this is a sifra. Sifra is a brisa, really, with the medrash, like the really brisa that we call Paras Kohanim. So a stam sifra and Torah kind of who is it? Rabbi Huda. The Kavar Shavim in, most Shavim low. Ultimately, what do you see from here? So we should be studying Huda. And what do we see from this Braisa? What do we see from this? We see that Yom Kippur only works if you do tshuva. But Yom Kippur does not work if you don't do tshuva. So therefore, again, to kind of bring this full circle, therefore, Rabbi calls like Rabbi Huda, meaning that the Shem Shtaliyah atones for everyone, for everything. But yet Rabbi Huda does not hold like Rabbi, because whereas Rabbi holds Itzur Yom Mechaper, then ultimately again Yom Kippur is Mechaper for all others, even without Shuvah. Rabbi Huda holds that Yom Kippur is only Mechaper with Shuvah. Incredible. So you want to say Rami Stam Sifra Astam Sifra. But again, I can bring another stam sifra, right? There's another stam, what we call stam sifra, which means a bright from Torah's Kohen. The sign we learn, Yochol Lo Yehei Yom Kippur Mechaper, Ela Imkin is Anabo, Ekara Mikra Kodesh, Olo Asaba Malacha. So listen to this. This is just wild. I might have thought that Yom Kippur can only be Mechaper. Listen to this. If you fasted, Ekara Mikra Kodesh, right? You davened. Right? You didn't violate it. How do I know? What's the ready for this? How do I know that even if I didn't fast on Yom Kippur, I didn't daven on Yom Kippur. I violated, I did malacha on Yom Kippur. How do you know that Yom Kippur is still mechaper? Is this not the craziest thing you've ever read? And when I say crazy, like I mean amazing. But in other words, how do I know that even if I didn't fast on Yom Kippur, I didn't daven on Yom Kippur, I did malacha on Yom Kippur? How do I know that Yom Kippur is mechaper? Talmud Lomar, Yom Kippurimu Mikol Makom. The pasuk says Yom Kippurimu. Yom Kippurimu, it's an absolute day, an absolute day. Listen, you read a verse like this. Doesn't it make you want Yom Kippur right now? Right now. Oh my gosh, I can use that cleansing absolutely right now. The power of this to just wipe everything clean. I do, I don't do, it doesn't matter. So from Mikol, so what do you do with this? So what do you do with this Sifra? So again, I just want to point out, so therefore we have two Brises in Torah's Kohanim that fundamentally contradict each other. Right? The first Brisa says Yom Kippur literally only works if you do tshuva. Second Brisa says, well, the second Brisa is even more severe. Second Brisa says, even if you violated Yom Kippur, right? You ate on Yom Kippur, you did malacha on Yom Kippur, you didn't fast, you didn't die, still Yom Kippur is machasas. So what do I do with this? Which was, oh, Rabbi, no, it's not a contradiction. Rabbi Huda. Again, now it's fine, it works. It's reflecting, I will say, these two vices reflect the two fundamentally opposite opinions, not opposite, but different opinions about the way Yom Kippur works. The first brisa that says you need Shuvah, that's Rabbi Huda.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Reunited, and it feels so good. If you haven't had the chance, you need to join the Big Steppers Discord. It's discord.gg/BIGSTEPPAS/Big Steppers. That's where you will find Ground Zero, the epicenter of this cryptocurrency discussion. That's where you will see the after party. Additionally, if you haven't had the chance, join the Waddle Discord. It's discord.gg/the Waddle. That is the official home of the Yucky Ducks. If you haven't sent me a follow, please. I follow everyone back, and if you want a free follow back, I'm the easiest follow back in the game. Additionally, you guys may not be aware of this, but you can watch me live share my shill with all of you in the embedded video in my timelines. If you go into my timeline, scroll down a little bit, you can actually see me live as I'm going to give you the best shill in the game. And one other thing, I'm very proud to say that I have been in an X space for more than 333 straight days. And not just any X space, but a video X space. So I have every 24 hours I've been restarting an X space. So I have about an entire year of my life on video on X. And if you want to check that out, the most recent post that I retweeted of another account that I have is the one that does the streaming on X. So with that being said, it's absolutely true. I am the king of data. I'm the king of video. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. I'm proud to say that we recently surpassed 2,800 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. Bingo.
As well. So the Gemara says, but why not? I can still find the case of Karis and Yom Kippur. So listen to this. Then you can have the case of, let's say, for example, let's say again, a person eats at night, right? Comes Yom Kippur night, a person eats, and what happens? He died before daybreak. In that case, in that case, ultimately, again, he did not avail himself of his instinct. You must understanding over here that when we say it's
hit me with it, big dog.
The daytime of Yom Kippur that affects kapara, not the night. You can have the case ultimately again of a guy who just trying to find the case of Karis for
phenomenal question. So I'm live right now on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, which are separate channels. So if you want to check out those channels and watch me in 360 degrees, you can see those in my pinned post, also in my profile. You'll also find it in my link tree. You'll also find me on Rumble. You will find me on Twitch. You will find me on YouNow. You will find me on DLive and Trovo and about another 30 different platforms. You'll also find me in quite a few different Discords, including the Big Steppers Discord, including the Socialized Discord, including the Soul On-Chain Discord, and many others. Of course, you'll find me live in my own Discord. You'll also find me live in an X live video, which you can see embedded in my profile, and live in my own X space that I mentioned earlier that has been going 24/7 for now more than 333 days. On February 14th, we'll be celebrating our 1 year and 1 year of my life archived on X. And there are other places to name, but we don't have enough time to do so. But you should know, basically, if you can stream there, I am doing it.
This is very interesting. What happens if Ruben, people use the break between Muslim and Muslim, all different kinds of ways. Right? So Rebbe decides to sit aside. So Ruben decides to sit down for a Suda, right? He begins to eat, and he eats all the way until Matzah Yom Kippur, right? He's all the way until Matzah Yom Kippur. So in that case, also again, what's come down in all these cases? So again, there was no moment of Yom Kippur after the act in order to, let's say, see this, he literally says it means he starts eating by sundown of Yom Kippur, by sundown of Yom Kippur, and eats all the way until Motzei Yom Kippur. And let's say to yourself, right, say to yourself, out of all of the others that a person could commit, right, really, we're at sunset of Yom Kippur. You can't just wait a little bit. So let's say, in general, just understand, one could say this about any Avera. Like, I committed Avera. Really? I couldn't hold out 30 seconds longer. Because, let's say, we know this concept that so many times the way that I could try to avoid sin, the Sfar brings down that sometimes a person is tempted by Yetzer Hara. Don't say you're not going to sin. Rather, what's a good strategy to employ? Say, you know what? I'm not going to sin for the next minute. Put on a stopwatch, right? But I'm not sinning for the next 60 seconds. So let's say 9 out of 10 times, if a person employs that strategy, I will overcome the desire. Simply because we know this, that the way hate works is I'm so caught up in the moment that all I see and all I want is that thing. And if I'm able to catch my breath a little bit and able to make a little bit of a dispassionate decision, what often happens is the ability to resist temptation. It's an incredible strategy. Don't say you're not going to sin because you're probably going to fail, right? But say, I'm going to sin. No, I'm doing this, right? I am going to sin. I'm just waiting 1 minute, 2 minutes, right? But I'm waiting. I put on the stop. I'm waiting. Let's say it has tremendous abilities to save ourselves from such incredible mistakes. So let's say so often, if we could just control ourselves for just a few more moments, we could rein in those desires that seek to derail us. But all too often, we just give in to desire with such immediacy that there's no hope. So we look at this guy who's eating literally again at sundown of Yom Kippur. We say, what a fool.
Shout out to him.
What a fool.
Thanks for letting me share and being so nice. Oh, we have somebody in here. Welcome, Thanos. How you living, pimp?
Out for just another minute or two.
What's good? Can you hear me?
I can just hold out, just give myself a little bit of that.
Thanos.
There's no telling what type of mistakes.
I see you remember the yucky guy. What's good, son?
How do we pass in Allah? Actually,
Thanos, big one. Can you hear me?
So listen, electronic cliffhanger here. My whole is Rabbi.
Thanos, you just muted your microphone. I'm new, baby. I want to hear you. Thanos, let's go, baby. There you are. How are you?
Everyone is able to achieve atonement ultimately again through
GM, how are you? Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods? Oh, 100%. You're famous, baby.
All Jews, Yisraelim, Kohanim, even Kohen Gadol, are atoned through the Shemishtarech, through the right to the goat that's thrown over the cliff. There's no distinction between them.
Are we following each other on X?
Are there any differences between Yisrael and Kohanim? Yes. Ultimately, and we'll say here is the fundamental distinction. Kohanim, when it comes to Tumas Mikdash V'Kadashah, they are atoned for through the power of Yom Kippur. We Yisraelim are atoned for through the Seir HaNa'aseh B'fnim.
Yo, Thanos, are you following me on X? I'll follow you back.
Actually, we'll say no, to stop over for today. We'll pick up the video tomorrow, and tomorrow I will give you the resolution of Machlokes Rabbi that I brought about the essence of
Okay, what's your name?
I give you a follow on X.
Okay, what's your name on X?
Thanos.
Okay, you're Thanos on X. Just a moment. Thanos, what's your username?
All right, so I'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning.
Oitano, send me a message on X, and I'll send you my free social media account.
Dedicating all the shiurim and drashos this year as a zechus for the solos for Am Yisrael. Our Torah sponsors for the month of Iyar, Habani Torah Shmuel Rabbi Kulapkin, the creation of the yard site of Shmuel's father Leonard Kulapkin, Lipra Ben Yecheskel Hakoni Zichrono Livracha. And that's the only sponsors for today. Calling Kathy Polish in celebration of Mishnah Yomi's completing Mishnah Avodah Zarah with Hakara Satov to the Shir, to Kalman Akiva and Kovacs, and Meretz Hashem, and for continued Hatzlacha in this beautiful endeavor. Let's say again,
let me know when you sent the message.
Hope that in America, all of the Neshamas Lavan Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all those who need to report should happen together with Kol Chomei Yisrael. Meretz Hashem, continue to bring our hostages home. We have tremendous Kara Satov, a beautiful Neshama that was returned to Klal Yisrael yesterday. However, the rest of our hostages should come home in Meretz Hashem. The Holy Soldiers should be successful. The whole Ma'aseh Yudayim, and you should truly share the soul of troubles for all of our needs to comfort. And so with that, let us begin. A lot to do today. Also, a beautiful daf ahead of us. Today's daf is Yud Beis 12. We are picking up on Yud Aleph on the days 11b, and we are picking up Hari Para. I really have a lot to do today. It is 2, let's pick up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines down from the top. So we'll say again.
Yo, Thanos, did you send me a message yet?
Again, in the beginning of yesterday's daf, we introduced to the limiting idea of Rabbi Yochanan. Uber the name of Rabbi Yochanan means the halacha ma'aseh leftover kabbalos, leftover tzniut tzibur. What do you do with them? So Rabbi Yochanan proposed this idea of super redemption. You go ahead and you redeem them onto money, like transfer sanctity of the animals onto money. That money then falls into the machzah shekel, last year's machzah shekel pot, used for temple repair, specifically for the Kodesh HaKadoshim, and ultimately the animals become holy. Subsequently, the animals are repurchased.
Thanos, I'm talking to you. Did you send me a message on X?
A firestorm conversation. How can you do that? Karbanos have to do physical sanctity. If they have physical sanctity, so how are you able to go ahead and safely take that away with money? To which Rabbi introduces us to a concept, Leiv Bezdin Masna Alei. Literally translated again, essentially Bezdin stipulates, Bezdin essentially says like this, only the stuff that is used, only the karbanos, only the animals that are used actually attain the full measure of physical sanctity, right? Everything else does not. Everything else does not. And therefore, Allah you're not really redeeming physical sanctity because the unused animals never attain physical sanctity. Now, if that's the case, then why redeem it at all? Because you can't just take an animal out of the base and start using it for mundane use. So therefore, you go through this mechanism of what looks like redemption, but in reality, the animals never really became vested with Kedushas HaGuf because they were never used. The Gemara then raises a couple of questions to this. The Gemara then qualifies this concept and says, well, really, Leiv Bezdin Masna Alei is only used in the Shliach case, in cases that are common. And that's why then the cases of lost karbanos, which Baruch Hashem is putting here, were uncommon occurrence. So the concept of Leiv Bezdin Masna Alei doesn't apply. Good, that's what we're picking up. Now the Gemara challenges this idea again. Bahari Para, what about Paraduma? What about Paraduma? So watch this. So Bahari Paraduma with the Rothschild. So Paraduma is an uncommon situation. Like again, Rabbi said, remember, it's the whole half of Paraduma. It was not an everyday occurrence. So specifically what we'll call a Rothschild, and yet, the tiny needle in the heart was very interesting. Para niftis al kol psul sheba. A paraduma to be redeemed for any type of disqualification that develops within it. Okay, so that's fine. Rashi says over here, the Rashi says it's about halfway down in the short lines of Rashi. The Chol may buy his future Rabbi Sheni lo asu ela sheva. This is just a fascinating statistic. In all of the years of the first and second temples, there were only 7 paros adumos. Only 7 red heifers. All those years, right? Hundreds of years. Only 7 paros adumos. Okay. Rashi goes on. Al kol psul sheba. In iraba shum psul tifteh. So again, in general, if a paraduma develops any kind of limb, so ultimately the part can be redeemed. Okay, that's not so much of a finish. Let's go on. Mesa If the paraduma dies, again, it just dies. In halacha l'maisa, you can redeem it. Mishchata tifta. If it was slaughtered, Rashi points out over here, Mishchata chutz ben komo. Let's say it was slaughtered outside of its prescribed area. You can also redeem it. Matzah cheres na'imenu. If you find a nicer para aduma, and that's not a reference to Migos. That's like a reference, to again. You find not a more amicable para aduma. Again, you find a better para. So what's the halacha? He said ultimately you could redeem the old one and utilize the new one. Shafta gavi ma'arachta. Now, once the para aduma has been shechted, right now, once it's really been shechted and placed on the fire, ein lakadia olamis. Ultimately, it does not have any kind of redemption. Now, let's say, let's take a look at Rashi just a moment. Rashi says, now, remember, just as an aside, para aduma was not offered up in the Beis Hamikdash. That para aduma is very unique. Where is para aduma? Or where is it offered up? On Har HaZeisim. Right? Now again, you go to the site where para aduma was. Now, unfortunately, it's a monastery, but you can see the actual site where para aduma was offered up, and you can see exactly how it works. They offered it. Remember again, Har HaZeisim is a mountain. Rabbi is a mountain. The incredible part of the area of where the part was offered up is directly across from the entrance where the Beis Hamikdash. You've been able to see into the Beis Hamikdash from there. The part is unique. So it's in the Gai Ma'arachta, that means on the pyre, but not in the Beis Hamikdash. On the pyre in Har HaZeisim, where would it be off? Finish that Rashi. You see that in the Rakom HaBaduk what we have at home part. Ain't up the Obamas. And here, so what do you see from this brisa? Pretty much you can redeem para aduma at any point in time, and for any reason, right? It dies, you can redeem it. It has a mum, you can redeem it. You find a nicer one, you can redeem it. The only time you can't redeem it is pretty much once it's offered up on its designated pyre. On Har HaZeisim, you can no longer redeem it. And Rashi says that's because it doesn't look nice. Right? It's a ginai. Now, actually, not like ginai. It doesn't look nice. It's been offered up on this pyre. What are you going to do? You're going to redeem it now and use it for a barbecue? Like it doesn't make any sense. They both say, now what do you see from here? Now, the assumption is para aduma has kedusha saguf. And yet, again, it seems to be that you can redeem it for what? For any purpose. For any purpose, even without it developing a mum. Now, again, this would have troubled us much more yesterday, right? Or I should say before yesterday. Now it troubles me less because I understand how could this happen? How can you redeem something that has physical sanctity, kedusha saguf, even if it doesn't have a mum? How do you do that? Lay days in masna land. What's the problem? We just said lay days in masna land only applies when? Only applies in a situation where it's shriach, where it's common. But this is an uncommon situation, and yet we're still saying lay days in masna. What's going on over here? Kushmar says, no. It's fascinating. Shiny para, the kache bedek habayisi. Wow, that's quite fascinating. The Gemara says, no, you got it wrong. Para aduma is not kedusha saguf. It's bedek habayis. Now, both say bedek habayis is a sanctity that is associated with things that are there for temple upkeep. So first of all, what does that mean? Take a look at Rashi. Because the kedusha is bedek habayis. Kilomar eina mekachem mizbech likalish kedusha saguf.
I love when shit crashes. One of my favorite things in the world. Really? Fuck no, it's the worst.
Now, by the way, it makes a lot of sense. It can't have physical sanctity. Why? Well, it's going to be more. If it had physical sanctity, then why? It would have to be offered up in the Beis Hamikdash. But the fact that it's offered up outside of the temple would seem to indicate that it's more financial sanctity, monetary sanctity, what we'll call kedusha zlamim or kedusha bedek habayis, but not actual physical sanctity. So the Gemara says, what's the beauty of that? Now remember, leiv based in masna alein, that concept is only necessary for items that possess kedusha saguf. Items that possess monetary sanctity, right? Those don't understand that that's a lower form of kedusha. So therefore, it makes sense that those could just be redeemed, just for whatever the reason. So the Gemara says, if that's the case, that para aduma is kache bedek habayis, then meisal mishtata tifta. And then how could it be that if the para dies, right, or if the para shechted, let's say outside of its prescribed area, that it can be redeemed? the general halacha is like this: anything that is kachim v'dekabayis, right? There was example. If it needs to be redeemed, it requires ha'amada v'ha'arah. It has to be brought in front of the coin, literally stand in front of the coin, and its value assessed by the coin. If that's the case, then if the paradum is dead, you can no longer bring it before the coin. If that's the case, then it has to be able to stand in front of the coin. If that's the case, then how can you redeem it? To which the Gemara says, not a problem. Hamani, Rabbi Shimon the Amar Kadshe Mizbeach Hayu Bichlal Ha'amad V'Haracha. Kadshe V'Dekabayis Lo Hayu Bichlal Ha'amad V'Haracha. Okay, so Moses, apparently this is subject to machlokes as well. And Rabbi Shimon is of the opinion that Kadshe V'Dekabayis do not require Ha'amad V'Haracha, and therefore Halacha L'Maisa could be redeemed. Okay, so you want to find. So therefore, the Gemara. So I just want to point out the power of these Gemaras are also like the information that we pick up along the way over here. So I don't know. This is quite striking that Para Aduma doesn't have Kedushas Haguf. I don't know. Who would have ever thought that? Right? Rather, Para Aduma, which is also, if you think about it, one of the most powerful forces we have in Yiddishkeit. The ability to go out and literally take away Tumas Meis, and the only way to take away Tumas Meis is Kedushas V'Dekabayis. It has monetary sanctity, essentially, not physical sanctity. So I just want to point out a tremendous Musar Haskell on this. Why doesn't Para Aduma have Kedushas Haguf? Why not? Why not? Because it's not offered up in the Beis HaMikdash. What do you see from here? That to really attain the highest level of sanctity, you must embed yourself in holy circumstances, in holy surroundings. It is not enough in life just to do the right things. You have to put yourself in the right avirah. You have to put yourself in the right atmosphere. You know, a lot of us engage in a lot of I don't want to say self-deceptive practices, but we like to think that as long as I'm doing the right thing, it doesn't matter who I surround myself with. Right? It doesn't matter who my friends are. It doesn't matter who I hang out with. It doesn't really matter the activities I engage in. Because, again, I'm strong enough to withstand any of those influences because I'm doing the right thing. And I may really be doing the right thing, right? I'm davening, I'm learning, I'm doing stuff, I'm doing chesed. So what does it matter? Okay, I know these guys are not the right influence. This activity is not really the ideal for my neshama, but I can withstand those influences. And it's critical. The Gemara says it's not the way it works. It's not the way it works. Kedushas Haguf only comes when you embed yourself in a framework of Kedusha. It's only if you live in the Mikdash, if you operate in the Mikdash, that you have real sanctity. Otherwise, again, you could have Kedushas Damim. Absolutely. You could have physical sanctity. You could have monetary sanctity. Right? But at the end of the day, you cannot achieve Kedushas Haguf. Tremendous Musar Haskell. The Gemara says as follows. We'll say it's also, to take this concept much further, also, this is also the power of Eretz Yisrael. Like, what is the power of Eretz Yisrael over Chutz La'aretz? What is it? We have shuls in Chutz La'aretz, we have Bate Medrash in Chutz La'aretz, we have Torah. The difference is that in Eretz Yisrael, one is embedding themselves in an absolute atmosphere of Kedusha. You cannot replicate that outside of Eretz Yisrael. You just cannot. In Eretz Yisrael, you can find a lot of incredible pockets of holiness, but you cannot create the totality of a holy atmosphere. Incredible. In Rabbi Shimon, it's okay, it's Rabbi Shimon. Ema Seba, Shachta Agabin Ma'arachta, Ema Pediya Olamis. Okay, so now let's go back. So what did the Brayta say? Paratibah can be redeemed, but there's one point of no return. What's the point of no return? Once you shecht it on top of its pile, on top of its ma'aracha, it cannot be redeemed. I Vatanya Rabbi Shimon Omer, Paramitame Tumasoflin, Hama B'Haisla Shasa Kosher. Rabbi Shimon himself said, and listen, this is fascinating, that Para Aduma has the ability, essentially is treated like food when it comes to Tumah. Ultimately, why? Because since at a certain point it had a time when it was permissible. If you take a look at Rashi's, this is in the wide lines of Rashi, about 5 lines in the Tami Tumas Open. What does this mean? So Rashi says over here, in Naga Sheretz Bibsara, V'chaza V'naga B'sara V'ofrin Mitamasan. Or Tim Asan, excuse me. That literally, Paraduma could convey Tuma just like food, right? A sharet touches the Paraduma touches another food item, could convey Tuma. And yet Reish Lakish says, Rabbi Shimon says that a para, because of it, a para can be redeemed even after it's been put on the fire. That contradicts what the Raisa said. Ella, shiny para, hoil v'dameha yikarin. That the Gemara says, you're right, para duma in general, ultimately again has a little bit of a different set of circumstances. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, it is incredibly expensive. Rashi says over here, Ella lo tokma Rabbi Shimon. Don't set up the rice like Rabbi Shimon, like we were saying before. Ella, Gemara's v'haydi kani matzah nahe mena tiftem mishum delayed base in masna ala apagad lo shlifa. So also this we're actually reversing course, and we're saying reality. Why can you redeem paraduma? This is very important. Why are you allowed to redeem paraduma? Now, the Gemara is understanding that halacha l'maisa is like the raisa, which means if the paraduma dies, you can redeem it. If you find a nice admon, you could redeem it. If you find a nicer one, you could redeem it. You shecht it outside of the prescribed area, you can redeem it. The only time you can't redeem paraduma is once it's been shechted on the fire on harazesi. Why? Full circle, I'm saying.
There's something happening here.
That's the reason.
What it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with an over there telling me I've got to beware. I think time to stop. Children, what's that sign? Everybody look what's going down.
Over the course of both Batim, that's totally uncommon. What's the answer? To which the Gemara says it's different. Because since Paraduma is so expensive and so unique,
is that around being wrong? Nobody's right. If everybody's wrong.
Swap it out for whatever you want.
Young people speaking their mind. Getting so much resistance. Far behind the thing to stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down.
Okay, so obviously now it's not useful for me anymore as a paraduma, but it still has kedusha. So what could I do? I could redeem it.
What a field day for the heat. 1,000 people in the street singing songs and a carrying sign.
So you're going to redeem the paraduma to go ahead and feed it to the dogs. First of all, that doesn't seem like the right thing to do here. Because saying that it technically is going to remove, what are you doing with the paraduma carcass? I'm going to share mishum ora. No, it's because it's high. It does have a value. Even after it's
this bitch gotta be 1,000 years old.
So late days in Messalin is going to be there in order to preserve the hide. First of all, it's a cow. Right? How much of a hide, right? And again, it's a small cow because paraduma is the young animal. So how much hide are you actually going to get? So because in order to preserve the value of the hide, so you're going to see late days in Messalin. Really? Yes, as the famous adage goes, an ear of a camel. Again, one of these that sounds much better.
And that's cool. That's probably fucker. Not dumb.
Sometimes, if all you could salvage, from the camel is an ear, still you should do that. In other words, you're right, the hide of the paraduma, it's not worth that much, but it's something.
What a field day for the heat. 1,000 people in the street singing songs and a carrying signs. Moses say, who's ready for our side? Every time we stop, hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going on.
And again, the idea, remember from the Mishnah, is that all of those succeeding atoned for some type of Beis HaMikdash centric tumah, or Kedusha centric tumah, right? Whether it's entry into the Beis HaMikdash,
into your heart it will creep. It stops when you're always afraid. Step out the line, the man come, man take you away. You gotta stop. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Hey, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Stop. Yeah, what's that sound? Everybody look what's going down. Stop. Yeah, what's that sound? Everybody.
Rabbi Shimon says, yes, it's not a problem. You could offer up the seer of one on the occasion of another. How can you say that? How can you do that? Because a different seer atone for different things. How can you go and offer up one for the other? Rabbi Shimon says there's enough of a common denominator. We all come to atone for some form of tumah regarding the Beis Hamikdash and consumption of concentrated items. So because of that commonality, you can actually offer them up on, you can offer them up on different occasions. So you can offer up the Sirah Chodesh on the Regalim, on the Kippur, and so on and so forth. I think that's good. Why didn't Rabbi Shimon give an easier answer? Why didn't Rabbi Shimon say, of course you can? Why? Because Leib is in Master. And I said, what is Leib is in Master mean? The animal only achieves this designated identity once it's used for that designated purpose. So, for example, if I have a seer of Rosh Chodesh that was set aside for Rosh Chodesh, and then that seer runs away, right? And I offer up another one instead, and I find that seer by Pesach. So now, of course, I could offer up on Pesach. Why? Because the way, so we don't look at that as repurposing the Seer Rosh Chodesh for Pesach, but rather it never became a Seer Rosh Chodesh. Why not? Because Leib Bezin Masna Leim, if you don't use it, it doesn't become designated for that purpose. So why not just give that answer? That's the easiest answer. To which the Gemara says, no. Reb Shimon comment, you bring up Reb Shimon, less Leib Bezin Masna Leim. Wow, okay. So as I said, now it turns out that this concept is actually subject to machloket. Apparently, Shimon himself does not subscribe to this idea of Leib Bezin Masna Leim. The Amar Rabbi Bar Av and Amar Rav Amram, Amar Yochanan, Tzmidin Shalom Chutzruchol Mitzivot. Listen to this. These are things. I say these are Yochanan's case, right? This is how we started. Right, so Tzmidin, so again, comes the sun, I have leftover animals in the Lishkas.
Who's Grace? 7 lions. This bitch. She's hot as fuck. Please be.
They cannot be redeemed
unless that's tight. Baby girl.
They must require a mum in order to
We're making you an all-star. No way.
Be redeemed. So the Gemara says, when they make Chachamim, niftin to me. According to the Chachamim, they can even be redeemed without a mum. Now, both sides, the Gemara say as follows. Now, the assumption is, what's my focus? Leib Bezin Masna Leim. The Rabbanon hold Leib Bezin Masna Leim. And therefore, again, Chazal said from the beginning, if these animals are not used for purposes, then ultimately, again, their kedusha can simply be removed with money. Reb Shimon rejects that idea. So the Gemara says, who are the rabbis? Who are the people who are arguing on Rabbi Shimon? He named Rabbanan B'Ktoras. If you want to say it's Rabbanan B'Ktoras, so let's remember again yesterday's daf, we had the case of B'Ktoras, top of your base. Right? Remember again?
Oh, for sure.
So in the case of B'Ktoras, we also saw another case where Halakha L'Maisa,
She liked my shit.
Just money.
Just money.
Now, remember yesterday's daf, the reason why Gemara said that was why? Was perhaps B'Ktoras only possesses Kedushas money, right? Kedushas government, and not Kedushas government. And what says, top of the base, shiny B'Ktoras. Well, B'Ktoras is different. Why? The lav bar rayim.
Bitch is smart.
There's no choice.
Really?
Because by animals, you could say,
yo, Donald, how you living, champ?
By B'Ktoras, there's no mum.
Can you hear me, big man?
There's no mum. So because there's no mum, what exactly is the option for redemption if not straight
Yo, big dog, did you send me a message?
Maybe it's Rabbanan of Paraduma, who also said
big dog.
that Leib Bezin Masna Leim. Fushima says, well, no, Duma Para shiny.
Shout out to Thanos.
That's what we just said before. Maybe Paraduma in general is treated differently. Why? Because it's so unique and so expensive. So we must say, Ella Rabbanan de Amru Lo. Rather, it's the Rabbanan of Amru Lo. What is that Amru Lo?
Yo, Thanos, dog, can you hear me, man?
12a. Ella Rabbanan de Amru Lo. B'Masnisin. V'Haki Amru Le Holil Ve'in Kafaras on Shabbat. The last Leib Bezin. Masna Shin Avad Bazel Yakrid Bazel Mechapara Acheres Ein Krivin. So let's say, so remember again, the Rabbanan in the Mishnah, right? Let's go back to the Mishnah for just a moment. The Mishnah said, right, let's just we establish our facts.
I
Multiple
know.
seers that essentially are offered up on Rosh Chodesh, Regalim, then in Tobin, and Yom Kippur. All of those, what's the commonality between all of those three buckets
you can
of
just
goats?
chill.
Right? Those three buckets of seer, the commonality is they're all offered up for some type of tumah infraction regarding entry into the Beis Hamikdash or consumption of kachim. They vary, but that's what they all focus on. What happens if I have my seer designated for Rosh Chodesh? It runs away, it escapes. I end up offering another one, and then I find it. So Rabbi Shimon says, no problem, just use it for the next yontif. So the rabbis, the Rabbanan said, Rabbi Shimon, how can you do that? They're designated for different things. To which Rabbi Shimon said, since they all share the commonality of Tumas Mikdash and Kadasham, that's enough. Now, the Rabbanan agreed that it can be offered up, but for a different reason. The Rabbanan say it can be offered up. Why? Because Leiv Beis Din Masna. That's why it works. Because it turns out that when the Seir Rosh Chodesh was never offered up for Rosh Chodesh, it never attained that Rosh Chodesh sanctity. Therefore, once it's found, it can be used for the next Yom Tov. But you, Reb Shimon, who don't hold of Leiv Beis Din Masna, why do you allow for it? Which Reb Shimon says, because Hoil, the Kaparasan Shabbat. Reb Shimon says they all have commonality of purpose. So because that can be offered up, that's the Rabbanan who argue Reb Shimon. So the says, "Mi ma'ikar Yehudi." So how do you know that it's reflecting you that Yehuda? The Gemara says, "V'halvi kavalei v'shtamal l'didi dan l'leis and masnalei and amatu l'hachi yikavu." So again, what conversation exactly is it that's happening over there? Now, take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over here, "Mi ma'ikar Yehuda ka'amalei v'islein yani in kaparas hashavek Reb Shimon mishum lei beis din masnu b'kamos sidla." So again, I will say, how do you know there's Rabbi Shimon, who again disagrees with Rabbi Shimon? Sorry, it's Rabbi Huda, disagrees with Rabbi Shimon, but ultimately holds that late days and masna later. What's the conversation that's happening over here? He needs to say, according to me, it works out well. That means late days and masna later, because I hold that late days and masna later, and therefore what? Amatu lahaki ikavu. This is why if the seir of Rosh Chodesh is lost, for example, can be offered up by the regalim. According to you, the Amrit Lo, who do not subscribe to late days in the Masna, Amayi, how can you take this seer that was lost, let's say, by Rosh Chodesh, and use it for Regalim or Yom Kippur? Amayi. So the Gemara says, Dilma, Rabbi Meir. Maybe this conversation is Rabbi Meir. Doctor was what he needs to say. According to me, this makes sense because I hold that all of the Seirim have commonality in purpose. In other words, they're all used. Kaparas and Shabbat means they're all used to atone for some type of Tumas Mikdash and Mikadashav. That's why if the seer is lost for one occasion, it can be used for a different occasion. But according to you, why could it be? Why should it be offered up? Rabbi Yochanan says, Gemara Gamela. Rabbi Yochanan says, we have Nesola. The Divrei Rabbi Shimon ain't nifting. The Divrei
That was a really great.
So let's say we have a Nesola. What's the Nesola? According to Rabbi Shimon says it cannot be redeemed. According to the Chachamim, they hold it can be redeemed. And I'm going to say the assumption over here is that the point of contention is Leiv Beis Din Masna Aleim.
Yo, Ghana, how you living, Pam?
Leiv Beis Din Masna Aleim. So we'll say, so just so you understand what the takeaway over here. The takeaway over here is what was originally introduced to us as a concept that everyone subscribed to now turns out to be fundamental is actually our issue and that is in about Yeshua's. Rabbi Shimon rejecting the nature of Leiv Beis Din Masna Aleim, Rabbanan upholding or accepting the concept of Leiv Beis Din Masna Aleim. So the words Rabbi Shimon, the rest of Leiv Beis Din Masna Aleim, not outdoing. So let's go full circle. So what do you do? Let's go back to this for a second. Right? Because remember, how do you get into this one week in Master? Right? How do you get to this? We got this because we have a very practical issue that presents itself every single year. Every single year. What's the practical issue? Leftover karbanos. Leftover sacrificial animals. So what do you do? So again, if you hold those things in Master as a real community, right? As we have one of them, right? Those are very simple mechanisms. We deal with animals, right? We do the same thing down to money. Donate that money back to us with Matzis Shekel funds, and we purchase the animals with new Matzis Shekel. We're good to go. But if you do a partnership, if you check with this Masna land, so at the end of the day, what do you do with those leftover karbanos? The Gemara says, Rabbi Yisrael Makitzin Ba'oles HaMizbeach. So this is very interesting. What do you do with it? The must have seen this phrase before. You use it for dessert for the Mizbeach. What is that? Look at Rashi. Rashi's in the short lines, around 4 lines. Makitz Manas HaMizbeach. Yishamzeh Batel. At a time when the Mizbeach is broken. Let's say no one's offering up any other cover for the Mizbeach right now. So Makidin also love the Davis Tzibur.
Bring a tear of joy to my eyes and tell me everything is gonna be alright.
You don't redeem it. What do you do with the leftover kavanos? Offer them. Offer them. That's it. What do you offer them? That's what's really it's more. There are periods when there is nothing really happening on this back. Now, we don't like it. We don't like it. When the back is good. Right? So what would they do in those moments when it's hard to read those other moments? But again, what would they do in those moments when it's good? They have like a dessert fund, right? Dessert fund would offer up just additional communal offerings. So those leftover animals would be used for the quote unquote Putin's back or Kaitin's back, the dessert of the back. You must have a finance and just doing some task of why not? Just like so what? You're not his back, leave it alone. So let's remember again. What's the whole gold up in his back?
Station way out here.
They'll come to the carbon. It's 2% to come close to a Kaddish
When it comes to slaughtering,
the Mizbeach itself serves as a model of Avodas Hashem. What is the core principle of Avodas Hashem? The core principle? Never stops. Never stop. Every area of the day and this always has to be active. And you always has to be spiritually dynamic. There's time for rest and relaxation. Even rest and relaxation, I'm still active. I'm still doing. I'm still accomplishing. So to have in Mizbeach enjoyment with no karma, with no kirpa, with no closeness, with no dynamic activity bridging heaven and earth, impossible. Impossible. We can't have that. That is it. Because again, the whole point is Mizbeach is to serve as the paradigm for our Avodas Hashem. And in our Avodas Hashem, constant music, constant dynamic forward momentum.
I do not feel ashamed. I'm your help. I'm your dream. I'm nothing in between. You know we wouldn't want it any other way. Yes, I am. Everything, all of it to what? I'm a bitch, I'm a lover, I'm a child, I'm a mother, I'm a sinner, I'm a saint. I do not feel ashamed. I'm your help, I'm your dream. I'm nothing in between. I love this song. Really? Yeah. Amazing. Boom, boom. So make the village day. And then you I know that I can change. I'm an angel underneath. I'm a little person in the sleep. Yesterday, I meant to be made to see the soft and soft. I'm serious, baby. That was a big deal. And I'm listening, you can tell me. I'm loving you. I'm a little bit of everything. I'm all into one. I'm a bitch. I'm a lover. I'm a child. I'm a mother. I'm a sinner. I'm a saint. I do not feel ashamed. I'm your help. I'm your dream. I'm nothing in between. You know you wouldn't want it any other way. So take me as I am. What a great song. I'm a little bit of everything. Oh, this is a good song.
That can't be offered up one night. That's a chatos. So a chatos can only be offered up for a very specific reason as a chatos. The problem is if you have this chatos from last year's Maxis Hashem and it wasn't used during that financial year, you can't use it. So in that case, you let the animal graze, develop a moon. Once the last then you can redeem it. You can redeem it out of money, and you can use that money for all. So just to understand it, because you might get about this for a little bit. So again, the machine says the leftover animals that you have at the end of the fiscal year, from the Rishnas HaShloim, that's easy. The only thing to do is just use those as dessert things there. Whatever is there is done. Why? Because those essentially set aside
These broken wings.
just use them for Allah for your use. That's it. So that's an easy one. Right? That's an easy fix. If you happen to have leftover tacos, that's a problem. That's a problem because that cannot just sit in for dessert use. Because a tacos cannot be repurposed as an olah. Let's choose a remedy as well. What do you do with that?
Live and let die.
Then you do it and use the money for,
Live and let die.
for his dessert. So the Gemara says it's fine.
Live and let die.
So again, in case of leftover animals, in which case they were initially designated as olah, so offered up as an olah, no problem. About Hassam, to be kara fatas, the hashta olah, the zira la'aha kapara, up to the kapara. The verse in the case of the seir, where it was originally designated as a chatos, right, you can't go ahead and offer that up as an olah. Now, really what's happening is as follows. Technically speaking, you can. Right? In other words, if I have a seer designated as a chatos for a Chodesh, and then what happens? The seer gets lost. I end up offering another one in its stead. And then I find it afterwards. Technically speaking, I could offer that as an olah. But what we're concerned about is if we allow that, we repurpose the chatos and use it as an olah even before the chatos has been offered. That's awesome. So in order to avoid that confusion, we essentially say, once the animal is designated as a chatos, you can't repurpose it for an olah. Beautiful. So which the words, Rabbi, so Rabbi is going to prove this assertion, namely, that once the animal has been designated as a chatos, even if another chatos has been offered up in its stead, you can't use that original chatos as an olah. That's all the Gemara is going to prove. So Rabbi said, I even agree with this as well. This is the Gemara is highly social with him. The parents are gatekeeper. Sha'af, that we lost. The answer is that and he gets the other animals and they're stepping off of them up. The case here, they have all these Sha'af, so did you have the seer of all these others. Also a chatos. And he got lost. And he went ahead and he offered up other kabbalas instead. And then what happens afterwards? Right? So we'll say, then you find the original ones. And he says, you have to let them all die. The Rosh Hashanah Omer, no, you actually stab them. Now, let it graze, develop them small, and then you could use the money for the double. Why? In fact, there's seed work in this stuff. Because at the end of it, you don't leave the tacos to die. I got a knife. Miserable in you find the whole run. What's the big deal? Just use it for Kitzim's Bayah. Kitzim's actually use it for his Bayah reserve. But after all, again, the purpose has been served. Just repurpose it. To which the Gemara said, no. The Gemara says, I'm sorry. Everyone agrees that Allah before the purpose of the offer, the cannot be repurposed ultimately as an olah. Technically speaking, if you have a chatos which was lost, replacement was offered, and then you subsequently find the chatos, you really should be able to repurpose that chatos as an olah. Really, you should be able to, either because of late days in Masna Aleim, right? Or just because the purpose has been served. But Lamaisa, we don't let you. Why? Because we're concerned if we let you do it after the chatas has been offered, you may come to what? Repurpose it even before. So therefore, essentially, there's a blanket halacha no repurposing of a chatos for an ola. Good. Rava says, I also agree with this. You're actually staying. So let's say this is interesting. This is by the Seirim, the two goats of Yom Kippur. Right? If one of the goats is lost, you have to replace both of them. Right? So what do you do with the remaining goat? You let it graze, develop a woman, then sell it off.
Thanos, how you living, pal?
Why is that so? Just let the remaining one be offered up as Olah. Once animal has been designated as a chatos, it cannot be repurposed as anything else.
Now I can hear you. What's up, man?
Or the animal was lost, and the
Yo, dog, I heard you breathing.
to achieve atonement.
Yo, can you hear me, son?
Let the animal graze, develop a mum, and then redeem it and use the money to purchase
Yo, dog. You speak?
Rabbi says, ultimately, just let the animal die. And we show Omer, Yavi b'dam of Ola.
Big dog, Thanos, can you hear me, my man?
Why not just offer up the animal itself?
I'm talking to
you.
Oh, there you are. Did you send me a message on Discord? All right. Oh, cool. Did you send me a message on Discord?
So again, just to understand what's happening over here before we turn the page.
Thank you, sir.
Remember what's happening over here. The Gemara is saying like this: the reason we got how many things in Masna land.
That's all you need to do.
Rabbi Yochanan said, "What else are you doing with the leftover karbanos?" Rabbi Shimon says, "I don't hold the late days in Masna land." And there's another simple eitzah for the leftover animals. What do you do with them? Kaitam mizbeach, dessert for the mizbeach. Right? Why? Because since originally they were designated for communal offerings, these are for communal offerings. But even Rabbi Shimon agrees that only works with animals that were designated for all the purposes. But if you have an animal that was designated for a chatos purpose, you can never repurpose a chatos or olah. The only way to go ahead and get it out of its chatos state is how? Let it graze, develop a mum, redeem it, and then you can use the money ultimately again for an olah. Kind of documents that support this. So we'll say, what would they do? This is going back to what we spoke about before. You have leftover animals in the Lishkas HaTloim at the end of the fiscal year. What do they do with them? So the Gemara will say, Amadeus, Kayitz Kibnos Shuach Lamizbeach. They bring it on the altar. They offer it up on the altar like dessert, like white figs that people eat for dessert. Rashi says, "Rashi and days with days." Kayitz Kibnos Shuach Lamizbeach. Adam shemedi b'kinuach suda minim like a person
Yo, baby.
Brings for dessert, right? Brings figs for dessert. So too, you bring these animals on the kabbalah on the mizbeach as dessert. What do you? 1 second. You're allowed to bring figs on the mizbeach. What takes this thing quite literally? He goes to the chol devash lo zakiru. You're not allowed to bring honey. Listen, you can't bring leaven and you can't bring honey on the which prepashas means you can't bring figs on the mizbeach. Just calm down. It's an expression. I didn't mean it literally, right? Again, it's just an expression. Right? The same way that people commonly eat figs for dessert, so too again, what do you do with leftover communal animals?
This Landry Kiffin and LSU left after with wings, which she makes a shipping on her boyfriend. Gobbles down 2 cups of coffee immediately before every game. This is the result. Way too much coffee.
So just to understand what's happening over here.
This Landry Kiffin and LSU linebacker with wings.
Rabbi Yochanan says that halacha l'maisa laid these in Masna land. Shimon disagrees with that. What do you do with the letter? Rabbi Yochanan just transfer that same to the money, give their money back to the Matzah Shekafah from last year. Use the Matzah Shekafah to purchase those animals and they use it for animal purposes. Rabbi Shimon is not to do that. Just put use for the funds and junk in his back whenever he's back is drunk. That's how you do this. Here we go. That's not right. So now this is the side, right? We're talking about kites on his back, dessert on his back, but not he says you can only use clothes, not clothes, for kites on his back. Okay. So the man says
this place looks like the liver on a TV.
So So, for example,
Hey,
let's say
I'm the prince of the city. When you're in my office, treat me with respect.
Use the money now. You want to use the
Who did you
funds
decorate
to
it?
purchase for
Saddam
the
Hussein?
yeah. You only purchase animals, not
I'll
birds.
have you know this is all very classy stuff.
High
That painted the tiger
says
and
that's
the
a
woman
lie.
has got me
That's a
laid
lie.
on numerous occasions. I didn't know gay dudes like tiger paintings. You've crossed the line. I've killed people for less. Looks like you killed a squirrel to me and put it right on top of your head. You're one to talk. Your hair looks exactly like mine. Yeah, except my hair's supposed to look like this. I'm a janitor.
It's very simple. It's very simple. But ultimately, again, whatever is left over,
Have you dragged into the swamp and shot?
ultimately goes for ultimate sequel.
You're the first man I've ever met.
That's Kaizen's Beach. And
Isn't afraid of me.
There is no such thing as a communal birth offering.
Well, the real secret is that I live a simple life. I may not be a billionaire like you, but this job gives me enough money to have a pretty kick-ass sword collection. Plus, my brother rigged my cable so that I get all the nudie channels for free. Sounds like you're happy. Aren't you? Are you happy with all your money, your clothes, and your gay decorations? But this job gives me enough money to have a pretty kick-ass sword collection. Plus, my brother rigged my cable so that I get all the nudie channels for free. Sounds like you're happy, aren't you?
Which is another way of saying
what with all your money, your clothes, and your gay decorations?
Guys here fix the leaks on your solid gold faucet.
The carbon only achieves its purpose, its identity when it's shafted. Which is another way of saying late-based in mass knowledge.
This place looks like the Liberace
The
Museum.
carbon only achieves its designated identity
I'm the prince of the city. When you're in my office, you treat me with respect.
Ultimately, again,
Who did you decorate? Saddam Hussein?
So Shmuel holds
I'll
like
have
the
you know this is all very classy stuff.
the
That painted the tiger and the woman has got me laid on numerous occasions.
Rabbi the Seer,
I didn't know gay dudes like tiger paintings.
if it is not offered up, let's say by
You've
Yom,
crossed the
right?
line.
It's offered up by
I've
the
killed
Shodash.
people for less.
In low color,
Looks like you killed a squirrel to me and put it right on top of your head.
Ultimately, again, use it by one of the regalim. We low color of the regals there. You drop the regal acher, and if you didn't use it this yom, then use it a different yom tip. Why? Because at the end of the day, halacha l'maisa, it was only brought to serve for someone coming on the island of Mizbeach, and therefore again it can be repurposed. Shabbos says, so the way the Gemara ends off is halacha l'maisa. Well, again, it ends up with the machlokes. So fundamental raging machlokes. Do we say late based in masni aleh or not? Rabbi Yochanan says yes. Rabbi Shimon says no. Rabbi Shimon says no. What is the halach? So we say the Rambam Pasnas calls out the shit this. The Rambam Pasnas is Hilchos Dalet Halach Yidaleh. Here we go. You should adhere to Rosh Chodesh Nisan. In Masiv Kabbalah Siva Eluchim Kadosha. Once Rosh Chodesh Nisan comes, you can only offer up Kabbalah from the new Max, the Shekel collection. The Novach and the Vod. In the year of Chodesh Nisan, the Yishman, the Hemos, the Kivin, Tree, Shana. So when you do Rosh Chodesh Nisan comes, but I still have leftover animals that I purchased with last year's Machzis HaShekel. What do? So what's Halacha? Holding those sons. You redeem those animals, the Yotzim, the Chulin, and they become a Chulin, even though they're totally demons. And what do? The Yikru Demei L'Chum Yishana. And they go ahead and ultimately again use put their money back in the Machzis Shekel pot. Now, so the Rambam says essentially this is the demons animals straight out. And what the Rambam doesn't add in over here is he doesn't add in the fact that he purchased those animals with new money. So apparently that's up to the discussion of raising if they want to or not. But Allah to myself, the Rambam says that you just redeem the animals straight out. Why? Shetzai based in you, Shekol Al Kol Be'ema Shalok Be'etivim, Shelo speaking lahem yotze l'skutim, because it is a tradition that any animals that are not used for sacrificial purposes ultimately become clean. Or in other words, the paskin halacha l'maisa made based in masina aleihem. The paskin at the Yochanan, the paskin at Shlomo. That is the halacha l'maisa. Stop over for today. Shkoyach, everyone. Rest of everyone, have a great day, everyone.
Two legs is fun.
Which man and the Yochanan.
It does kind of look like he's doing it wrong.
Yeah, but I said the Yochanan was the way you were introduced to somebody. But I said the way you were introduced to him, you'd be more right. You should be correct.
He's like, Shab, I told you the painting. That's great. Yeah. Okay. What do you think the 170 stands for right there, Dave? That was the lowest he's ever been able to live. That's facts. He's always lived it more than that. I actually knew the answer to that. You're correct. I like that one.
All right, so let's say good morning. It's fun. I should be back with all of you. A special thank you for your third. You're doing such a beautiful, merciful share over the last couple of days. Praise God. That's what I'll be doing myself with all of our sponsors. Our annual Talmud function, the Rothschild, the Great Mishloach Alert to Sell, dedicating all the children Russians to this year. It is this for the Soul Stones on the Straw. The Talmud sponsors a month of Year Habari Rutova, Shmur Rabbi Rak, invitation of the outside of Wolf's father, Mr. Leonard Rapping, Ben Yecheskel had coins before the death of Yorker and American by Talmud Torah. All of the Shabbos Abinaviyah, the families in the Shalom, all of those leaders who should have undergone calling these stuff. The Spartan Militish and the Torah hostages, the Shalom and the Torah and our holy soldiers should be successful before a massive. But with that, so let us begin. Today's doctor is also a really incredible job ahead of us today. Today's doctor is we're picking up actually on Yud Days. We're going to go back a little bit because the sugya that we get on Yud Days really extends all the way through the entire daf. So let's make sure to get clarity on that. We're going to take this slow and methodically, and you are going to remember how beautiful, how incredible, how fun, how exciting, and how inspiring Shavuos truly is. All a question of perspective, mindset, and what you hope to get out of it. So let's begin. Picking up the dinner of Israel on Rabbi, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 30 from the bottom.